Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 58, Women. Time is over, love rabbits. A crass voice shouts from the door with a laugh. They will be interrupted. He side glances the door, while Mary Jane sits on the bed like she has been struck by lightning, instinctively covering her breasts with her hands and adjusting the blouse that was raised to her collarbone. She groans at equal times, embarrassed from her getting carried away and frustrated for being interrupted. Hector turns to her with a smile. Well. And we didn't even have time to play rock, paper, and scissors. He jokes to alleviate the awkward mood. After being shaken off from the lustful atmosphere, it is natural that things would turn strange. He moves fast and with ease, is already fixing his clothes and throws to Mary Jane her own outfit that has been discarded on the floor. He is not upset about being interrupted. The truth is, from the beginning he didn't plan to get off on this. 15 minutes is too little for him. He was bound to leave unsatisfied. That is the second reason for not letting Mary Jane start anything to get him off and avoiding taking his pants. This and his consideration from her first time. It shouldn't be like that. In a game. Mary Jane chuckles to herself, seeing him turn away to give her some privacy. Rolling her eyes, but appreciating it nonetheless. But strangely, a part of her is not happy with it. So the game is over and that's it. She thinks a little bitterly. And she wants to smack herself for having such conflicting thoughts. If Hector used his telepathy to read her mind, he would think, women. She sits on the bed after struggling to put on her pants. After putting on her shoes again, she notices that her legs are still a little weak. Damn, he can really brag right now. She thinks, putting an effort to stand up. Hector extends his hand to help. She takes it gratefully and a little bashfully. It didn't help that he is showing a knowing smirk to her difficulty in moving with ease. Taking her to the door, he opens it to her. But halfway he stops and closes the door again. Question mark. Mary Jane looks at him confused. Still confused, she didn't even react before being pulled in a searing kiss and then pushed at the door. His large frame pressed against her smaller one, a hand snaked under her but raising her to his height. She unconsciously envelopes his waist with her legs. She didn't take long to just loses herself in the passionate kiss, hugging his neck and moaning in his mouth. When things started getting heated again, he stops. She blinks at him, with her mouth slightly open. Previously, everything we did is in the time frame of the game. He looks at her and fixes a strand of her hair. This one is on me. He says confidently before taking her by the hand again and leaving the room. She didn't even respond, still dazed. When they came back to the circle of the bottle game, inevitably there will be a lot of teasing from the others. Even if nothing happened, everyone prefers to believe something happened just for the sake of making fun of the couple that just left the room. And this time, everyone knows something happened. Nothing from Hector's part, he looks new as ever, not even a strand of hair out of place. Maybe he has Metroman power of great hair, too. But Mary Jane on the other side. There are a lot of wrinkles in her blouse, the gloss of her mouth is completely gone, and her hair. Well, any girl can understand how difficult it is to fix messed up hair without a brush. And they are still holding hands, and Mary Jane is avoiding eye contact. To someone that wants to be an actress, you're not controlling, you blush very well. He teases with a smirk. Shut up. She mouths between her teeth. They, like a good part of the other couples, decided to not go back to the game. Hector, let's go get a drink. Mary Jane says, pulling his hand. She wants to leave this living room. Thirsty? He asks, turning to her. Well, I can use a drink, even if my mouth is not dry or anything. He says, full of innuendo, very close to her ear. She wants to smack him but settles for pulling him away. This exchange was seen by the host, Harry Osborne. He didn't look very happy. While being dragged by the redhead, Hector keeps eye contact with Goblin Jr. The guy really planned to get in her pants, huh? Hector thinks he probably asked Flash to set the game. Keeping the stare down, something that Hector would never lose, he watches the guy, don't even hide his disgruntled expression. Before leaving his sight, Hector twists the knife one last time just because the other guy is getting on his nerves with his creepy behavior. He smirks and silently mouths to the host, strawberries. The guy can't understand the reference, but Hector knows he can catch the mockery. It's hard to find something without alcohol here. Hector says after downing a can of soda. He needs to empty his mind to drink these things, if not he would taste all the chemicals and artificial flavors. It's a party. Mary Jane says at his side while taking to herself a sweet drink with little alcohol. With all these minors. TSK, tisk, he shakes his head like an old man reproaching kids. Stop being a party pooper. I can't. I need to keep the nerd in me alive. He jokes while they walk around searching for a place to sit. He has his reasons. A party like this to someone like him is awful to say the least. Loud music, too many people in an enclosed space. The smells that he doesn't want to feel, the talks he doesn't want to hear. It's awful. Good thing I always train my control. I pity Superman now. He thinks while they finally found a place to sit. In the corner of a big living room, there is a couch and a chair being neglected because everyone prefers to dance or do something naughty in a more private place. When Mary Jane goes to sit on the couch, Hector pulls her to the chair, making her sit in his lap. She is surprised but doesn't resist it and settles on his thigh, resting her head on his shoulder comfortably. They stare at each other close, without saying anything. So, Hector starts, "Do you always come here?" He asks with a hint of a smile. She laughs, "Haha. I think we skipped that part, don't you think?" She looks at him with mirth. "Well, the order of the factors does not alter the product," he says, acting wise. "Really?" She acts surprised, "And what product is this?" "Huh," she says a little more seriously, but with a saucy smile on her face, giving a flirt glance at his lips. "We need to finish to see." He whispers at her, their nose touching. "You're too smooth." She whispers back, their lips almost touching, "How many girls did you trick till now?" She jokes. "Me. Smooth. I think I'm discovering this now. Must be in my genes," he says with amusement. Their lips finally meet, in a long kiss, but Hector didn't let it deepen into a tongue battle. Pulling her closer by hugging her waist, he says, "I'm not that much into PDA." He confesses. She looks around, seeing all the people, no one is looking. She says before moving again for a kiss. "There's always someone looking," he says, turning his head to avoid the kiss, but moving his lips to her ear, giving a playful bite to distract her. "Should we go somewhere private then?" She found herself asking while closing her eyes to enjoy his touch. The question that leaves her lips surprises even herself. He moves his head back to look at her eyes. "It's only me in my home. We can ditch this party." It's what he says, letting all the implications in the air. She doesn't answer immediately. Hector notices some conflict in her eyes. Hector doesn't press, he just smiles at her while massaging her waist with his thumb. "So you guys are really dating?" Peter's voice is heard to the side, making the two look at the newcomers. Peter and Gwen settle on the empty couch close to them. Hector's super senses allow him to know that the two have been naughty, but less than him and Mary Jane. Mary Jane for some reason is still weak to this kind of teasing, maybe she cares a little too much because it's with Hector. But he knows that can't give an inch to this, so he jokes. "Pfft." She wishes. "Still trying to get in my pants all night," he says with a cocky roll of his eyes, making the other couple laugh. Mary Jane tries to make him shut up by putting her cup in his mouth. "See? Trying to get me drunk to use me," he points out, exacerbating the laughs, and for the trouble receives a pinch in the side and a hard bite in the ear, where Mary Jane hides her face. "Oh, Hector. I just remembered it. You don't need to give us a ride home. I will accompany Gwen to her house," Peter says suddenly. Hector turns to look at him. "How? You know that is not a problem for me to take her home too, right?" he says. No. Doesn't need it. My father will come to take me and he wants to meet Peter and you can imagine the rest," Gwen says. Hector knows that she is lying. He shrugs, "Okay. And Ned? He said he got a ride too," Peter says, a little put off for some reason. "Ha. I can imagine." Hector laughs, imagining that ride he got. Had to skip smut and our 18 content. Third person, POV. Hector arrives home with his own dilemma in mind. Parking his car in his garage, he sighs while resting his forehead on the wheel. "What I'm doing? This was not the plan." His overthinker mind already conjured a lot of foreseeable futures and consequences to what happened today. And for the most part, there will be heartbreak. Do I like Mary Jane? Can I make her the wife of Hector? Maybe I can help with her modeling career through Edna. Can I make her give up on acting? There are instances of Mary Janes that worked in other jobs in the multiverse. He mumbles to himself while crossing the door. Normally, nothing would have happened today. He is not the type of guy to seek some casual fun. He would have already done that if it was the case. With his looks. Heck, doesn't even need to be he looks. He can transform into Bruce Wayne or any other summon and get some girls in a nightclub if all he wants is to bust a nut. But he never felt compelled or tempted to do so. Even if he is still a hormonal teenager. Taking some no-name girl to fuck and never see her anymore. Sounds good. No strings attached, just some fun. But to him. Sounds wrong. Like is a waste. Is this some result of my main character syndrome? He asks himself. No-name side characters has no appeal to him, but for some reason known characters had. He thinks that he still can't separate fiction from reality completely. Maybe these characters/people are really more special. He still needs to meet a normal teenager more beautiful or hot than MJ or any ex-girl. This world has its cast of people of interest. And obviously, these people are much more interesting than any other. Even that Karen Page woman from Daredevil is much more beautiful than any actress out there without a name. He sighs again, finally inside his home. He is revising his attitude. It's much easier to say that you will not treat this world like a game or something similar, but coming from a world where this was fiction, a person can't help it. Is this the issue with Superboy Prime? I need to be careful to not become super disconnected from reality. He finally arrives in the living room. If Hector was not so deep in thought, he would have noticed that he was not alone. Well. Look what we have here. Shago's voice is heard from behind a chair that slowly rotates to face Hector. The lights turn on. Cathalhu is on her lap. If Hector paid attention, he would notice the signals. *Meo ***, run, master. Run. Cathalhu tries to warn, but Shago holds his muzzle shut. Shago. Still wake. He asks casually, and you're here. Normally she would be in her own home. She caresses Cathalhu's fur slowly, her legs are crossed and she stares at him with a face like a mask. Just waiting for you. Is that so? Thank you, I guess. He says, feeling awkward. Her eyes narrow to slits. You're in a bad mood. He figures it out. Did something happen? Something happened. Nothing much. She slowly stands up, Cathalhu pulling from her lap. I was just thinking with myself a little. She said casually while approaching him. Standing up is revealed that she is in casual and comfortable clothes to sleep in. It couldn't look like that, but even I have things to think about. She rolls her fingers around a lock of her hair while she walks to him. Hector is starting to notice that things look bad to him for some reason. Why is that? He bites, even if his instinct tells him that is a trap. Well. She trails off. I need to ask you. Suddenly she acts aggressively, grabbing his collar and pulling his face closer. Do you think I'm your pet? She asks through gritted teeth. Hector's mouth is agape now. Excuse me. She pushes him on the couch and straddles him. Not in any sexual way. Shago is angry and she is showing that. Hector let her do that. Don't think that is needed to antagonize her before he understood everything completely. Now, looking down into his eyes, her hand still around his collar, she talks again. Do you think I'm your obedient pet that you can keep at home while you go out and has some fun with some slut? Her eyes are wide while she conveys how pissed she is. Hector's eyes widen slowly. Am I that worthless in your eyes? You think that you can put me aside and then come to play with me when you have time? Her nostril flares. Shago. Don't Shago me. She interrupts. I'm here, you know. Aren't you seeing me? I can smell what you have been doing tonight. Are you taking me for fucking granted, Hector? She says with her eyes burning. Well, what can Hector say now? He didn't move. He considers his next words carefully before opening his mouth. Silence is his ally. He tries to gain some semblance of control by correcting his posture. Right now, Shago is above him. This shows the power dynamic of the situation. But Shago knows him very well. She glares at him and doesn't let him move an inch, still pinning him down on the couch. Shago. He starts slowly, again trying to sit straight, but Shago doesn't let him. He sighs. Let me talk. She stares at him. Go on. Hector sighs to gain time. He thought about what to say. All his charisma stats working overload. In the end, he decided to be truthful. Shago. First of all, I never thought about you being something less. I'm sorry that I gave this impression. But it's the exact opposite. Believe in me. He looks into her eyes and starts talking. Yes, I went out tonight. And the unexpected happened and things got a little heated with a friend in a bottle game. I went to the third base. I don't know, I'm not familiar with these slangs. Just so you know that I didn't go all the way. You know me. I do not do that lightly. He argues. She continues to keep her silence. Maybe she learned from him. But Hector noticed that her gaze softened a little after knowing that he didn't fucked anyone. The girl is nice, a friend, she is not any slut. But in the dash. Shago interrupts him. Is she a redhead? He pauses. What a heck. Did she still has issues with Kim possible? He thinks. Answer. Is she a redhead? She asks slowly. Yes. He says and feels the grip on his shoulder tighten. You said that you would let me finish. he says reproachfully. She pauses, continue. As I was saying. She is not a random person. But, I let things develop and have a little fun because. She is not that important to me. Not as important to me as you. He corrects himself. He is founding himself caring about Mary Jane even if he said that would keep some distance. Shago. You know my personality. The always cautious Hector. He gives her a look, the more important something. Someone is to me. The more I will be careful to do things perfectly. To make things right. He notices her relaxing a little. He shifts his posture. Sitting a little more straight. You have no idea how important you're to me, Shago. Never think otherwise. Never. He continues. He sighs, and now Shago grips on him, relaxed visibly. Instead of pinning him down, she is simply above him now. You know and understand our circumstances. The way I brought you here. My power. She nods. I was. Better, I'm still worried about the effects of my power on you and your free will, Shago. He confesses. I like you. This much is obvious. He confesses, watching her melt a little. Now she is practically sitting on his lap, straddling him instead of putting him in submission. This relationship of ours. I don't want to rush it. I was ready to wait. Take things slowly, and see how your feelings would develop. If you would be mad by the influence of my power. If you would think that these feelings are fabricated, false. Hector sighs again, it's complicated. I really care about you, Shago. He says, involving her waist with his hands. Now that I said that and you know. And you called me out on my actions. I can be more proactive with you. He says with a smile. Their faces are now close, she is straddling him. If this started looking like she was ready to kill him, now it looks like two lovers ready for a lovemaking session. They stare at each other's eyes for some time. The mood is favorable for a kiss, Hector thought. Till Shago uses a great show of acrobatic to throw herself back and do a backflip off his lap. She stands up away from his reach. Don't think about it, mister. She says, wiggling her finger to him after standing up. If you think you can hug me smelling like some red vixen, you're very wrong, she drawls. No green booty to you tonight. Her words surprise him. She is giving a step back when she clearly wants this a lot. But Hector chuckles after that. Fair enough. He laughs. She looks at him. He doesn't plan to say anything more. Everything that need to be said, he said. I accept your reasoning, Hector. She finally talks, I appreciate it even. She looks away for a second, but don't think I have some bad feeling about you or your power. It gave me opportunities. It was my choice coming here. Don't feel bad about it. She says, maybe trying to console him. Maybe my power influenced you in saying that. He says in a low voice. Arg. If we start to think about it, we'll have no end. I prefer to just enjoy the advantages. She groans, then she looks at him straight in the eye. I like you too, Hector. She declares proudly, what are you gonna do about it? Fabricated or not, I like you. Man up and take responsibility. Hector's mouth would be agape again if he has less self-control. He pauses and sighs, I just want to not go down a path that you could have regret in the future. Leave the options open. He comments. And what? What do you mean about that? She asks with a raise in her voice, you would be happy if I went to another man. That's it. Are you comfortable with that? She asks a little upset. But this was not even close to the transformation that occurs in Hector's eyes when she said those words. Shago in the past saw him angry with his revenge, saw him disgusted with his uncle. But now. Was subtle, but she could swear that time froze and light from the surroundings was sucked into his eyes. His eyes became dead serious, his face a cold emotionless mask. All of this happened in less than a second but appeared to last much longer. Hector closes his eyes to keep his composure. No. I don't think I would like that. He says finally, with his eyes still closed. I'm really a piece of shit hypocrite. He comments, more to himself. He opens his eyes to look at Shago again. We have a lot to discuss, Shago. He smiles at her, comforting. Our situation is unique to say the least. Let's advance carefully, but be aware that I listen to your words. So. He stands up and smiles at her. Let's go on a date. He says. He didn't plan to act like a dense ice guy protagonist, even if it's convenient sometimes. A date. She asks, unsure, but starting to liking the idea when she thinks about it. Shago doesn't maintain any contact with Hector. Going on a date looks like a good idea. It's a progress. He nods at her. No need to be static anymore. But no need to rush things either. Okay. I like that. She smiles then abruptly turns her face around in a change of mood. I will give you the honor to be bestowed with my presence on a date. She says with her nose high in the air, acting cocky. Trying to still put the act that she is mad at him and he needs to conquer her. She wants to be chased a little too. He chuckles at her antics. She is back to normal. It was a success. He grabs her hand and with a flourish kisses her knuckles while bowing. Will be my pleasure. He plays along. All right, I expect something good. Impress me. She says before starting to walk away, climbing the stairs to use a door gate to her penthouse. But she stops at the top of the stairs and turns to look at him. Hector, look what I can do. She starts to give little jumps with the ball of her feet. A distinct sound could be heard by him with each small jump. Pa pa pa. His eyes widen, his blood freeze before overheating. She is clapping, without hands. Too bad you went to some red vixen. She sighs with exaggerated regret and starts to walk away. Hector is still frozen in place. Top UT the last nail in the coffin. She gives her own ass a slap that makes everything jiggle like jello. No green booty tonight. She says before disappearing on the second floor. For several seconds Hector stays there, without moving a muscle, before disappearing in thin air. Seconds later he returns breathing hard and dripping wet in cold water. He just went to scream in the Arctic and take a dive to cool off. Huff he releases the hot air with some drops of water, running his hand through his sopping wet hair, combing it to behind. Meow dash. Don't, he raises a finger, don't even start. Helena POV, you really confronted him. I ask Shago's hologram while I lay down in my bed. Yep. She says a little proud of herself, sometimes you need to grab the bull by the horns, and ride it. I roll my eyes at her but do not comment. I can tell that she is all giddy right now. So it's really happening, huh? I ask to her and to myself too, the inevitable. How you guys will approach this? He is right in this being a very special circumstance. He said that he wanted to be careful. You know him. Take it slow, but I can't delay. There are too many flies around him. I need to consolidate myself already. Are you really serious about that thing of first mistress? You're crazy. I ask a little incredulous. Girl, look at me. She stops and deadpans, I'm dead serious. I will be the first to admit that I'm not a wife material or anything like that. If I give an inch, some annoying nurturing soft voice MILF will ensnare that bastard with an Oedipus complex. I'm starting to believe that she is a little insane. But it makes sense, a little I think. There's order in all the chaos that is her thoughts. I shake my head, are you really okay with this? Sharing Thingy. I ask curious. What can I do? I mean, I'm surprisingly accepting this too. My world has some dictators with harems with hundreds of women in their harem palace or whatever. Even here, some countries allow men to have 4 wives. She says. She really appears to don't care. Would be good to have him all to myself, but maybe this would be exhausting. Do you know that some couples lived in different houses and their marriages go well? Maybe a little distance can make things fresh. I don't know, I think this could work. She contemplates, pausing a little before continuing. I mean, the guy can multiplicate himself. Hell, he can go to other universes. Will not take long till he starts traveling through time. I hate time travel. But if the guy wants to cheat, he will cheat. It's better to be upfront. I look at her. People will judge. I say the obvious, just because it needed to be said. None of them care about other people, if you guys want to go public and have a proper relationship. As expected, she scoffs, who cares? There are women out there that cope with their cheating husbands because they're rich. No one can judge me or him, true. And it's better to keep discreet for now, in truth. People will be jealous. In many ways. They will talk and try to spoil our happiness. Then she rolls her eyes, HMPF, I bet them, they sisters, wives, mothers, and daughters would fall to their knees if Hector pull his dick out. And they will have the audacity about talking of our relationship. I can only laugh at her crass words. Do you guys talked about this? I ask. No. He said that there's much to talk about. It will be better to solve this early, right? She asks. Yeah, can be a problem if you two are not on the same wavelength, I say, Seiko likes him. I comment. Yeah. Better keep it at home, huh? Cassandra doesn't understand now, but in some years her crush will develop too. I bet on it, she puts on a pensive expression. And then she looks at me strangely. I bet will happen with many of the people that he will bring. Long exposure at Hector can be dangerous. She comments. Her gaze makes me a little uncomfortable. Ahem asterisk in the first date, what's the plan? We'll take it slow. I say to change the subject. As if. We are gonna fuck immediately. She says suddenly, I waited long enough. Maybe it would be better to take it slow. I comment. No need to play games. She answers fast, our situation is strange. Yes. Complicated. Yes. But this makes things better too in some ways. Hector's pessimistic mind can't comprehend that. We are bound to life. We already know each other deeply. No need for masks, for pretenses. He knows and accepts the worst of me. We skipped many, many levels. We could marry tomorrow. Well, her words make sense. No need to spend months knowing the person better. Hector rarely keeps secrets, he is not fake, he also knows our flaws and everything. The level of intimacy that exists in our relationship is off the charts from the start. Because of the nature of his power. Well, good luck with that, sis. I say, trying to keep the cheer in my voice. I'm tired. Thanks. I'm going now. Called just to update you, bye. She says before turning off the call. What is this strange feeling? Is jealousy? No. Maybe it's like the feeling when a couple is born from a trio of friends. The third friend becomes the third wheel. I'm feeling like I'm being left behind. I shake my head again. What am I? A high schooler. So childish, Helena. Let's sleep, I bet this feeling will go away with time. Jean Grey POVX Mansion, Saturday morning, the next day. Good morning. I say casually to the Eidolon sitting on the couch in the living room. Good morning. He answers with a smile on his eyes, then he goes back to listen to whatever Kitty is telling him. The two surprisingly hit off. This is the second day of rogue training with Eidolon. It appears that the danger room will be used by the other X-Men group. I say to him. No problem, we can go outside. He answers. Even if he is giving instructions to Rogue, I and some others like to watch. Where's Rogue? Kitty asks. She will be here in no time, she just ended her bath. Eidolon answers casually. You can hear people in the bath. Creep. Kitty comments. I can hear the water, it's not like I put the conscious effort of hearing your hands moving through your skin with the soap. He teases her by being very descriptive. Arg. I'm having goosebumps. She starts scratching herself at the creepy thought. But it's just a good-naturedly banter between the two. As X-Men, we need to get used that privacy is relative. You know that Logan can smell what you eat, right? And what leaves your body too. He continues. Yikes. Stop. Kitty is dying from cringe right now. At this moment, Ileana appears in the room. Good morning. She mutters in a sleepy voice. It looks like she just got out of bed. Still using her sleep clothes, a horrible case of bed hair, rubbing her eyes. Good morning, we answer. But it's when she hears Eidolon's voice that she pauses and looks up slowly. Ah. Then she releases a short scream and disappears in a blue flashlight. Rude. Eidolon comments in amusement, am I that ugly? Hey, Kitty smiles like the Cheshire Cat, someone has a crush, she hums. Poor Ileana will receive a lot of teasing from now on. Yep, I noticed that too. And makes sense. The girl was developing a hero worship since her rescue from limbo. Well, there are worse people to have childhood crushes. Eidolon laughs calmly, it's just a phase. She will outgrow it. Who never has some celebrity crush, he says without taking this seriously. Try to not break her little heart, big boy. Kitty says with a punch on his stomach, he didn't even budge. I will try not to disappoint her and be a good role model. It's all he says. TCH. So serious. Is impossible to tease you. Kitty huffs. True, he is unflippable. But that is good, for everyone. And makes him very approachable. He rarely took offense at anything, making it easy to talk. He laughs, hard, but possible. Believe in me. You just need to use the right tools. He says with a distant look, like he is remembering something. Oh. And your love life, Eidolon. How it goes? Still boring. Kitty asks with a lot of intimacy. She already knows that she can talk with him like that. Complicated. He answers slowly. Now this. Kitty's eyes even start shining. Complicated means interesting. Now tell me. What afflicts your heroic heart, my dear? She asks like a therapist. She probably is half curious, she likes to gossip. And half asking for Rogue's sake. HM. Eidolon pauses. Is he really gonna answer that? He really is chill. The truth is. He pauses, Kitty leans forward, there are a lot of girls surrounding me. He shakes his head in pain. Only now you noticed. Kitty throws herself back with a shout. So what is really the problem here, Chad? She acts annoyed. He chuckles, hear me out first. There are some girls around me that have some feelings for me. No shit, Sherlock. The thing is, for the most part, is simply some infatuation. But some are very serious. And I have been confronted about it recently. He says. Someone put your back in the wall and made you choose. Kitty guesses. More or less. Sincerely, I don't think I would be a very good boyfriend. All these responsibilities. It's not easy to be in a relationship with me, no normal woman can do that. I predict heartbreak if I start relationships casually. I can understand that. Jean says. Like that, think of living super long. Kitty asks. This is a reason too. He shrugs. The crux of the question is that was a happy letting things stay platonic for a while. If the person can wait, excellent. If not, that means that she failed the first test. I'm a special case, right? I can maybe stay away for months in another galaxy. It's not easy. He says with a sigh, relationships are not to me. Almost a sacrifice. Everything becomes hard and complicated. This will be no different. So you can't choose? Dude, you're suffering from success. Kitty exclaims. She is acting lighthearted, but she understood his worries. Yep, it's really complicated. Being us. Narrow the options too much from the dating perspective. And if a normal relationship is full of ups and downs, it's possible to imagine the problems of a super relationship. So, any counsel, love guru? Idolin asks with mirth in his voice to Kitty. She pauses and crosses her arms. Closing her eyes and frowns, thinking hard before reaching a conclusion. Putting her hand on his shoulder, she looks into his eyes. Follow your heart. She says seriously. Idolin is holding his laugh, Kitty too. Rogue appears at this moment and gave the strange situation a look. What did I miss? She asks slowly, confused. I will tell you later. Kitty answers. An. It's happening, guys. It's happening. Like our MC, I want to take this whole relationship thing slowly and with care. This chapter is to give depth to this. I really don't want to be so easy to our boy to make a harem in the modern world. Recently, I was reading about this new phase of the X-Men. And was implied that Jean, Scoot and Logan, maybe Emma too, are in a relationship. So maybe non-monogamic relationships are more acceptable than I thought. Even without much action, I hope you guys like the interactions between the characters. It's a thing that I treat with care. Be realistic in your reactions. To them, not be mindless NPCs. This chapter should have more scenes. With Black Cat and all, but I ended up losing myself writing the dynamic with Mary Jane. I want to consolidate the girl as the normal pillar of the life of our MC. How long the normal and even the pillar part will exist is to debate. Not even Hector knows how this relationship will end. And this doesn't keep things interesting. Recently, MJ in the comics is in a horrible light. I'm trying to make her more likable and relatable, even if I know that a good part of you guys don't like her. I hope I can make her claim a small part of your hearts like she claimed from Hector. Anyway, very light-hearted chapter as the calm before the storm. Bye, stay good y'all. Chapter 59, A Lucky Man. Idolin POV, it's good to see that even without my influence you have a basic grasp of your aura now, Rogue. I say to the goth meta that just finished showing that she can use Nen's basis forms and maintain them for a reasonable time. Right now, I'm in a secluded part of the garden of the X-Mansion. This place is really big. Xavier's parents are stacked. Aurora's glass house is near us, where she keeps her plants. Apparently is her hobby. The glass house is big too. I remember something about her being claustrophobic. Maybe it's because of that. A small part of my brain already registered this information to use against her if we fight, like giving her hallucinations that she is trapped or something like that. I can probably make something like the fear toxin from the Scarecrow, DC, from what I got from the Green Goblin here. Most of his pumpkin bombs are plasma, but there are other crazy things too. I shake my head to dispel the thoughts. Rogue's voice attracts my attention again too. I can keep it for like half an hour, she says while keeping her Ren. Some other people are watching, like Jean, Kitty, and Ileana after she tidies herself and puts on some nice clothes. Eyeing me to see what I would think of her. Hey, it's cute that she has a crush on me, but no. The omnidimensional FBI is too powerful even for me. Well, long life is a thing. In 10 years we see how this plays out. When Kitty teased her previously, I commented that in some years I could accept her as my sidekick and it's not even a bad idea. I said that if she wants it, in 4 years, when Shadow becomes more independent, Ileana can be the next. I even said that I will train, or find someone to train, her in swordsmanship for now. Changing the subject. 10 years, I can't even imagine what I will be in 10 years. 10 years is so long. That's acceptable progress. But keep in mind nowhere enough to use in a fight. I say to Rogue. But I feel much stronger like that. She says unsure, feeling the power that the ring gives to her body. I go on to explain the reason, just because you can keep this state of flaring your aura to increase your strength right now. In a controlled environment, calm. That doesn't mean that you can keep it in the heat of the battle. Oh. Can a normal person read a book while skydiving? Or solve a Rubik's Cube? Even if you can, your level of concentration will absolutely drop and you will do it badly. You can totally waste your aura if you don't keep your composure. I continue, imagine that if you can keep your aura now for 30 minutes, in a battle you probably can only keep this state for 3 minutes. That makes sense. Jean comments while thinking about her fights probably. Using her power needs concentration, things that you can do easily on a normal day. During a fight she needs to put her fingers on her temple and close her eyes to concentrate. But we spar and all. Kitty adds. A spar is too tame. Ileana comments offhandedly. True. I agree, a life and death situation is on a whole other level. Sparring can only go that far, you need to acquire experience in real-life situations. With time, your mental strength will be honed, your willpower will increase, and your concentration and decision-making skills will improve too. Even I'm not an exception to this. I remember my first real battles in the BNHA/MHA world, a little clumsy. I thought I would do better. But I caught it easily, probably thanks to the assimilation of the many battle-hardened warriors. But assimilation can only help this much, only by doing myself can I truly use my card's full potential. Experiencing firsthand these things is priceless. Rogue. I will teach you now the advanced forms of using aura while giving an example of what we are talking about. I say keep you Ren. I say before producing 2 wooden katanas from my wrists, the power I shared with Siko. I raise one of the 2 katanas and move my arm casually to hit Rogue with it. Pa. The wooden katana is destroyed to splinters when makes contact with Rogue's body. She didn't even flinch. Nothing new, right? Flaring your aura increases your defense greatly. If you're good enough you can pulverize bullets when they reach you with your aura alone. Now. I continue before raising the other wooden katana and repeating the movement exactly. P-A-H-G-U-H, gawk. When the katana makes contact with Rogue's stomach, her eyes widen in surprise when it bypasses her defenses. She doubles over like a shrimp and falls on her knees while clutching her stomach. Spit and some other things leave her mouth. I look down on her without pity. Why did you undo your Ren after I hit you? Lost concentration with a simple attack. Just because of some pain. Then I hope that you're aware that you would be dead by now. If this was a real battle. I say and she looks up to me. I continue, you can't become weaker when you find yourself at a disadvantage. That is the moment that you need to become stronger to turn the tides. After my scolding I say more softly, but these are things that you acquire with time and experience. Kitty goes to help Rogue, are you okay? She asks, only a little put off by the treatment. When I started this I warned them that I will not coddle her. She chooses to go forward with the training. Now. Can you tell me the difference between the 2 attacks? I ask casually while spinning the bokken in my hand. Rogue is still wheezing a little from the blow. You used more strength. Kitty tries to guess. No. The sword is coated in aura. Ileana answers. Bingo. I point the sword to her and nod my head, aura is very versatile. You can coat objects with it. Strengthen them, and even give them certain proprieties like sharpness. Watch it. I use my telekinesis to pull a thick log from far away. Putting it vertically on the ground I make a casual IAI stance and cut the log with the wooden katana. My hand blurs and the log is cut diagonally, the upper part slowly sliding off. Wow. Kitty and everyone's eyes widen, look how smooth you cut it. She says approaching and feeling the surface. If you are good enough you can use it with anything. I pull a sheet of paper from my inventory, I shake it a little to show that is a normal soft paper. Putting my aura on it, the thing becomes hard and I throw it at the log. The sheet of paper buries itself halfway through, then it softens when my aura wears off. Okay. That was cool. Kitty comments going to check on the completely normal paper. But I hadn't seen the aura around the sword. Rogue comments while adjusting herself and rubbing her stomach. So you let your guard down thinking that would not hurt you, huh? I ask the obvious, never let your guard down. Never. When I tank bullets using my body, or any other attack really, I always check first if there's something hidden. Acting tough and invincible to demoralize the enemy is a good tactic, but I can't go embarrassing myself being caught lacking. I advise. After waiting for my words to sink in I continue, to hit you I use 2 advanced forms of aura. These advanced ways of using aura are all branches of the basics. Now that you know the basics, you can learn them. After this, I explain almost everything. Talk about the difference between cutting the aura completely to hide the presence with Zetsu from using in. The disadvantages and advantages. About controlling the aura around different parts of the body. Not only strengthening the flesh, but it can also strengthen the capabilities of that body part. Especially your senses. Concentrating the aura in your eyes to do the Gyo not only allows you to see hidden auras but gives you 20/20 vision. I say. If you're really, really good, you can even increase the function of some organs, like helping with digestion if you put aura in your stomach, useful to deal with poison and other toxins. And a more dangerous way is improving brain functions. Too risky, don't try it. Even if not popular, Killua did it with electricity. Increasing his reflexes and reaction time. I talked that it's possible to transform aura, but didn't dove deep into it because I did the test with Rogue and she is an emitter. Aura is really versatile. It's better to be lax on this and let her find her own path. Talked about N and aura perception too. So you can use aura to sense the surroundings, has a power-up, hide your presence, create things, shoot energy beams, increase your bodily functions. Kitty starts saying the full list. This shit is too versatile. Now I'm jealous. She sighs. Truly, I'm surprised that you're okay with disclosing information about a power of yours like that. Jean comments. She is used to me giving one-word answers when asked about any power that truly matters. You already know me very well. I chuckle, but I have my reasons. Aura is good and all, but is not that easy to acquire and train. Rogue is a special case. And in some years, I will disclose Nen to the world anyway, so there's no problem teaching Rogue now. A part of me doesn't want to give the world these things. But the benefits outweigh the risks. First, would be nice to my race as something extra to improve themselves. I can envision something like Space Marines that can use Nen conquering the galaxy in the future. Imagine knowing Nen being a requisite to being the elite of humanity. The birth of powers can be troublesome, but that means that I will have more options to copy too. And even if some bullshit thing like Nanika appears, I will probably have some sort of hacks defense power or perk at that point. And I also can easily monitor the world. The thing is, about disclosing things to the world. I will eventually need to do that. Does the essence give subordinates? Yes. But is quality over quantity? Let's say that I found a nation. Even if the core functions be filled with my summons, I will need to rely on people that are not summons, hence people that are not 100% loyal. It's inevitable. I can't be that much of an isolationist. How long will take to have an army of 1 million soldiers relying on Gacha? Well, there's still the clones and the Terminators option. But even that is not optimal. And ignoring the military prospects. Let's talk about myself founding a company. The dream would be for every worker, from the CEO to the janitor, to be 100% loyal. Maybe robots, maybe clones. But would be a fucking hassle. Making fake documents and everything. Long things short, I will have subordinates that are not conveniently 100% loyal like everyone else. And like everyone else, I will need to take risks in trusting them and keep an eye on them. Well, will not be hard. I'm surprisingly good at inspiring loyalty apparently. And even if I give the world this now, probably people wouldn't use it. I comment about the other reason. I bet that if suddenly a way to get powers appear, everyone would try. Kitty comments. Everyone would try. I agree with her, and 80% would give up on the first day after not acquiring it easily. I continue, people can be very lazy, awakening aura is not an easy feat, require months of meditation. And training it to the point of becoming useful requires even more effort. Normal people would give up halfway and choose an easy option like a serum. If everything goes well, in the future the super soldier serum will not be something that rare. Everyone will have it, so many would prefer to not train aura and focus on other things. And that's where the military with aura enters. Martial arts are there for everyone. It's great even if you don't like to fight. And everyone trains. Or do sports. In the end, Nen will not be widespread even if I reveal it today. At some point, Jean pauses and after some seconds she turns to me. The professor wants to talk with you for a bit, Eidolon. She conveys the message. You. Am I being called to the principal's office? I swear I did nothing. I say to laughs. I swear I didn't snitch on you. Kitty raises her hands in innocence, entering on the joke. I laugh, she is nice. It's always good to have someone with this kind of energy around. Shago is like that, but more, acid and caustic. You would be easily offended by her if you're a snowflake. I then teleport to where I'm feeling the baldhead's presence. He is at the back door of the mansion, above some steps waiting for me. Aurora by his side. Eidolon, walk with me a little. He says, turning around in his electric chair to enter the mansion. I raise my eyebrow at him, bad choice of words. The intrusive thoughts won and I can't help but joke. Maybe the light mood with the girls still lingers on me, but I also want to gauge his personality. Aurora gives me a glare without any heat, and Xavier just laughs good-naturedly. Well, you're the one walking, so my choice of words is not totally wrong. He says with mirth in his voice. Do you want me to cure you? I ask suddenly. I can, obviously. Xavier being in a wheelchair is one of these things that always happen. Almost a constant in this crazy multiverse. Like the death of Uncle Ben. A canon event that jumpstarts other events because of the great impact on the character. Like Stark being attacked by terrorists, Superman landing in the Kent farm, Bruce Wayne's parents. You know the drill. Obviously, there are exceptions. What if scenarios of these stories? But the normal and constant that happens in the great majority of the multiverse was the main canon origin story. I'm genuinely curious to see if something happens if I change these unique canon traits of someone. I'm already doing this with Deadpool, just waiting to see if destiny comes to mess with things again. Who knows? Maybe turn him into a rotten potato again by some accident, and now doing it even worse so that I can't cure him that easily. Let's be real, what's the reason for Xavier being confined in a wheelchair with the technology present in this world? Or Barbara Gordon when she became the Oracle? None beyond a plot convenience. There's a metas that could have cured him easily, like Elixir for example. I pause in my mind. From where the term, canon event, came from. And my spider sense is buzzing lightly. I look around, checking everything. I do not feel like there's some danger to me or anyone around. This time it's different. A little similar to when I first met Peter, and I need to suppress and hide it, but at the same time different. Like I'm hearing some radio without a signal at a distance. The buzz stop. Weird. Some malfunction on my power. It happens with Peter a lot. Unknown space and time. Brothers and sisters. It's due time. Let's start our hunt for the spider totems. A man with a vampire-like feature shouts to his group in a creepy room while raising his arm high in the air. In his hand. A different, but still possible to recognize, Spider-Man mask. All bloodied and torn. Back to Eidolon. I keep my senses high alert while walking with the duo. But nothing happens. What this can be? There are some theories in my mind. Maybe I'm awakening some sort of cosmic sense, or magic sense because I'm learning magic now. Maybe someone or something is trying to communicate with me, but can't reach to me completely. That's not the first time something like this happened. I have many, esoteric powers like the Force and others. Many sixth senses. It's hard to pinpoint what I'm feeling/hearing sometimes. A normal human shouldn't have this many senses anyway. Meh, whatever. This is one of those things that you can't do anything about it, only prepare for the worst. The worst case is some sort of great power trying to reach out to me for some reason. To do something for them because they can't come to this plane or something. I think Invincible traveled through time when something like this happens to him. Back to the now, because I thought about all that in a second. Xavier takes a long pause to think about what I said to him. This is very sudden. I'm like this for so long that I'm surprised that I find myself weirded out by the concept of walking again. He comments softly. Change is always strange initially. The hardest part is the beginning. I say, you will probably get used to walking in no time. It's our natural state after all. This process can't be that easy. Almost 2 decades without moving his legs. Aurora comments on her worries at the side. Everything has a way, it's very easy to correct the atrophied muscles too. I shrug, in the end, it's your choice. Do what you feel comfortable doing. If you don't trust me, or already made peace with your situation, or whatever other reason, the offer will stand, no need to answer now. I say nonchalantly. Maybe the guy likes to be like that to instill pity in others, maybe the event has a deep meaning to him. Some people like to keep some scars. It's only a more extreme example. He nods silently at my words. I change the subject, or better, go back to the initial subject, so. What do you want to talk with me? I talked with Eric. He starts. Oh, I don't say anything and wait for him to continue. He is agreeable to meet and talk with you. He says. That's good. I comment looking ahead while we walk through the halls of the mansion. I took the liberty of arranging this meeting here, as you talked before. No problem. You can participate too, by the way. If I didn't myself clear, I do not only want to talk with Magneto alone. I clarify. He nods and I continue. This will be an important moment, you know. Our 3 groups are the ones with the meta interest in mind. We have different perspectives, so I just want a little ideals exchange. I say slowly. That's not all obviously, I have other reasons for entering into contact with the Brotherhood on my own terms. But I have no bad intent if they don't mess with me. I believe that contact between our 3 groups could be very beneficial. Especially if my group acts like a neutral party to mediate between the X-Men and the Brotherhood. I believe that fewer fights are for the better, right? I say to them. I also believe in that. But Eric can be unreasonable in some things. He says slowly. I imagine. Are you afraid of a fight breaking out between us? I hit the nail on the head, fret not, Professor. I don't plan on beating up a Holocaust survivor. Would be horrible to the PR. I joke, making the two chuckle. I really hope that we can de-escalate any heated discussion. I have nothing against him. Just want to share some things and maybe start a small partnership. If our three groups have more contact with each other, less conflict and waste of energy. We can focus on the real issue. I explain. I understand. He says, but he sighs, but knowing Eric, and many of his people too. I have no issues with his group, control your Wolverine dude. Well, it's better this way than I going on his private asteroid. He can get the wrong message. Misunderstandings, you know. I comment easily before turning to him more seriously, but give him a message if you can. His days of terrorism are over. I say strongly, and my posture and tone of voice change to show how serious I am. I can see the way they are affected by it. I don't care if he wants to save a meta, get revenge, or whatever other scheme he wants to put in place. I will not let him destroy the goodwill that I created. Say to him that the next time that he concocts a plan or does something big, take my existence into account. And be aware that I will answer accordingly. I say with finality, looking down on the professor. The guy has the custom of not caring about innocent lives too much during his fights in the comics. This is not happening on my watch. I'm gonna say goodbye to Rogue and the others. I say, turning around. Another place. Heh. When you lay down the net and prepare yourself, you just need to wait for everything fall in place. I comment calmly while looking around the small dark cell. I turn to the other occupant in the room, so, I was hoping for Trask. But being captured by Hydra is good too. I say to Rob Lucci that is sitting on the ground with his back to the wall. Only he can see me, the cameras can't perceive my existence either, and he didn't answer because of the cameras. Like all my summons, Rob Lucci has a job. Taking advantage of his training on being a double agent and everything else, I said to him to live normally but at the same time slip, at some point to attract some people's attention. In this world where everything and everyone is being watched all the time. It's not hard to guess what happens if he reveals his leopard form, accidentally, in a fight in an alley against some drunks or something like that. I'm really not wrong and don't give chances to people figure out my identity. Well, I have Cortana. Have they treated you well? I ask a little sarcastically. Nothing surprising. He answers easily through our telepathic connection. I can see that they're using the whole deprivation approach. No food, no sunlight, no notion of time, no human contact. Apparently they want to brainwash you. If they're gonna dissect him, I would have intervened and destroyed the secret facility. I can see a smirk forming on his lips before he suppresses it. I understand. Good luck trying to break a hockey user with these methods. Those guys weaponized willpower, you know. The protections I put on your mind go beyond shielding you from telepaths. Even if they brainwash you, I can easily restore you to your normal self. I say. And sincerely, I'm curious if they really can. Can they mess with a summon mind enough for him to betray me? Attack me? I should have felt bad for letting Lucci go through all that, but he is Rob Lucci. I have seen his past and his mind. This guy is a sadistic psychopath. They took samples. He reports. I know. Relax, that's the reason that I didn't give you any power. Your fruit is not that special. And you know Rokushiki, Haki, and Nen. I say. I used Sai-Mai Kikken to downplay my physical prowess. Good. Sai-Mai Kikken is the body control technique in the One Piece world. How many characters do some strange things non-related to devil fruits, like moving their hair? Rob Lucci Zoan devil fruit, Rokushiki, and the world that he comes from allowed his body to be very, very strong. If I let him, he can massacre everyone in this base. What are the orders? He asks. Well, Hydra is not something that can be destroyed in one day. Your capture allowed me to grab their tail. Just play the good brainwashed puppet to them till I give you further orders, I say. I just scratched the surface, but Hydra is fucking everywhere. Everywhere. And they know how to do compartmentalization very well. This little facility and everyone inside is like a lizard tail, can be detached easily, and will not give anything that will affect the rest of the body. The whole takeover of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not even all of the organization. Just bear with it for some time. I bet that you will even enjoy the jobs that they will give you. After this is over, I will let you go rampage on them. I say, making him smile predatorily. This is a good opportunity. Rub Lucci can climb the ranks of Hydra with his abilities. Unfortunately, maybe clones of him will appear, but you gain some you lose some. And will the clones have the devil fruit weakness? Will even the clone devil fruit work properly? Let's wait and see. It's fun that I considered giving a background to Lucci about him being a mercenary or something like that to make him close to the criminal underworld. Whatever connection with the 10 rings, Ulysses Clow, Hydra, or any other will be good. Well, I at least economized in a background card. And relax that I will take care of your pigeon. I say before disappearing. Shago POV. I hum to myself while applying some makeup. It's a little tricky because of the ring that changes my skin color to normal. So I don't use a lot, just some eyeshadow and mascara. Black obviously, black goes well with everything. And it's Hector's color too. So I'm leaving the green out of this tonight. Better not try my luck too much by using Lady Jade colors. Green. Only my skin after I take the ring off. And everything else. I stand up to choose my clothes for the night. What to wear. So many options. I go through a lot of them in my closet. Took out some sexy options. No. Too much cleavage. Wow, look at me saying that. I never thought that I would do that, but let's be more well-behaved. It's not a big deal. But I know that Hector would like something that would show less skin. Something more modest. Only for him. Again, it's not a big deal. Here is from Brazil for God's sake. And we're heroes, so he will not care if I use something very sexy. He is not insecure. But don't caring if I do that is different from him liking if I use something only for him. This one. I take the chosen piece. A black dress that leaves a little of my back exposed, a slit on my left leg but only that. The front goes all the way to my neck, the material is thinner on the cleavage, but still hides it, only leaving it 30% transparent. It hugs my body, showing my curves, but not much of skin. I still want to show off my amazing body, after all. Pass the whole, it's only for you, message. I put it aside before choosing my real weapons. Hey, if the dress is modest. This absolutely is slutty, I say looking at the lingerie set. Still black, but transparent where it shouldn't be and with some open, and convenient, spaces. When he sees what is underneath, the blood on his brain will go to his dick. He will return to his base instincts. I put it on and look at the full body mirror. Let's see how you resist this, stoic bastard. I admire myself. The black makes a good contrast with my skin. The thin thong waistline going above my hips in AV, the see-through parts on the crotch and breasts. Heh. I think the corset is too much. Let's keep it to another day. I finish my preparations. I pose in front of the mirror, my hands on my hips. Shago, you're sexy bitch. Time to grab your man by the balls. It's some minutes early. The right thing to do would expect him to take me, but let's surprise him a little. Going to the portal door on my penthouse, I move to his house. Where is he? I ask Isabella, that is reading something in the living room. She raises her eyes from her hollow tablet to give me a look. In his room. He arrived 5 minutes ago but will not take long for him to get ready. I didn't wait for her to finish before walking to his room. The guy was really doing another thing on our date night. Men. They can be ready in 5 minutes, lucky fuckers. Unceremoniously I open the door to his room. A big room, a little different from his previous nerdy room. There's a full bookcase, a study table with a computer with 3 monitors, some tech that he was tinkering with, a huge bed. What will happen in this bed? When I enter, I go face to face with Hector. He is just finishing buttoning a long-sleeved dark gray shirt. TCH, this man doesn't even need to put an effort to look sexy, with these rolled-up sleeves showing his forearm, his unbuttoned chest, and messy hair. Well, lucky me. Shago. He says looking at me, taking a pause. You can always get prettier, huh? You look very good tonight. He says with a smile after admiring me a little. His compliments are always like a statement more than a flattery. So I don't always look good. I ask with a smirk. He rolls his eyes while finishing to put his attire, a black suit, and tie. Don't even start. Women. He scoffs lightly. I chuckle, I like to annoy him. He faces the mirror and focuses on his own face. Tell me what you think. He says before his face starts to change. He is not morphing his face like I was thinking he would. He is a cautious man like that. Would be weird, but I can get over that. His face is aging. Some wrinkles and hard lines appear close to his eyes. He stops in middle age, maybe in his 40s. A well-trimmed beard appears, salted with gray. His hair changes. Losing all waves and becoming straight, the hair on the side shortens and he combs the top to behind. Now in my front is a middle-age Hector. Well. Men really age like fine wine. You're giving DILF vibes. I say with a smirk while getting close. He looks like one of those celebs that are 60 years and don't look like it. Only small hints of aging, but the beard and his eyebrows changed all the look. No one would think that is him. Well, maybe a distant relative. I don't like beards too much, but I can ignore it for tonight. I comment, caressing his face. He chuckles, and what about a respectable mustache? He asks before changing to the big mustache that would not be out of place in someone in the early XX century. Pfft, no. Absolutely not. I say. He laughs and changes back. Looking again at the mirror, he does other changes like the color of his eyes, which become stormy gray, and his ears, making them grow just a little. Done. He says, admiring himself. Yep, really good. Much better than him changing his appearance completely. I look like a trophy wife. I say, going to his side to look in the mirror. Like a sugar daddy and his young babe. Not something that I am against. I can be his trophy wife. Hey, if you want I can age you a little too. He teases. Hell no. I like the fact that I will keep this appearance forever. Thank you very much. I refuse and even pass my hand through my body. Damn, I love myself. Don't say that. I bet that you would be a very sexy MILF. Even as a GILF. He teases again, pulling me closer by the waist. I like that assertiveness. Can we skip the dinner? The bed is just there. Too bad you will never see that. I bop his nose playfully with my index finger. As if I will let even one wrinkle taint my pretty face. Or a strand of white hair. The horror. Never say never. He smiles mysteriously before separating himself from me. I'm ready, let's go. He opens a portal and offers his arm to me to take. On the other side, we arrive at an empty private parking lot. A single car there. When did you buy a Lamborghini Veneno? I ask, admiring the car. It's my favorite type, and the colors. Green and black. It can't be, right? I built it myself. I'm more of a Bugatti man myself. Just kidding. He laughs to himself, sometimes he does that. Like he tells a joke he only gets it. It's yours, by the way. I look at him, seriously. I ask in disbelief and he tilts his head confused. Why are you surprised? Have you forgotten about the stealth jets, satellites, flying bikes, and other things that I made for you? He asks, genuinely confused. Fair enough, I have an arsenal and a hangar full of these little toys that he made for me. Helena's has too. But I never used them. The opportunity did not present itself. I don't know. This is for Shago and not for Lady Jade. I say. He shrugs, wanna drive? I took care of the documents. He asks. Tempting. But these heels are not for driving, I say, give me the full formal date experience. I smile at him. He laughs and goes open the door for me. I put the hand in my mouth and act shocked. You. The advocate of true gender equality, conforming with gender roles in dating and opening the car's door to a woman. Are you finally my simp? He rolls his eyes. You misunderstood. I have no problem in treating a woman like a queen, if she acts like one and treats me accordingly. He says. Fair enough. I say, imitating his tone of voice and accepting his gesture by entering the car. He enters afterward and starts the engine. A good sound, I will have fun with it later. Try to not kill anyone with it. He says, as if reading my mind. I can't promise anything. Even if I run through someone, he could take care of it anyway. He advances through the traffic fast, doing things that only his super reflexes can do. I don't even care where we are. If I had to guess, I would say in Europe. France, or a country that has a place with French things. You know, normally people start with flowers. I say, caressing the car to signal what I'm talking about. He scoffs. The key word is normal. And this is no big deal, took a little of time and effort, but it was fun. Like a Lego. Heh, so this is why the hangar of the space station is full of vehicles, mechas, and other crazy things. I ask, raising an eyebrow. I think only he has this hobby. Something like that. Boys and their toys. I roll my eyes. Third-person POV. Hector drives Shago to a 5-star restaurant. Shago gives him a smug smile, seeing him open the door to her again. He left the car with the valet parking and enters the place. Taking their reserved private booth, they receive the menu and expensive drink from the waiter, before he goes away. So, our date will not be traceable. Driving dangerously in an expensive car, going to a famous restaurant. Your paranoid skin must be itching by being observed in such high profile. Shago's teases. He chuckles, all the cameras already have been hacked. There are a program and a widespread virus around the world that makes it impossible to use any facial recognition on Eidolon. I can use telepathy or some Jedi-like trick to get us away with practically anything and... He takes a little device from beneath the table. No one can hear us. You can speak freely. He says, putting it back again. I'm not even surprised at this point, Shago says, shaking her head. She likes to act exasperated by his cautious attitude, but she likes having someone that takes care of everything like Hector. Who doesn't? Makes life so easy. I still almost can't believe that you have a degree in child development. You, a teacher. Hector laughs while pausing his eating. For your information, I'm very good at that. She comments with an amused smirk. Sincerely, I can't take off my head the mental image of you hanging some brat upside down as a teaching method, he jokes. That's absolutely something I would do. We learned that in our second period. She jokes too. Hector remembers that Shago has a soft spot for children and animals, even if she doesn't want to be around children too much. But she really pampers his pets at home, always giving treats to Cthulhu and the others. And what made you abandon your path as an educator? He asks. She huffs, having an example of what I would have to deal with my childish brothers made me rethink my life. In many ways, she says. That's when she abandoned the heroic team go to be a villain. Or better, a mercenary for hire initially. Hector thinks that Shago's personality is the opposite of Spider-Man, don't want the responsibility. I can't blame you, everyone has the right to seek their own happiness first. He comments before making an unsure expression. Well, normally I would add something about seeking your own happiness without affecting other people, but let's hypocritically let this part out of this. He says with an amused smirk. Shago laughs again. Yep, I like that. Hypocrisy is our race's best trait. Well, in this society it's hard to climb your path without stepping into other people's dreams and aspirations. We are naturally very competitive. It's impossible to live properly without hurting anyone in some way. He adds wistfully. Philosophical today, aren't we? She says, amused. Are you sure that you want this conversation to go in this direction? Hector asks, a little exasperated. What is the problem? It's just a topic. She shrugs nonchalantly. Talking about the women in my life is not a date topic. I'm just curious. Anyone would pity little poor me. You are out there, meeting a lot of people. And I am home, alone and miserable, she says as a drama queen. I heard that you're very close to a certain cat burglar. She continues slowly while watching his reaction over her drink. You even blocked my access to her information on your database. She has personal issues. Sensitive topic. It's not something that I'm comfortable sharing without her consent. All right then, let's talk about that girl for another world. She suddenly shifts the topic. Hector sighs, I already said that was a fling and I left just after that, nothing was born from it. But she still has some competitive spirit inside that can't just let it go. You can travel anywhere. Must have a lot of experience. Who is the most beautiful woman that you've seen? She asks, genuinely curious this time. Hector pauses and answers seriously, Shimura Nana, my teacher. He says. Pervert. So you have this kind of fetish? She mocks. Ugh. Not at all. She taught me a lot with things, together with other people, she is the closest thing that I have to a teacher. He says, and funnily enough I never had any lewd thought about her. The thought stops even himself, he just sat there contemplatively thinking about the why. Apparently, I'm not that much of a horn dog if a woman doesn't present herself in a sexy way, maybe. That's good I think. He thinks, my trip to that world is too fast too, I didn't even appreciate Mirko's female form completely. Show me her. Shago says, waiting for him to deny it. Okay, no problem. He says before making a hologram in his hand to show Nana from the waist and above. Shago analyzes the woman. Shiny black hair, a beauty mark, a slightly muscular but still feminine body, a kind and confident smile. Yeah. She is not bad. She says dismissively, and a little jealous, I'm not even surprised that she is Asian. Pervert. I need to warn poor Cassandra to not fall into your evil hands. Hector doesn't answer, sometimes it's better to stay silent. Any answer will trigger a stream of teasing anyway. And your first girl? Can you show me her? Nope, he says, popping the pea. He found himself surprisingly protective of Kana, continue to live in the abyss of ignorance about the rival that you created by yourself. He teases with a smug smirk. Asshole. She says with a matching smile. So Hector, sincerely I was half expecting that you would do something crazy on this date. Everything has been pretty normal. She comments amused. Oh. Aren't you liking it? Let a review later. He quips. Puffed, no dumbass. I'm liking very much, a good contrast to our crazy lives. But what I was half dreading was that you would take me to another planet or dimension, to eat some strange food. I don't know. She comments. He laughs. How did you discover my plans for the next date? He jokes, making her laugh. He continues, well, I can't go all out right from the beginning, right? I really thought about going to have a dinner under the sea or watching the northern lights. He says contemplatively. But I dismissed the idea from now. In truth, this is all path of my plan. He smirks at her. Oh. Your plan? Yes. To manipulate you. He says in a serious tone, the quirk in his lips the only thing that denounces the joke. I would first show you a normal boring date, and in the future show how superior my own dates will be. You will get used to something that only I can provide, entrapped on my web. You would never escape my clutches. He reveals dramatically. She raises her hand to her mouth, shocked. You evil maniac. How could you concoct such a devious plan? Gaslight me in order to become dependent on you. The best part is that even if you know, it's too late. He chuckles, checkmate, Shago. No more escaping. Welcome to my life forever. She holds back a laugh, but I have to say that this is an incredible coincidence. She starts. Coincidence, he raises one eyebrow. Yeah. I thought long and hard about your little fling with the red bimbo teenager. And arrived the conclusion that was a good thing. She reveals, you would get used to such low-quality goods, that when you taste the real thing, you will get hooked. Hector raises an amused eyebrow, maybe we are perfect for each other after all. He raises his glass of wine. To our evil minds. She meets his glass with her own. Ting. The talk goes on and on. Many topics appear in the conversation, from the most serious to the most trivial. And obviously, there's a lot of teasing and flirting between the two. Are you gonna eat all that? Shago asks suddenly, acting exaggeratedly wide-eyed. Why? Hector asks suspiciously. He already can imagine the teasing coming in some way. I mean, I know that you're accustomed to eating cheap meals. But shouldn't you save some space to better things? She says, accentuating her chest, her voice full of innuendo. Oh. Maybe you're right. He starts slowly, playing this game, but what if the meal is not satisfactory? He looks at her, can I go find some good dessert elsewhere? He asks with a teasing smirk. A vein almost popped from Shago's temple, but she keeps her calm. I assure you that you're not gonna find something better in any other place. She says. Maybe you're right. He looks at his plate, I was just thinking of tasting something new anyway. Like a salad. Something green, you know. He looks at her eyes intensely. Oh, I was thinking the opposite. She kept eye contact. I'm craving meat. She then acts oblivious, rolling a lock of hair in her fingers, and looking at the menu for an instant. I ask myself if can get some tonight. She makes a show of sighing. Hector can't take his eyes off her. I would be a horrible date if I can't provide what my lady wants. He says in a low voice. The staring match continues for a long time. The sexual tension is high. The next dish will be the last. And they ate it as fast as possible like they were possessed. A pilot of F1 would lose to Hector in driving right now. He cuts through the traffic so fast and skillfully that looks almost like a work of art. Inside the car, Hector is back to his normal appearance, and the couple continues to stare at each other. Hector does not even look at the road while avoiding everything and passing green lights just milliseconds away from becoming red. The sexual tension between the two is so thick that Hector would need the sword of actuation to cut through it. Shago's hand is on his thigh, she is holding himself back to not go down on him right now. Hector drives to a desert and dark street. He rolls the steering wheels with everything he can, making the car do 180. It looks like the car will crash the side on a wall. Till the wall becomes dark and a portal swallows the car. The car stops in one of the many rooms of Isabella's Infinity Castle. Hector helps Shago out of the car. When they leave this room, Shago finds herself in a big penthouse. The lights of the night city make a good view, but she can't identify where they are. Not that she cares whatever hotel Hector reserved this thing. Hector also is not caring about whatever things he said prior to create a nice mood like the lighting or the music. In a few seconds, Shago is jumping on him. Her legs wrap around his waist, her arms around his neck, and their first kiss is like that. Nothing overly romantic or lovey-dovey, but full of passion and desire. All the waiting will pay off now. Take me to bed. Now. She says breathlessly after separating from him for an instant. Hector can obey this order easily. He throws her onto the bed, only giving her a second of bouncing on the soft mattress and giggles before he is on her again. Intensifying their previous make-out session. The kiss becomes sloppy, their tongue battle for dominance inside their mouth while their body presses against each other like they want to become one. Shago's hands run over his back till his front, her powers flare and her hands ignite, turning his upper clothes into nothingness. Eager, huh? He separates himself to smirk at her. I'm the same. He says in a low rumbling voice before grabbing her dress and tearing it off her body with one hand, exclamation point. What he sees makes even the men that went head on to clash against the Mjolnir pause. The sexy lingerie that teases a lot and covers nothing. The lines hug her female form, exacerbating her thickness. The color complements her skin. And where should be covered, is either transparent or open. Shago watches her setting, having the exact effect that she expected. Remove your ring. He almost growls at her, staring at her body intensely. That's a look that he has been holding back to not show for a long time, but now he doesn't care anymore. Even if he said to her to remove the ring, he is the one that takes it off with one hand. He watches the effect of the illusion recede slowly, starting from her hand. Her pale green skin emerges to him. Perfection. It's the only thing he whispers before not wasting time and going down on her. She smiles softly at the compliment. His hands go to cup her breasts, feeling the firmness and softness. His mouth goes lower, giving a small peck on her toned stomach before moving even lower. He wants to get her ready. He kisses her pussy lips, making them grow wetter. He looks up at her for a moment, before smirking. Then his tongue darts out his mouth. A tongue big enough to lick his eyebrows. Shago eyes widen, but it's all she can do before she is assaulted by the pleasure. Oh fuck. You know what you're doing. She grabs the sheets of the bed while arching her back. The thick green thighs squeeze his head, still undecided if wants to bring him deeper or keep him away because the pleasure is too much. After some time, when she is spasming slightly, Hector stops, letting her on the edge of an explosive orgasm. You bastard. She spats. He smiles while licking his lips, his eyes two crescents full of amusement. Patience, my dear. He says slowly, removing the rest of his clothes. Then Shago sees the long and thick cock hitting her pussy with a wet plop. She can't help but grab it to stroke lightly, rubbing the underside against her lower lips. Think you're in control, huh? Smug fucker. She thinks. You know, Hector. She starts a little breathless. I'm a virgin again. Exclamation point. This makes him pause again. She can feel the dick jerking up on her hand, reacting to her words. Imagine my surprise. After a training session, I find my panties with a little blood. I've just broken my hymen again. She starts rubbing his cock more vigorously, her voice in a sexual tone. You know what this means. It means that my tight pussy is ready to take the form of your dick forever. Her voice laced with a sexual tone. You want that, right? Reshape my pussy with this monster to become your perfect cock sleeve. She continues to jerk him off, increasing the speed while she talks. Shago. He says slowly in a bestial growl. Even his dick looks angry, bigger than ever before. Shago starts sitting down to change position. She wants to blow him off now, and get him ready for her. But he puts his hand on her chest, forcing her down. That's it. You won. He says slowly, grabbing her knees and opening her legs. You're fucking cock tease. Shago gulps at his tone. Now, that's rare. The men finally will give in. Give what she wants. Do you know how hard it was for me to resist? I'm not waiting, not even a minute. He takes position, the cock head pressing her folds, all the touches, phrases full of innuendo. You're bending over too much, hints of cleavage, pressing yourself against me. A man can only take so much before snapping, Shago. I'm not a Buddha. He says before going for a deep kiss, at the same time he buries his dick in her. Fucking finally, she moans out loud while she feels his invading her pussy slowly, deeper and deeper. Her walls grip him tightly. With a single thrust, she surpassed the edge that he left her hanging, achieving orgasmic bliss. But he doesn't let her rest. He moves away to see her in full glory, gripping her waist firmly. He starts moving. Hypnotized by her breasts bouncing up and down with each thrust and her expression full of ecstasy. Her hands seek his body, finding his large frame and settling on his back, trying to draw him closer. He relents and is met with a sloppy and wet kiss. He can feel a burning sensation on his back. She is clawing at his back, her hands glowing in green flames, but her nails can only break one layer of skin. He can't say that he doesn't like the way that she is losing herself and acting feral, so he let her be and increases his speed and strength. His hard waist hits her thighs with wet sounds. Feeling her close to coming again, he buries himself totally in one single and strong thrust. Shago almost goes cross-eyed, her mouth open in a silent moan. Fuck, she moans, her voice trembling while her interior clamps down on his length. Like it's trying to keep it there, to don't release it ever anymore. Watching her reactions and the way her body responds with his powers, it's easy for him to do exactly whatever she likes. Hitting the right spots. She climaxes hard, her whole body clinging to him while she tenses. Damn, that was good, she breathes out. The feeling of relief after a long dry spell. She finally scratched that itch. But I'm ready for more, big boy. She smiles at him. He smirks too. Removing himself from her, he shows that he didn't come and is still rock hard. I hope that you don't have plans for tomorrow, he declares. Then he flips her over on her stomach unceremoniously. She catches the message. She got on all fours, raising her ass to him and arching her back, exposing her holes to him. Swaying her booty slowly from side to side, invitingly she looks back over her shoulder. If you hold back I will kill you, she threatened, making him chuckle. He gets in position behind her, giving her ass a slap that makes ripples on her pale green cheek. She moans at the treatment. Don't ask for what you can't handle. And I remember something about pulling hair now, he says like he just remembered something. Grabbing her hair with one hand, he holds her waist with another. His cock teased her entrance. And then he pulls her by the hair, making her move back, engulfing his cock slowly into her folds. Her sweet moan is music to his ears. Such slut. I should have had fucked you on day one, he says, increasing his speed. Yes. You should have, she screams in ecstasy. Bend you over and put you in your place. I bet that you would gladly get on your knees, he dirty talks because he can see that she enjoys it a lot by the way she clamps around him. And is moving her ass back to meet his thrusts. Yes. I'm your slut. Only yours, treat me like one. She shouts, her arms collapse and she was biting the sheets. But Hector wants to hear her, so snaking a hand around her bosom, he pulls her to his chest while mauling her big breasts. I will, he whispers in her ear. Fuck me good, you big-dicked bastard, she says back to him, going for a sloppy kiss. Their tongue battle in and out of their mouth. Hector discovers that he also likes dirty talk, because Shago is a master of that. Whispering profanities and debauchery in his ear. Things that would make a succubus blush. I'm gonna come, he says on her neck. Inside. If you stop now, I'm seriously gonna kill you. On she moans back with her eyes closed. She is close right now. Don't worry, I have powers to prevent unwanted consequences. Tonight I'm gonna paint your interior white, he says before bottoming the deepest he can in her. Her ass flattening on his crotch. OFUCK. She curses, feeling her uterus hot from the assault. Hector takes a content sigh and releases her. She falls on the soft mattress, limply riding on the afterglow. Still hard, huh? This will be a problem, he notices to himself. It's not really possible to blame him. Seeing Shago with her face down and ass raised in the air, red by his slaps and well-fucked pussy. He would never calm down. He uses X-ray and microscopic vision to check something too. Yep, it's working perfectly. No risk of pregnancy. He can't help but double-check. A pity that he didn't have Homelander card the last time. And sometimes your own mistakes are the hardest ones to see. He stops his checkup after seeing Shago moving again. She pushes him down, hands on his chest. This time, I'm on top, she says, and without much of a excuse me sinks down on his hard dick. Only a fool would stop her. She watches her move, jumping on his cock, moving her hips up and down, side from side, twerking. Her enjoyment is visible on her face while she throws her head back and grabs her own hair, hands behind her head while she rides him, like a goddess of sex. He can't stand idle. Hugging her thin waist with one arm, he sits down and pulls her closer, bringing his head to her breasts and helping her move with a hand on her ass. Then not many words are exchanged between the two beyond sexy talk. They fall into a rhythm. Having back-breaking, toe-curling sex in all positions that their strength, flexibility, and imagination allows. At the highest point of the night, Hector is pounding her as hard as she can handle. Already accustomed to each other, their forehead are touching while their bodies don't want to know a world where they're separate. Shago is reaching another climax, being built up little by little with each thrust. Like a balloon being filled that at some point will explode. When this point happens, she grabs him by the neck to devour his mouth, muffling her moan in his lips. When she separates from the lip lock, she looks at his eyes, just some inches apart. I love you, she says, and doesn't wait for an answer. She doesn't even want it now. She hugs him again, resting her chin on his shoulder. She wants to still feel him inside her for some time, just like that. While she recovers to the next round. Hector's eyes are on another thing at this moment. Ding. Shago Ortega. Relationship loyalty, October 10th. The next day, Shago wakes up feeling all sore in the right way and in the right places. Still with her eyes closed, she stretches herself and tries to reach for Hector at her side, but her hand only finds the open space of the bed. She sits down to look for him. Hungry. There's breakfast. She hears his voice close to the glass wall. He sat on a small table with food, observing the city below him. Only in his boxers. Shago turns to look at him, don't caring about her nudity. Don't tell me that you went do some heroic thing while I was sleeping. I do not went. I can do for here? He says, giving her an amused look before watching the city again. Come eat something. He says softly. Something in your mind? She asks without getting out the bed. A lot of things. He says nonchalantly. She can guess what he is thinking. You spoiled my plan. She pouts. What? He turns to her. I was planning in giving you a morning wake-up blowjob. And you go and wake up so early. She huffs. Then she felt a breeze. When she looks again, Hector is not on the small table. She slowly turns to her side and there he is. Sleeping peacefully under the covers. Zzzzzzzzz. She shakes her head and laughs, especially after she notices his boxers falling on the ground only now. Well. Everything is well when it ends well. She smiles predatorily before going under the covers to serve her men. Monday. Helena comes to Hector's house to eat together with them. Something that she always does. But the scene that she finds shocks her. In her weird life, this was probably on the top 10. What the fuck? She mutters slowly. Language. Surprisingly, who said that is Shago? Say, And this is what is freaking Helena out. Shago is on Hector's lap acting all sweetly affectionate. You're giving me the creeps. Helena comments seeing Shago spoon-feeding Hector some food. If you are unloved, don't come here to step on my vibe. Shago says, glaring at her before turning to Hector again. The glare disappears to a smile that blossoms on her face. Even Hector is weirded out by you. Helena points out to the stone face Hector. She is like that all day. Isabella comments. Cassandra only stares at them. Not really. I think that this is what people call the honeymoon phase. She will get over that. Hector deadpans. He remembers an episode that Shago was hit by something that make her act like that in her cartoon. I do not think so, she says, bopping his nose affectionately. My love for you will only grow, she says sweetly. Blarg, Helena grabs a trash bin to throw up. Helena is now sitting leisurely in the living room eating some cold dessert. Hector just went out to do something. Shago accompanied him to his room before he teleported away. Helena has a pretty good idea of the why. When she comes back licking her lips, it only serves to confirm her suspicious. Helena pauses her eating to stare at her. Shago pauses too, before shrugging and plopping herself on the couch. What? I can't let him go out pent up. Some skank can take advantage of that. She says, and don't act disgusted like I spoiled your eating. Do you know he can make his spunk taste the same as this ice cream pie on your hand? Shago comments with a smirk. Helena looks down at her dessert. And put it away. Shago holds a laugh seeing her doing that. I believe everything went well. Helena starts the conversation. Yes. Perfect. As expected, right? That date was just a formality, really. To seal the deal. Shago comments animatedly. Good. Did you guys solve everything? About other girls, I mean. Helena asks. Nope. We didn't have time and I don't want to spoil the good mood with this talk. Shago comments a little more serious now, but I can tell it's bothering him. You know how he is. Helena nods. He wants everything perfect. Without loose ends. Maybe I should be the one that needs to broach the subject. Shago comments more to herself. Maybe. And I will ask one last time to be sure. After you guys develop to this point. Are you really okay with sharing? Helena asks, still in a little of disbelief. Shago pauses to think. Yeah, I think I am. Some problems will arise, but overall I think I can do it. And knowing the guy, I don't think he will dick down everyone with breasts. This I can agree. He is very reserved. Helena says. Probably will be the people that he will bring. The guy has trust issues, Shago comments looking at Helena. Maybe. Wanna get in? Shago finally asks. No. Are you sure? Don't want to do a test drive? A threesome. You can ride dick, while I sit on his face. Shago says. Helena doesn't know if she is being serious or if she is messing with her. But it freaks me out how hot that sounded. Helena thinks while facepalming. Don't wanna ride him. Okay, you sit in his face instead. He can do things with his tongue, let me tell you. Vibrations and many others. Shago continues, ignoring Helena's discomfort. Ugh, please stop. Helena groans. Shago really stops, but to laugh. She still remembers when Helena messed with her using Black Cat. It's just a little payback. But really, what's your deal, Helena? Are you gay? Asexual? You can tell me, I don't judge. Shago says self-righteously. Helena shoots her a glare. I'm hetero. Well, it can fluctuate. especially relative to the number of drinks. Helena confesses with a shrug of shoulders, I dated men and women. In truth, men and women. I only really dated one man seriously my whole life. She says with a distant look, and 2 girls. To this revelation Shago recoils, putting her arms to cover her body. She says scandalized, you saw me naked. She says exaggeratedly. I thought that you wouldn't judge. Helena deadpans. I lied, obviously. Shago quips. Ugh. I don't even know why I take you seriously sometimes. Helena groans. I mean, you're bi. Doesn't this make things even better? Shago asks genuinely confused, well, don't expect me to munch carpet. What I like is long, thick, veiny, and attached to Hector's waist. But I bet eventually all types of girls will gravitate around him. Shago advise. Helena looks done with her. Okay. I will stop. Let's change the subject. Shago relents, tell me about these relationships of your universe. There's still some unsolved knot in you by heart. She asks, faking innocence. Not really. After staring at Shago for a while, Helena humors her. One was just a little more serious fling, one was bound to end tragically anyway, and the other. We are too much different. Helena says. I see, how was the only man in your life? Or you don't want to talk about it? After some time Helena finally says Vic was a great guy. He was a vigilante too, going by the name of Question. A normal guy like me, but he was a very smart, brilliant detective, serious and with a huge sense of responsibility. A little paranoid. Very much paranoid. Seeing conspiracies everywhere. We hit it off, was nice, but the guy can't hold onto a relationship. Not even if his life depends on it. He creates problems when there's none, his vigilantism is more important than anything. She goes on and on. Shago watches her silently. What? Helena finally notices that Shago is giving her a strange look. I'm the only one seeing this. Shago asks her, a brilliant detective. She starts. Smart. Serious. Sense of responsibility. Paranoid. Girl, you're down bad for him. Admit. I can be your wingwoman. Shago suddenly says. Shut up. Helena groans. Black cat POV. I calmly walk out of my meeting with these criminal bastards. Want me to steal something from your partners? Typical mafia behavior. Backstabbing. I have nothing against making you guys hate each other gets even more. I jump on a rooftop in an excellent mood, the dogs are scrabbling against each other while the cat plays. So this is what you've been doing. I hear, the now familiar, baritone and deep voice behind me. And here comes the hawk. I say turning around with a smirk. Dogs are easy to fool, but this hawk is another problem. Idolin is close, not looking at me, he is looking at the many suspicious black cars moving away. Seriously, people. Black cars. Why don't use white vans too? So cliché. I move to get close to my favorite hero, having that usual skinship between us, but he surprisingly made a barrier between us. Weird, very weird. I remember that I saved your pretty ass from a criminal organization last time. And here you are, getting involved again. Or this is related to the last time. He asks with a frown. Is something wrong with you? I ignore his statement and ask. He is different tonight. Just not in the mood to play with a criminal. He says flatly. Ouch. Is that what I am to you? Just a criminal. I act hurt. You act like one, so you will be treated like one. I don't know. He is being awfully cold today. He is not saying anything that he wouldn't say, but the way that he is talking and standing. What are you doing to them? It's not hard to guess, but you can confess now. He asks with narrowed eyes. Ah, come on, there's something called client confidentiality. I joke to him, but he is really not in the mood. It's about that joint account, huh? He asks. Fucking bullseye. How did this guy know this? The criminal bosses made a joint account to facilitate the laundry of money. The Russians, a guy called Kingpin and other people. But something happened and their happy little group arrived at the inevitable breaking point. Now some want a head start to backstab the others and asked me to steal the flash drives. Listen here, Black Cat. Idolin starts seriously, don't get involved with these people. Some of them are not the normal 2-bit criminals that you can deal with. He says a little more softly this time, before going back to being a block of ice. I said before that I would not arrest you if you don't hurt anyone or stole cultural relics. But this is also out of bounds. You mingle with them, I will treat you the same. He says a little harshly that I'm not proud to say that I recoiled a little. He turns around and starts floating away, I will not try to change you or anything. Do you get your kicks doing those dangerous things? Fine. But be aware of the line, Felicia. He says, using my name for the first time on the night, play stupid games, gain stupid prizes. He finishes before flying away. I watch the night sky for some time without moving. In some way, he is warning me of the risks. Still taking care of me in his harsh style. But he is in a bad mood, huh? Better stay out of sight. I also discovered that he is surprising a gentleman. I laugh to myself while removing the flash drive from between my breasts. He really didn't check there with his powers or whatever. I found his blind spot. Hee hee. I outsmarted Idolin. I laugh. But for some reason, I'm not happy. This encounter left a sour taste in my mouth. It's like we're back to square zero and I don't know why. No, my instincts are telling me the why. Another woman. My woman intuition is screaming to me. Third-person POV, Hector's residence. Later Shago finds Hector sitting on his chair, alone with his thoughts. I think we need to talk. He says seriously. Yeah. Already, the talk. She jokes and jumps on his lap. He laughs and takes some strands of hair off her face to give a peck on her lips, the early the better. We need to talk about the other girls. He says. So, you start or should I? Shago asks, she doesn't seem to be taking this conversation seriously. I should start. Hector says before taking a deep breath. This is harder than he thought would be. So he decided to go as usual and use bluntness. Shago, if you ask me now to be loyal to you, I will do that. He says seriously. Shago's torso backs a little so that she can stare at him. Her face betraying her surprise. I could use the standard male excuses on this type of situation. Like. It's okay for me to have multiple women because it's on my instincts. Men, different from women, can easily pass their genes to multiple females at the same time, so is only natural. I'm an alpha male or some bullshit like that, so that I'm wired to not keep on my pants. And the classic. I'm too powerful and have too much stamina, you can't keep up with me. I need to go for other girls. In this last one, Hector chuckles. He then rolls his eyes and continues, these so self-declared alpha males love to say that they had a lot of willpower, discipline, or some other shit like that to explain how they are successful. But they don't have enough self-control to be loyal to only one woman. He scoffs, just admit that you're man whore. Don't commit and be upfront. Even Frida Kahlo's husband said some shit like that. Like he being biologically incapable of being loyal. He rolls his eyes and scoffs again. Anyway, I'm sidetracking. What I'm trying to say is that deep down, I'm a little like these bastards. But I refuse to be lumped with them totally. He looks at her eyes. There's a reason why I delayed this inevitable relationship. The same reason that I don't actively pursue anyone in this world. Because it's convenient to me. He reveals. I know that I don't need to seek women. Especially only one. In the Omniverse, there's an uncountable of women that would accept share me. Because of how their worlds are or any other reason. So tying the knot early would limit me. Yes, I'm a dick. Hector says. Shago's mouth twitches a little. I like you, Shago. I don't know if I love you. I never loved anyone before. I have some crushes here and there too. What makes this whole thing even more confusing, but simplifying everything. I like you a lot. Enough to kill for you. He completes with finality, and be loyal to you. Really? Are you sure? She finally asks. I am. I thought about it. Relationships need some degree of commitment. And maybe in our long life, I can convince you eventually in some years. I have time. He gives her a sly smile, sharing is caring after all. He laughs. She laughs too, and slaps him on his shoulder. But seriously, our relationship is one of a kind. So many things to explore together. We still don't know if you will like my curse of immortality. But I can dedicate my next 100,000 or whatever many years for you and only you, Shago. He declares. Shago hums contemplatively, thinking hard, you can have other women. No problemo. She finally says nonchalantly. Hector blanks while staring at her. Woman, I literally bare my heart and thoughts to you. He deadpans. What more can I say? She raises her hands in the air and shrugs, I really don't mind. Sincerely, probably will be nice. You can have other women to support in things that I'm not good at or have no patience, and I can be the fun girl that you come to take on dates and have a good time. She says. Hector sighs, I really can't understand women. Shago, I'm saying that we can have this relationship only the two of us, to see how it develops. Nah. No need. She interrupts him. She stares at him like he is the weird one. Normally people would like to monopolize the one they like, Hector says. I can understand that, but the key word is normally. We are far from that. She says, using his own words, you have powers, you can deal with these things. But there are some conditions. She suddenly raises her index finger and even gets out of his lap. With her hands on her hips, she continues, I can accept other women. But not any woman. Half of the why I'm good with this is that I don't care about those social norms of monogamy or whatever. Bitch, please. And the other half is that I know that you're not gonna fuck anything with tits, right? She gives him a look. He nods. He has a lot of horny thoughts, but most of them will not be externalized. And even the people that he has hots for are a few. No normal random girl can catch his attention. So it's all good. But let me say something. When you go out there and have fun with someone, don't expect to have me all good and willing to a night of passion while you smell like some homewrecker. She declares with a teasing smirk. So you need to weigh your options, Hector. She climbs on his lap again. Slowly and sensually. Hugging his head, she whispers very close to his ear, instead of having a fling with some cat burglar or a teenager redhead. Wouldn't be much better to come home and have Shago take care of all of your carnal needs? She bits his earlobe. That is. He says slowly, smart. Indeed. In the end, his time is limited. He is a busy man. Yes, he meets a lot of hot women in this Marvel world. But he didn't develop any intimacy with them to the point of having a fling. Especially as an Eidolon. The need to take off the mask, or the risk of leaving bodily fluids, is a good deterrent. As a Hector, Mary Jane was really a special case. Now, if he needs to choose any woman of Marvel or Shago, he will always choose Shago. Okay. That's reasonable and fair. If something happens, I will be transparent with you too. He declares. Now, the only thing to watch for is the inherent male urge of tasting new things occasionally. He jokes, if Pete can cheat on Shakira, no one is safe. She laughs, and you're disgusting, good luck with women. And blaming your gender, huh? Convenient. She leans on his shoulder. My gender and race. A human male is very horny. I will blame everything on that. He jokes, to be worse than that only if I was Japanese. Why? They are the most perverted people on this planet, obviously. I fear and respect the Japanese. Hector makes an act of giving them a salute. Do you know that they have a word to that space between a short skirt, or shorts, and high knee socks? They name the bare thigh on that space, Zetai Ryoiki. Those people are on a whole other level. He nods to himself with a pensive expression. Shago laughs at his antics and useless knowledge. Must be because they're too repressed on that. With all that stuck-up society of theirs. They are closet perverts. Shago comments. Maybe. Now let's go back to the more interesting subject. With whom you're gonna start? Shago teases him. But Hector puts serious thoughts about it now that this door is open. Let's be a little more proactive. To the ones that I know like me and would accept sharing. Like Siko. Yes. And Helena. Shago looks at his eyes. She doesn't like me that way. Maybe, maybe not. The thing is that with a little effort on your part, you can make them, her and even Isabella, like you this way. He pauses, maybe, but it's not like I need to dick every one of my female subordinates. I have a good thing going on with them. A nice friendship. Again, our circumstances could lead to this path eventually. We are tied for life after all. And probably for a long time. But let's take things easy. Here we go again with you going slowly. She huffs. Everyone is different, Shago. It's not everyone that grabs someone by the collar and demands an attitude. Worked, right. I can't argue with the results. He chuckles. By the way, let me get this out the way now. She starts, I was talking with Helena, and don't expect me to munch carpet with any other of your girls. Hector's lips twitch, I wasn't hoping for that. He is interrupted. I mean, I can partake in some lesbo play to your enjoyment a little, but don't abuse. She warns, pointing at his face. Ha ha. Okay, okay. He laughs. She notices that his gaze softens, looking at her. I'm a lucky man. He mutters, more to himself really. Even Shago becomes a little bashful being stared at like that. HMPF, yep, consider yourself lucky. You have me. She teases to avoid her own embarrassment. Yes. He agrees seriously, Shago, I can't promise you all of my love. But I can promise that the amount of love that I will give to you will be any less than any couple out there. I will protect and provide for you. You will not feel any less because of the nature of this relationship. Hector declares strongly, determination in his eyes. And the only thing that I ask in return is that you be loyal and respect me. The rest we work together. He says, caressing her cheek, I know that is a hypocrite of me for asking for loyalty, but this is a must. You don't even need to say. She says, giving a peck on his lips. But Shago is not one that like those serious moods to grow strong. To hide her own melted heart, she pushes him down. Flipping the chair, the two fell on the floor. I like this serious side of you too, she says in a husky and predatory tone. Hector teleports the two to his bedroom. Shago laughs when he throws her on the bed and she feels him above her. I think I figured you out. Let's try something different, okay? He smirks down at her. Oh, spicy, what is? She asks animatedly. Well, I noticed that you're a very abrasive person and can be surprising lovey-dovey, but. He trails off, is not good on the receiving end of these lovey-dovey romantic things. His smirk widens. It can't be that you're embarrassed, right? He asks with a raised eyebrow. Of course not. She denies quickly. So. This time. Let's not fuck. He declares. His hands go to her hands, their finger intertwining. Let's have a slow and gentle lovemaking session with lots of hand-holding. Chapter 60, The Evil Within. Hector POV. Hector's residence, living room. But the endeavor has caused divided opinions between the population. The reporter on the TV says, and I pause what I'm investigating to watch, even if the majority agrees that it's necessary. The construction of a prison for superpowered people so close to New York doesn't make its citizen totally comfortable. Well. Finally building the raft, huh? I watch the TV where the president and Tony Stark are on a stage talking about the project. Assuring everyone that the prison will be safe. Red flag, by the way. I sip at my cold drink while watching the show. The raft is a good idea overall. It's needed, really. But so close to civilians. Well, I wouldn't say anything if the security it's really airtight, but with the level of technology of the government today. TSK. Well, whatever. Stark, Reed, Pym, and SHIELD should be capable of doing something passable. I personally would create a prison on a meteor, but works for me this way too. I just need to put some of my people there. Oh. Look at them using my name. Saying that the raft will be built at a reasonable distance to allow the heroes to react in case of any mishap. Heroes like the Avengers and Eidolon. Dude, if you want to use my name, call me to the club. I would project this prison better than any of you guys. You all can debate who is smarter between us, but I bet no one can beat me in making contingency plans and fail-safes in this world. Maybe this is an opportunity to humble them. Heh. And I take a close look at Stark. Even through his sunglasses, I can see that he is not all right. Someone is stressed. As expected. Oh, is he hungover? I see. How I can only sigh. Let's go back to what I was doing. I worry about other people later. Even if I want to help now, will be unwanted and unappreciated. I press the hidden button on my chair to open the hollow screens again. Letting the TV with the speech of the president as ambient sound, I continue to investigate Hydra. A fast course on how to investigate people. Observe them. Simple, huh? In the case of an organization like that, where I want to know the whole and I only have some broken pieces of the edge of the puzzle, I need to put in a little more effort, but it's not impossible. There's no perfect crime with normal means. So there's no way that you guys can cover the existence of something like Hydra perfectly. Every action has a risk, but you guys need to act, right? Putting everyone in that secret facility under surveillance, I watch their every step, study their routines, and note down their relationships. If that scientist is also a co-leader in a research project in Hammer Industries, that means that there's a high chance more people on there be part of Hydra too. And then you find it, and then another that connects with a research in NASA, and another that connects with an ambassador of a country, and another that connects with a police force there. Observing the web unravel, and a clear picture appears in my eyes. And if I need to point, a common denominator would be this supply company. They deliver daily necessities into the facility during fake voyages. Not everyone can be completely self-sufficient like me, they still need to receive things from the outside. And black cars and copters are a little too conspicuous. And if this company delivers to this secret facility, it means that delivers to others too. And that's how I found others of the same type. It's a bit of Herculean effort, like having to draw a tree with an infinite number of branches. You draw one and then there are another 4 to draw, in the same branch. But I will get there. Oh well, look what I have here. Tecanopathy is not one of my favorite powers for nothing. I can see what cameras see, hear calls, read messages and hack through things easily. The thing is that Earth's level of technology is too low, so it's too easy for me to do what I want. Like I'm in a Watch Dogs game. Obviously, there are exceptions. People with real defenses that even if I and Cortana can invade, would alert them. Like Doom, Reed, he is a little careless, Wakanda, and others. The thing is, I just catch an interesting sight through a cell phone's camera of one of the people that I'm investigating. A certain someone was supervising the discharge of a cargo on a subterranean cave on a remote island in Japan. Someone that I know from my meta-knowledge. Ophelia Sarkisson, Madam Hydra, or Viper. Gotcha. I say to myself while preparing to keep tabs on her. Another big shot caught on my echolocation. Yes, it's a bat reference. I think was too much to hope to catch Strucker or the Red Skull himself, if he is alive, but now is only a matter of waiting for her to contact other big shots. But why is she in Japan? Let me think. That's the other thing about investigating. Beyond watching people, you need to have a base knowledge. Good enough to catch the clues when they present themselves to you. Like Sherlock, the guy knows a lot of trivia that looks useless but allows him to see things that others don't. Like knowing that someone plays golf because of the callus on their hands, and then deduces that he played on a determined field because the other is closed, and then that field is only open at a certain time, because he knows everything, and then the alibi of the guy is fake and he is not playing golf, he is an assassin that uses swords or some shit like that. Now let's apply this here. The cargo that she is secretly receiving looks like medical equipment, but there are some raw materials hidden there. I change the screen to show me the routes of the ship and then enclose the map to the places that this ship could travel in this time frame. They can't look suspicious by delaying the Real deliveries, after all. Let's see what has on this circle. Heh. Yashida Corporation. If I remember well, they are a little obsessed with Wolverine, right? Yashida Ichiro wants to live forever or something like that. He is the guy that Logan saved from the nuke, shielding him with his body. And they have adamantium. I see, everything falls in place. They are supplying Hydra with adamantium in exchange for high-level medical equipment to keep the guy alive. But it's really him that is doing this business. From what I investigated, after Seiko's fight with the prototypes of the Silver Samurais at that time, Ichiro is bedridden and his son Yashida Shurgen that is in charge. So maybe the son wants to keep the father alive at any cost. Japan and German are together in World War II, maybe some contacts are maintained after their defeat, and Hydra infiltrated. I can't even blame them, America hired Nazi scientists simply because they were valuable assets. As I say, there are no eternal enemies or allies. Only interests. Maybe Hydra supplied Yashida with Chitauri technology. The Silver Samurai's prototype exostructure remembered a little the Chitauri. And I remember that there's a Silver Samurai. A person wearing an adamantium samurai armor, not a robot. So this is his origin. I hum to myself while watching the screens. I tap my finger in the back seat while considering my next move. Should I go destroy this partnership now? But I don't want to alert Hydra before they try to take over S.H.I.E.L.D. I have a plan and if it goes well S.H.I.E.L.D. will be in my pocket. I can continue to only observe, but I need to observe more carefully. To me, there's no problem if Hydra is getting adamantium. What are they gonna do with it? A sword to kill me? Would need someone as strong as the Hulk. A power armor. A robot. Buffed. Good luck with it when I have Cortana and if everything goes well, in some moments I will have Omega-level electromagnokinesis. Obviously, I will not let these things to chance. If the world is a chessboard, you can only predict many moves ahead if you know how the pieces move. And the pieces, people, move according to their motivations, interests, ideals, and others. Yashida and Ophelia Sarkisson. They are the pieces on this part of the board. I can already guess what the Yashidas want. But what about Ophelia? I don't know much about her. Is she totally loyal to Hydra? Like a devout? Or she is using Hydra for her interests? How is her personality? As a fun fact, when I used the background customization card to bring Shago here, her already written backstory said that Shago would be her daughter or something like that. They would break out at some point, like Shago and Team Go, and Shago would be a mercenary for hire. Sincerely, makes sense. The two are very similar. Moyakadon. I shake my head to dispel the thought, I will probably kill Ophelia in the future, no need to have fantasies. Yes, the dark lipstick gets me going. But I already have Shago. Anyway, let's go investigate what those guys are doing. Maybe they're making a bomb or some dangerous shit after all. I say standing up. It's not because I will only watch for now, that I can't watch very closely. No chances will be given. Be honored that I'm going personally, Viper. And I need to register her in the Siege Power 2. At this moment, a ping attracts my attention. It's a notification on my special phone, but as I'm connected with it through technopathy I can receive it directly in my mind too. Cortana normally filters those things, like warning me of disaster happening. But this is on my phone, going directly to me, so it's important. Why it's important? It's a signal from help from one of my people. Cathalhu. He pressed the help button on his collar. I turn around, Observation hockey and N allow me to locate Cthulhu easily. That's fucked up. I say, frowning while assessing the situation. I need to go there personally. Third-person POV. Hector gets off his car on a street some blocks away from his home. Yes. Hector is the one arriving at the site. He judged that would be for the best. Acting like is not his plan to stop at that place, he pulls over and left the car in a little hurry to check on his pet Cthulhu that is on a sidewalk. Cthulhu is okay. But the same can't be said for the other cats. Two are agonizing on the ground and the other is already dead. Did someone hurt your friends? Hector asks while Cthulhu goes around him, meowing a little distressed. Crouching down, he easily identifies the problem, poison. And he also can smell the same scent coming from Cthulhu's snout. But Cthulhu is an alien cat that can eat anything. Some earthly poison is not different from any food to him. Making sure that no one is watching, Hector touches the two cats whose lives are hanging on a thread. The two cats didn't even have enough strength to run and struggle from this stranger. Thankfully, Hector can talk with animals and be understood by them. Even hockey helps to pass your intentions to animals too. So the cats relax under his touch. Utilizing Inuyashiki abilities, Hector discreetly breaks down the molecules of the poison in their system and activates enzymes, rendering the substance inoffensive. After that, he helps a little with the cell regeneration, making them recover faster. Now, they're much better. Before, the stray cats are foaming by their mouths, wheezing and spasming slightly. You guys are a little weak now, but will recover. He says, taking some snacks from his pockets to help them. He preferred to not help them miraculously and will be a good lesson to not go eating anything. A lesson that they don't seem to learn because they accept his food easily, but he will look away for now. There's also another reason for letting a little of the poison on their bodies. He stands up with Cthulhu balancing himself on his forearm, his other arm caressing the fur of his pet. He sniffs the air and locates where the poison came from. That house. He side glances. His gaze passes some blocks and focuses on a rundown house 2 blocks away. Inside he can see the only resident. Cortana. Already on it, master. His AI understands his intentions easily. In his vision, like he is in some sort of game, a HUD appears. The image of the resident together with everything that Cortana can find. It's even more easy for people that put their lives on social media. Unfortunately, the resident is an old white man that has no relatives, so he didn't facilitate Cortana's job of investigating his life. But it's not a problem. She shows Hector his medical history, criminal record, traffic record, jobs. The man had some problems with the police in the past because of fights and even domestic violence with his late wife, worked on power lines till an accident retired him. Hector can say that was negligence on his part. Now he needs to use meds to alleviate the pain in his hip from that accident. In 5 seconds Hector can guess the whole picture. A bitter old white trash that has his sleep disturbed by the cats doing God knows what at night. A male Karen. Hector calms Cthulhu, that wants to eat the responsible, while he enters the car. In his mind, which is connected to his phone, he dials the numbers of the local animal protection agency and even the police to report the case anonymously. Hector then hums to himself while he retracts some drugs from his sky poison pearl. Planting evidence. I'm really a law enforcer, huh? He jokes to himself before going to work. From his hero activities, he has a lot of FO drugs that he apprehended. He has a plan to recreate these drugs, with the same effect but none of the downsides. Must be good to take over the criminal underworld. But this is a project that is very low on the list of priorities. Very low. But now these samples will be useful to give some trouble to the guy. Minneapolis. A traffic stop is being conducted by a police officer. The officer is asking for the standard documents with his hand in his holster. It's better that I say it already. But I have a firearm on me, officer. The driver says a little nervous. Don't reach out for it then. The officer answers, shifting his posture. It's in the gloves compartment. With the documents, the driver tries to explain. Don't pull it out. The officer says, holding his gun now and speaking more harshly. I'm not pulling out. The driver says weakly. Don't pull it out. The officer says, with the gun already in his hands and not even a second passed, and for some reason, the situation escalated to the point where the police officer is already firing his gun at the driver. Luckily, faster than anyone could see, the cop's hand is held and moved to point to the sky. It's awkward how the nervous cop almost emptied his gun in the air. A half dozen of bullets that was directed at the driver. Idolin's eyes narrow while boring into the police officer's one. No one saw him coming, but suddenly he was there, holding the cop's hand in a vice grip. I was passing by when you caught my attention, so I decided to stick around for a little. Glad I did, huh? Idolin says in a flat tone, but showing that he is slightly angry. He was reaching for the police officer starts saying to Idolin. Shut up for a second. Idolin interrupts him. It does not even need 1 second for him to access the situation. The accelerated heartbeat of the cop, the fact that the passengers, the driver and his girlfriend, are black, the whole exchange. This. Idolan starts saying and moves the hand holding the gun of the officer to signal what he is talking about, kills people. The officer gulps. If you let your emotions get the better of you so fast. You shouldn't be carrying this. I will not accuse you of anything. Idolan says flatly, for now. At the same time, Idolan is already getting the information of the police officer to get him out of his job. Doesn't matter if it was racial profiling, if he was nervous, or inexperience on his part. Idolan judged that the guy shouldn't be carrying a badge and a gun around. Continue your job. I will be here. Idolan releases his hand a little harshly and crosses his arms over his chest and simply waits. Documents, please. The officer continues awkwardly turning to the driver. Trying to ignore the presence of the hero. This time, the driver can open his glove compartment to retrieve them. The gun was there, but he ignores it and gives the officer the documents. The situation is more than awkward now. After giving a warning because of the stoplight, the officer goes on his way. Finishing his job. Are you guys okay? Idolan asks, lowering himself to look through the window. The driver takes a huge breath with his hand on his heart. Still clearly nervous. We are, right now. Thank you, Idolan. You saved me. He says gratefully. No need to thank me. That was something that you shouldn't be having to deal with in the first place. The hero comments. Is the firearm really necessary, my friend? He asks after some seconds. No being reproachful or anything. My neighborhood. It's not the safest place. The driver confesses slowly. Idolan nods slowly in understanding and sighs. Be careful then. Again, you shouldn't have to pass by all of this. But be careful, my men. Be cautious. Put your hands out the window. I don't know. Sucks that you need to go through these extra steps, but you only have one life. We don't know who is on the other side. Idolan advises. The driver nods. There's really no need to say the real reason why the police officer so quickly went to violence. And don't worry. That guy's days using that uniform are over, I will make sure of that. He says. With a last goodbye, Idolan sends the couple away. In Idolan's vision, his HUD already shows everything about the officer from early and many other cases about Happy Triggers cops that are under investigation for similar cases. Another job to Anonymous. He says before shooting out to the sky. England. I thought that social media is a two-edged sword, but I start to think that is more of a cancer. Idolan comments casually. Ignoring the youngster that has his hand tied in the corner of the room. Idolan just passed to help through a case of home invasion, just to arrive and discover that is a stupid boy doing some prank on the internet. Now, he is waiting for the police to arrive, so he and the family give their testimony. Come on, mate. It's just a prank. The teenager tries to argue. In a prank, everyone, including the victims, would laugh afterward. Idolan gives the teen his glare, do you see me laughing now? The guy almost recoils from being stared down like that. Idolan is a little annoyed with this brat. The guy entered the home like he owned the place, scaring the family, including the small children. This already would make Idolan look down on such an inconvenient fella, but what worsened his opinion of the boy was his other videos. In Idolan's line of sight, a dozen of videos showing his other pranks are being broadcasted to him. Stealing a woman's dog and running away, harassing people in the streets, and even approaching people at night to say that he would kill them. That was his idea of a funny prank. Idolan also notices that he always goes for the elderly and women. Mike Tyson once said that social media made people too comfortable in being disrespectful without getting a punch in their face. Idolan comments, you only do these things because the people here are very well mannered. If this is in America or any other country, you probably would get shot. Idolan warns him. And he is not kidding. So what if in your head you're doing some harmless prank? A guy sees you invading his home, with his wife and children in danger. The prankster would be happy if he gets out with some bruises. If he gets out blood, it's not that serious. The teen tries to argue, shouldn't you be doing some serious shit out there? Why focus on me? It's because I'm black. Now this made Idolan pause to give the guy a look again. He was ready to say something about trying to put the kid on the right path, it's not about being a minor occurrence. It's about respect. The guy is too disconnected from reality and values meaningless things. It's the future of a youngster that still has a chance to turn around. But the soft approach was thrown out the wind at this moment. Idolan stands up and telekinetically brings the guy to float at his face. Listen here, boy. Idolan start, their face close, don't play the victimization card with me. People really die because of racism. They have very hard lives because of that. I will not allow you to banalize that. All of this is on you. As individual. You're a horrible person. That's the truth. It has nothing to do with your color. The boy is shivering and is shell-shocked right now. Maybe this was the first time that someone didn't enable his bullshit. And it came from Eidolon of all people. 2 minutes till the police arrive. Let's speed up Eidolon's version of scared straight. The hero says before grabbing the teen by the shoulder and disappearing with him. Before the police arrived, they came back. The teen is much more withdrawn when he went with the police. With a distant look. It's unknown what Eidolon said or did with him. To where they go or what they see. This case received repercussions in the media. Many criticize Eidolon and showed worry about what he did. The teen on his side, even after giving an interview, never revealed Eidolon's method, but he said that he is going to try to do better and deleted all of his social media accounts. It was not his usual pep talks but worked nonetheless. In a certain police station. I'm telling you, officer. This is all a misunderstanding. A middle-aged woman says slowly to the cop across the table. Someone attentive would notice her condescending tone in the way she talks. My girl is passing through a problematic phase. She wants attention. You know how these teenagers are. They think they are the center of the world. A teenage girl is at her side. She spots vacant and distant eyes that look to nowhere in particular. She appears that she is not even listening to the conversation. Ms. Anderson, her accusations of sexual abuse for the part of you, boyfriend. The officer talks seriously and tired. Husband. The woman corrects, he is my husband now. Okay. But he is not her father, right? The cop asks. Well, that's true. But he was her stepfather since she was a little girl. The police officer sighs and looks apologetically at the girl. He doesn't know who is right or wrong in that story. He said that he will need to call the husband for interrogation and talk with the girl alone. It's hard to go forward with these cases when the legal guardian is not cooperative. He can only hope the girl has some concrete proof so that they can acquire a warrant to investigate the house. You really don't believe me, huh? The girl says suddenly, her voice despondent. The mother turns to her, this is not the first time that you create trouble like that. She says before turning to the officer, she has been having fights at school. She is hanging around with some influence. She says as if explaining something trivial, giving excuses. Taking all the blame off her shoulders. I'm not lying. The girl says with more heat this time, but you like him more than me. You prefer to believe in him. A stranger. Over your own daughter. She starts half shouting, half despairing. If you didn't have that history as a troublemaker, maybe your story would be more credible. But I know that you're jealous of him. The mother tries to placate her daughter, in the same condescending tone. The fuck I'm jealous of him. The girl shouts, he raped me. He has been doing that since I was 8 years old. Tears are forming in her eyes at this point. Her voice growing hoarse. That's a serious accusation, Joanna. He told me that you two discussed it because he asked you to do your homework, get out of your phone and other things. But you can't say those things just to create trouble for him. The mother tries to say but is interrupted. This is what you want to believe you're stupid woman. You just want to live in your fantasy of a perfect family and don't want to admit that has horrible taste in men. The girl shouts bitterly. Look here, I'm your mother. You owe me respect. And if he has been doing that for so long, why are you only saying this now, huh? The woman crosses her arms and acts like she cornered her own daughter. Because I was a kid. I didn't even understand what he was doing with me. And then. I'm ashamed. This is not the first time I told you. The girl covers her face with her hands to cry. The mother looks shocked. Well, I will confront him then. Let's go home and I will make sure of the truth. No need to involve the police without reason. Even amidst her sobs, the girl snorts in disbelief. She goes to dry her tears with her hands and looks like she gave up on arguing with her mom. Unwilling, accepting the situation. Excuse me for the interruption. A voice says in a flat tone, attracting the attention of the people in the office. The three individuals turn to follow the voice and find Eidolon, standing there with his arms crossed under his mantle. But I can solve this matter easily, Eidolon says calmly. He extends his hand from under his mantle. The lasso of truth around his forearm. The other three people show different degrees of shock when realization down to them. The husband is that one with the blue shirt in the common room, right? It's the last thing Eidolon says to them before walking out of the office. He is not gonna use the lasso on the girl. Wait, the mother says, but Eidolon ignores her and continues to walk away. She stands up to follow the hero. The girl and police officer do the same. They arrive and find a scene of Eidolon already confronting the husband. Then you just need to answer my questions. Eidolon says calmly to the man that was waiting. The rest of the people around stop what they're doing to pay attention. I find this very degrading, I can't cooperate with that. The man argues a little nervous. No, very nervous. But he is hiding reasonably well. Idolin tilts his head to the side a little. I didn't ask for your permission. He says as a matter of fact before the lasso of truth envelopes the man. Hey! You can't do that. I have rights. The husband shouts, are you all not gonna do anything? He tries to appeal to the cops nearby. Idolin takes his time to let him talk. He is only looking more guilty this way. In truth, a cop steps up to try to talk Idolin out of this, saying that was a little too forceful and could fuck up with his reputation. But a side glance from Idolin makes him stop in his tracks quickly and shut up. What is my reputation close to her suffering? Idolin turns to stare at the husband again. His eyes change to the all-seeing eyes of God and his stare grew even colder, and this is only a formality. To me, the truth is clear. He comments, now. Answer the questions. The lasso starts to shine. The husband looks up fearfully. Did you sexually abuse the daughter of your wife? Idolin asks directly at the point. Yes. There's not even a little of a struggle. The answer is squeezed out of his mouth easily and fast. Gasps are heard around them. When did this start? How young she was. He continues. 8 years ago. She was 8. The guy says wheezing. The mood gets even heavier. The girl sits down on the ground, leaning on a wall, and starts crying. The mother looks like her soul left the body. After that Idolin asked if he did the same with anyone else and even asked if there were some proofs and where. Surprisingly, that was the first time he exteriorized this behavior, but there are pictures and videos. Of the girl when she was younger. And of other girls that he acquired in whatever way by the internet. Idolin retrieves the lasso and disappears. Some seconds later, he comes back holding a laptop and a hard drive. I hope that you can take from here. He says to the officer of the highest level, giving him the proof. The other party nods seriously. Idolin then gives a look at the mother. She was still there, staring at the void. She didn't even go to console or ask for forgiveness for her daughter. He simply can't let this woman get scot-free this way. He rightfully guessed that this one of these people that value their reputation and social image a lot. Not all people deserve to be parents. Idolin says looking at her with disgust. His words jolt her awake and she recoils from his, and the others, gaze. She moves her hand to her face and starts crying. Don't start with your crocodile tears. Idolin says without pity, I know that deep down you knew the truth. But you want to keep with the appearances. You don't want to admit that you made a bad choice, so you blamed your daughter. His eyes bore into her. The all-seeing eyes patterns revolving around his pupils, I can see your ugly heart and soul from miles away. He says looking at her like she is filthy. After that, he turns away and disappears. Already contacting Saul to go help the daughter. Indonesia. Right now Idolin is in a brothel completely still. Under his mask his face is stone and his eyes are pure ice as he looks at the scene before him. In his right hand, he keeps a man in a steel grip by the neck. The man screams and struggles, but he would have more luck fighting against a house. Idolin is using a lot of willpower to not squeeze tighter and end this scum here and there. The other occupant of the room is screaming and moving frantically too. Idolin decides to throw the men out of the room by the door, to try to maybe pacify the other occupant. And he is not trusting himself to not kill him at this moment. Shusha, calm down, dear. I'm not gonna hurt you. Idolin says in the softest voice he could. He is using a knee voice, because the other occupant is an animal. The situation that made even someone like Idolin disgusted is of a female orangutan that was kept captive here. In this brothel. It's a tremendously sorry sight. She was tied to the wall, coiling herself as small as possible, trembling and whining between some screams. Idolin's blood freezes and boils when he gives a step forward and she instinctively shakes her hips like waiting for a client. Yes, a client. This female orangutan is kept here as a sexual slave. To be used by men that don't have enough money to pay for a woman. Forced to sell her body by some lousy sum that would buy some candy. She was shaved constantly with a razor, and they put heavy makeup and dresses on her. It's all right, it's all right. Idolin tries to soothe her with many powers. Trying to show he has no ill intent. After some time, Idolin succeeds in calming her down. He carries her away in his arms while doing a medical checkup. Already called the authorities to solve the rest. When he was leaving he was stopped by the culprits and some other people. The clients and residents of the neighborhood. They got in his way, shouting some things that he doesn't care to hear. He doesn't even need to say anything to make them shut up and fall on their butts in fear. His eyes start to glow red, steam coming from them because of the humidity of the air. I don't want to stay not even one extra second in this pigsty. He says and continues walking. All of them get out of his way, scurrying like rats, some with more presence of mind try to run away. But Eidolon continues to walk calmly toward them and an invisible pressure envelopes everyone, paralyzing them. With each step the pressure increases, making the people lay down flat face on the ground. Even people a little away felt that and fell to their knees. This neighborhood is all accomplices. All of them knew. Some windows and walls crack while Eidolon walks to the exit. Finally, on the street, Eidolon stops and looks around. His gaze swept through everyone who was watching the spectacle. It's because of people like you all that sometimes I think in letting the villains win. He confesses before disappearing to meet the people of the Animal Protection Group. The police already arrived. You are all sick of the head. Eidolon says to the group of men kneeling in this auditorium. You can't do that. Someone shouts. This is a free country. Another one exclaims. Eidolon stares at them in almost disbelief, but using your freedom to proclaim that boys can consent to be in a relationship with you all is disgusting. I'm starting to understand those villains that want to dominate the world. Eidolon comments. He just arrived at a reunion of NAMBLA. The North American Men/Boy Love Association. People really use their free speech right to say things like that. Eidolon is ready to arrest everyone. He has enough dirt on them because many keep underage porn in their homes. And the ones that didn't go that far. Eidolon will plant evidence without losing any sleep. Just because you don't understand us, doesn't mean we are wrong. Another tries to argue. Yes. Love is love. Another says. Eidolon look at them, seriously thinking in mind break everyone here. To make them live in a mental institution forever. But he holds himself back knowing the treatment that they will receive in prison will be more fitting. He looks at them, treating them as dirt on the ground and water is water. Why didn't you drink from the toilet? Being a hero is not all glamour. That is a conclusion that everyone that stops to think for a second can achieve. Obviously, there are good sides, seeing the change that your actions bring to other people's lives and the world. Knowing that you made a difference to someone. And if you're into that. The fame and attention. But if you go to be a real hero, wanting to use your abilities to solve the problems of humanity. It's inevitable that you would meet filth enough to reach the top of your head. And Eidolon doesn't mind diving into this swamp of evil created by humanity. To him, a real hero will not only choose the convenient and easy problems to help and get involved. He has a large range of abilities and he plans to solve everything he can. Because of that, he rings the bell of a certain inconspicuous home in the suburbs of a city in Kentucky. Yes. An old brown-skinned man opens the door to ask what he wants. The eyes of the old man widen seeing Eidolon in his front door. But this is all he has time to do before Eidolon's hand shot and grips his neck. Samuel Little, right? Eidolon asks already knowing the answer, time to pay. This old defenseless man is a serial killer with a kill count of at least 90 victims. All of them are women. He was smart enough to make many of the victims' death look like accidents. Even when he brutally attacked them. He was living unpunished, till now. Eidolon connects the dots and found him, now with him to confess, he can easily solve the mystery and find all the unknown victims' bodies. And this is not the only retired serial killer that Eidolon found this week. He arrived in a small house, where John Gacy lives normally and without problems. This one targeted young boys in his youth. And he sexually abused all of his victims too. He worked as a clown, making shows and selecting his targets. Then he would offer a private show and handcuffs them, saying that was part of the trick. Then he would rape his victims and strangle them. But now, justice arrived. These cases obviously shocked and disgusted the world. The message that no criminals are safe was spread around the world. Crimes of the past will resurface no matter what. The image of Eidolon excavating the remains of the children that are buried becomes engraved in everyone's minds. His solemn and disappointed look. Everyone felt that, like is some sort of collective responsibility hitting them. Eidolon don't give interviews, just did his job efficiently. Solving all sorts of horrible cases around the world. Pedophile priests, small conflicts in Africa where people are mutilated, slavery with extra steps where employers hold the passports of despaired immigrants, drug cartels, militias in favelas, and grabbed a lot of dirt of white-collared important people. Night of New York. The world is constantly changing. Wilson Fisk says while looking at the night sky of the city from his penthouse. He is feeling restless these days. His bad luck season stopped, but Eidolon has been even more active these days and so he was keeping his head low for now. But apparently, Eidolon is focusing on other things now, so maybe he can restart some projects. The creation of supervillains is going well. That was Wilson Fisk's plan before he hears a voice behind him. Finally. He doesn't have the time to turn around before he falls on the floor unconscious. Without his body to obstruct the view, now is possible to see Eidolon standing there behind him. Looking down on him without pity. You assume from here. Eidolon says to anyone in particular before shadows in the ground swallow the kingpin and he slowly starts sinking too. Johann Liebert emerges from the dark corner of the room. I will not disappoint, he says with a flourish bow and a smile. Eidolon then throws a ring at him before disappearing. Johann stays alone for some time, holding the ring. Then he puts it on and suddenly he is the kingpin. Now, time to orchestrate the slow fall of the kingpin and the others of his type. Then, the monster can control the criminal underworld. He hums to himself before he walks away too. Are you going in like that? Shago asks a little unsure, seeing Hector in his normal civilian identity walking through the corridors of the Infinity Castle. Eidolon is a hero. This is something that Hector needs to do. Hector says without even looking at her, his cold face turned to the door. He removes his glasses and shirt and walks to the secret room where his prisoner is located. Hector is entering. But who will leave? He asks himself while entering the room. Wilson Fisk, the kingpin, wakes a little groggy but recovers fast. He is not any two-bit criminal, even if it has been a long time since he was the one on the receiving end. He knows when someone was captured and is in a bad spot. But the fact that he woke up and is alive is a good sign at least. He thinks. He stays still, feigning being unconscious while trying to assert the situation. He notices that his arms are chained to a wall. Separated, on each side, in this case, allow a surprising range of movements. His captors are lax in this aspect. Moving his head slightly in this poorly lit room, he identifies another someone. The room has no windows, only a door on one wall and on the other wall many cold weapons like clubs, axes, swords. The other person in the room doesn't pass the vibe of a captor to Fisk, so he slowly raises himself, checking his body with his hands. Who are you, boy? Where are we? He asks in an authoritarian tone. He wants any information that he can acquire. He deduced that maybe that was another captive. Maybe some son of a politician. But he receives no answer from the other person. Are you deaf, boy? He shouts angrier, standing up to full height, trying to intimidate the other party. The calm eyes that are looking down on him look up now, but otherwise, there's no change on them. The other person just continues to stare at him, unblinkingly. At this point, Fisk notices that things may not what it looks at first sight. He stops to take a good look at the other person. He is leaning back at the wall, his arms crossed over his bare chest. He is only using sweatpants, muscular to the age that he shows. Handsome too, with black curly hair and clear blue eyes. He is not in chains or anything. Fisk remembers that the world is a little crazy and even an unsuspecting teenager can be something else, something more. When he was ready to open his mouth again, the other person says something for the first time. You don't even recognize me. He says softly, more to himself. He was confused by the other party's words. Fisk racks his brains trying to remember the boy. But he doesn't have luck, especially after the youngster put his right hand over his face, a strange motion of someone that wants to hide or control their emotions would do. Then his shoulders start trembling slightly, and for an instant Fisk thought that he was crying. Till he starts hearing the muffled chuckles coming from his face. Hoo, what I'm expecting really. That's a one-sided thing after all. He says to himself between a laugh. A laugh that grows louder with each word. Exclamation point. Fisk sees the man's grip on his own face tighten till blood is starting to pour from where his nail is digging into his flesh. Heh. Ha. A little horrified he watches the man claw his face from side to side, 4 huge gashes marring his previously pretty face from side to side, bloody paints the rest like a mask. Then he stops. And lowers his hand. Under the blood leaking out from the 4 diagonal wounds that go from one side of his face to the other, his eyes are clear. Looking directly at the kingpin. It's a little disturbing. The clear blue pupils under all that red, like a war painting of some warrior. Maybe is a war painting. A war that is raging inside Hector right now. There is no satisfaction in vengeance unless the offender has time to realize who it is that strikes him, and why retribution has come upon him. Hector finally says calmly, his face impassive, it's a quote from Arthur Conan Doyle. He talks like this is a normal conversation. So you're the one that brought me here. The kingpin realizes, what is your goal, boy? Revenge. That's it. That will not end well for you. He threatens. Hector continues to stare at Fisk impassively. Then he allows his healing factor to kick in. The 4 big gashes on his face start to close and the blood starts to evaporate. This put another stone to weight in the kingpin's mind. Things are not really as simple as it seems. I dreamt of this encounter for months. Hector starts slowly and calmly, I can't sleep without before imagining killing you and how I'm going to do it. Every night. Every fucking night. His face starts morphing into one of anger before he controls himself and he ends the phrase more calmly. It's like watching a volcano trembling, ready to enter an eruption. Starting and stopping, pausing. Delaying the inevitable. I tried forgetting about it and moving on. I swear for everything that I love that I really tried. Maybe this is why I delayed so much to get you. So part of me hoped that I'm a better person, and with time I could let it go. Forgive and forget. Hector looks at his hand for a second before moving his eyes to the kingpin again, but I can't. And the funny thing is that you don't even know who I am. He chuckles again. That's the reason for his hysterical laugh earlier. How funny was that? A crooked smile appears on his face before he controls himself again. Boy. You're right. You just won more. Wilson Fisk starts saying, for some reason he is afraid, but he can't allow himself to show that. Do you know how many people come to me for revenge? You will end up just like them. You're not the first and will not be the last. He says while cracking his knuckles, looking very intimidating. And once more, there's no reaction from Hector. The way that he looked at Fisk makes the criminal boss uncomfortable. Maybe. Hector finally says mysteriously. He continues sincerely, I don't care. And simply killing you in your sleep would be meaningless. He narrows his eyes at the kingpin, so let's play a game. The crooked smile appears once again for an instant before being suppressed. Like Hector knows some joke that the kingpin was unaware. But the kingpin is happy in his mind, you idiot. Yes, play as many games as you want. I will make you regret not killing me when you have a chance, he thinks in his mind but did not say anything. Ready for a game of life and death? Hector asks. The kingpin snorts, death doesn't scare me, boy. In my line of business, she is always present. He says confidently, stretching his body slightly. Ready for a fight. That's a good mindset to have. I would praise you if I didn't know that you're talking more about the death of others and not yours. Hector says, but I think she would scare you very, very much. He snaps his fingers and the door opens. Horror starts to appear on Wilson's face when he sees Vanessa Mariana enters the room in a wheelchair. The wheelchair is moving without help and stops close to Hector. Some medical devices are attached to the body of the woman, showing her vitals. You son of a bitch. Let her off this. The kingpin rages and tries to advance, but the chains make him stop just a foot away from Hector. Their faces are very close now. The kingpin with his open arms, forced by the chains, almost caught Hector in a bone-crushing hug. But he can't budge the chains further no matter what. Hector looks at him with contempt. So close, yet so far. That's a good face to have. I'm starting to like it. He comments while raising his chin to look down on the bigger man. You little piece of shit. When I got my hands on you. The kingpin trembles in anger. I thought that death was a recurrent event. That you're used to this. But it really only applies to others, huh? Disappointing, but not surprising. I never thought about you being a worthy foe or something like that. Just a tree on my path. Something that I need to cut so that I can move forward and see the bright sky more clearly. You can act as philosophical as you want, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm gonna kill you. The kingpin says between gnashed teeth. Hector ignores him for now. His gaze moves to the unconscious woman at his side, meh. March 10th. He comments, infuriating Fisk even more. You. Hey, it's funny how they are our weakness, huh? Hector interrupts him, you're very level-headed before she appears. But now. Hey. His hands go to move to Vanessa. Fisk breaths hitch, waiting for the worse. But Hector stops and doesn't even touch a single strand of her hair. Even so, we still allow them to ingrain themselves in our hearts. It's because they give us some sort of strength too, right? To push forward. To become better. For them. Hector turns to look at Wilson Fisk. And Fisk hates that he can relate to everything he is saying. I thought about raping her to hurt you, you know. I mean, I wouldn't do it personally, obviously. I'm loyal in my own way. But that would be a more heavy punishment to her than for you. Hector says calmly. Infuriating Fisk even more, but he stays his hand while Vanessa was in the other party's clutches. So I will simply kill her. Hector says like it's no big deal. You bastard. If you dare touch even a strand of hair on her head I will. Will what? Will do nothing. Do you want me to cancel our little game and simply kill her now? Hector interrupts. This makes him pause. Good dog, Hector praises mockingly. But Fisk swallows his anger for now. Let me explain the game. We are gonna fight. That's it. In the end, things in this world are solved by our fists. So let's maintain the tradition. Hector says as a matter of fact. And the stakes are our lives. He says with a big grin and opens his arms. Are you crazy? The kingpin frowns looking at him. The crazy types are the most troublesome to deal with. I ask myself this every day. Hector says lightly and then turns to the unconscious Vanessa, but this is not fair. There are 2 lives on your side and only mine on this side. So let's even things a little and present a new enemy to you. This doesn't even make sense. The Kingpin says indignant. Hector gives him a look with a mocking smirk. Like he is saying, so what? I do the rules here. The one that I will call to be at my side Threus. Hector drags dramatically and reaches for the armrest of Vanessa's medical chair. Time, he smirks wide while he raises his hand to show the syringe that he retrieved from a hidden compartment. Fisk's eyes widen seeing him inserting the needle in the catheter on Vanessa's arm. What are you doing? What you're doing to her? Fisk shouts. Once again fighting against his chains. Don't worry. Hector pauses to give him a look, this poison will kill her painlessly. He says before pressing the syringe and inserting the liquid into her veins. You. Me. Can you stop with the tantrums already? You're losing important time. Hector points to a screen that changes above Vanessa's head. 29. 29. A digital watch. Now I'm feeling that this lacks something. Hector comments idly, this remembers me a speech of a certain villain about old school villainy. You wouldn't know him. Red Death is his name. Hector makes small talk with him. He is only doing this to mentally torture the guy for wasting time. Making him despair more. He talked about the gentleman's way of being a villain. This was even confirmed by my sensei in villainy. Sensei always said that a villain need to be classy. Manners mocketh men, after all. Always be polite even when you commit the most heinous of the acts. Dress well. These things that separate the classy cool villain of the heroes. To him, the heroes are not but clowns. With their colorful clothes, public-pleasing acts, boisterous laughs, and catchphrases. Hee, it's weird that I find myself agreeing with him a little. And you? Hector asks the Kingpin. You are always in well-tailored suits while your enemies use vibrant colors. You're the stereotype of this villain. Trying to be classy. He laughs like you're written to be like that. Hee. You bastard. Get to the point. The Kingpin shouts, trying to reach for him again, but useless as expected. Oh yes. I have this habit of monologuing. I'm sorry. Hector gives a polite bow and apology. Acting exactly like he described how a classy villain would act, the thing is. Red Death said that this old school villain favorite act was to tie the hero in some dynamites with a clock or in the rails of a train. It's simple, expensive, personal, and deadly. But Hector raises his finger to make Kingpin focus on his speech. It gives you a little hope. Maybe you will escape. A gentleman always gives chances to their opponents to play the game. Hector smiles. Back to the topic. What is poetic is the clock. The old model clock always makes a tick-tick sound. To keep the hero always conscious of his imminent death. This digital clock has no appeal. Hector points to the clock disappointingly. Then he looks at the Kingpin again. I used this tactic when I orchestrated James Wesley's death, you know. He smiles at him. So it's Dash. Me. Yes, yes. Can you stop with the accusingly use? You are interrupting my flow here. He sighs and moves around Vanessa. Analyzing her. Heh. Suddenly it looks like he had a great idea and approaches the woman. This move of him only works to make the Kingpin more nervous. But the big man holds himself back. To keep her safe he will endure for now. He will let the boy have his moment. Hector's fingers trace the side of the health monitor of Vanessa. He presses some buttons. Increasing the sound volume. Beep beep. Ah, there it is. He smiles wide, her heart will be the tick-tick, Kingpin. He closes his eyes, a single finger moving to accompany the sound, much better. Hector opens his eyes to mock the Kingpin with a smile. The man grits his teeth and balls his fist, but says nothing. Hector takes his time to take another syringe. He connects with the catheter but doesn't press it. You just need to press there to insert the antidote. It acts fast. He says and finally, he starts walking to the Kingpin. The room is relatively big, 6 by 6 by 6. You just need to pass through me to do that. Hector smiles, easy, huh? Then he presses a button in a small device in his hand before throwing it away. The chains release the Kingpin. You don't even need to defeat M-, he was saying before being interrupted by the Kingpin charging at him. He releases a chuckle while dodging to the side and palming the man's ribs. Throwing him a little far away. Eager aren't we? He laughs, you already should have guessed that I'm not exactly normal. He comments. The Kingpin ignores him again and charges at him to deliver a punch with his hand bigger than Hector's head. Hector advances to meet him earlier and taps the inside of the elbow of the Kingpin. The punch was rendered ineffective and Hector kicks the man's thigh, making him kneel. Then he gives the guy an uppercut with a tiger hand from Kung Fu, making the criminal boss fall on his back. Hector is taking it easy. He wants the Kingpin to feel hope. Like Johann said, before his demise allow a last breath of hope to ignite a last and desperate struggle. Then you crush his everything. The Kingpin doesn't know that the boy blocking his path is the greatest hero on the planet. If he knew, he wouldn't fight. He probably would try to bargain or appeal to the good of Hector's heroic heart. And that would be boring. Pa Hector bitch slaps the Kingpin in his solar plexus to take his breath away. There are weapons there for you to use. Hector points casually. Acting carefree. Him acting conceited like that is a good way of giving the Kingpin hope in his victory. Who knows? Maybe Hector will slip and be defeated. The Kingpin raises himself up and glares at Hector, then his gaze moves to the clock. The 30 minutes that previously appeared to be a lot of time, now looks to be too little. Sucks, huh? The now annoying voice of his captor grates his ears. Being at the mercy of someone more powerful sucks. First time. Heh. No, I know a lot about you. Hector chuckles, but it has been so long that maybe you forgot how it feels, you lack any empathy after all. Hector then advances and kicks the criminal boss's stomach. Let me remind you how it is. He looks down at the Kingpin crouching in pain and without pity, he kicks his head like a ball. The Kingpin sprawls on the floor. Oh, I'm almost forgetting. I need to tell you the reason for all this. Hector beats his fist on the palm of the other hand in realization. Completely ignoring the Kingpin crawling closer to the weapons on the wall. As you already should have guessed. It was vengeance. You killed people important to me. Hector says more coldly and kicks the guy again, making him hit the wall. He helped him reach the weapons faster. I will not say the details because you don't deserve that much. And I also don't need to hear anything from you. Like a justification or the reason. I know the reason. Hector walks calmly from side to side. Waiting for the Kingpin to take an axe and swing at him. Hector sidesteps easily and punches the Kingpin on his chin, then he karate chops his hands, making him drop the axe. After a shoulder throw, Hector continues to talk. The main thing is. The reason is very petty. You just want a little more power. Hector says coldly. Approaching him, he kicks the Kingpin on his face again and continues, in the great scheme of things they're inconsequential. But you want to have a little more power, huh? So what weight do their lives have, huh? He kicks his face again. The great Kingpin wants to have the power to decide who should or shouldn't survive their hospitalization. He kicks his face again, some teeth fly away. I bet that you don't ever remember them. He kicks again. Just two meaningless people. Another kick. Guess what? They have meaning to someone. Another. And this someone is now ready to have his due. He steps on Kingpin's bloody face. You're just a cockroach, Fisk. I could crush you anytime, but it would only dirt my shoe. He says coldly, but you have to put your filthy legs on what is mine, huh? Anyone would step on a cockroach that got too close after all. He exerts more pressure on the Kingpin's skull with his foot. When the Kingpin was thinking that he would die, Hector raises his foot. Can you hear that? Hector tilts his head and brings a finger close to his ear. The Kingpin looks at him, but he can't hear anything. He can't hear anything. He shoots to a sitting position and looks at Vanessa. 00. In the heart monitor, a single line constantly crosses the screen in a mute beep. No 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 dash. The Kingpin starts to despair, his face contorts in anguish. Vanessa. He shouts and crawls at her. Idolin lets him this time. Vanessa. Vanessa. Please. He tries to hold her face in his big hands, he presses the liquid of the syringe into her veins. But nothing changes. He cries while hugging her, in negation. His heart is broken. He failed. He is weak. He hears a sigh behind him. Rest in peace. You know, I wouldn't have killed her. I have nothing against her. But she knows about your business. And is compliant with it. So she is not innocent. TSK TSK. A pity. If only you haven't told her. His words stab the Kingpin's heart. She would be blissfully ignorant. She would not be alerted by your death. But now. TSK TSK. Maybe she would try vengeance. He continues. Really a pity. Her blood is in your hands, Wilson Fisk. Everything you touched. Destroyed. Wilson Fisk can't take it anymore. He turns around like a beast and lunges at Hector. Ha ha. Hector laughs while redirecting the Kingpin to hit a wall effortlessly. You're stronger now. Revenge is crazy, huh? It grows on you. He laughs again when the Kingpin ignores him and goes for his head again. But Hector doesn't plan to play this game for longer. With a direct punch in his guts, he makes the Kingpin go down again. Looking down at the men in pain at his feet, Hector uses his foot to roll him over. He walks a little, arriving at his leg's side. Raising his foot, Hector brings it down on Fisk's knee, making it bend unnaturally and breaking it. Arg. You finally is in your natural place, Fisk. Under my feet. Hector moves his foot to make the man agonize in pain. That's what I want you to understand, all the money and power that you have. They're illusions. Balloons of hot air that would not resist real power. That's what you are. Just a balloon of fat that can be exploded any time. Hector spats. That's real power, Fisk. Take this lesson to hell. Hector says. Wilson Fisk turns on the ground in anguish. He cries and whines, moving his limbs erratically. No, Dad. Stop. Stop. Don't hurt her. Stop. No. The feared Kingpin is on the ground moving around like a kid having a nightmare. It's such a sorry sight. He sobs and moans on the ground, asking for his father to stop, begging for forgiveness. Acting scared, like a small child afraid of a thunderstorm. Hector pauses seeing that. Mental regression. A common thing to occur in cases of heavy trauma. Fisk goes into a fetal position, curling himself in a ball to protect himself from the big scary guy beating him. Suckling on his thumb and saying that he will not do that or this anymore. That he will obey. That he will do what he says. What pathetic scene should this be from an outside perspective? Eidolon. Earth's greatest hero. Bullying a guy to this point. A guy that received so many gifts, beating a normal man in a ridiculous show of vengeance. Oh ho. No. 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 You don't get to escape. Hector snarls and grabs the man-child's head. Using telepathy, Hector makes Wilson Fisk go back to his usual self. The process is painful because he did it without care. Grabbing the top of Kingpin's head, Hector forces him to look at him. The night is only starting. He says with his eyes shining head and becoming vertical slits. Some cracks and wet sounds can be heard between these walls. And also the sound of muffled screams. Wilson Fisk can't even open his mouth, which has been turned into a zipper, to scream in pain. Most of the ground has been painted red by blood. The lower half of the Kingpin's body has disappeared, becoming a pool of gore. Humans are space orcs. Hector comments casually while a finger hooks the tendons of the big man. People say that we are fragile, but we can survive such ridiculous situations. Like having our brain perforated by a construction steel rod, as an example. Hector's face is an ice mask. He doesn't blink while his hands continue to work, so it's easy to keep you alive while I literally dismantle your body like that. He is using a plethora of powers to keep the Kingpin conscious and sane to experience everything clearly. He can't have the guy black out all the time, or be regressing again. MMMPFF. Mufter. The Kingpin struggles. What? What did you say? Hector raises a blood-drenched hand close to his ear in a mocking gesture of making an effort to hear a butcher. That's rude. His hands go down again to continue his work. He pinches the Kingpin coccyx, turning it in poder, making the men struggle in pain. The difference between a butcher and a surgeon is the precision. Hector quotes, "I'm a surgeon." He says and gives a mirthless laugh at his own reference. The laugh dies quickly while he continues to slowly destroy the men. In his memento F great rage, he swore to himself that he would tear the Kingpin to shreds. A premise is a premise. He scraps skin, pulls tendons, smashes muscles, crushes bones, cauterizes veins. He skips the rest of the Kingpin's torso and goes for his arms. Repeating the process. Taking his nails first and continuing with the rest of the arm. Heh. Now this is your natural state. A turd. He says after finishing crushing all of the Kingpin limbs, leaving on his torso and head. You're so big, so troublesome. He complains before getting back to work. He does it meticulously and takes his time. It's a weird sensation to Hector. He wanted to do it because he wanted to know how it would feel. Because of this, he is being so personal. He can feel the blood gush on his face and torso, and can feel the process clearly in his hands. But beyond that, he doesn't feel anything. No guilty. And no satisfaction. It looks like a out-of-the-body experience. Like he is on autopilot doing that. It looks so distant. Not real. He is doing this just for the sake of doing it. Many times he thought on stopping. There's no meaning in this shit. But he started and now he will see the end of it. It took so long. Maybe it didn't take long. But to Hector, in his fast mind, it looked like an eternity of thinking while his hands worked. He thought about a lot of things, remembered good and bad memories. Sometimes his hands slowed down when his parents and grandparents crossed his mind. Sometimes he acted more brutal, remembering the filth of humanity. The Kingpin, to him, is the representation of all this filthy. Finally, it's only the head that is intact. Thanks to his powers, the Kingpin is still alive. Seeing, listening, and feeling everything. Hector raises his hand and puts it over Kingpin's face. He starts exerting pressure. It's time for the final blow. Hector is trembling. That's the moment. What will happen to him when he takes this final step? His unfocused gaze regains clarity. He can see his hand, which looks like he wearing a red glove, pressing on the big head of his enemy. He remembers Kana for some reason. Her trauma. The way she recoiled her hand, afraid of touching Eri. Afraid of dirtying Eri with the blood on her hands. It's like he is seeing this moment happening to him now and in the future. Damn, some days ago he played with some young fans. They looked at him with such adoration. Their innocent gazes. He ruffled their hair. Will he be capable of doing that again? There's no excuse for great good this time. He is doing all this. Him. Him and him alone. He will forever lose the moral high ground after this. No turning back. Hesitation flashes through his eyes. There's still time to stop. He can restore the Kingpin's body. Erase his memory. Give him to the police. Doing the right thing. The right thing. That hesitation lasts only 1 second, ploft. Before he smashes the Kingpin's head in a pulp. He stands up again. His gaze is distant, and the Kingpin's blood and brain matter coats his body, the blood drips from his hands. It's better to hug your loved ones with your hands tainted with blood, than watching them bleed. He speaks softly to himself. A low beep attracts his gaze to Vanessa. She is really dead. Maybe she doesn't deserve it. But this is Marvel, she can create trouble for people close to him in many ways. Even Aunt May created trouble for Deadpool in revenge for Spider-Man at some point, by hiring the Taskmaster. In the end, he is not wrong in blaming the Kingpin for bringing her into this. At least, it was painless. Hector waves his hand and uses overhaul on her. She also explodes in a mist of blood and gore. Hector lets it bathe him too. He wants to feel the dirtiness of his actions. He watches the rain of blood fall on the ground, becoming indistinguishable from the Kingpin pool of gore. Heh. He smirks crookedly, what great wingman I am. They're finally won. But this small senseless joke ignites a laugh. So ridiculous. This situation. Everything is ridiculous. His shoulders tremble a little, I know the answer now. His laugh increases in intensity. Revenge. Ha ha. He can't suppress it. PFFTT. Ha-ha, revenge is. He opens his arms and laughs at the ceiling maniacally. Ha 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 ha, revenge is unsatisfactory. No matter what. Ha ha. It's like he wasted a long time hearing a joke, but the punchline sucks so bad that you laugh at the ridiculousness of everything. You laugh at the comedian telling the joke. You laugh at the situation. You laugh at yourself for waiting for something better. No matter what I do. The answer is. Ha ha ha, I was a fool for expecting more. He laughs again, all of this for nothing. What a joke. Greetings. How are you guys? Are you guys feeling something weird? A bad taste in your mouth? Maybe you're feeling unsatisfied. If so, great. Because this is the objective of this chapter. Let me explain from the beginning. Of all my chapters, this one is the one that I put more thought into. Everything was planned to evoke a certain bad feeling in you guys. That's what writing do, right? Evoke feelings in the reader. Most of the time are good feelings. But there are times that you feel bad reading some things. And it's okay when is the objective. Like the Red Wedding or the Eclipse. Damn, that hit hard. Or show Tucker making alchemy with his daughter and dog. Ugh, I didn't eat when I watched that for the first time. This chapter is my amateur tentative of replicating that in you guys. Obviously, no big tragedy happened in this chapter. So it's hard to do that. The chapter goes through a building up of evil deeds to evoke disgust and repulse. All that build up to make you guys angry to the moment of vengeance. So that your rage can be liberated on our rightful target. You guys pass through that cathartic moment, I bet. And then you guys receive my take on vengeance. I believe that doesn't matter how much you try. Vengeance will always be unsatisfactory. Always. I really like Thorfinn and Afro Samurai, the manga, storyline where their targets of revenge died not to them. There are some mangas like Nido no Yusha and others with the MC called Roul, in which they make a whole elaborate show of revenge. To give us some orgasmic relief. But sincerely. After some time, the feeling fades and leaves. Unsatisfaction. My favorite scene is the Kingpin mental regression. That right illustrates exactly what is happening, some unnecessary bullying. Yes, the guy is guilty. But get over it. Imagine you prepare yourself so much and not be what you expect. Imagine Hector's disappointment. It's not for nothing that he laughed. He is feeling like a clown. A better vengeance would be to kill the kingpin and forget about him the next day. Now this experience will live rent-free in his mind. Well, it's growth. Our dear MC is in a bad place right now, my friends. But he will bounce back. Become better. Trying to become a more optimistic guy. Trying to genuinely be happy. He deserves. By the way, no. No idolin that laughs. Killing the kingpin, in the end, is just him rejecting the goody two-shoes hero path. He will be a hero but in his own way. A hero can adopt a soldier mentality and kill his enemies to protect innocence. And lastly, not so a fun fact. Some must have noticed. But all the cases shown in this chapter are based on real life. Yes, the orangutan and everything. It's not exaggerated fiction. This is how evil humans can be. I bet would be hard to not laser everyone if I have powers. Let's appreciate our MC restraint. Till next time. Stay bad for some time, y'all. But get better. Bye, bye. Chapter 61, The Greatest Gacha. And one quick trip. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. The last thing you'd want from a T-Rex is the "I love you, you love me" song. Cause scientists estimate a T-Rex dick could be to 12 feet long. From the parody song, Scientifically Accurate, Barney. Recap, it was shown the not-so-glamorous side of being a hero and our MC finally completed his revenge quest, only to discover that there's no reward. Hector moves slowly through the cemetery. Stopping at his parents' grave, he put down the flowers that he brought. He stays there kneeling for some time organizing his thoughts. He already has checked his surroundings, confirming Northwest 1 is close or watching/listening. So he can speak freely. I have finally done that. If you two can see me, I bet that you are disappointed. He sighs. But is something I needed to do. For many reasons. He pauses, but don't worry. I was not consumed by vengeance or anything. He explains fast to assure them. Dealing with him was very, very easy, so I didn't waste years or effort seeking revenge like some other people. So it's not a problem, right? Maybe was because of that I feel so empty. Beyond the feeling of some light weight leaving my shoulder, I feel nothing. The satisfaction evaporated so quickly. He says with a vacant gaze, more to himself. Maybe if I was weaker and had to put more effort like the other revenge-seeking guys, the ending would be more satisfactory. Like finishing a long work. He says and stops. Nothing saying anything more. He stays like that for a long time. Thinking. Reflecting. Well. I discovered some things about myself. I need to make peace with those. He comments absent-mindedly, more to himself. Something is bothering me, really. Hector looks at his hand like he wants to see something hidden there. I tortured a man in a heinous way. And I felt nothing. Shouldn't it be nauseating? He asks. The saving grace is that I did not feel good either. He comments it's not about the act. It's the intention. I mean, I would have killed the kingpin even if he didn't have killed you guys. Like I did with Osborne. I want to be personal because of what he did to you too. But at some point, it stopped being about you guys. Hector closes his eyes slowly. Don't get me wrong. It started because of what he did, but I don't want you two to feel an ounce of responsibility. Arg. It's complicated. He scratches his head. Maybe this is the only thing that can make Hector tongue-tied, his thoughts are jumbled. It's just that good things happen to me after you two are gone. Is this okay? I was not that ball of angsty that I thought I would be. I met amazing people, did incredible things. In truth, it looks like my life is better now. He pauses, looking like he is physically in pain. His face scrunches up, almost crying, I'm sorry. It's not hurt so bad anymore. Is this all right? It's okay to be happy without you two. His thumb and index finger press his eyelids, and his mouth becomes a thin line. He stays like that for some time, only after he stabilizes himself he removes his hand from his face and starts talking again. In hindsight, it was pretty much like that from the beginning. I thought that was a coping mechanism. I focused on other things to not stay all the time thinking about the fact that you two are gone. Thinking in ways to survive this crazy world, the possibilities, my new powers. Heck, even childish thoughts of a harem and a little flirting with Aunt Chris. But maybe I was broken from the start. Maybe was this power. This great mental fortitude that I acquired with the assimilations that don't even allow me to stay sad for too long. ***, I think I can't blame all of this on my power. I have the growing suspicion that I was like that since forever, but this never came to light. He pauses and frowns. Was I always that much of a monster? I can't help it, you know. There's something inside me screaming that I'm evil. That this was my call. I'm only lying to myself by acting like a good person. Acting. Heh. This is what I'm doing. He sighs. I thought that if I acted for long enough would become the truth. He stops and looks at the distance. Maybe I should stop holding back. These words carry some deep meaning that only he knows how heavy it is. After some time he shook his head. No, I can be a lot of things, but I refuse to be a weak-willed pussy that chooses the easy way. He stands up. His face showed great resolve once again. The last time I came here, I made a promise of repaying my good luck to the world. Doing what you two would do. Make the world a better place than how I found it. I was naive. All doubts are thrown out to the wind. This is not an easy job. It's gritty, ugly, and dirty. But I'm not gonna quit. So I'm here to renew my promise. No excuses. I know where I'm getting into. He turns around to leave. Even if everything fails, I want that at the end of my life I can smile and say that I did my best. And found you guys not in shame. Encounter you guys and make you two proud. I will save the world. It's something that only I could do. And then I will be happy. He smiles, strong enough to be gentle. Strong enough to have no enemies. Heh. Don't worry, I have a plan to bring you two back. Then Hector's eyes harden. That's the only thing I want. The only thing. I only want this reward, world. Don't deny me that. His gaze has some promise, and a threat. Love you too. Hector POV Zeta Space Station. The results are as good as expected. I comment, observing a body in a morgue. Putting my hand over it, I analyze the changes. The naked human male has many medical devices attached to him, signaling that apart from his brain, everything is working just fine and he is incredibly fit. But I want to check myself. Perfect. I comment, before closing the body again in the locker. Show me how he was before the procedures. I say to Cortana and start walking to another locker to open it and check another body. Right away, master. She answers, and in my field of vision, it shows the former criminal body statistics. His measurements, weight, medical records, bone and muscle structure. The transformation is evident. We already stabilized the procedure enough to have no variance. I comment while checking a naked woman this time. She also is incredibly fit, but there's a slight variation depending on the gender. That's natural. The core strength varies to the upper or lower body depending on the gender. Females also are more flexible, sacrificing a little of strength when compared with their male counterparts. Cortana says to me while I check. And races? I ask. Caucasians, Asians, blacks, Mongolian, Indians. Any difference? Negligible. It's the answer. As expected, we are not that different. But I ask myself if an African super soldier would be stronger and taller than an Asian super soldier, the latter on his part being smarter. The individual differences impact more in the end, but now is trivial. Everyone can achieve peak human form with this serum. Cortana comments. That's only the foundation. How are the others? The ones that use the cocktail and the ones that are not brain dead. I ask, leaving this section of the space station and going back to the command center. Sitting on my chair in front of the big screen, I hear Cortana's report. There's no warping on their personalities. She starts. So that thing about good becomes better and evil becomes worse is false. I comment. Probably a metaphor. Cortana says. Yes. Must be about the potential. A good person, when gains powers, has his potential to impact the world and other people increased. It's the same with an evil person. I say. So Captain America didn't receive any boost on his righteousness, the guy is like that on his own. Respect. About the cocktail. At this point, they are mixing seamlessly. Your idea of creating an order during the procedure worked just fine and no one is exploding or melting in a puddle anymore. Cortana relates. Good. Very good indeed. In Marvel there's a lot, I repeat, a lot of super soldiers projects and serums. Most have a slight deviation from the Erskine original formula. The TAHITI project that uses the GH drug, derived from a Kree, to give someone something like a healing factor. The Centipede serum that is a variant from the super soldier serum. The Extremis virus, that has many versions and upgrades in the comics. The Burstein process that gave Luke Cage his impenetrable skin and super strength. And even some random bullshit chemical compounds that give other people powers, like with Jessica Jones and Matt Murdock. And if you want to stretch it by a lot, there are also the spider and goblin powers. I'm getting tired of waiting. Those monkeys can't progress fast enough to give me the serums. I surpassed them already regarding Centipede and the Extremis. I tap my finger on my armrest impatiently. I'm too early in the timeline. I remember that the Extremis has at least 2 more versions, one of them even helped start to perfect his bleeding edge armor. Let's focus on the adaptability of the E-Serum, not closing any door. I say to Cortana. Allowing evolution and mutation in the future. There are risks. There's always risks. Because of this, we have the bipedal sheep to test before. I say. My E-Serum, derivate from my secondary mutation, allows someone a great curve on adaptability. And not only regarding powers. A normal someone that was injected with it stops feeling the problems of extreme cold after a month of high exposure. And other examples like growing resistant to impact if he was hit enough. Not fast enough, by the way. And it does not last. After taking the body from the extreme environment, the body goes back to normal slowly. Very slowly, but still goes back to normal. Well, the E-Serum is not perfect yet. And being super resistant to cold makes you fragile to heat, so maybe is a good thing that there's this variation. But this is not optimal. The best case scenario would be increasing the comfort zone of our race. If we start suffering from the heat at 40 degrees Celsius and from the cold at 0 degrees Celsius, I want to increase this range. Making that we only start having problems after 100 degrees Celsius or below 80 degrees Celsius. And this is only the start. Other races out there are much more resistant to these variables in temperature, pressure, and diseases than us. This can't stand. I refuse to believe that we have less room to growth than them. We are the human race, for God's sake. This is one of our best traits. This fucking multiverse was thought by humans. If we are not the ones with the greatest potential, I don't know who it is. I pause my talk with Cortana to turn to Cassandra, who just entered the common center. She must have finished her training, just having left the showers and holding an energy drink in her hand. She nods at me and I nod back. The girl still doesn't talk much. Old habits die hard. To my surprise, or not really, instead of sitting in another chair or in any other place. She sits on my thigh like it's no big deal. Well, it's really no big deal. I'm not a Japanese MC that will grow flustered over something trivial like that. Shago does it all the time, she is just imitating her. Oh yeah, I have permission to make a harem now. I forgot really. Sincerely, I'm not as eager to do this as I expected I would be. Isn't it like the weeb dream? But I'm not caring too much. Not in a hurry. I need to think things through. It's not only seducing women and putting them in a palace and end of the story. Would I ever be capable of making them all happy? Yeah, better to go slow on this shit. Not force anything. I just remembered this because of Cassandra's act. The repressed thought of how my relationship with female summons will develop resurfaces. It's too early to know. I can only say that I'm not having sexual thoughts about Cassandra right now, even if her perky butt is pressing against me. But maybe in the future. I can't deny that I'm a little possessive of them. Recently, with Chun-Li, when I received a report and had a small talk to keep the relationship good, she commented about a superior of her that is courting her incessantly. Even being annoyingly forceful. I surprised myself when my first thought was separating his 2 heads of his body. I shouldn't be like that. All the girls are beautiful, it's okay and even natural that many men will try to shoot their shot. Let's kill them only after they cross a line, Hector. Now. Why my relationship with some summons grows in different ways. My horniness. My childish crush on them. Maybe. I think depends on how they present themselves too. It's not only about how hot someone is, I'm not that much controlled by my dick. I mean, look at this little animal slurping an energy drink on my lap. Asterisk slurp asterisk. She looks at me confused and tilts her head. I can't lewd that. She looks so pure. A true man of culture knows what to lewd and what not to lewd. You can't lewd Komi-san. But you can lewd Tatsumaki. Why? It's not about who is hotter. It's how they present themselves. Damn, I just had an epiphany. I can feel the bottlenecks in my mental cultivation loosen up. I was taken out of the gutter where my mind is when Cassandra points to the screen and looks at me. I know her enough to understand that she asked, "What is this?" Just trying to make the most complete serum for you guys. Everything is okay. Not as perfect as I would like, but if wait for others to do things I will wait forever. I say. She nods in understanding. By the way, Cortana, how was interaction with the subjects where I gave powers? I ask. All of them had an increase in potency, 5 of them mutated. She answers. Was the increase only tied with their physical growth or did the serum affect the powers too? And pass to my mind the information of the ones that mutated. This is important. In most of the cases, the increase in strength of the powers was proportional to the increase in physical prowess. But there have been some variables. especially on the ones that are registered as having the dormant metagene. The same with the mutated powers. Cortana answers. Resting my chin on my fingers, I think. Later I will take away the powers. Will be the easiest and fastest way to reach the answer. I say before turning to Cassandra, this part is important to you, Cassandra. Did you think about the powers that you want? Think hard about your build. I ask. Asterisk slurp asterisk fly, she answers without hesitation. I chuckle. She really wants to be able to fly, huh? Well, it's a nice feeling. With the serum, they will be capable of holding more powers without problems. And I reach the conclusion that having powers during the procedure will be good for a seamless integration. After all, a power that I give is a foreign or strange thing to a body. It's natural to occur rejection. We will start with 7 powers. Your body will grow strong with time and be capable of holding more, but it's not a good thing to have many powers. No, everyone is like me. I give her my counsel. It's better to be a master of one craft. She points at me and says, you want me to decide the rest for you? I already put some thought into that. Well, to your wish, I have a good power of flight, Captain Celebrity quirk, that allows you to telekinetic propel yourself. It will even give you some degree of strength and defense because of the tactile telekinetic field. And adding the power you have now, Black, we have 5 slots to fill. Pausing to watch her reaction, I continue after seeing that she is interested. Normally, there are 2 paths to take when you want a power up. Become even better in something that you are good at or fill a gap in your weakness. You're a CQC fighter, strong in a one-on-one and weak against groups and long-range attacks. Normally one would think that having a energy projection or AoE power would be an excellent idea, but I raise my finger to make her pay attention. This is important. There are other ways to circumvent that. I give the answer. There's power systems that I can teach you. Can't the Renkyaku and Shingon give long-range attacks? And the strength of 100 men when mastered. If you're strong enough, no need to care about an army of sheep. She nods slowly. Now, another thing that you need to keep in mind. Beyond martial techniques and power systems that can help you, there's technology. I say and press a button on my armrest. No need to be reluctant to rely on some gadgets. Watch this. I point at the screen. She looks at the footage of a mannequin wearing a skin-tight suit. There are some wires connecting to the thing. It's a prototype after all. For example, you wouldn't think that invisibility would be an incredible power for you to have. You would be the terror of the criminals. But I don't need to give you this power. On the screen, the suit starts to blend with the surroundings. Become opaque till it disappears almost completely. Only the wired and other parts are visible. No need to burden your body with something you can acquire in another way. Better to fill the slot with other power. It's the same thing with many sensory powers. It's great to have. I love to have them, but I point at the screen, changing to a variety of goggles and other devices that allows infrared vision and others. They are easily replaced. I say. Not everyone can be like me. It's obvious the advantages of having these abilities tied to my body and my body only. But if you have a limit, focus on other things. I let her think about it for some time. Intangibility can be a good power for you. I comment after some time. Sometimes the best compatibility comes from you simply liking a power too. There's another one that you thinks is cool. She raises her palm. Boom. Air cannon. She says flatly. Oh, is that so? I smile. She is cute. You know what? I will give you one for all. I say. She tilts her head in confusion. It's one of my core powers. Allows you to boost yourself and others' powers. Has infinite growth. I have some weak copies that give you no more than the equivalent strength of 5 people. But it's good that it will grow with you. And you will be capable of creating wind pressure from your punches. I will teach you how to do it later. I raise my fist and mimic the motions. It's easy, just rotate your wrist and shoulder, and then stop the motion at the right time. She pays attention to my explanation silently. Normally I would keep these powers to myself. But only the best to my cute disciple. I ruffle her hair. Let's aim to you be capable of soloing the Avengers in the future. After annoying her a little more with head pats, I raise myself and casually lift her by her waist. Now, go check the list of powers. By the way, I'm a sucker for passive powers like hyper regeneration and high specs, but maybe will be unnecessary because the serum will already give an equivalent. Just mark the ones that you like. I say, giving her a tablet with a list. When? She asks me after I put her down. After my next dimensional travel. I will make a training trip with Siko and some others. I say. Then she grabs my arm when I start to walk away. She looks at me silently. Wants to come too? I ask. She doesn't have many friends apart from us. Well, she doesn't have any friends apart from us. The ex-girls are more of acquaintances. And if was not for Xavier, I would let her go there more often to bond with the girls. Well, Xavier and the people watching that mansion. She nods. Okay. It will be like a summer vacation. We can do our training arc together. I smile at her before going away. But she didn't let go of my arm yet. I turn to look at her again slowly. She looks like she is hesitating in saying something, so I ask, yes. Are you angry? She asks in a mosquito voice, avoiding eye contact. Am I angry? Now this makes me pause. No. I say slowly, I'm not angry. I'm just in a not so very good mood lately. I say. Sincerely, I thought that I was hiding that pretty well and acting normally. But she was gifted on that, huh? Very empathic. So this is why she sat on my lap. She is trying to console me. Imitating Shago. Don't worry. It's just me having many things on my mind right now. I pat her head and send her away. I'm not angry. I'm just not that animated lately. There's nothing to be angry about. Well, I think my mood will improve now. Now is the awaited moment of the month. Time to gacha. I sit cross-legged on the ground of a training room of the station. Now I have peace. I have a good feeling about this gacha. Finally, this is the gacha that will use all my gacha points. Every month, I gain more or less 30 GP and I can buy 100 GP. For every 10 rolls I use 30 GP, so I spent 120 GP monthly. This leaves me with 10 GP to do nothing. But now. Finally accumulated and I have 150 GP. I can gain the amazing amount of 50 cards. And no, I will not use any special type of gacha. I really want the 50 cards. I need to see what I can gain. Maybe new mechanics or other things. Today I want variety. And if my, almost proved, theory is true, I'm on the path to gain some amazing things. I fought Belasco, went to Limbo, learned magic, did a lot of scientific breakthroughs, and completed my revenge. If I gain cards related to these achievements will be nice. Let's go. General type gacha. Roll 10. 01, April O'Neil, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay. A character, nice. It's about time that I put my hands on media. April was a very brave and good reporter. She can be the pioneer in my infiltration of media. ANS she looks a little like Megan Fox. Next. 02, Forger, Spy X Family. Another character? My luck was nice today. Oh, this is of that manga that was gaining an anime when I died. I read 10 chapters. I remember that she was a top waifu at that time. A skilled assassin and has a good character and personality. I can find a use for her. 03, Harley Quinn, DC Comics. Helena will have PTSD if I tell her. Some time ago she went to talk to me about bringing Harley here, something about not letting her and Shago meet. Well, by the image on the card. This Harley with blonde hair and only the tip of her twin tails colored, shows that it's the best version of the character. So maybe will not be that bad. Maybe I can curb her craziness. I have an idea. Offer her a second chance. Start anew. 04, Miko Shiraki, Prison School. Okay. Something is wrong here. That was the 4th character in a row. In the past, on the batch of 10, normally there were 3 or 4 characters max. And I already gained 4. And all of them are female. Wait. It can't be. Gotcha, you. It's because of the harem? Dude. I fought an immortal demonic sorcerer in a hell dimension and you're focusing on that. No. I refuse to believe that. The next card will not be a woman. And will not be a hot woman. You can't do this to me. Do you know how much I sacrificed? Come on. Come on. 05, Jessica Rabbit, Disney. I give up. I throw myself on the ground and lay there sprawled. All the enthusiasm left my body now. Maybe this is a punishment. I think I will stop the rolls for today. The gacha is giving me women to fill my harem that I didn't even started yet. Fuck you, gacha. You are not pleasing me, gacha. 06, Gwen, Total Drama. Okay. Now we are starting to talk. But I will not summon normal girls like that. Stop trying to coax me. 07, Luna, hell of a boss. What is this unholy thing? A furry goth girl. The duality of this leaves me confused. A moral dilemma worse than my everyday fight between good and evil. A cartoon from hell. That explains a lot. At least I'm started to gain things related to my other accomplishments. 08, Robot Twins, Atomic Heart. Never heard of this. Ballerina robot guards. Okay. I guess. But why are they hot? You know what, they should be hybrid character/item like Cortana, so let's summon the two. I use the card and after motes of light, the two faceless robots appear to me in a graceful pose. Greetings. Master. They say in unison. It looks like they want to call me another name, but settled with Master. What you two can do? I ask. And the list is big. Okay, they are not bad summons after all. And maybe I can improve them with adamantium. And sexual relief. They finish the list. Say what? I was distracted and double-checked. How? I can't see, holes. Do you know? Sexual relief. They confirm it. Do you require sexual relief, Master? They tilt their heads and ask seriously. Cortana. No. You two, guard the door over there, please. I say, feeling awkward. They move gracefully to the door. Their relationship loyalty is also October 10th. Like Cortana when she arrived. Wait. Did. How is that metal jiggling? Who is the gen pervert that thought about these two? My eyes, which are accompanying that admittedly enchanting sight, move again to the front. Going face to face with Cortana's blue hologram face that was watching me closely. She stares at me with narrowed eyes. Do you require sexual relief, Master? She says sweetly, mimicking and mocking the two from early. I gulp down involuntarily. I was caught lacking. A jealous Yandere AI is not funny. She was never like that before. It's because the two are robots. Technological territorial. Is this even an expression? No. I answer her. She harumphs, turning her head away and disappearing. Okay. Let's continue with the gacha. 09, Power, Chain Summon. Heh. Sounds nice to have her on the paper. But living with this gremlin can be very annoying. But fucking seriously. 9 characters. I got the message, gacha. But I am not summoning these people for now. Okay. Let's go to the last and guaranteed to be good. Even if as a woman, at least will be someone good like his death. 10, Nemesis, to Loveru, Darkness. Oh, from an Eki anime. And her. She gives me a fucking good idea. I was planning in making my Hellbat armor similar to the endosymbiote armor of Iron Man in the comics. Nemesis is a being of dark matter that at some point fused with the protagonist. Heh, now I have the mind of my armor. A living armor has its advantages. Hell Nemesis armor. I like the sound of it. Now I just need some other materials. Now. Should I continue? I can stop for today and roll the rest tomorrow. My luck will reset and I will stop gaining women. Whatever. Let's get over it. How worse can it get, right? 01, The Penetrator, Saints Row, the third. How if one day you gain physical form, gotcha. I'm using it on you. 02, Widowmaker, Overwatch. Seriously, can you stop now? You're not gonna give me dozens of women now, right? I can't handle this much. And dear Amelie LaCroix has uses, even if all I know about Overwatch came from the orange and black site. 03, Goblin Slayer, Goblin Slayer. Finally a man. What relief, really. The curse has been broken. Okay. Not that impressive of a card. I probably gained him because our methods are a little similar, preparing beforehand and all, and I killed the green goblin. But there's a very interesting line in the description. Fateless, the ability to defy the roll of dice of the gods. This allows me a degree of resistance to fate manipulation, even if just a little. It's probably tied to his willpower. This ability is for me. This I welcome. 04, Hentai Setting Travel Ticket, Low Tier /1 month. And we are back at it. What use does this have? Low tier. If the tier was higher I could go to Kuroinu or something like that. Ahem. I mean. I don't even know hentai worlds. Useless card. 05, Genderbender Card X. When used during a summon, this card makes that a genderbent version of the character comes instead of the canon version. The character comes from an alternative universe where he was always like that, so he doesn't find it weird. I'm not even surprised that something like this exists. I mean, ignoring the horniness for a second. From an objective standpoint, making a villain character a woman and making him, her fall for me is a good way to control her easily. But can I do that? I try to imagine Johan as a woman. Shivers. Next card, please. 06, Celine, Underworld. Well, I remember her. Not interested in becoming a vampire now, even more 1 week as her. I prefer to wait for some Dracula card. She can be useful. Vampires here in Marvel can be like pests. I can make her go investigate Blade 2. 07, Gloria Pritchett, Modern Family. Mommy. Ahem. Now I know that the Gacha is testing me. Goth girls and now a Latina mommy. Let's see. Beyond having a great fucking aim, this woman has no other useful ability. So no. Not summoning a normal woman from a sitcom here. I'm not that horny and this is not this type of story. 08, Yumiko Jabami, Kakagurui. What can I say? I don't know. Maybe I can put her with Johan to fuck up some people of the illegal casinos. 09, Casual Sex World CYOA, Supplement Jump Chain. Another CYOA. But couldn't you give the worm V1? CYOAs, or Choose Your Own Adventures, are documents where you can play with a limited number of points and create a build to your character in a certain world. There are original CYOAs and even of famous works like One Piece and Marvel. I used to read it in my other life. It's used in fanfics too. This one is a supplement. That's mean that you would choose a main CYOA as your main world and this one would alter a little. In this case, this casual sex CYOA would make the world more lewd. Making sex be casual. Ding. HM. Contabilizing free perks. This CYOA has free perks. It has been a long time since I saw these prompts. Free things are good. Analyzing your setting. Modern and sci-fi characteristics detected. Perk gained, safe day. Safe day, you can go without contraception, because this perk allows you to toggle your virility/fertility. So go ahead, bust a nut in a new girl every night. You will never become a parent unless you want to. Meh. I already have something like that. I don't need it. But I toggle off my virility from now on. Oh, there's another. We come in peace, first contact between species, diplomacy between galactic empires. These are threatening concepts when the downsides could mean great war or possible extinctions. Not only are you fantastic at getting into the mindset of sapient aliens though, you're fantastic at getting into their pants. Peacemaking, lovemaking, same difference in the end, right? You're really good at coming to mutually beneficial understandings with aliens is the point. Ignoring the underlying objective. Having a boost in charisma with alien species is good to have in Marvel. Carnivore, you are superior, born that way, better than all others. Your rugged handsomeness or traditional beauty that seems gifted by God and good genes are just further proof of that. You're just incredibly fine, drop-dead sexy even, with features tending towards sharper or harder that emphasize nobility. You've also got a great metabolism, leading to little body fat unless you work to get fat. If you wanted to be a model, you're ideal in every sense, and will likely get more than a few admirers even if you follow some other career path. Another charm booster perk. Well, it's expected coming from something lewd like that. But this is useless to me. Redundant. I'm already drop-dead gorgeous. Let's read to see if there's something useful. Oh, there are some bullshit things. But they're too expensive to buy like that. I don't have a lot of CP. I'm not gonna waste in the CYOA. What if I gain a CYOA from the Dragon Ball world and there's a perk that gives me Ultra Instinct for 1000 CP and I don't have it? I would punch myself for wasting CP to be capable of breeding anything, ignoring the differences. Let's see the 10th thing from this batch. 10, 5-leaf grimoire, Asta, Black Clover. Okay, this is good. I'm not complaining. I finally gained something from a magic anime. But is the only thing without magic. I will test it later. Maybe I can give to a summon. Let's roll another batch. 01, sign-in setting travel ticket, low tier /1 month. Sign-in, huh? I gained most from shonen. And gained one from all anime. Sign-in, there are some good worlds to visit. With supernatural scary things. I need to think about this later. 02, Kronk, Emperor's New Groove. Hey, I love this guy. One of the OG's gigashods. Will be nice to bring some positivity to this world. A somewhat useful handyman. 03, Background Customization Card X. It took long enough to come some. Always useful. 04, Package, Kakushibu, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Oh, now we are talking. We are finally leaving that bullshit luck behind. I can summon him, or give the card to Siko. I want to study his physiology and his breathing style. To the 2, I don't need to assimilate him. I have some weakness removal cards too. Let's think about it later. 05, Cartoon Travel Ticket, low tier /1 week. Now it's cartoon. Ben 10. But it's not a low tier world, I think. There are other options too. But it's good. I'm noticing that the variety of things that I'm gaining is increasing. 06, Ghost Freak, Ectonurite, Ben. Oh, that's a scary fella. I already have the ghost physiology of Dark Danny, but maybe there will new things to gain from him. He can do magic, right? 07, sign-in travel ticket, low tier /1 month. Another? Okay. Maybe I can go to Vinland Saga to save Thors and have a good talk with the guy. Maybe he can explain to me in detail his, having no enemies, philosophy. 08, Power Boost Card X. Good. 09, Nosferatuzad, Berserk. Well. A big murderous cat. He can be my second Makia. I can put him on Limbo to create a foothold there. 10, Frostmourne, Warcraft. Haha. Now this I like very much, thank you. Oh man, so many memories. I look at this card fondly. Warcraft 3, Frozen Throne was so cool. It's what made me play the World of Warcraft. Arthas is what made me like undeads and necromancy too. Hee hee. I think Ains and Overlord inherited some of that fondness because it was one of my favorites ice guys. I will have fun with it. Let's go to another batch. 01, Neo Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong Cannon, Gintama. Pft, ha ha ha. I burst into laughter involuntarily seeing this. Oh god, it's okay for me to have this weapon of mass destruction. But really, how strong is this thing again? We need to take things from Gintama with a grain of salt. 02, Miyamoto Musashi, Baki. Another assimilation to Seiko. People will think that I'm biased. 03, Elder Wand, Harry Potter. Interesting. Will this allow me to do Harry Potter magic? I doubt that. But if boost my spells a little, will already be a win. 04, Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, low tier /1 day. 1 day, really? Well, can be used to go into that worlds that have only one thing worth grabbing. 05, Monica, Doki Doki Literature Club. Hell nah. My PTSD is acting up. I teleport fast and dip this card on the volcano where I threw Sho Tucker at that time. Huff, that was close. I don't even want to know if this Monica has some sort of technopathy or if she is just a normal schoolgirl. No means no. 06, Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, middle tier /3 months. 3 months. Good. Just what I'm needing. I didn't want to use the 6 months one yet. 07, Arthur Lay Win, the beginning after the end. Fucking finally. Took you long enough to give me someone with mana. And is a guy with some good abilities too, nice. 08, Rudius Greyrat, Mushoku Tensei. Haha. Now we're talking. Magic in the world of Mushoku Tensei is very convenient, that's like manipulating the elements and the surroundings with mana. And Rudius has a lot of mana and talento. Good. 09, Mocked, So no Frieren. I remember reading this manga. It was nice. Isn't this guy a demon psychopath? Well, Johann is loyal, so I can use him. Maybe I can make him teach the magic of his world to me. Uses mana, so should be the same with all these ice guys, right? Sincerely, his magic is a little similar to Rudius 1. So should be better to summon him. 10, Kim Minsu, Hero has returned. I see what you're doing here, Gacha. I'm not that much of an edgy lord like this guy. I only read the first 10 chapters of this manhwa. I don't even know how strong is this guy. But someone that finished an ice guy world can't be weak. Well, he is the last of the batch, so he should be stronger than Arthur and Rudius. Let's go for another batch. 01, Ebony and Ivory, Devil May Cry. Hey, that's cool. With infinite armor to the booth. This remembers me, I think it's time to create my anti-hero street level persona. Red Hood or something like that. I need to think of a name. 02, Package, Barney Stinson, How I Met Your Mother. Hey, at least I will gain a wardrobe full of expensive suits. And let me read. Never take a bad photo, always arrive fast when women are fighting, mathematical intuition, and other bullshit gag powers. Hey, let's see how this work in real life. 03, Yuri Han, Street Fighter. So you don't give up, a Gacha. At least, she is useful somewhat. I have a plan to create separate groups of the SCP. Like SCP Europe and SCP Asia. She can be part of the Asia one in the future. Wait, she didn't get along with Chun-Li, right? I will ask her later. 04, Background Customization Card X. Always good to have. 05, Special Birthmark, JoJo Series. What? Let me read this. Like the Joestars, you have a customizable birthmark that you pass to your descendants. The people of your bloodline will be guaranteed to inherit a part of your willpower, destiny, talent, protection, and others. OBS works retroactively if you already have a child. Interesting. This ensures that no child of mine will be a useless second generation at least. This is funny. Like, I can gain any Joestar and I would gain this. But here I am just gaining one part of the whole. Like gaining a Batarang instead of Batman. Well, at least is customizable. There's no need to be a star. What should be? HM. A skull. A sword. A tree. Maybe a spiral. 06, Charmcaster, Ben. Well, well. Well, well indeed. If this isn't one of my childhood crushes. Ahem, it's better that I summon her. Like. I already have other summons that can do magic. And she can teach me anyway. Ahem. It's only that, believe in it. 07, Power Boost Card X. Good, I have many powers, I need those things. I hope that in the future I start to gain in dozens of these with each roll. 08, Joker, DC Comics. To the volcano. HM. Ding. You had 2 cards that can be fused conceptually in a new character. Ding. You still don't have the fusion mechanic. Fusion mechanic. A conceptual fusion. The Batman who laughs. So 2 pre-existing cards can make a new one. Like if I have Goku and Vegeta, I can make a Gogeta or Vegeto. Or a Jubi if I have all tailed beasts. Sincerely, the Batman who laughs is not that impressive to me. I'm not bound by Batman's morals anyway. It's not impossible for me to go on this path. Do you think I'm a power-hungry bastard? You haven't seen anything. If I really want, in some years I can have the heart of the universe in my hands and become like astral regulator Thanos. But to this, I would need to abandon Earth to go to space. And this I can't do for now. And it's not like I will receive Dr. Manhattan's powers with this fusion. Maybe with a Dr. Manhattan card, I can make the Darkest Night card. Well, to the volcano. 09, Dauntless Shard Power, Worm. HM, what does this power do again? This shard can empower items by infusing them with a little bit of power each day, permanently enhancing them. You will constantly be charged with energy that can be stored in the items together with the power. Normally takes 20 to 30 hours so that you can have the energy for an enhancement. Beyond energy, you can imbue with your own predetermined power, controlling the direction of the growth of the item. This is big. This is what the character in Worm was capable of doing. Is this changed? If I'm not wrong, he can put his energy in an item and then the item will go leveling up. He has a daily limit too. But I can put my powers in the item. Because I have powers. This is like those magical enchantments, but with meta powers. I can make boots with air walk, helmets that give telepathy, clothes that give hyper regeneration. And daily charging for the item will make them eventually reach Omega level. This is fucking big. Top 10 things that I gained from the gacha till now. No top 5. To any other person would be a good power. To me, it's a fucking cheat. I need to do tests. But first, let's see the last card of the day. 10, Overgrown Rover, One Punch Man. Heh, and the gacha ends beautifully. I finally gained a dog. No, a dog. Heh, now I finished the gacha. The beginning was a little different and almost made me want to enter in a coma to wait for the next month. But overall was very good. 50 cards and many are useful and a lot of characters. Yep, time to use a travel ticket to assimilate them. I paused to think a little and organize what I gained. Even if I gained a lot of characters, they're more of a potential summon than assimilations. With 3 slots, let's start with the main characters. Rudius Greyrat, Arthur Lei Win, and Kim Min Soo. Without hesitation, I start assimilating the 3 and notice the low percentage. They're all under 5%. Magic, huh? And normally I gain knowledge during REM. Sleep, so I think will take a while for the numbers to go up. I don't even know all of their powers to test. Their skills or whatever. I raise my hand and try to imagine water condensing above my palm. Very easily and naturally, a ball of water the size of a basketball slowly appears. I think I got the gist of it. I murmur while compressing the thing to make ice. Okay, this is a little fun, better not to lose myself and waste time. I will have time later. Because I plan to use a travel ticket to stay months in another world. There I will train and study without worries. I go to the page where I put my consumables and observe my travel tickets. Maybe I can do 2 travels. First, let's get things straight. The best worlds to travel are the ones where I can use my power manipulation to grow in strength fast. I made a list of worlds like that. Then, I can't go to the world with gods or other high-level beings. Well, I couldn't go there anyway, because I'm only gaining travel tickets of low and middle tier. The tiers are a little abstracts and I can't agree completely with them. From what I observed on the list of worlds I can go, it appears that the essence considers the overall medium strength of the people or things inhabiting the world. Low tier encompasses most of the slice of life animes. I'm saying anime, because I mostly received shonen travel tickets, but low tier worlds must be sitcoms and normal serious movies too. But Boku no Hero is a low tier world. He is one of the highest of the low tier, but still a low tier. The big three of One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach are mid-tier worlds. But the order is the opposite of how I mentioned, if I need to break it down into smaller tiers. Bleach would be a high-level middle-tier world, while Naruto and One Piece are low-level middle-tier worlds. The overall strength of the characters of Bleach is higher, this no one can't disagree. Naruto is a little higher than One Piece, by the way. This brought me a surprise. JoJo is a low-tier world. Yes, even with a bunch of bullshit powers, it is on the same level as Boku no Hero Academia. I can only theorize that the reason for this is the small number of characters with powers. Even ridiculous powers like Gold Experience Requiem and Made in Heaven can't increase the tier of the world. Much like All Might alone couldn't. Making that I would use the same level of travel ticket card to go to JoJo and to go to Komi-san. I can't help but feel strange. Funny enough, To Love-Ru is a middle-tier world. Heh. Even if it's an Eki world, has some ridiculous powerful people there. By the way, high-tier worlds are the obvious Marvel, DC, Dragon Ball, Tengen Toppa, Shin Megami Tensei, Saint Seiya, and others. Heck, for some reason, Star Wars is a high-tier world. I found it strange initially till I remember that there's still the unexplored areas of the galaxy and the cosmic horrors there. And I think the level of technology impacts a little. Not as much as the level of the characters, but still impacts on the tier. Now, after this brief summary about the essence of the tier list of the Omniverse, I will choose the world to amass strength. I cut a lot of options because of the lack of information and risks. Like One Punch Man and Toru Majitsu worlds. I don't know the power ceiling of these worlds clearly and I don't know if Imagine Breaker, my big reason to go to the Toru Majitsu world, is a power that I can copy now. I prefer waiting to have more options for acquiring powers before going there. And I'm not going to the One Punch Man world before I'm Superman level of power. Who knows how crazy the author was when he decided how strong Saitama truly is, and correspondingly how powerful God truly is. TCH, that guy is a fucking treasure trove to me, and I can't go there yet. But it's okay, I have other options. It's good that I waited for this month's roll. As expected, I gained travel tickets that I can use. I say as I retrieve a certain card. Shonen setting travel ticket, low tier / 1 day. The time will be a little tight but I can make it. Third-person POV JoJo Bizarre Adventures World. Timeline, part. City of Morio, Japan. Space shifts for an instant and someone appears in a grass field in the outskirts of Morio. No, not someone. 2 persons. So the essence really brought my 2 bodies here. Hector comments looking at himself at his side. As expected, just a part of the whole. Will be no different if I make extra limbs and make them fly away and then put them together to form a whole body. He says. Heh, I'm in the JoJo world for 15 seconds and I'm already using detailed metaphors to explain things. Society influencing the individual. More like going with the flow. Anyway, let's start. With luck, I can acquire everything on the list. Hector comments while he senses to scan the city close. Then uses biofusion to become 1 again and in the next second he divides himself into 4. Without a word, 3 Hectors fly away and the Hector that stayed blinks to appear above the city. Cortana, are you there? He says softly while his eyes analyze the city. To you always, master. She answers immediately. So there are advantages in being a hybrid character / item. Hector concludes. He didn't need to use a background card to bring Cortana, like he would need to bring the others. No need to act nice. Let go of knocking down the people with stand and copying their abilities till only the important people remain. He says before dipping down and invading the house of Kishai Brohan. Italy's Hector. Yes, Hector doesn't put numbers in his incarnations because there's really no order or hierarchy. All are him and he is controlling the 4 bodies at the same time. Maybe the one that he is giving more attention to is the one in Morio and is also the one where Cortana's real body is resting on his heart. So that one can be considered the main one. But it's more for convenience's sake. If you're holding 4 cell phones where you need to pay attention to answer some messages, there will be one that you will rest your gaze constantly, only shifting the focus to the others when something happens. Italy's Hector, as his name is saying, is floating above Italy with a huge stack of leaflets above his head. There is literally a mountain of papers being held by him telekinetically. Hello, today we are gonna do a speed run on the JoJo world and I will teach you guys how to acquire all this world has to offer efficiently. Italy's Hector jokes with a straight while flying around Italy raining leaflets. If you have the chance to come to this world and have a limited time, you need to choose wisely the part where you will arrive. He says like he is teaching in a guide, if you have some biokinesis like Alex Mercer, just go to the part 2 and become the ultimate life form. No need to think much. But if you are a power grabber motherfucker like me, the stands are what interests you. The part 3 stands are too simple, and the best power appears in the other parts too. So don't go there. The best part to come is obviously part 4. A bunch of stands concentrated in a small town, so even if you don't have the means to move around the world you will hit big. Italy's Hector continues to fly around letting the leaflets fall down on Italy. Another important thing to notice is that the parts 4 and 5 are separated from less than 2 years, so depending on how longer you can stay here you can have 2 for the price of 1. He stops after finally distributing the mountain of leaflets around Italy. People on the street are confusingly staring at the ridiculous quantity of paper flying around. Almost everyone grabs one to read the contents. Now you must be wondering what I'm doing if I'm nothing going around copying some stand's powers. You have to remember that the year is 1999. Information travels very slowly. Cortana can't help much in this world. I'm baiting the biggest fish of part 5. The guy that erased almost everything about him. He has no identity, so how could I find him? Well, I can brute force through and search him in every hole of this country. Italy is not that big. But I only have 24 hours, so let's make him move. Hector holds one leaflet in his hand and looks at the content. Diavolo, I know about you. Come to where you took that photo of Donatella or I will reveal you to the world. It's the words written in the leaflet that anyone in Italy can read now. Diavolo is worse than me with his identity. Use your meta-knowledge well against him. Ah, and there's no need to mind the big commotion. You are here for only a limited time anyway. Go big. Italy's Hector says, continuing to act like he is teaching a tutorial. But Italy's Hector, how do you know Diavolo will fall for that? What if he gets even more cautious and hole himself up or runs away from the country? He imitates someone's voice. Excellent question, dear viewer. He will believe it because I used 2 facts to convince him that I know about him. The name Donatella and the event of the photo. And why he will make a move. Hector smirks. Assumptions are dangerous things. Like how I act like I don't know about a lot of things happening in the Marvel world and let people plot while I stay still only observing and taking notes. Diavolo thinks that I don't know about Doppio. He will move as his other personality. He will feel safe this way like my enemies on Marvel feel safe scheming against me. His smirk widens. Now I only need him to ride a train, ship or plane and Cortana will find him. Technology here is shit, but this much is possible. Then Hector looks down and starts moving at high speed. And while he doesn't appear I can go grab the other stands. World's Hector. If the previous 2 Hectors are responsible and cover the 2 points of interest at this moment, Italy and Morio. World's Hector will travel around the world to grab the things of others parts that exist at this moment. For example, Pucci already exists, and many other stand users. But these are side quests. World's Hector's 2 main quests are, grabbing the remnants of the 2 first parts. The legacy of when JoJo was a more simple manga. In a secluded and somewhat luxurious house, World's Hector moves like he owns the place till he is only a few feet away from the person he comes to meet. He pauses looking at the old man taking a nap in a reclining chair. Joseph Joestar. Looking at this fragile old man brings mixed feelings to Hector. In some way, Hector accompanied this man's life history. From an idiot. A youngster that would run away and call this a technique to an old man that would prank his grandson even after he only escaped from the hands of death. An idiot always. But a likable idiot. And now he is here. A senile old man. Hector feels a little melancholy. The only Hammond user of this day that I know. Hector comments before gently invading Joseph's mind and getting the knowledge he wants. He also copies the power of his stand and Actung Babies 1. Even if he doesn't think that is that useful to him. Now he can practice Hammond, but he doesn't leave immediately. After some thought, he puts his hand on the old man's head, a gift. For the good memories, he says slowly. After turning around he chuckles, from the ones of my childhood and the good image of Lisa now. He smiles cheekily before disappearing to start his other mission. Space Hector. Passing through the atmosphere, Space Hector pauses to look around. This gonna be hard. He uses all his powers to try to feel the surroundings before starting to fly away from the planet. There's another remnant of the part 2 beyond Joseph and Hammond. The ultimate life form Cars is out there, in space. Morio is Hector. In a remote, but somewhat good, neighborhood of Morio, a car stops at a traditional Japanese house. A blonde man calmly leaves the car and finds himself surprised when he meets a teenager in his yard. And you are. Yashikage Kira asks with a frown. His mind already running on 1,000 possibilities. The serial killer with a lot of secrets, who always tries to act inconspicuously, will obviously get off the loop if someone appears at his home. It doesn't matter who I am. It matters who you are. Hector says slowly, a smile growing on the edge of his mouth. I do know you. Your name is Yashikage Kira. You're 33 years old. Your house is in the northeast section of Morio, where all the villas are, and you are not married. You work as an employee for the Keimu department stores, and you get home every day by 8 p.m. at the latest. Don't smoke, but you occasionally drink. You're in bed by 11 p.m., and make sure to get 8 hours of sleep, no matter what. After having a glass of warm milk and doing about 20 minutes of stretches before going to bed, you usually have no problems sleeping until morning. Just like a baby, you wake up without any fatigue or stress in the morning. You're told there were no issues at your last checkup. I understand that you're a person who wishes to live a very quiet life. You take care not to trouble yourself with any enemies, like winning and losing, that would cause you to lose sleep at night. That is how you deal with society, and you know that is what brings you happiness. Although, you believe that if you were to fight you wouldn't lose to anyone. Hector says with a straight face. Every word said makes Yashikage Kira's face gets uglier and uglier. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Hector couldn't help but smirk. Then without any warning, Yashikage Kira's stand killer queen is already advancing toward Hector to chop him. Hey, he smirks when nothing hits him. It took a second to Kira notice that instead of hands, only 2 bloody stumps remains on his arms. His hands fall on the ground a second later. Knowing your hand fetish, I think this punishment very fitting. Hector starts to walk calmly at him, and most of Stan's powers are activated with their hands, you know that. Not even the world over heaven escapes this limitation. He stretches his hand towards the kneeling, and in pain, serial killer. But he is interrupted, and turning around quickly he catches a flying photo that is holding an arrow. Finally showing yourself. Ah, it's so easy when you know the people. Hector comments while tearing the arrow from the hands of the old man in the picture and then unceremoniously burning it to cinders with blue flames. Now. He slowly turns around to the now inoffensive serial killer. Time to pay. Is this the place, Jotaro-san? Jasu Higashikata asks after him. Jotaro, Okuyasu and Koichi get out of the vehicle. Don't look like the place where a bastard killer would live. Okuyasu comments looking at the yard of the traditional Japanese residence. This guy must be loaded. Well, that's the address that was written in the note. Koichi says, checking the paper again. They cross the stone path in the yard, finally arriving at the front facade of the house. There, they find someone. Koichi, you are truly a reliable guy. Hector says with a smile that only he understands. He is sitting on the steps of the front of the house nonchalantly, between his fingers he plays with an arrow. That's the arrow. Okuyasu shouts pointing at him, is he the guy? Jotaro doesn't say anything, he narrows his eyes looking at Hector. By his age, he can't be the serial killer. I knew that if you received a letter explaining everything you would go for Jotaro first, eventually joining everyone to come at me, without the need of me going after you guys. And then I could do other things. Hector comments casually. His arm goes behind his back, everyone tenses seeing that. He pauses seeing their reactions and smiles reassuringly. Slowly he retrieves what is behind him. Yashikage Kira's head. This is the guy you are all searching for. You can ask the ghost girl later, or check the house now. There's a lot of evidence inside. He says putting the head at his side. Some make faces seeing the detached head, which looks like the rest of the body exploded. If he is the guy. Who are you? Jotaro finally asks eyeing Hector. Hector look at him. Thinking about the next world, you really have the drip, Jotaro-san. He jokes and his stand, D4C, leaves his body. Everyone tenses again, they stands ready, but D4C doesn't move. I don't want to fight. Hector comments, let me put some good faith by showing my stand. Then he continues, it could sound bizarre. Heh. But I'm not from here. From this universe. My stand allows me to travel multiple realities and I come here to meet you guys. He says half-truths. The world, the hand, and Crazy Diamond. I want to copy these powers so that I can protect my world better. Can you guys allow it? I assure you all that there's no loss. He extends his hands and smiles innocently. That's it. Okay then. Jasuke says easily. The people around look at him. Even Hector looks at him strangely before throwing himself back to laugh. Jasuke-san, I don't know if it's a good idea to agree that easily. We should make sure first. Koichi comments. Hector stops laughing and after a long breath to stabilize himself he says, you're a nice guy Jasuke. And sorry Koichi, I don't have much time. I could say some things to Jotaro-san to make him believe in me a little. Like the fact, I know that he read a diary in Egypt about reaching the heaven. I even know the content. The sacrifices, the coordinates. Hector says slowly. Enough. Jotaro interrupts him and frowns. He prefers to not involve the rest of his group in this subject. Hector smiles in understanding and says, I can give some valuable information in exchange for the copy of your powers. As a guy that can travel multiple realities, knowledge is something that I don't lack, he comments. I don't trust you, there's a lot of holes in your story. Jotaro says seriously. He can feel that Hector is being truthful in some way, but he also can notice some hidden intentions. Hector sighs, as expected. And I can't blame you guys either. I also wouldn't agree that easily. This is why I need to be sneaky when copying powers. He then stands up slowly, sorry but I can't back down on it. Hector looks at them, any playfulness now gone. Invisible pressure assaults all four of them, it appears that in the end, we will solve this with our fists. Once again, everyone prepares themselves for a battle. Hector eyes them, as expected of Jotaro, you really have a great battle IQ. Already judged that my stand is good at close combat, Southwest you stay close to these rocks so that you can throw at me to create an opening during the world of stop time. And also keeping yourself in the range to help and be helped by your allies. Hector claps, but the Jotaro that I know wouldn't back down from a fistfight either, right? Hector then started to slowly walk toward Jotaro, we can't beat the shit out of each other without getting close, Jotaro. He smirked while approaching. You know a lot. Jotaro comments and adjusts his hat before slowly starting to walk in Hector's direction too. Hector's smile widens. He is living in the moment right now. He can't even bear to end this fight fast. When they reach the 2-meter distance from each other, their stands move from their bodies and advance to crash fists. Bang, a small shockwave is generated by the contact. And as standard, they exchange 1,000 of punches in some seconds. D4C is silent while Star Platinum shouts, aura, with each punch, exclamation point. But Jotaro notices something is wrong. Cracks are appearing on the knuckles of Star Platinum. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. The stand of the main villain of the Part 7. His stats are equal to Star Platinum, all of them are A, with a range of 2 meters. But in the beginning, in the next day after Hector gained the Gacha, he tested a power boost card in D4C to see if it could awaken Love Train, an ability that D4C only awakened later in special circumstances. The test was a failure. There, Hector discovered that it takes some cards to something have a breakthrough and evolve. But the card was not wasted. It increased all physical abilities of D4C including its range, now it can go as far as 5 meters. If before, D4C was on the same level as Star Platinum, now he can completely overwhelm Jotaro's stand. Jotaro himself is surprised, only another stand could be equal to Star Platinum physically, and he thinks Crazy Diamond has the same potential. He judges that he was going to lose. Star Platinum, the world, he doesn't hold back anymore. From the gem on Star Platinum's forehead, a time wave expands and clock noises are heard by Jotaro before the world goes completely still. Now he can end this. It's what he thinks. Interesting. He hears a voice that he shouldn't have heard in this world that belongs only to him. Right there, an impossible sight is presented to his eyes. The youngster is moving normally. Even the youngster looks surprised by the development. The youngster's appearance also changed. I don't fear your power to stop time because you can't hurt me anyway. He says calmly while looking at his own hands, but this is an interesting development. Right now, Hector's hair is white, only the edges maintaining a darker color. His eyes are brilliant purple and there are golden marks below his eyes and arms. Static void. The trump card of Arthur Lay win. Hector says calmly, it shouldn't be possible with this level of assimilation. But was forcefully activated as a defense mechanism. Like when you put your hands in front of your face to stop a fall. He says. He looks at the percentage assimilation going up fast and smiles. It's rare when I like surprises. By the way, these 5 seconds are lasting too much. Typical JoJo moment. He laughs before attacking. Koichi fell on his but seeing the scene before him. All of his friends lay defeated while the enemy stands tall and victorious. Hey, this guy pulled me by erasing space to fucking kick me in the face. Hee hee, I don't hate idiots like you, Okuyasu. He laughs while touching the delinquent-looking guy. After the time stopped and Hector one-shot Jotaro, he made quick work of the rest. Don't worry, they will wake up in some minutes. These guys are resilient and have a lot of willpower. Hector turns to Koichi and then he appears before him like he teleported. No. Like he stopped time. Hey, I'm liking this power already. He says before crouching down to pat the head of Koichi, now it's proved that I don't have bad intentions, right? Here, gives this to Jotaro when he wakes up, it's about the legacy of Dio. Hector delivers a paper. Koichi doesn't know if he should trust him this time. Bye-bye, Koichi. In another timeline, we will be friends. Hector starts to walk away and waves his hand. Ah. Tell Jotaro to spend more time with his daughter. Who knows if she will end up in jail or something. There's more to life than dolphins. Koichi watches Hector moves away in a good mood. He is even singing to himself, Oceanman, take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand. Oceanman, the voyage to the corner of the globe is a real trip, Hector sings to himself while walking on the streets of Morio. The stand arrow being twirled by his fingers. He is in a good mood by being able of acquiring good powers and even met interesting people, even if the circumstances are not ideal. Now I have another countermeasure against the Infinity Gauntlet. Only the Reality Stone continues tricky. He says while thinking, I need to test if those powers will work properly in my universe too. He continues to walk away casually, just to make sure that he took every interesting power here. I already went on the Trattoria Trussardi to take Pearl Jam powers and went for Kishibe to Heaven's Door. There's some shit stands too, but not interested. He goes over the list again. Now, I need to make a decision. He says and looks down at his hand. He looks at the stand arrow with a pensive expression. After a long time, he shrugs his shoulders. Whatever. It's too risky. I can gain powers easily. What if comes a bad stand like that one that stays on your back and the one of the tower? Or I could die, hee, would be so shitty. He says and puts the arrow away. He continues to walk calmly to the street still. As fucking if. He retrieves the arrow and holds it ready to stab his other hand. I'm not that much of a pussy. Since I went from the My Hero Academia world, I decided to not rely only on the gacha. His face becomes fierce and a dangerous glint appears in his eyes at the gamble. I will seek my own power. Mine. I will make my own magic. All others are only the foundation. I'm not Batman or any other guy. I'm Hector, goddammit, bring it on. He stabs himself with all his strength, the arrow going deep into his palm. He feels like he has just been electrocuted. Something spread through his body. Going even further and spreading through his mind too. He observes the bizarre situation of the arrow practically dissolving to enter in his hand, passing through his wrist. It's a one-time use only. He feels his eyes heavy, maybe has a limited durability like items in games. He can't keep himself awake. He only has the presence of mind to teleport to an abandoned house before falling to the ground. His energy's going haywire in his body, like there's a fierce fight. It's better to be a fucking godly stand. It's the last thing he murmurs before falling asleep. In the ground, a gray aura envelopes his body. And a towering figure slowly appears behind his back. Around the world and space, all other bodies also fall asleep. They only have time to seek a safe place. BZZZT. Hector's body in Morio spasms for a second before he sits straight in the next second. For how long I slept? He asks while cracking his neck. Exactly 1 hour, master. Cortana answers. She used one of the countermeasures to shook him awake or out of some control. I don't know if I did good. She was indecisive for some time. Not knowing if waking him up would mess up with the process. You did well. It took some time, indeed. I was half-conscious during the whole thing. It was like something scanned my very being to give me the stand. My desires, will, dreams, personality. I unconsciously resisted at first. He comments while looking at himself. So it went well? Cortana asks, still a little unsure. At this point, a big grin splits Hector's face. It's the fucking jackpot of my travel here. Finally, I have. He pauses dramatically and laughs, Stando Powa. And his stand appears over his shoulder. World's Hector, Central America. A ball of earth crumbles revealing Hector that made a quick defense to himself when he noticed that he was going unconscious. Ugh. I lost a little of time, he dusted himself before continuing to scan the ruins. This is already the 12th one and he already investigated dozens of underground caves. He moves and moves. Went all around the world, using X-ray vision to look at everything where there was a remote chance of him finding what he is looking for. TCH. Did the Speedwagon Foundation get rid of all of them? It's possible, they have almost 60 years of head start. He murmurs while passing through some hidden temple. Oh. Hector appears surprised before he moves fast, appearing in front of a wall. He phases through it, appearing above a tunnel that goes even more underground. He laughs when he flies down 100 meters, finally arriving in a small space. His vision can pierce through the darkness, in truth he doesn't even need his eyes. Within, he can feel everything. He extends his hand to retrieve the object before teleporting away. Now, high in the sky he reappears holding the famous stone mask from the JoJo world. The thing capable of turning people into vampires. Calcium. And other materials that I don't recognize. Is this made of the bones of the Pillar Men? And maybe some meteorites. He analyzes the ugly thing. To be even more sure, he cuts his finger and smears the mask with a little of blood. Clank. Spikes sprout from the mask, anyone seeing that would think that this is a killer object. One step closer. Hector says before putting the mask away. The mission of this body is complete. He even met Pucci and other people. But let's continue to look around till the end of the time. Maybe I can find more things. He disappears again. Space Hector. Hector sighs in space. His hand is behind his back and he looks like he is relaxing. The mission failed. He thinks in resignation. Karsa's body is nowhere to be found. It's obvious, but space is huge. If Kars left Earth's magnetic field, he could be light years away from here. Earth is also moving at ridiculous speeds in a certain direction, relativity says the why we don't feel it. If Karsa's initial propulsion moved him away from it and he is now going in the opposite direction. Almost 60 years of flying without anything to hinder his path. No air resistance, nothing. And Kars turned himself into a rock, so Hector can't feel his life force and top UT the last nail on the coffin, he stopped thinking. So Hector can't even try to feel his mind with his Omega-level telepathy. Luck and destiny it's not by his side on this. Hector is sad, but somewhat he is tranquil too. He remembers some quotes from a novel of his other life. Fang Yuan from the novel Reverend Insanity said something about the unpredictability of life. Men proposes and the heavens disposes. Life is unpredictable, but this is why life is interesting. Even this helplessness when things don't go your way has its charm. Hector smiles serenely. It's okay. I only need to use a ticket to come back here in the future. Maybe even join Joseph and save Caesar. Maybe even become Joseph's stepfather. He laughs before flying back to the planet. Maybe he is looking for a reason to come back here and enjoy some bizarre adventure. Italy Hector. Giorno Giovanna, it's not having a gold experience right now. He just tried to scam a tourist in his taxi. But when he took off with the man's luggage, the man was suddenly inside the car like nothing happened. He is sweating looking at the man calmly sitting on the back of the car. With his legs crossed, the man asks, "Why did you stop?" "The traffic." Giorno says pointing to the cars stopped in front of him. "There's a lot of space on the sidewalk." Hector points. Exclamation point. Did he want me to run over the pedestrians? Giorno thinks. Hector then laughs, "Sorry, just messing with you. A little revenge for what your father did to Senator Phillips, the last good politician. The guy paid 50 times more in taxes than an ordinary person. That was rare." This only confuses Giorno further, but he doesn't have time to think before he was put to sleep. He still doesn't know, but he has his stand. Like Trish, he has since he is a child but still didn't manifest. Hector says before starting to copy the life-giver powers of golden experience. Giorno is born in 1985. In the year of 1987, due to Dio's influence, everyone from the Joestar bloodline awakened their stand. It's the whole plot of part 3. The Crusaders have to go save Jotaro's mother. So Giorno has the stand, but he still doesn't know it. If I remember well, he must awaken this in a year. Thanks for the ride. Hector leaves after giving a big tip and waking up the confused Giorno. In the streets of the city of Sardinia, a pink-haired man walks nervously around. Doppio finally used a plane to move and he has been found out. He looks around, biting his nail, like he is afraid of anyone jumping on him. Then he heard someone calling him at his side, "Hey dude, there's a phone call to you." A young man says to him and gives him a rock the size of a hand. "Oh yeah. Thank you." Doppio completely ignores the fact that this is a rock and took it like it's a phone and put it on his ear. "Hello." The surprising thing is that someone really answers him. Doppio. This is the enemy. Run away now. The boss shouts in an alarmed tone. Exclamation point. Doppio quickly looks to the one who gives him the rock/phone. Hector stands there with a big smile, thinking this is very funny. Your schizophrenia warned you of the truth because only I could know that. Heh. Doppio throws the rock/phone at Hector and runs away. Hector watches him push people to escape without doing anything. The guy is even more paranoid than me. In his mind, he could have killed me from this distance, but he don't want to do it in the middle of the street. Hector starts leisurely following him. He calculated and knows that he has time to spare. Doppio runs for his life till he is in a secluded part of the city, close to a cliff that has a view of the beach. He breathes hard and holds his chest. This is the place that you choose for your eternal rest, he hears a voice at his side. He quickly turns around to see Hector standing there calmly. The view is beautiful at least. The sun is rising. You. Doppio starts saying, but Hector seems to teleport away to some distance. The distance is just far enough so that Doppio can't reach him in 10 seconds. Seeing Doppio's face, Hector smirks. Why don't you let the boss come out? I think I will feel better if I don't beat a mentally ill dude. Then something amazing happens to Hector. Doppio also seems to disappear. Doppio disappears and Diavolo appears at half the distance from Hector. Oh, Hector's eyes widen at this bullshit ability. In the corner of his eye, he can see the digital clock in his HUD. He erased 5 seconds of time. So the cooldown will be only 5 seconds, then he will erase 10 to reach me and end me in one move. Hector analyzes, he already considered that I know about his stand and is using small moves to give me a small sense of security. But Hector still doesn't make a move and just looks at the villain of part 5. A psychoanalyst would have a field day with you. 2 personalities and your body change greatly when shifting from one to another. Bone structure, muscle mass, hair, eyes. Truly bizarre. Heh. 5 seconds passed. Diavolo didn't say anything and also didn't move. Question mark. Hector tilts his head. Oh yeah, you can see the future. You saw that your attack didn't work, huh? Diavolo starts to sweat profusely. Of all the people that Hector met, he maybe was the first that truly understand how fucked he was when face to face with this monster. It's a little funny seeing such a terrifying villain acting like that. To Diavolo, he was seeing all possible futures. Fighting, running away, begging for mercy. And in all of them only reserves despair to him. His ability to erase time for 10 seconds looks so limited now. He can't run far enough. There's nothing of him to do. If you're not coming. Hector says before appearing just a foot away from Diavolo. In fright, the villain activates King Crimson and goes to the world of erase time. All the sounds disappear while he looks at this monster. He erased time only fast enough to see Hector's stand come out. Hector's true stand. A humanoid figure emerges from Hector and extends his hand at Diavolo's neck. The stand color scheme is white, black, and blue. It looks like a human, like Star Platinum. His skin and eyes are blue, his tight-fitting clothes are with, and some points, of what looks like a protections, are black. His cloth on the upper body covers all of his torso and lower face but leaves his arms exposed. And in his lower body, he has a waist cape and a protection in the middle. The stand is muscular like Eidolon, and on the top of his head a white crown-like thing, that looks like horns as much that looks like an angelic halo adorns his features. The halo is broken in the middle, and this is what made it look like horns that envelop his head. Diavolo moves out of the way to escape the stand grip but something surprises him. The stand's sky blue eyes follow him in this world. Exclamation point. Luckily, the body of the stand doesn't follow like his eyes. But it looks like the stand is aware of Diavolo's presence. Diavolo doesn't know, but this is the result of Hector's high spiritual awareness and spider sense. Diavolo circles Hector cautiously, he needs to time it right. He can only strike people after he used his ability. He will strike even if the future is bleak. Things go back to normal, and the arm of King Crimson drops down on a chop at Hector's neck. But Hector's stand acts faster than the eye can see and grabs King Crimson's wrist. Neat, huh? Hector turns his head to look at Diavolo's scrunched face. Sorry, but King Crimson is no match. Hector's stand color scheme is white, black, and blue. White like the clouds, black like the night, and blue like the clear sky. To my, Mr. Blue Sky. Hector says his choice of a name. Then the body of Mr. Blue Sky morphs, becomes elastic, and goes around King Crimson like a snake, impeding the stand to move. Your next words will be, elasticity. Is this the power of your stand? Elasticity. Is this the power of your stand? Diavolo says and stops himself in surprise. You're not the only one that can see the future. Hector smirks. Diavolo uses King Crimson again. During the world of erase time, he is untouchable. King Crimson phases out the grip of Mr. Blue Sky. Diavolo puts some distance between him and Hector. When his ability ends, both the eyes of Hector and of Mr. Blue Sky are already looking at Diavolo. GUH. The man is gritting his teeth already. It's not elasticity. Hector says. He is still acting casually. Not only elasticity. Hector's fingers go to his chin and he looks pensive. Maybe I could surrender myself to the ways of this world and reveal my ability. Will make no difference anyway. Mr. Blue Sky moves his arms at Diavolo. Diavolo with much effort tries to move out of the way, after seeing the future. But in the next instant, the attack already happened and his legs are falling far away from his body. He is breathing hard, seeing hope diminish at each second. That's the first ability of Mr. Blue Sky. My way. Hector says while walking calmly to Diavolo, he can use my powers. It's all the explanation that he gives. He looks very happy. But Diavolo's face blanks. Ha ha ha. You truly don't understand. I think is natural. Hector laughs then sighs to himself. Let me rephrase it. Mr. Blue Sky can tap all of my powers and he has physical stats compared to me. He can fight by my side. If I stop time for 5 seconds, when it's over he stops time more 5 seconds. He can overlap my body to give me a boost. Hector steps on Diavolo's chest. It's a fucking boost of almost 100% in my overall strength, Diavolo. Don't you fucking understand how big this is? I'm twice strong now. Stand, Mr. Blue Sky. Namesake, Mr. Blue Sky, Electric Light Orchestra. Stats. Destructive power. Speed. Range, C, 2M. Durability. Precision. Development potential, infinity. First ability. My way, born from Hector's tendency of doing everything by himself. The stand can replicate all of Hector's powers and he grows with Hector too, albeit it takes time to catch up. Limitation. It can't replicate magic and other power systems, like jutsus. Don't have aura, mana, and other energies by himself, still used Hector's reserves. Namesake, my way, Frank Sinatra. For what is a man, what has he got? If not himself then he has not. Second ability. Hector sighs, how I wasted my hype with you. Mr. Blue Sky moves and now removes Diavolo's arms, now you're a turd too. This way, it doesn't matter if he used his ability to erase time, there's nothing more he can do. Without losing more time, Mr. Blue Sky goes and touches Diavolo's head. This is another good thing, the stand can use power manipulation for Hector. Very useful to be sneaky. But Hector still needs to be careful, because he made some tests in the Marvel Universe and noticed that some people can feel stands. Many minutes later Mr. Blue Sky stops. And without another word, Hector starts leaving. You still don't have the Requiem arrow, too bad. But I have a hunch that I couldn't use right now, anyway. Hector eyes his own stand. There's always power boost cards. Diavolo continues to stay on the ground immobile, that's it. He will not care about me anymore dash. Another one bites the dust. It's the last thing he hears before he explodes. Mr. Blue Sky, King Crimson. Hector murmurs before the world changes around him. He looks around seeing these changes and tries to feel what he can impact. He is trying to understand how King Crimson truly works. Hector erases time once, but nothing seemed to change. People don't even notice. Then he sees a cliché occurrence of a girl almost being ice-guyed by a truck. He erases time, and the world changes. His senses sharpen and everything appears to move slowly. He approaches the inevitable accident. The girl is paralyzed while the truck approaches her. If Hector does nothing, when the erasing time ended, no one will see the moment of impact. Only the girl as a pool of gore. I see. Hector extends his hand and punches the girl. Not at the girl, at the moment of the impact the truck on her. He punched that second. He punched time. Like a mirror reality cracked. In the street, everyone is wide-eyed. The girl is still paralyzed in the same place, but untouchable. The truck is many meters away from her, no the truck already passed her. It's possible to see marks in the asphalt of the tires and some places that the truck hit before stopping in a wall. What just happened? Someone murmurs in disbelief. A miracle. In another part of the city, Hector sits on a bench close to the beach. I understand now. I can choose what is erased. He comments looking at his palm. Then a smile blossoms on his face. Erasing time. Manipulate cause and effect. Alter fate. So that's his. He says with a smirk splitting his face. But is Mr. Blue Sky's deep voice that finishes, King Crimson no Nurioku. Like Emma Frost once said, Eidolon's enemies don't have enough imagination to measure him. No one but Cortana is witness to the growth of this monster. No one knows his depths, and they will be for a hell of a surprise. Hello there. A Gacha half joking and half serious. First of all, let me say. Hector will not summon not even 80% of those women. I just want to see how down bad you guys are. A little spoiler, in the future, he will gain the mechanic of recycling 3 cards for a new. So you guys know where cards like Show Tucker and the Joker will go. It's only that. This chapter is too big anyway. Next chapter. The True Travel Arc Chapter 62, notes, it's a rant. I can't be cancelled. My pronouns also are they/them, but not because I'm part of the LGBT+ community. But it's because I can be literally 4 people. Hector, probably. Hello there, seizing the momentum with this joke let me talk about some things and answer some questions and doubts of you all. It's not that bad of an idea to have a big author's note every 20 chapters or so. And we're entering in another important arc after all. First about the senseless complaints. It's annoying. Do you know there are people that even complain about my notes at the end of the chapter, it ruins the immersion, and the author gives spoilers of his own work. I rolled my eyes right now, you guys didn't see. First, let's talk about the last chapters. I was prepared from the beginning from the divided opinions. Since the whole Mary Jane slice of life, to the revenge chapter and even the Gacha. I'm not surprised, only disappointed. Normally, reading the comments of my chapters and one of the high points of my day. The reviews, the memes, references, chains, the valid opinions and suggestions. Even a simple TKS makes me smile. I'm not feeling this way recently. I click on the notification with a sigh already. Calling the chapter useless, a filler, and bad. Again, I was prepared for that. Even with the increase of this type of comment and review recently, the positive ones still outnumber them by a lot. But there are so many dumb things that people say. It looks like they didn't read. It's my work even reaching you guys. What's the point then? This is a hobby. I like to write. I can continue to myself without a problem. Allow me to be a little specific. I already commented about Mary Jane and the importance of her character in that chapter to the emotional development of the MC and the way he sees people and women from the Marvel world. Okay, I will not dwell on that. The ones that had their opinions changed are already convinced, and the ones that hate MJ and think everything with her is useless will not change. Okay. Ignore when she appears. But let's move forward to the revenge chapter. People still called that chapter filler, dude. Sigh. Saying that the first part is useless, it doesn't even look like a Marvel fanfic. There's no world development. See. That chapter was not even for that. It's not for world development. It was to character development. Can people think? Stupid is me that accepts these complaints and puts an effort into giving a little of world development in each chapter. Making the chapter longer and tiring myself, just to please you guys. A certain reader suggested that I use things from Marvel if I wanted to show the evil of humanity in that chapter. To make things interesting. That was a valid suggestion. It's okay. It's not only distilled hate. And I thought about that. There are a lot of evil people in Marvel. There's a therapist that gaslights her patient in suicide so she can take the powers that it comes from a stone. There's Bullseye and many other horrible characters. I could have used that. But it would lose the impact. The thing is, everything there was real. Close to us. This put us closer to the MC and his hero work, right? You can feel it more than if he catches a falling plane. This cements him as more than a reactive hero. We see the good that he is doing close to the little people, like Spider-Man, but in a global scale. He is doing what no one else can or want to do. We're seeing why he is Earth's greatest, the foundation of his incredible reputation that we will see in the future. We are seeing how he is earning the admiration and respect of the public. He is more than a showman that saves and says a cheesy line. We are seeing him going through the worst and still keeping with his ideals. We all know that he has a dark side, and we saw him winning against it. Little by little. But did you guys really saw that? Doesn't look like it. Anyway, it's okay. That chapter is the foundation for many others in the future. Trust the process. Now, the most recent chapter. I'm sighing again. You know, after all that ugly feels bad chapter of revenge, I did that chapter with care in my heart. First, we have the cemetery visit. The closing of a circle. From the naive boy worried about surviving alone in this new and dangerous world to the now somewhat seasoned guy. Reinforcing his promise even after everything. He matured but kept the child alive. We will still have the guy that has a bucket list of weep things to do, but he is more serious now. He matured without losing a positive outlook in life. Even after seeing the evil and ugly shit, he chooses to continue. That's great in my opinion. But well. Cringe, I guess, right? Author, if you're planning to make your MC a goody two-shoes from the beginning, you should have told us. Look at this. Didn't I already tell you about his duality? He will not start acting like Superman out of the blue. Didn't I already establish that? The next scene of the chapter is the MC literally checking the corpses of the people whom he experimented on. And someone says if he will be a Superman. Frankly. This is a problem with you guys. One paragraph and you guys forget all the build-up that I did before. It was the same in the BNHA arc. I made a lot of chapters showing how he will try to be good, but not be naive. And he AHS a dark side. In the chapter, before he steals, all for one, he literally says, what I will do is downright evil, but will be worth in the end. I can repay them. I literally spoiled the whole arc. But when you guys saw his actions from other people's perspectives, all hell broke loose. You guys know of all the negative reviews at that time on how that was out of character. The reviews are still there, by the way, you can go check. I don't delete reviews. It's a good deterrent to stupid people. The first line of defense, I guess. I think you guys don't trust me. Maybe is because it's simple fanfic. You all are waiting for me to mess up in some way. It's the whole Rem thing too. The harem haters are waiting for the novel to become filled with smut or something like that. Trust the process. Continuing about that chapter. Afterward, There's the scientific part, talking about the serum, which is something big and important in the future. See, I squeezed some development there. The same thing in the chapter on revenge, the stalking of Hydra to show the world a little, and the building of the raft. I put in an effort. But if you are expecting big plots of movies every chapter, not even Oda can do that. Now, let's talk about the last gacha. TSK. I was surprised when people called the gacha useless and hated on it. I guess it was because of the 10 initial girls. Hee. A person can't even joke. I predicted it and even said at the end of the chapter that most of them would not be summoned. Chill out. But I think some people forget about a simple detail. It's small. You guys must forget all the time that the gacha is a gacha. It's not a reward. It will eventually have miss. It's normal. Don't be surprised if one day he only receives power boost cards. It's a gacha. It will happen. Well, with the exception of the guaranteed good card of the batch, obviously. The truth is, you guys couldn't even keep track of so many things that he gain. Be real. So instead of giving him a bunch of generic stuff, I decide to make a joke with a bunch of hot characters to celebrate the start of his harem. What's the problem? Some are good too. That was the gacha where he gained mana. So important, and you guys focused on the joke. Focus on the mana and on the Dauntless card. That is the prize. Only these few cards make the role worthwhile. Hey, you guys will freak out when he eventually gains nothing good. Very entitled, you know. And another important thing. He chooses if he summons someone. You all say a lot of girls and is already thinking everyone will be summoned and the MC is a horn dog. Did I already establish that he is not like that? About the JoJo part. There's not much to say. As usual, people call it filler. Even if it's a good way to slowly make the MC and the readers get out of his depressive mood. Having a little fun with the references, and he gained a huge power boost with his stand. But as a filler, I guess. Everything that is not an epic battle deciding the fate of the universe is filler. So here we are. I explained step by step what I'm writing. Meta writing. The inception of writing. Now I ask, it's really necessary? You know, guys. I put a lot of thought into this story. Believe in me. Since the beginning. Do you want me to prove it right now? The first gacha has a lot of clues on how this story would develop. It was there. When you read a story, you can see where it's going or what type of story is from the beginning. Let's use harem as an example. In the first few chapters, you can guess if there will be a harem in a cultivation novel. The first gacha gave the MC Shago, and he commented on it. Heck, I even make him think about this after his parents died just to prepare you guys and make things clear. It looked a little out of the moment, but I think is realist to think about this shit as a coping mechanism. Many still complained. But let's be real, it's a Gacha fanfic. Did you guys enter without expecting a harem? I talked about summons because I know many didn't like it. I showed his morality by giving him Funny Valentine and making him kill the invaders of his home. The D4C stand also makes clear that there are other versions of him in the multiverse, but he is the main one. Another thing that concerned you guys. I gave him the stand made in heaven to already show the limitation of the gacha so that no one can complain about it being nerfed. Everything was there. From the beginning. And comes a guy that read till the moment of Shago to give a 1-star review of harem is trash. Make me a favor and get out in chapter 3, please. I made a lot clear from the start. Going on. The next arc will be good to really took our MC from his depressive streak. We'll have some parallels with the BNHA arc, will be possible to see the difference between the him from the past from the him now. But then. I'm already prepared for your comments. Is this even a Marvel fanfic? This arc is taking so long. We spent more than 20 chapters in Marvel. Avengers, X-Men, Spider-Man, Jessica Jones, and many others. 2 arcs movie worth of the plot. So I went try to take the focus off of the external world to the internal world of the MC, and there's hate. And I bet my left hand if I progress things fast, would have people saying this story goes too fast, and doesn't develop things properly. Anyway, that's my style. There's one thing that I don't like about most of the fanfics. Is most of the development of MCs. It's typical. The MC was a loser on his last life. But suddenly he is a gigachad handworker in this life simply after a paragraph of, I'm in a new world, I will make it worth. That's not how people are. Change is gradual. The assimilation process is a response to that from me. An answer. Again, I think about my story, people. I'm doing something different. The guy already has all the power of many characters. Why don't you sit and watch Hector grow too? He learns heroism and villainy in the BNHA world. He sees things that people normally don't see. He met many people with many life perspectives. You can see him absorbing these things. It's more than the assimilation process of the essence. Even from Mary Jane he absorbed good things and matured. Nothing is useless. Maybe is boring to you. But life is a roller coaster. It goes up and down and goes fast and slows sometimes. That's the story I want to write. If it's not your cup of tea, you can always delete it from your library. The next chapters will be out of Marvel. Already giving a warning. Will be good to settle the more positive outlook of the MC. The act of being a hero is slowly becoming the truth. But he will not be a goody two-shoes that don't kill or can't do evil things when necessary. I will finish this next travel arc and then. I don't know. Maybe take a break. Maybe stop. Maybe give up on the many non-MCU arcs and just push forward Thanos' invasion and end the novel. Anyway, to the one that liked my writing. Thank you. I appreciate all the love and is what keeps the story here in this website. I plan to release a chapter tomorrow, but it will be short. Stay warned. Most of you guys complain about waiting 2 weeks. Please, in other sites with this length would not be weird to wait a month. Talking about that, this is a recurring comment on the reviews. Saying that the update stability is bad. Whatever. Let's talk about the reviews and the rating. I think it's 4/6 now. I'm okay with that. I would give my story 4/5. Nothing is perfect. Rereading I think about things that I should have approached better, some wanky dialogues. These personal critiques. The grammar has issues too. I know. I read all reviews. All. And there's surprisingly a lot. 5:40 while I writing this. Thanks for the support, love you all. There are a lot of low rating reviews obviously. A bunch that are a legacy of the BNHA arc and a bunch about harem. Yes, literally. It's a harem, and the 1 star. Okay, I guess. Not gives much to work. Funny how actually the MC is in a relationship with only one girl. But okay. This is the thing about not trusting me again. Waiting for me to mess up. Trust the process. But ignoring the people that simply hate harem. A certain reader commented on his worry about many female characters around the MC. I think that was after the introduction of Madeline Pryor. Okay, a valid worry. Let's talk about that. First, we already settled that the guy will not fuck everyone, right? But you guys must understand that he will live eternally. Off screen. He will probably have an infinite harem that you guys will never see. So I keep these things open. Don't worry, I will develop things properly if there's a romance. But let's talk about one-night stands. It can happen, right? Can our MC and She-Hulk or Lady Sif have some night of passion without strings attached? In the past, the answer would be an obvious no. But after his development. See, the importance. If he was sure that things will not get weird, that the partner has maturity, and he will not be cloned. I see no problem in him having a one-night stand if the mood is very good. We will have examples of that in the next travel arc, by the way. Again, to prepare you guys. The thing is, this is my first fanfic. I want to experiment a little with all types of romances. High school romance, normal romance, hero-villain romance, alien, god. Again, he will not bang everything. He has better options at home. But if the man is far from home and cold, can happen. Now, remember that this doesn't mean that the woman in question will enter his harem. Not immediately at least. Just keep your mind open. Sex is part of life and very common in Marvel between superheroes. The guy has his own reputation to take care of, so he will not be a Johnny Storm, but there are some select few that are worth his attention. And he has a bucket list, right? But he can do it in another universe. Now, continuing. There's controversy. There's some interesting reviews. Let me show you the shit I deal with it. Warning: the author is an incel. He's attracting freaks like him so they can suck him off and validate his unhinged worldview. I give 2 months before this turns into a disgusting swamp of an echo chamber. For now he's trying to disguise his bigotry by hiding in half-truths. He's been escalating. I'm afraid he will shoot a gay bar. May God protects us all. They even offended you guys. There's always a white knight, huh? Let me talk about it. Apparently, I'm a women hater. Probably because of the last chapter of the interview and the many jokes in the story. I sincerely made that thing to be the foundation of the conflict between the MC against Captain Marvel. My little protest on how the woke culture is ruining comic books. And I put some personal experience down there, maybe can help some of you guys. Who knows? First of all, dude. It's not that deep. There's a joke about everything in Saisatri. Not only the woke culture. Joke about Asians, British people, America, Brazil, Karens, police officers. But the guy focuses on the woman part, huh? What I said about always there's someone to protect them. Sincerely, I make more fun of men than women. But okay. And what about shooting a gay bar? What? There are gay characters in Marvel and here and they're cool. Like Iceman. These snowflakes, dude. Wait for the confrontation between Eidolon and Blue Marvel. I will finally complete the bingo and be called racist too. Let's go to another funny 1-star review. MC is nothing but a monologue-loving beta letting any women to walk all over him. Sharing his powers with strangers trying to act cool helping X-Men for nothing in return. He is a Japanese goody two-shoes and nothing else. Do not waste time. Okay. You guys need to decide. Or he is a misogynist that beat women keep them in their places or he is a beta that lets women walk over him. He can't be the two. Or he is. Maybe I'm so good at creating a duality moral of the MC that I transcended. Anyway, see why I'm not excited to read reviews and comments anymore. How can these people read what I wrote? But let's break down this last review. First, the monologues. Many people complain of the monologues. What do you want? It's a first-person's POV. The guy thinks a lot, it's one of his traits. And I explain things properly because of the retards that need everything munched up. And I also things is a little realistic seeing his thoughts going to strange places. Now the part where he lets any women walk over him. Beyond his grandma, no one can command him on anything. But maybe this is one of these guys that never touched a woman and doesn't know that there are things like friendly banter between people. Now about the sharing powers. I want to talk about this too. Created a little of controversy when Hector taught Rogue Nen. Some readers even joked about not seeing anyone complaining about the MC plans of giving one for all to Cassandra. Most of you guys have some petty possessiveness of power. Keeping everything close to the chest. It's okay, I'm a little like that too. But come on. It's not like he is giving the secrets to the heart of the universe. Do I really need to spell all the advantages? Okay, let's go. The problem is two things. Teach Rogue Nen and the comments of the MC about spreading the teachings of Nen in the future. Starting with Rogue. She unlocked her aura, no big of a deal. Hector teach and spend time with her and more of the X-Men increases his favorability. This CNA allow him to copy their powers or even bring them to his side in the future. Remember people, these guys are his allies against anything that wants to fuck the Earth. What's the problem in preparing them? I read a comic by DC some time ago, and there shows that most of the small villains don't really want to take down the heroes. They just want to avoid them, because the heroes protect the world where the criminals live. It's obvious. Even if in Hector's paranoid mind everyone is a potential enemy, everyone also is a potential ally that can be important or even make the difference between victory and defeat during a crisis. Now let's talk about making Nen common. Some people commented about S.H.I.E.L.D. and others now know about it. Yeah. So. It's Nen. Not Ki from Dragon Ball. No one will be bursting planets tomorrow after learning. And is already established that is not easy. And there's a lot of equivalents in Marvel, you know that. Chi and all that shit. Iron Fist and all. To them, Nen is harnessing the aura like Chi, the fucking same thing. But let's talk about the advantages. As I said, you guys act too much secretive. But to receive some things you need to give too. Imagine 10 years from now. Hector already has his empire. Most of humanity worships the ground where he walks. Earth is progressing. Now it's time to expand to the start. He needs people, right? Are you gonna rely on the Gacha? Impossible. Just go live on an island if you want to be taught much of an isolationist. Nen is a good test. If people out there really put in the effort and learn, it means that they are talented, hardworking, and have some willpower. Potential recruits. Potential space marines. No normal person will outgrow a monster like Hector using Nen. The super soldier serum will be widespread too. As a side note, during the talk with Emma, when Hector comments about making humanity healthy, beautiful, smarter. Someone commented about this being very similar to Nazism or some shit. There's a big difference between uplifting everyone and cleansing the bad ones. Just saying the obvious here. Back to the focus, Nen and the super soldier serum will be a good thing to make humans better. Guys, magic will be widespread too. Already is. And is much more dangerous than Nen. Petty jealous I tell you all. Another advantage will be the good PR cultivated in sharing this. Who knows how much simply being capable of controlling aura can help people daily. This is another thing. Not everyone will be a combatant, why worry so much? And lastly, if people awaken more powers to copy. At that point, the guy will be full of protections to bullshit hacks. He will give a little and receive a lot. Especially in human resources. That are invaluable. And is not he is gonna do it carelessly, right? Duh. Next topic. What again? Wait, it's over. I'm sure there are a lot of things but I'm not remembering. Oh, about the multiverse. Ugh, I'm with headache. I will only say some things. There's more of Hector, yes. Yes, some of them have powers and are dangerous. Yes, he will eventually meet some of them. Friends and foes. He is part of the Marvel multiverse. If everyone has alternative versions, he has to deal with it too. He didn't ask for the MC protection package when he come to Marvel. D4C made him the main one. The linchpin Hector of the multiverse. I established this from the start. See. I think. Anyway, any other questions, put them in the comments. I will erase this chapter eventually. Sorry for the rant. I extracted a tooth, maybe this is why my patience is lower than normal lately. Once again, to all the supporters that love my writing. Thank you. My cold heart gets warm every time I read a simple, thanks for the chapter. To the rest, I hope that you guys can see what I'm trying to show. I want you guys to have fun with my writing too. Now I need to say to my mom that she will not have grandchildren because I'm on the Sigma male grind set. Not because I'm afraid of women or anything. Believe in me. See. Jokes. It's not that deep. Anyone will go on a rant defending red pill guys in the comments? I bet not. Live and let live. Bye. Chapter 63, World of Pirates, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Just walk the path you believe in. And don't forget, you're the main character of your own life. Glenn Radar's, Rokudanashi Majitsu Kosher to Akashic Records. Recap, Hector renewed his vow at his parents' grave. Rolled the gacha receiving bad and good things and made a trip to the JoJo world where he acquired many powers and awakened his own stand, Mr. Blue Sky. Hector POV. I blink and I'm back to my space station. I stretch a little, as an act of habit more than to relieve some stress. I did a lot in such a small time. And controlling 4 bodies is tiring mentally. And the arrow also tired me spiritually a little too. Well, a birth or awakening of a new power is always a tiring event. Are you gonna do the other travel now, Master? Cortana asks me. Tomorrow. Let's recharge a little. I answer her after thinking a little. I will start big, so it's better to relax for now. Contact the ones that I will take with me to make their own preparation too. I will personally meet Siko. I say before teleporting away. I hold myself back from stopping time for fun. I will test this power in another world tomorrow. Till now, most of my powers affect me or my surroundings in a limited way. The world can bring unwanted attention. New York. After having a small talk with Siko about tomorrow, and giving her the Miyamoto Musashi card, will be good to better her foundation, and I want to test a theory too. I teleport to Shago's penthouse. Acting sneaky pays off because I'm greeted with the nice sight of her bending over the kitchen counter waiting for the microwave apparently. She is wearing booty shorts. I know what I need to do. As my right and obligation as a boyfriend, I roll up my long sleeve and pull my arm back to give her a meaty smack in the buttocks. It's the law. Pa. Ah. She straightens herself up immediately in surprise, and releases a sultry moan while slowly turning to give me a side eye over her shoulder. A provocative smile blossoms on her lips. You slap me and I turn the other cheek. She says, shaking her booty from side to side. PAH. I slap the other cheek too, but don't let go this time. Don't quote the holy scriptures in such a heretic act, wench. I say like a paladin, and then I hug her from behind and kiss her neck and shoulders. Are you gonna punish me now? She simply doesn't stop, huh? I turn her around and easily lift her up to sit at the kitchen counter. Some punishment would be fitting to such sinful body. I whisper while appreciating her in her sleeping clothes. Mister, I was just led astray to the wrong path. She bats her eyelashes and acts coy. I'm a good girl. To not fall for your deceitful words, I will shut your mouth now. And I don't waste time kissing her lips. She reciprocates fast and eager. Our long make-out sessions end and she pulls back to recover her breath, but continues to hug my neck and have her ankles around my legs. Someone is hungry today. She comments with a predatory grin, and what is that? That kiss was electrifying. New power. She asks with surprise in her eyes. I tried to use Hammond, like Caesar in part 2. It can stimulate the body part in contact, good for the health too. No problem in being creative with powers. Not everything is only to be used as countermeasures against enemies. I missed you. I made a one-day trip to another universe. Thought about some things and realized that I'm a little distant those last days. That was not so nice. I confess. She kisses my cheek and smiles at me. Relax, I knew where I'm getting into from the beginning. Then she rolls her eyes, ha. You're one of those guys that the world can be ending, and if I ask if is something bothering you, you would answer with an, I'm fine. Okay, that's a pretty accurate analyze. I confess, making her laugh. I'm not the type to go venting in any way. I mean, venting can help, but I'm more the type that meditates in introspection. It's funny that I'm good at helping people with pep talks, but I never go talk with anyone for help or counsel. I mean, there aren't many that can help me anyway. I give a peck on her lips. I appreciate the space, my love. I say gratefully, I'm getting better too. The world where I went is a little funny. I chuckle. But she raises an eyebrow at me. Had fun, huh? Any girl. Pfft. In JoJo. Only met macho and sexually ambiguous men with their flamboyant clothes. I say, laughing. She continues to stare at me, to see if I'm telling the truth. It's the world from where Butchiarati come from. I deadpan. Now I believe in you. She says immediately, is everyone weird like that there? And those clothes? She cringes. I laugh again, more or less. Don't be fooled. It's just that people there are so manly that they're almost gay. Or it's the opposite. They act so gay that reach the pinnacle of manliness. I start to think about that. Should I be worried that you're thinking about macho men while you're with me? She raises her eyebrow again. Pfft, no. I say and go to shower her with smooches on her face. After I'm satisfied and she is out of breath and giggles, I stop. What are you doing? I look around the kitchen. Late night snack to watch TV. She says. I look at what is in the, now stopped, microwave with my X-ray vision, not very healthy to this hour. I say. She rolls her eyes. Her training and usage of powers allow her to eat a lot of junk food without a problem, so she is never worried about that. Wait a little and I will prepare something better. I say and start moving around the kitchen. A pizza bread should do the work. I comment. Pizza? She asks, confused by my choice of changing 6 for half a dozen. I turn around and point at her. The key is in the ingredients, my dear. The ingredients. I remove the said ingredients from my sky poison pearl. Don't compare whatever was in that plastic bag with my natural products kept in perfect conditions. I sniff some of them, fresh as you would find only 5 in the morning on a farm. I release an exaggerated, satisfying breath. Okay, chef. I will never question your food. She raises her arms in surrender and with a smile on her face. Just go choose a good thing for us to watch. I will stay with you here for tonight. I say. She gives me a salacious grin. I was thinking about cuddling. I say fast. I do not want our relationship be only about sex. Or give this idea to her. Yeah. She says dismissively before turning around with an exaggerated sway in her hips. Well, it will have cuddling, too. This is divine, Shago moans with her mouth full of my food. She doesn't waste time in hooking another piece of my pizza bread between 2 of her fingers and pulling it. The filling comes between the bread, and the cheese stretches the exact good amount to not become annoying. Pizza in this shape is extremely convenient. She comments, the bread part perfectly makes a C to contain the cheese and the other things from the pizza. And the size of these portions, it's just right for a mouthful. Pizza is already very conveniently shaped. This is simply more work. I cheat to make it easy with my powers. I explain. This is good. Eating some good food, the soft body of my hot girlfriend pressing against mine, being fed by the said girlfriend occasionally, and having a hand in the best stress relief ball of the world, a breast. This is for why I put a load of effort every day. This small part of the day. This small reward that one day will be eternal and without worries. One day. So, there will be hot women in the world that you will visit tomorrow? Shago asks. Yes. I won't lie to her. Someone that you fancies? Yes. Are you gonna make a move? She asks, her voice betraying nothing. I don't know. I need to meet these people personally, right? It's more than simply finding someone hot. You know that. I explain myself. Sincerely, I'm still weirded out by the nature of our relationship. There's no example for me to follow. What is acceptable and what is not? I'm afraid of hurting Shago. Do you want to come? I ask again. And spend months in a world full of unwashed men? No thanks. She answers easily, and I'm not like Siko. That training freak. Yeah, Shago doesn't neglect her training. But she is not the type that will crazily go learn all power systems. She prefers having a strong power and training it. Shago. Well, the best way is to ask directly. Communication is the key to a successful relationship after all. Yes. What do you think of me having a one-night stand with someone? Just wipe your dick before coming back to me. She answers without a second of hesitation. I pinch her side, seriously. Let's say that in this trip I hit off with some girl. A curiosity, male instinct. I don't know. Obviously is not just anyone. She is mature and open enough to have a fun night. After this trip, I will never see her again. What do you think about it? I ask. Sincerely, there are a lot of girls out there in the omniverse that I don't see myself starting a relationship with, but I'm curious in tasting. Ugh. That sounds horrible. Men will be men. Shago pauses before answering, you will never see her again. Even better. I can't understand her way of thinking. Care to explain? I bite the bullet. Okay, Hector. Listen. We're together. I will not be the only one. How other will be added? Maybe these one-night stands can develop into something more serious. Are you gonna lose the chance? She asks seriously. Obviously, to me would be great if you don't develop feelings for anyone anymore. But I know that is too late already. And you deserve to have some wifey material or other things too. Sincerely, if you keep things only carnal, would be for the better. But I know you. You're the serious type that will try to wife everyone that you sleep with. Be careful to not get attached to any slut. She says, on this trip that you will never go back, it will be great to sate your male urge of tasting new things. She mocks me, much better than doing this here with Black Cat or Black Widow. She says the last part in a low voice. Once again I ask myself if the essence messed with her head. And crazily makes sense. Not all relationships start properly with confession, a date, or another thing. Sometimes, we skip to vertical tango and then develop from there. You're weird, Shago. I sigh and hug her from behind, and I love you. Don't worry that no one will replace you. And I'm not a horn dog that will fuck 50 people or something like that. I asked because I don't know the day of tomorrow and don't want to hurt you. I know. Relax. I know that I'm your favorite. She says smugly. Seeing the chance of a little teasing, I keep my mouth shut. She catches on to that and slowly turns to me, I'm your favorite, right Hector? I look away on purpose. Fast and brutally she turns around to straddle me and pin me down. She is hot when she is angry. Who is your favorite? I can't keep my mouth from trembling in a smile. She notices that I'm messing with her and slowly starts to deflate. Cortana. I say to piss her off. Cortana. What follows is a flurry of attacks while she mounts me. We laugh during the whole thing. Is that so? Let's see if I can change your mind. She says before going away and coming back holding a dark lipstick. She starts to apply it to her mouth. Oh. Woohoo boy. After she is done she starts pulling the waistband of my pants. I will mark till the base. To all other women see that there's a better someone. She says. I'm liking where this is going. Third person POV, Hector, hear me out. Helena follows Hector through the hallways of the Infinity Castle, annoyed by the amused smile on his face. I don't think summoning Harley is a very good idea. Why are you so scared? I just commented that she entered in the list. The final say will always be mine. He says casually while entering a room and retrieving some things fast and then continuing his way, but I have to say that I do not find it such a bad idea. He puts on a thoughtful expression. Wouldn't be nice to have a friend, he asks teasing her. She is not my friend. Helena denies fast. She is a wild card, you must know that. She will give you more trouble than what is worth. Hector hums in agreement but ended up saying relatively, very small trouble. I would say. Hector goes into another room and retrieves more things, and Harley is not that bad. What is the impression that you have of her? Evil. Pure evil. Broken evil. Or. He pauses to look at her, misled. This she can't argue. Hector chuckles, I understand that you're constantly annoyed by Shago and having another someone so similar will put you at even more disadvantage and annoyance, Helena. But observe the similarities of the two. Hector raises his index finger. The truth is that the two of them don't like to be in charge. For their own reasons, they have been under constant pressure all their life in doing something that. Not that they don't like. But more like eventually become a drag. Hector pauses a little, Shago being forced to be a hero by her brothers because this is what everyone thought that would be the obvious path, and Harleen Quinzel going on such a strict career path because she is smart. It's not that surprising that the two simply want to let go of the wheel and just ride the chaos of life a little without responsibilities. Hector sighs, but at that moment Harley met the worst possible person to be influenced on. Don't be so hard on her. With the right leadership, she should do better. Hector says. So you gonna do that? Be her, pudding. Helena asks, smiling after seeing Hector disgusted by the word pudding, gonna fuck her in her place. TSK, so all those tabloids about misogynistic idolin were right. Helena shakes her in an exaggerated disappointed way. Well, that was not that bad of an idea, you know. Hector smirks roguishly while caressing his chin and jaw. Making a lewd expression, a little punishment on that pale Clussy will do the work. I can fix that. He even licks his lips. He is interrupted by a slap on the side of his head. Be serious. She growls at him, annoyed that he hadn't brought her teasing and even turned against her. Okay, okay. Hector raises his hands in a mocking surrender. Let's go from the beginning. You're probably the person that better understands my power, Helena. My ability to reach all across the omniverse and the infinite timelines. Where everything is true and everything is false. Hector starts. Yes, thanks to her own experiences from her universe, she is the one that can better relate with Hector in this aspect. She knows of Superboy Prime, knows that relatively some universes are fictional to others, and the unending possibilities that exist. But even so, she doesn't know half of it. To her, Hector has some sort of omniverse awareness where he could watch other universes briefly, and at a certain point in the month, he can fish things across dimensions. But have no control over what he brings. My power doesn't have empathy, but we already discovered that it was not that much of an asshole, right? It's not like it kidnapped you guys. It asked first. And Hector looks at her, you all are not in so good situations. Then, there you have it. Every possibility to bring someone here is a chance of saving this person. What would you do if you have this power? The ability to give someone with a bad end a new chance. Hector let her munch his words. Obviously, I'm not a saint. I will not bring the Joker here and think I can change the guy. She nods at him. But in the infinity sea of possibilities that is the omniverse, even the Joker has a sad and pitiful backstory sometimes. Jack Napier and his wife. I will tell you later. Hector moves his hand dismissively, seeing her curious eyes. What I'm trying to say is, there's a big possibility of Harley not being all that bad when I bring her here. And with a little work, she can be saved. I don't know if this is the best word to use, but I think I can do that. So I'm gonna ask you again. From what I said now and what you know about her, are you really that much against bringing her here? Hector looks at her. She pauses. I can put a hold on it for a long time too. The good thing about my power is the freedom of choice of when to bring them. Now. In 20 years. Or never. It doesn't matter. Hector shrugs. In the end, he will value the feeling of his actual people more than his potential people. If Helena was that much against Harley, he can hold on bringing her till he convince her. Helena notices it too and appreciates the consideration. Helena sighs, okay, you convinced me. She relents, but don't expect me to get along with her. She points at him. And if one day you decide to, whatever reason, bring the Joker here, let me kick him in the balls. Thrice. She negotiates. Hector releases a chuckle. Sure, for you I can break the men code. Shut up about the men code or whatever. You kicked Loki in the balls during the invasion. She points. He raises his hands to defend himself. He is gender fluid. It's in the mythology. He defends himself, making her roll her eyes. He always has an answer to everything. Anyway, I'm going now. Thank you for your understanding and try to be nice to your future colleague. He teases and pulls her in a half hug before kissing the top of her head. She pauses at that and didn't move till she heard Shago and Cassandra getting closer. Surprising, huh? Shago starts stopping at her side. Helena waits for her to continue. He is surprisingly an affectionate guy when you get closer to him. Must be from where he comes from. You Latinos are all touchy with kisses on the cheek and hugs. Shago explains, you're chocked with the little display of affection early. Looks out of character coming from him. He is all broody and dark. But we forgot that we met him at a bad moment. The guy was literally alone in this country. True. Helena whispers. Well, you can give me the credit for that. A smug expression settles on Shago's face while she puts a hand over her heart. I peeled the ice from that bastard heart. Get off your high horse, woman. Helena rolls her eyes, but then turns to Cassandra. What are you doing with her? She asks suspiciously. She likes Cassandra and can't have Shago corrupting her. Just passing some instructions to her. Shago says casually. Instructions. Yep. Shago says, popping the P. You can go now, Cassandra. Hector must be waiting. Cassandra starts going in the direction Hector went without a word, only with a nod of her head to the two. But Helena is still staring at Shago without blinking. Don't try to imitate him. Will not work. Shago comments while checking her nails, but there's no harm in telling anyway. I'm just telling little Cassandra to keep an eye on all the women that get in contact with Hector during this trip and tell me later. Helena's hand goes to her face slowly. I should have expected something like that. Aren't you cool with the whole sharing thing? Why suddenly act like a jealous girlfriend? You misunderstood. I do not care how many women will fall on his dick on this trip. I bet that I lot, by the way, and there's no problem in that. He will come back to my arms eventually. No one can steal him from me. She acts smug again. And then continues, but there's also no reason to not keep tabs on them, right? Know the enemy. That Sun Tzu shit. I thought that you would adopt something like out of sight, out of mind approach. Helena comments. More like out of reach. Shago shrugs, I really don't care. Again, he will not abandon me for another when he can have more. Caught the scheme. And then he goes adding more, and then will be I plus another against a potential homewrecker. And then more. And then more. Any woman that wants him to herself will have to bow to the strength of numbers. Comply or go away. I'm invincible. She laughs evilly after her speech. I really can't even start arguing with your distorted line of thought. Helena sighs. Hey, just a little of harem management. Do you want me to explain how I will impose the hierarchy? This is not an old Chinese drama. Naive. Shago snorts. Anyway, if I ask, Hector probably would say what happened on this trip. But even he keeps certain things a secret. So taking a page of his book, I'm preparing beforehand. Helena decides to not say anything about the fact that if there's something that Hector wants to hide, he will hide. He only needs to talk to Cassandra and all this plan crumbles to pieces. You still didn't let go of his first woman, huh? It's what Helena decided to say. Nah. There's something more there. Shago narrows her eyes. You're thinking too deeply. A teen had his first experience with an older woman. It's normal to get a little attached and protective of the memory. Sincerely, I'm half convinced that he is so secretive about it to keep teasing you. Just act like you don't care and he will talk. Helena gives her advice. Shago stays silent for some time. It's sounding advice, but in the end, she shakes her head. No. My womanly instincts never fail. This woman will be trouble to me. Write what I'm telling you. Shago says with conviction. Zeta Space Station. It's really okay for me to be here? Tsukasa Aishi, the chef from the Shokuchiki no Soma world, asks around. He is a little self-conscious to be here on the space station to go on a trip to another universe. Siko, Cassandra, and Gigantomachia are fighters and he is not. There's more to the shonen genre than fighting, Tsukasa. Hector answers him, you are doing a good job, take this as a reward. Don't you want to go see completely different ingredients and learn new cooking techniques? What better to broaden your horizon than going to another universe? Tsukasa now looks interested. So many fantastic creatures are out there in the Omniverse. Maybe all of them can be eaten. Hector continues, and there is an island in the world that we are going to that has many weird things. Like a flower where the petals were wagyu, a waterfall of laymen, and a tree that where grows pizza. You convinced me. Tsukasa says calmly. Masters of any craft would refuse the opportunity to see fantastical things related to their passion. Hector then turns to the rest, everyone prepared? Mentally I mean. We will spend 3 months there. Hope that you guys brought everything. He rechecks everything in his inventory again. He is the luggage guy after all. After some thought the rest nod. Now a little speech, ahem, there are many reasons to go where we're going. Interesting powers, materials, fauna, flora. Many things to learn and absorb so that we can become better versions of ourselves. The people here are the ones that I judge that can take the most of the experience. Cassandra, Siko, Tsukasa, and Gigantomachia stay in silence while hearing him. We will have to do things like fighting and involving ourselves in problematic things, but don't worry that I'm strong. Just keep the minimum of vigilance. But overall, the most important. Hector pauses and prepares the necessary cards. A smile grows on the corner of his mouth, remember of having fun. One Piece World. Sabaody Archipelago. Tree number 11, Lawless Area. It doesn't feel that different. Siko comments looking around like the rest. The gravity here is stronger. Hector analyzes, but nothing much changed really. He and Cortana are checking the air components to see if something can harm them. If travelers between countries can create pandemics, imagine travelers between multiverses. Little trivia about where we are. The Sabaody Archipelago is not really an island. In truth, we are walking in giants' roots of giants' trees that reach 10,000 meters under the sea. Are you seeing the bubbles? They are generated by these trees and can even carry people. These are the main and more characteristics of transport here. As a downside, the bubble only lasts while in the region, exactly because of the humidity and other components in the air generated by the trees. Hector explains like a tourist guide to them. Except for Machia, everyone is interested in the strange biome. Hector looks like he is trying to feel something at a distance before he opens a portal. Emerging from the other side, the group leaves an alley and found themselves on a busy street. People are walking around with bubble bags and other vehicles bubble-based. That's the tourist part. full of shops and things that you can only find in distinct parts of the world. Ah, this archipelago is the last checkpoint before going to a new area. Everyone needs to pass through here, so you can probably find things from everywhere. And here is where we separate from today. Hector declares. Tense. Cassandra says. Indeed. People are looking tense. Seiko confirms, looking around. There will be a big event in a little while. I think is starting already. A public execution of sorts. Hector states the reason. We're gonna crash it, by the way. Hector gives them a predatory smile. Oh, here is the pawn shop. They enter the pawn shop, leaving after exchanging a reasonable amount of gold for bellies, the currency of this world. Well, there's a place to go before going to Marineford. Tsukasa and Cassandra just stay there, watch the show on the big screen, go sightseeing, and buy anything that you find interesting. No need to worry about money, you guys can spend everything. Hector says while giving them the suitcase. Cassan turns her head a little confused. Sorry, but I don't think will be good for you to be on a battlefield, Hector explains. He is being considerate. Cassandra is very sensitive to other people's emotions, there's a high chance of something bad happening to her if she goes to the war. Go have fun for today. Hector pats her head. I will put some Shadowcon in your guys to be sure. Ah. Get out of the way of some dumb-looking people with bubble helmets appear. They're annoying. Hector then opens a portal to a shore of the archipelago. There he creates a nimbus to fly to the next destination. Before moving, he uses the ghostly biofission one time. The other Hector flew at high speed to the sky. And he also makes a casual clone to keep an eye on Cassandra and Tsukasa. Where are we going? Seiko asks while enjoying the breeze and admiring the vast expanse of ocean that is this world. Prison. Hector answers with a smirk. The world of One Piece is an obvious and inevitable choice for Hector to visit. And using the same modus operandi from the BNHA/MHA, Hector decided to arrive during a turbulent moment, where many people will gather and facilitate for him to accomplish his goal. In his own mind, the only loss will be that arriving at this moment means that Momonosuke and his retainers didn't travel through time. So he will miss the chance to take a power that he likes, the food no mi, brush fruit, of Kanjuro. The fruit that makes your drawings a reality. Too bad, he arrived at Marvel before the big reveal of the One Piece manga. He doesn't know of the truth of the Gomu Gomu no Mi and the fact that Blackbeard collected some interesting devil fruits in the future too. Otherwise, he would have chosen to arrive during the Wano arc. He simply put on the balance. That's the greatest and most secure prison in the world. Hector comments looking down in Impel Down. It appears that something is going on down there. Seiko eyes the confusion on Impel Down Harbor. Hector side glances to a certain direction but doesn't move. Some prisoners escaped. He says. He put on the balance and judged that arriving at this time when people would be less prepared would be for the best. And also, before a lot of prisoners of Impel Down get free on the sea. He almost licks his lips looking down on the prison. This is just the appetizer, the soup if you want to call it. Before the main dish that is cooking on Marineford. His eyes go through the many levels of the prison, looking at his targets. Blackbeard crews are down there, almost arriving at level 6 and so many others. Then his eyes change. The predatory look is now gone. Oh. He then disappears before giving some instructions. Defeat everyone in sight. Any last words? Magellan, the warden of Impel Down and user of the poison fruit, prepares himself to deliver a blow on the reason the gates of justice has been opened. Satisfaction. Bon Clay declares with a smile on his face while in a battle stance. The huge fist coated in purple poison flies to meet the already injured Bon Clay, but when he is ready to meet it head-on, a figure emerges in his front and with an outstretched left hand stops Magellan's attack. The fist is stopped and the poison disperses in the surroundings. I'm sorry, but I will not allow you to hurt Bon-chan. Hector declares. Then he grabs Magellan's hand and throws him across the room. Who are you? Bon Clay asks shocked. Hector, a pleasure to meet you. Can we be friends? Hector asks casually with a big smile on his face. Bon Clay instinctively takes his hand, still confused from the sudden shift in the situation. Your hand. Magellan's poison. Bon-chan suddenly exclaims pointing to Hector's other hand that is resting on his side. Oh, don't worry, I'm like, his natural enemy. Hector casually glances at the sky poison pearl hidden in his palm. Mujiwara already left. I'm going to Marineford after settling some business here, wanna come? Hector asks. Yes. Do you have a way? Bon Clay answers immediately. He had already given up, but now a chance presented itself to him. He will grab it to continue to help Muji-chan. Yep. I just have to deal with Blackbeard on the lower levels and we go. Hector comments, oh, let me cure you. You're gonna sleep for a while. Hector doesn't wait and puts Bond to sleep and heals him. He then gently passes Bond through a portal to his Nimbus out there in the sky. Finally, he turns to the racing Magellan. He just freed himself from the debris, his poison growing so strong that is melting the stones. I have nothing against you, Magellan. I even like you. Very underrated. Hector says while calmly watching hydras made of poison be formed and coiling around the room. In truth, I will even help you. Blackbeard and the rest will not escape this place alive. You're not leaving this place either. Magellan declares and attacks. Hey, Hector smirks seeing the poison getting close. I will use your power well. Sometime later, Seiko and Makia cross another portal to the command room. Finished her dash. Seiko was going to ask but paused seeing a strange scene. Everyone in the room was unconscious, except 2 people. Good job. Hector greets them casually. Hector is sitting in someone. He is treating a woman as a chair. Let's go then. Call the jailer beasts, Suddy-chan. Hector turns to his chair and delivers a slap on her ass. Pa. Yeesh, master, they're coming already, the orange-haired woman wearing a skimpy outfit cries out while rolling out her tongue lewdly. Good girl. Hector pats her sore ass. He stands up and starts to move to the exit. When Suddy starts following him crawling on all fours, Hector quickly puts her to sleep too, and continues to act like nothing happened. Seiko continues to stare strangely at the scene. What? She was a sadistic and wanted to do some weird shit with me, I just turned the tables against her. Hector shrugs and continues to move where he is sensing the jailer beasts, the ones with awakened Zoans. Seiko doesn't follow instantly, she glances at the unconscious Suddy, with her blissful sleeping expression. How envious. She murmurs. What? Hector turns fast. What? Hector. Seiko. Makia, the floor is made of floor. Hector decides to continue on his path and ignores it for now. Level. I'll free those who survive, and let you join my crew on the outside world. Blackbeard declares with his arms outstretched to all the prisoners. Clamors, shouts, and rackets echo from all the cells, boom. But is interrupted when the entrance was forced open again. Everyone looks up to the platform that is the beginning of the stairs to the lowest level of Impel Down. Silence falls on the level 6 while the people there wait to see who is entering. Before the dust settles, a male voice reaches all of them. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but this little game is being cancelled. None of you are leaving this place. Forget about leaving, you guys will not be living in half an hour. Finally, 3 figures emerge. A couple of teens and a 4-meter man. Seeing his pretty and unarmed appearance, most of the prisoners fall in laughter and jeers. Screaming at him to get closer and promising to take good care of him and the girl. Hector observes them with a calm smile, unaffected by the noise. Now, some people adopted some serious expressions, like Shiryu, the former guard of Impel Down, and other big shots. In this world, it's not strange to someone judge the level of strength of another person with a look. They can at least get a rough estimative. And even if Gigantomachia is the most eye-catching of the trio, they instantly notice that the youngster in the middle that is the real threat. Marshal D. Teach. Hector says slowly, looking down at the men. He notices that Oda-sensei's ridiculous proportions are toned down a little in reality. Yes, Blackbeard still is a huge man with a big belly and small legs, but he doesn't look like a barrel with chicken legs anymore. He is fucking ugly. Well, Suddy-chan breasts are ridiculously big and she has a very small waist. So you gain some and lose some, I guess. He thinks lightly. Zihahaha. That's me. I don't know you. Blackbeard laughs a little nervously, but still keeps a smile on his face. I'm not famous, don't worry about your lack of knowledge. Before we start, let's have a talk, shall we? Hector says before the ground moves to make him a throne. He slowly sits on it and turns to look down again at the pirate crew. So. You betrayed your former crew, killed your friend. No, no. I'm not admonishing you. Just hear me out first. Hector starts and raises his hand to not be interrupted. You cheated your way to be where you are right now. Do you think this is the right path? That you will not regret it. Hear me out first. Hector, don't let him interrupt. You know Monkey D. Luffy, right? Ace's brother. You met him not long ago. Hector doesn't wait for an answer and continues, you two have some parallels and opposites. Trying to reach the top. I mean, I don't know if you want to govern the world, vengeance, be free, or whatever. You and Luffy don't have the same path, don't have the same goal but have the same finish line. But he is doing it properly. Hector looks at Blackbeard, ignoring everything else. He started weak and is facing the challenges and obstacles along the way head-on and with a lot of difficulty, but every victory makes him stronger and closer to his objective. He is also collecting a lot of goodwill and karma from important people that can help him. In this world, you can't do that alone after all. But you Blackbeard. Hector points at the pirate, you skipped a lot of the process through cheating. You're taking shortcuts. Your growth is sudden and without foundation. You comrades can betray you. Some people would think that if you two meet at the finish line, he will end up victoriously because he did things properly. All of your cheating and evil deeds will mean nothing. There will be no reward for your plans and actions. Hector crosses his legs and intertwines his fingers on his lap. He is genuinely curious to understand Blackbeard's mind, but not enough to invade his mind for now. So, what do you think of that? The world, destiny, and everyone else against you. It's worth it. Even if you fail, you will be satisfied. You will be proud of yourself in the end. Hector asks. The whole little speech goes over the head of most of the people in the room. Only a select few understand how deep this talk goes. Hector is talking about good and evil, wills, ambitions, and dreams. While most would dismiss this as nonsense talk, the ones on the top know the importance of those words. They're not childish and stupid words like most of the people that Luffy met in the first half of his adventure would think. Suddenly Blackbeard starts chuckling, a chuckle that transforms into full-blown laughter. Zehahaha. My path is not the right path. Zehahaha. So what? It's my path and I will not act otherwise for anyone or anything. He throws his hand high, that's what freedom means. Oh. Hector smiles slightly hearing him. So what if I'm not the one destined? Should I accept being a cabin boy to other people because of that? What's wrong with seizing the opportunity? Zehahaha. Blackbeard laughs and there are even some cheers from the prisoners. Hey, I agree with you a little. Everyone is the main character of their own story. Evolution comes through conflicts. There's a guy that said that no one in the world is born with enemies and that nobody deserves to get hurt. But how can we grow with conflict? What happens when dreams collide? Hector laughs. Zehahaha. That man is as dumb as a rock. If you have no enemies you're not even trying. To achieve your dreams you need to crush other people's dreams. There's not enough for everyone in this world. Zehaha. Blackbeard says laughing. True. And you don't know the other person. What if they destroy you first? The competition never stops, you can be surpassed at any time. You need to constantly improve yourself. Give no chances. Only by being strong, you can defend yourself. Hector agrees with a nod. Zehaha. Exactly. What if you steal their money, women, and devil fruit? That means that they didn't have the capability to keep them anyway. Zehaha. Blackbeard laughs. Once again dramatically throwing his hand to the sky he declares that's what being a pirate means. That's what freedom means. Freedom to take whatever you want if you're good enough. Smart enough. Strong enough. Right, you guys. All the prisoners cheer with him. The man has charisma. A charisma different from Luffy. Hector notices. To reach the top, the tough ones will try to crush each other. To keep themselves on the top, people will crush the ones below them. This is the way the world works since forever. Zehaha. And you boy, what's your dream? Blackbeard asks. It's strange how Hector and Blackbeard are talking like friends. Being strong enough to relax. Strong enough so that I can go anywhere. Hector reveals the simplified version. Only he knows how deep that dream goes and how hard it is. Zehaha. Why don't you board my ship too? When we reach the top, you can relax as much as you want and no place in the world will be prohibited to you. Blackbeard offers with a laugh. Hector laughs too. A rare full-blown laugh. Mimicking Blackbeard's one in intensity. After that, he releases a sigh. When I was a kid, I wanted to be Luffy. Then I grow to become Blackbeard. He says in a low voice and with a shake of his head. No one knows if he is sighing in disappointment or in resignation or if he is citing to himself or of himself. The truth is, Hector sees himself in Blackbeard. Wait for the right moment to take the wanted power and then go crazy on the chaos. This is exactly what he did in the BNHA/MHA world. He stands up slowly. It's okay. It's not that bad. Villains are resourceful. They don't have the power of friendship. Don't rely on luck. They achieve their objectives through planning and preparation. No problem in being like a villain. Just remember of having standards. Hector says to himself. He then looks at Blackbeard. I like and hate you, Blackbeard. It's like I'm looking in a mirror remembering that I'm wrong and will eventually fail the Avengers when I try to change the status quo. That the universe favors his chosen ones. That the one above all will be by the side of his children. Only Siko understands a little about the latter half. I refuse your invitation, Blackbeard. Your dream is too small to contain mine. Hector says flatly. He slowly moves to the edge of the platform. There's no problem in telling you. I came for you, devil fruit. It will help me grow strong to protect what is dear to me and accelerate the journey of me becoming the strongest. Blackbeard starts to grow serious. This is the moment where our dreams collide. Teach. Hector looks at him with dead eyes. And we fight. He snaps his fingers and many black vortexes made of mist appear on the ceiling. From the vortexes, water starts to pour like a waterfall. This is seawater. Someone shouts after being hit by it. The water is already reaching the calf of the prisoners. Blackbeard looks around in fright and then looks up again to Hector. His eyes meet calm blue eyes, like deep pools. Burgess, of the Blackbeard pirates, jumps with all his strength. He is ready to deliver a punch at Hector and end this threat fast. Everyone watches the moment when he gets too close and Hector's hand blurs for an instant and the upper half of Burgess's body disappears. Burgess. Hector didn't even blink while Burgess's legs crash on the ground with a wet sound. If you have any trump card, now is the time. Hector says flatly while looking down on them. Seiko removes his sword from the scabbard and Makia starts growing in height. Are you gonna die with a smile, Teach? He asks slowly, genuinely curious. Half an hour later only 3 people left the level 6. Leaving behind a lake of red water. Hector takes his time flying to Marineford. The resting Bon Clay at their side. A nice surprise seeing Douglas Bullet there. That means, at least semi-canon characters are out there too. Hector comments and then divides himself again. The other Hector flies away to search. Hector then removes some handcuffs from his inventory. A world where a bunch of people has a weakness like that. This is so easy. He smirks before starting to analyze the material. Marineford. Marineford falls into a pin-drop silence. Akainu's arm just went through the torso of Port Gasti Ace. Everyone is shocked by the sudden development. Luffy most of all, holding his dying brother in his arms. It's a heart-aching scene. Okay. I don't want to cry again to this again. You guys can stop. A male voice cuts the heavy mood mercilessly. A youngster in casual clothes suddenly appears at the side of the brothers duo. No one saw how he reached that place. He unceremoniously slaps Ace and a golden light envelopes the dying man. There. Fixed. You're not a donut anymore. He says casually, and to everyone's surprise, the hole on Ace's torso closes at a fast rate. Even his back tattoo is untouched. The situation is so ridiculous that no one knows how to act now. Every mouth is agape. The one that shakes off the surprise fist is the Admiral Akainu. Who are you? He asks with a frown. Magma boils on his right arm. Damn, you're really tall. Hector doesn't care about him and comments casually while looking up at the man that is almost 10 feet tall. I asked who are you, boom. Akainu is interrupted by a punch in the face that sends him flying like a cannonball. This only works to shock everyone again. The big shots already felt that Hector is strong, but now everyone grew serious by many levels. This became much more complicated. Akiji sighs. Scary, Kizaru comments. Hector ignores everything and opens a hollow screen to risk a line of the list of people to punch and people to save each. He then side glances the huge form of Ors Jr. and notices that's still possible to save the guy. He sends a clone to take care of him discreetly. He closes the hollow screen and looks around. He coughs in his hand to clear his throat and shouts to everyone to hear. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, this is a robbery. Women to the left and men to the right. I will take what I want and then I will leave. Don't resist and no one will get hurt. In this world of pirates. In this war. In this chaos. The man is in his comfort zone. Hello there. Yes, a short chapter. Not feeling very good in the war part is important. I want to do it properly. Just take it as a prologue of the arc. A coincidence really that today has aired the Gear 5. My choice of the world is because is one that many people know. I can't make a worm arc out of the blue. Let's see how this arc goes. Bye. Chapter 64, World of Pirates, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. The fear of death follows from the fear of life. A man who lives fully is prepared to die at any time. Mark Twain. Recap. After coming back from the JoJo world, Hector makes his preparations for a huge trip to the One Piece world. Arriving at the time of the Marineford's War, he takes advantage of the chaos to acquire many powers and impel down and kill Blackbeard. After saving Ace, he is now ready to make his official debut in this world. SUB title. End of an era, Dawn of the Devil. Other Hector POV Moon. Calm down, I'm not gonna hurt him more. I try to assure the army of small automatons that are pointing their weapons at me. Understandable really, I'm holding their leader and savior Enel by the neck. The antagonist of the Skypiea arc and user of one of the strongest devil fruits of the series is unconscious in my grip. It was very easy to take him down really, he doesn't know armament hockey. Obviously, my actions aroused the enmity of the small automatons, but I have no intention of hurting the little guys unnecessarily. Seriously, he even looks like Eminem. I will not kill him. I repeat while I copy the Goro Goro no Mi, the Logia fruit of lightning. By the way, I'm curious. Are you guys from the ancient kingdom in the Void Century? High-tech enough to make automatons with personality and travel to space. Interesting. There are even aliens here. The iceberg of One Piece goes deeper than I thought. I ask and comment to myself. I look around in the buildings of this underground city on the moon. Anime watchers only and Skypiea skippers shouldn't know much about Enel and his adventure after his defeat. Skypiea skippers, PTU, I show my disgust to these guys by spitting on the ground. Who the hell skips an entire arc of a manga? Did they really think that because it is out of the Grand Line, it's a filler? In the end, Skypiea becomes the main source of many theories about the fucking end of the manga. And many mysteries of this world. Things that you don't pay attention, or are of no importance, during the Skypiea arc start to gain meaning with the progression of the story. And people lost all of it because they skipped the arc comparing it with a filler. Buffed. Imagine these people that judge themselves if something is important or not, in another someone's story and skip or read without paying attention and then complain. These ADHD kids really get out of hand sometimes. Anyway, let's look around. Ignoring the fearful little automatons, I see the many murals left behind by the people that lived here. Yes, people lived here. Winged people. The story told on the walls explains that they migrated to the blue planet for some reason. Lunarians. Obvious, by the name. They are called gods by the winged people. Like how high elves would have an incredibly ridiculous higher status than normal elves in many fantasy stories. Lunarians went to live on Earth convinced by a certain someone. Joy Boy. And these symbols. The bird of the Kazuki clan. A tree. Moons. A whale. Everything is connected. They went to live in the ancient kingdom. It's a pity, right Roger? For an instant, I'm not in front of a big mural. For an instant I'm in another place, with other people, hearing a male voice at my side. A regretful sigh accompanied his words. That's rare. I comment to myself after I'm back on the moon. I shake my head. Ugh, I'm receiving spoilers. I hold myself back to not think about the end of One Piece and not receiving a spoiler from Roger and Odin's memories, but now that I'm here, it's like I'm being forced to know. This happens because I already assimilated 100% of them. Normally the essence it's not that aggressive with the inheritance of knowledge, as how I like to call it. But it's become hard to suppress the knowledge. My own observations, and instinctive deductions, and theories bring the memories to the front of my mind. Practically slapping it on my face. Like when you throw a rock at a lake and the sand floats. I don't want it. To this day, I still don't know where and what the One Piece is. And all the other mysteries. And sincerely, I don't think I want to know either. It sounds wrong. Will be unsatisfactory. Maybe I should look at it by myself. If I suddenly dream of the truth, I will be mad. I can read the poneglyphs anyway. I can speedrun and become the king of the pirates, hee hee. I can do this in one day. Nah, maybe next time. From the start. Properly. Third-person POV Marine Ford. Now, how to approach this? Hector muses. His entrance was enough to pause the whole war and gave him the opportunity of assessing the situation. I should prioritize the Akuma no Mis in the hands of the Marines. I can hunt the pirates later in the Shichibukai, 7 warlords, too. Hector's eyes move from side to side, but I should save Kuma and copy the Paw Paw no Mi too. Top 5 broken powers in this world. He decides while giving a glance to the man that became a cyborg without free will. Sengoku's Buddha fruit is also a top priority because he barely goes out of the headquarters. Even more than the admirals. There are also other powers from other Marines like the smoke fruit and the bullshit power from that old woman that can wash people. From the pirates, I only need to take that one. His eyes then move to the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Damn. How that guy is still alive. After scanning the men with his many powers, even Hector is flabbergasted. The men shouldn't be walking, much less fighting. And this is not only about the many wounds that he received during this war, more than half of his organs are in a state of total failure. Can he even use hockey like that? Hector asks himself in surprise. Hockey is fueled by the spiritual energy of a person, and the spiritual energy is directly connected with the body and mind. If you're too tired mentally or with many fatal wounds, it becomes harder to use and keep hockey. And using will only worsen your condition because you're forcing yourself when you should be resting to recover. No. He should be only using Haki in a small amount of time, the moment when his attack will land. Damn, the man was fully nerfed. Hector sighs, I should go copy his power before he falls dead by a stray bullet or something. Consistency in the durability of characters in One Piece is all crazy. In truth, people's durability in this world is also directly connected with Haki in some way. Everyone has Haki, but only a few know how to use it. But everyone has survival instincts to defend himself in danger. To that people with crazy durability that can tank cannonballs, their minds are putting the conscious effort of defending themselves. And because of that sometimes these same big shots can be hurt by a simple bullet. Like Odin, he was incredibly exhausted physically and mentally when he was finally executed with a simple bullet. Or when Garp was hurt by an incredibly weak guy like Axehand Morgan because he was taking a nap. That's the reason why any fodder of the Marines can stab Whitebeard with their swords but he tanked a cannonball in his face. And these fodders must know the basic of Haki too. All this thinking lasted less than a second in Hector's head. Who are you? Ace's voice is still quivering a little from the near-death experience. Not that he was afraid, but mostly because he already accepted his fate and suddenly everything that went through his mind in his last moments are for naught. Me. Hector gestures to himself, smiling a little seeing Luffy hug Ace with tears and snot on his face. Very comical. A stark contrast to how that situation went in canon. I'm a hero. Hector suddenly declares with a strong voice. He spins on himself fast enough to become a blur, and suddenly he is not Hector anymore, he is Eidolon, in his full suit, with his mantle, white hair, and everything. He stays there posing righteously and heroically, mantle swaying by the wind. There are even some explosions behind him. Sugoi. A hero. Luffy and Ace, even a lot of the male pirates and marines exclaims in awe. With his eyes shining. Then Hector spins again and he is back to his normal self, with his casual clothes. The only difference from his day-to-day outfit is that he is not wearing glasses. But I'm on vacation now, so you can call me, Oak D. Hector. He thinks fast and adapts his name. Carvalho-Oak, the translation in Portuguese/Br-D. It's a preposition that connects two words in a relationship of subordination, with no real meaning. And he erased the Belucci, just because he felt like it. I can use the D, I assimilated GOLD, Roger. Thinking about this. He looks at Ace again, meh, no feeling at all. He shrugs his shoulders, not feeling any connection with his somewhat son. It's still not clear how far the influence of the assimilation goes. He and Thor hit off easily, but it appears that is all on him and no influence of the MCU, Loki's card. Well, Roger never met Ace. He thinks, call me daddy. What? Forget about it. He shrugs nonchalantly. At this point, battles are already restarting all around the battlefield. By the way. Hector looks at Ace, are you a retard? He pushes his finger in Ace's face, why go back when your win condition is run? He admonishes. That bastard badmouthed Oyaji. I can't let that slide. Ace argues back. And all the people that sacrificed themselves for you, huh? Hector asks. Ugh, to this Ace has no response. And everyone that wants you to live, huh? Luffy here, Dayton, Makino, and everyone from the Whitebeard Pirates, HUH. Hector doesn't let that slide. GUH. Hector sighs, forget about it. I'm preaching to a wall. You will not stop being who you are because of my words. But I want you to understand the weight of your actions and the cost of your pride. Stupid, retard, baka, matchstick head. Hector punctuates every offense with a strike of his finger in Ace's face, and what about that tattoo, huh? Did you really don't know how to write your own name? ASE. And you scratched the S instead of erasing it. Stupid. He continues till Ace snaps and shouts back. It's a homage to my childhood friend. I'm not that stupid. The two continue to go back and forth comically while Luffy laughs at the side. Why are you shouting to you benefactor, you ungrateful bastard? No one even taught you good manners. Hector shouts back. Ace suddenly stops, oh. Yeah. He then instantly adopts a polite posture, with his hands at his side, thank you for saving me. And bows his hand in a well-mannered fashion. All the bickering evaporated just like that. Okay, no problem. Hector also let go of the fight and extends his hand. Shaking his head. Ace extends his hand too, for a handshake and, ka-cheek. Hector puts a sea stone handcuff on his wrist, blocking his devil fruit powers. Ace's eyes bulge out of their sockets after he understands what has happened, IAAAAH. You bastard. He shouts, his face morphing comically. With this, you need to be careful and only run now. Hector says calmly. Ha 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 ha, Luffy is on the ground laughing now, almost dying from how funny the situation is. Ka-cheek. Hector connects the handcuff to his wrist too. After a second Luffy registers what happened. IAAAAH. You bastard. His face morphs even more comically than Ace's. You are a troublemaker too. Hector declares with a straight face. Jinbe. Ivankov. Hector signals to the ones in the distance. Babysits these guys till they reach the ship. The two big guys finally arrive close to them. The fisherman Jinbe, his anatomy is somewhat new, but nothing that Hector isn't used to. There are weirder in the Morlocks and in the BNHA/MHA world. In truth, Ivankov is weirder than him in Hector's humble opinion. That's a big head. Muji boy. Ace. The two exclaim. Now they can't cause trouble if they are tied to each other. Hector is explaining before he pauses and looks to the sky. Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru, one of the three admirals of Marine and the user of the Pika Pika no Mi, light Logia fruit, says hi in the air with his arms crossed. His hands shone in a yellow piercing light. When he finally uncrossed his arms, uncountable deadly light particles rained down on the location of Hector and the others. All of them prepare to dodge or defend themselves. But Hector only snorts. He extends his hand in front of his body and it looks like the air is distorting. Then all particles that are getting closer appear to avoid him and his group. Using lasers against me. Please. He mocks amused. Do you guys know about refraction? I just need to increase the density of the air and the light will bend by itself. He explains his countermeasure against laser attacks, but if I use the force. Then his hand extends behind his back and he makes a grab motion. All the motes of lights that avoided him and are flying in the air pause like they have been solidified in place. Stopped in time. He then makes an effort of pulling his hand from the back in a throwing motion. I have even more freedom to control your attacks. The motes moved back at high speed like they are going back in time. The many deadly motes of lights travel fast to different buildings and many groups of Marines. Hector obviously will not think that the attack will be effective against the user. Wanna try again, Borsellino? Hector makes a come here gesture with his index finger at the yellow-clad admiral. How terribly, Kizaru says in his usual slow manner, the boy is really a monster. Then suddenly, one of the 8 giants of the giant squad of the Marines moves at Hector with an incredible speed for his size. He swings his huge katana at Hector in a horizontal slash very close to the ground. Clank. A deafening metallic sound echoes when the massive sword clashes against the unprotected body of Hector. And the sword breaks. Hector side glances the giants with a, "Are you serious? Look, you all are creating a reputation of cannon fodder to the giant race with your actions." Hector deadpans. Impossible. The giant and many others murmur to themselves. They are the strongest race in the physical aspect. Only losing to certain monsters that defy common sense. The giant is a vice admiral. He knows hockey. And all damage he did was a small cut in Hector's long sleeve. Makia. Hector opens his mouth. The ground become dark in a spiral motion. From the ground, a giant arm emerges and grabs the head of the giant that attacked Hector and, boom, smashes it on the ground. Using the giant's head as a support, Gigantomachia slowly emerges from the dark ground. 40 meters tall, dwarfing the other giants. And this is not even his full height. Giants in the world of One Piece normally are between 12-14 m tall. Oars and Oars Jr., of the ancient giants are 60 m tall. San Juan Wolf, the giant that has eaten a devil fruit that can increase his size, is 180 m tall at least. Makia in the BNHA/MHA world could reach 25 meters. This was before Hector gave him MT Lady's quirk of gigantification that was much more efficient than his own quirk. And Hector also took San Juan Wolf's power 2 in Impel Down and gave it to Gigantomachia. Only the two know how tall Makia can be now. But Hector commented that would be tall enough to make a Godzilla vs Gigantomachia fight be without suspense to even the most oblivious person. 2 people jumped from Makia's back and landed close to Hector's group. Muji-chan Bon Clay shouts after landing, throwing his arms into the air. Bon-chan. Luffy responds equally excitedly after seeing the Okama. After a small scene of the two running at each other in an apparent slow-motion fashion and with the sunset in the background, funny because Luffy is dragging Ace by the handcuff, they meet each other in a big hug. Even the other prisoners that escaped from Impel Down are cheering and happy for seeing Bon-chan, that is right now hugging Luffy by the shoulder and doing a celebration dance with their legs synchronized. And Ace was pulled into that too. Even Hector sneaked with the 4 and is hugging Bon-chan too. Selfie time. He used whole body lens to take a picture with them. Siko looks at him strangely, which looks a little out of character to him. To goofy around in a situation like that. But he is simply relaxed and not in danger. What? He asked with a deadpan face after getting out of the group, acting like nothing happened. It was this guy. He lowers the IQ of people around him. Hector says while he pulls Luffy's cheek. Ouch. 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 It hurts because of the sea stone handcuffs. Hector moves again close to Seiko. I will hold the line here. Just go away. He casually shoos Ace and the rest. They prepare to go away, but Jinbi asks before moving, who are you and why are you helping us? Someone as strong as Hector shouldn't be unknown. This doesn't matter. I just don't want Bonchan's sacrifice to be in vain. Hector gives them a smile and a thumbs up. All right. Thank you, Wavy Hair. Luffy didn't think much about it and started escaping with Ace. Wavy Hair. Well, could have been worse. Like Yantoryu. Hector shrugs at the nickname. I thought that you would have finished here already. Seiko comments casually at his side, looking around the battlefield and the many fights occurring all over the place. I could. Would have been efficient, but would create some inconveniences. Believe in me, I know. Hector gives a somewhat strange laugh. We still have 3 months. Let's enjoy the journey. He continues, if I go around beating everyone on sight now, I will not be capable of enjoying some food and drink with certain people. He gives a placid smile. Yes, Hector could have simply beaten everyone and tied them and then took their powers and after that moved all the pirates away to a remote island. And simply end this whole war in a second. But he doesn't plan on being sucked by the plot and going into a spiral of problematic situations. And would be many times more problematic than what he did in the BNHA/MHA world. There, he ended the main threat, the people that would create chaos and force the world to change. Then he gave the tools for the change to be slowly implemented without the need of receiving a huge slap from reality. Here. There's order in some way. He would need to create chaos first and force the change in his limited time. And he doesn't know reliable people to trust the future of the world. It can be possible to blame Oda for not giving the full picture to the readers. People still don't know the Revolutionary Army's full motivation, or the reasons or why the world government is like that. The main candidate to be capable of changing the world, Luffy, has not grown yet. So any change would be for naught if no one can't keep it. The good and bad side is hard to figure out in this world. He can only figure out the good and bad individuals. There are good and bad people from both sides. And that was the main reason for Blackbeard's demise. Sincerely, we could go away right now, and would not be a big loss. Hector comments. This little time fooling around with Luffy and others was enough for him to register everyone with powers in his search database. He even copied Ace's Devil Fruit using his stand as a medium. Why Luffy's Gomu Gomu no Mi was taking so long? He asks himself, protagonist power. Did it have some hidden crazy potential? Whatever, I will copy during his training arc. Till Red Hair arrives, let's collect what I can. He then looks at a certain point, Seiko following his sight a second late, took you long enough. Hector allows a smirk to appear on his face. A second later, the temperature of the surroundings increases significantly and Akainu emerges from the debris boiling in lava. It's possible to see that the previous attack hurt him considerably because he is bleeding from his head and mouth. Ryusei Kazan. He shouts and shoots many fists of lava in the direction of the retreating group of Ace and the others. Damn. A guy that looks like a tough Yakuza shouting the name of his attacks like that. Hector comments casually while the fist of magma flies over him. It really increases the strength of the attack. Seiko comments on her own experience. It's because it's good for your concentration. Hector explains and then he moves. He bends his knees a little before he disappears in a blur. In the next moment, he is high in the sky, just below the flying fist of magma. And then he does a bicycle kick. Boom. The air pressure disperses the magma, smash. He says in a low voice while he lets gravity bring him to the ground upside down. Before he hits the ground, he spins and lands on his feet crouching down. I also have some named moves. Hee hee. He smiles lightly imagining the face of these people to what he is about to do. He extends his hand to the side and an ownerless saber that was stuck on the ground shooks before it flies to his outstretched hand. Akainu prepares himself for the incoming attack, he is now all boiling lava. Who are you really? Akainu asks seriously. He feels danger. To you. The devil. Hector smirks before he zooms at Akainu at high speed, be a good dog and sit. Mago. Akainu shoots a piercing magma punch at Hector. Hector pauses in front of him and pulls the saber back in a characteristic way that makes some old-school people on the battlefield widen their eyes. It can't be. Who is that brat? Sengoku and Whitebeard comments in shock. With a big grin, Hector slashes Kamasari. Using the attack of the king of the pirates. The attack hits Akainu, sending him flying again. This time he will not stand up to fight in this war. One of the rules of anime. You never mess with a guy in casual clothes. Especially sweatpants and sandals. Hector jokes to Seiko, raising his foot to emphasize his point. He then moves fast again and appears above Akainu, stepping on him. The only reason I don't kill you is that liking you or not, you're only doing your job. He says to the unconscious man while his stand copies his power. Siko. Hector waves at her to attract her attention, it's that guy over there. He then points to Mihawk and Makia, retrieve the body of that giant over there. Hector instructs. For now, he will let the war play by itself. In another part of the battlefield, Siko arrives where two men are fighting. Mihawk, the strongest swordsman in the world of One Piece, and Vista, the commander of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates are engaged in a sword fight. But it doesn't appear that the two are going all out, they are very casual. Siko bows her head at the two, I'm sorry, it will be rude of me but I'm going to interrupt this fight. She says apologetically. The two swordsmen side glances at her during a pause. Ha. This is what you gain for being the best swordsman in the world, Hawkeye. Everyone wants to try to fight you. Vista laughs good-naturedly seeing Siko's attire and katanas. Are you from Wano, girl? Forget about it now. He is all yours. I'm satisfied already. Vista smiles before jumping away to help in the retreat of his allies. Mihawk eyes Siko with his usual expressionless face. This is not a game, girl. He advises. I know, but if I go away I lose. So why not give it a try? She speaks calmly while removing one of her katanas from the scabbard. Mihawk glances at Hector from across the battlefield. Seeing that you're his companion, you shouldn't be weak, right? How close you're to his strength? He asks. He is genuinely interested in Hector. Not even a million of me can compare to him. Siko answers without hesitation. But I will not waste your time. Siko puts a stance, it's simply because he is too strong. To him, those admirals and recruits are very much the same, no difference. So is the two of us. She doesn't talk more and attacks. Starting with a very straightforward attack. Yoru, Mihawk's sword, moves before she even gets close, standing in the way of the incoming attack. Good speed and strength. Very well, I will not take it easy. Mihawk declares, swinging his arm and forcing Siko to take a few steps back. And this is what I want. A bloodthirsty grin slowly appears on her lips. Why are you called Whitebeard if you have a mustache? Hector's voice arrives very close to the strongest man's ear. Whitebeard is Shiro Hige. Shiro equals white and Hige is any facial hair. Beards, mustaches, whiskers. He turns his head around to see Hector sitting on his shoulder like it's normal. And seriously, the food here must be super nutritious so that you guys can grow this tall. Hector continues to talk casually. Brat. What are you doing? Whitebeard asks while swinging his naginata to disperse a platoon of marines. He can endure Hector's weird antics because he saved Ace, so he just let the men on his shoulder. Right now. Healing you. Aren't you feeling it? Hector answers while looking around the battlefield. His hands connected with Whitebeard's body. Healing it slowly and also copying his power, obviously. His words make Whitebeard pause and look at his own hand. He clenches it, trying to feel his own strength. Instead of getting excited he turns to Hector and asks, why are you doing this, boy? Hector doesn't answer immediately, because I want. It's what he finally says. A smile grew on his face. I'm only doing what I want. I'm only helping you guys because I like more of your side more than the other side, well except Squard. The guy that stabbed you. I don't like him. Hector says, I wanted to see what will happen if Ace survives. Oh, by the way. Hector then removes something from his inventory. He holds Blackbeard's head and shows it to Whitebeard. This is another guy that I don't like. Teach. He was impelled down to release some prisoners and recruit crew members. Hector explains and throws and puts the head back in his inventory. His body is full of surprises. Hector then continues, no need to think so hard, old man. I wanted to see this war, deal with Blackbeard, save Ace, get my Siko to fight Mihawk, punch a Kainu. These things. And now, I want to see you fight at your peak. A shit-eating grin emerges on his face while he increases his healing on Whitebeard. This annoying attitude of yours of doing whatever you want without considering other people's feelings, and letting the others clean your mess. And this infuriating smile. Are you Roger's son too? Whitebeard asks. Hector pauses in surprise before laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. Oh God, no. My father is cooler than him. Hector wipes a tear from his eye. Now, let's stop the talking and go Whitebeard, I choose you. Hector points ahead, to the two big shots approaching them. Sengoku and Garp. Annoying brat. Despite his words, Whitebeard smiles while greetings his old enemies with his fist. Gigantomachia doesn't give a fuck. That's how Hector would describe his personality to someone. The guy has tunnel vision to everything that is related to Hector. If Hector said him to grab Ors Jr., he will go grab Ors Jr., even if he needs to step in everything in his path. Many Marines, from captains to vice admirals, tried to stop him, but he casually bitch-slapped everyone away. Hector from his place on Whitebeard's shoulder watches this. I need to deal with this tunnel vision of his. He is too straightforward. People can take advantage of that. Hector thinks before his attention is turned yet again to Whitebeard's fight. Galaxy. Garp jumps and pulls his fist back to release his attack. Another named move. Okay then. I deal with that, Old Man Detroit. Hector says, raising his fist. Impact. He punches Whitebeard down, trying to force the man on his knees. Smash. Hector uppercuts the attack with his own. The impact of the two moves creates a shockwave that can be felt through the whole battlefield. Hector doesn't follow with any attack, he is only giving the minimum of help. He is making excuses to balance this war to not end that early. He wants to give time to Siko to have her fun, and he is still eyeing Sengoku's Buddha fruit and Kuma's paw's fruit. It appears that you're the main target now. No, they're aiming at you from the beginning. Hector comments while Whitebeard's Naginata, coated in his own tremor powers, met Sengoku's palm. The fleet admiral is now fully transformed into a giant golden Buddha. Now that Ace escaped, they want to keep you here at least. And Garp never wanted Ace to die anyway. This is like his reparation. Hector concludes. Whitebeard snorts at his comments. Oh, I see. You never planned to leave this place alive, huh? Hector eyes the Yonku. Trying to end grandly, old man. Once again, Whitebeard does not answer. You know. I can save you. Heal your sickness. Give you some Yadash, Hector starts saying but is interrupted. And you will continue to do it forever? Whitebeard asks simply, cutting him off. Everyone needs to die one day. I'm glad that I can go this way. I couldn't ask for more. Whitebeard says with determination, a grin growing on his face. Hector sighs. How what are the people of this world and being cool? It's on the food too. The rule of cool. Hector even opens a window on his vision to add Whitebeard's name to his list of no one is born cool except Bonchan. Creator of Mediafire. Danny DeVito. Dogs. Uncle Iroh. Sakamoto. Click to show more. Jokes aside, Hector is really impressed with Whitebeard. Accepting his ending is not something Hector can do for now. He gives up on saving Whitebeard and allows the men to die of his own free will. Isn't this the most important thing in this world? Freedom. Whitebeard will die opening a path to the new generation and to his sons. You can rest assured, old man. I will protect you people for a while after you're gone. Hector promises seriously the payment for the Gura Gura no Mi. The Gura Gura no Mi that he just finished copying. He hops off Whitebeard's shoulders. I stopped healing you, old man. In truth, I predicted your answer, and more like suppressed and stabilized your condition. Your life expectancy is shit right now. Go die. Hector then looks at Sengoku, but I will take a little of your burden. He cracks his knuckles before advancing at the giant golden Buddha. Now he can act a little without unbalancing the battlefield. Sengoku meets the advancing Hector with a palm that sends golden shockwaves at him. Hector resists the urge to meet the shockwaves with his new tremor powers and simply punches with his haki casually. The collision makes Sengoku stumbles backward a little. Hector smirks seeing that, your home advantage becomes a disadvantage very quickly, Fleet Admiral. Brat. Sengoku pulls back his fist and punches at Hector. The attack that was even stronger than before was caught by Hector's much smaller hand. The ground cracks, the shockwave makes people from far away fall on the ground, and buildings tremble but Hector doesn't budge. First, I need to apologize. I underestimated your guys. Hector comments lightly before putting his other palm in Sengoku's fist and then with an adapted Aikido move spinning the giant Buddha off the ground. Hector didn't watch or read the second part of Wano arc, so he really didn't know the power level of the people at the top of the One Piece world. He is surprised that these guys would be capable of holding their ground even in Marvel. With strength and speed that would make many street-level heroes on the dust. Maybe even easily defeat Normalist Guardians. Always thought that the max here would be Small Island level. With a strike strength of more or less 50 gigatons joules. But these guys, that I know are holding back, can probably reach on the teratons level. Hector analyzes, it's not only Whitebeard and some special devil fruits that have great destructive power. It's also necessary to remember that lifting strength is different from striking potency. And yes, they're holding back. That's what Hector was talking about, home disadvantage. Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, the admirals, and the sum of the Shichibukai. All of them have the ability to destroy the island where they are in. But none of them are using their full power. On Whitebeard's part, it's because of his crew's presence. He is slowly showing more and more amazing feats of strength, conforming his people evacuate. It's funny to think that the environmental destruction would be bigger with fewer people. Or if was a 1-on-1 duel. Hector kicks the still spinning Sengoku away, and he hits a building. Hector follows closely, jumping high and diving down on Sengoku's chest, his right foot first. Come on, you need to put more spirit behind it. Look how dangerous I am. If I leave this place, the whole world will be at risk. Hector mocks. Sengoku grunts in annoyance and tries to squash Hector like a mosquito with his 2 hands. Once again, Hector casually stopped at putting a horse stance and blocking with his 2 hands in each direction. Doing half-assed things like that is what got Rosinante killed, you know. You have a spy from Doflaming in your midst. Hector comments like he is just talking about the weather. Exclamation point. But a look of pure anger and surprise appears on Sengoku's face. He increases the pressure on Hector on many folds. Hector raises his foot and smashes the man's chest before jumping away. Ha ha ha. That's more like it. He laughs before spinning and goes for another bomb dive. This word on your back still has some meaning, or is it simply to look edgy and cool? Like a bike gang. Hector stomps Sengoku's chest again. Everyone has a bad trait. A certain thing that annoys the others. Some munch too loudly, others walk too slowly, some are obnoxious, others are simply mean. Hector also has a bad side. He is incredibly talented in being an asshole. This even makes him question his own morals. He needs to put effort into being a good person, but he is good at being bad. He is simply a master in trash talk. Loki, the BNHA/MHA world, and others suffered under his venomous tongue. If asked, he will answer that he will jokingly say that he is Brazilian, the most toxic race on the internet. And he can't even blame his assimilations. He was like that even before coming to Marvel. In online games are where his talented flourished. Why don't you make me a favor and go 0-1 IRL, you played well. 2 out 10 inch, impressive, a pity that your parents are siblings. Now with an even more sharp mind and meta-knowledge. It's simply too easy to aim where it hurts. Finally, taking it seriously, huh? Go all out, old man. If you're cold-blooded enough to sit on the same table as the killer of your supposed adopted son, you can sacrifice some soldiers, right? He smirks. His provocation easily makes Sengoku's forehead veins jump. As a side note, maybe this is why Hector gained Shago on the first gacha. They are similar in this aspect. Hector dodged a huge attack, Sengoku going all out made even the clouds move away a little. The fact that Hector is still in the air allowed him to let loose too. Wow. Impressive, so you can shoot the shockwaves too. And here I was thinking that you're just a good dog of the world, nobles. I mean, if you can look away to the lives of the many slaves suffering under the Tenryubitos, I don't see why you're worried about your soldiers. Hector let himself fall on the ground, before dodging another attack. Can you only use shockwave attacks? I'm getting bored. Hector rolls his eyes. In truth, it's too much effort for him to explore and discover the potential of all of his powers. So letting the guy show what he can do before taking it is a good strategy. Whatever. He sighs before getting a little more serious. He disappears from Sengoku's vision, reappearing high in the air. It's something like that, right? He asks, pulling his arm way back behind his body. His conqueror's haki concentrating in front of his fist. You coalesce it not in your fist per se, but in front of it, and then releases in the moment of the impact. Hector punches. Sengoku and many other people's eyes widen in shock. He is using Garp's Galaxy Impact after only seeing it one time. The attack creates a dome-like shockwave, forming a huge crater and scattering people and debris everywhere. Who needs a Sharingan when you have Yujiro Hanma's talent, a good enough vision to see even the smallest detail, and such control over your body that you can move individual strands of hair? When the dust settles, it's possible to see Sengoku back to his human form sprawled on the ground. Still conscious, but wheezing and struggling. Hector is standing on his chest, his right hand raised in the air in a victory pose, flawless victory. He says without any emotion. Zoans are really impressive. He thinks while keeping Sengoku restrained using telekinesis. Seeing the fleet admiral, the highest marine rank, defeated is a huge blow to the morale of the rest of the justice fighters. You dash. Sengoku struggles under Hector's control but to no avail. Just stay put for a while, I really don't want dash. Hector is talking with him before something attracts his attention. Not only his attention but the attention of a lot of people. Hector turns his head and a huge grin splits his face. Success. Some minutes earlier. Seiko and Mihawk's duel continues without any real heat. The two are not fighting to the death. Mihawk didn't see Seiko as a threat either. But Seiko also is not using any power gifted by Hector. You are fast. Mihawk says as a matter of fact while casually redirecting an attack to the side. And you're strong. Seiko answers while continuing to press forward. He is ahead of me in hockey and in the physical aspects. She thinks. On Mihawk's side, He looks at his slightly trembling hand after defending against an attack. She is growing stronger as the fight goes on. He then finally grabs his Yura with his two hands and makes a stance. I'm going to attack now. You have potential. Try surviving. He says before he disappears. Appearing behind Siko, he already attacked and cut her. Siko then disperses on mist. A good technique. Mihawk praises, already attacking a certain spot. Half a second later Siko appears there to counterattack, but this time she needs to defend in a hurry. Siko is sent skidding through the ground by the strength of the blow before she can stop herself. You have a good foundation on hockey, but you didn't train it for long, right? Mihawk asks for how long you're training hockey. He can see through her clearly. 2 months. Siko doesn't hide anything. Mihawk eyebrows raise in a rare show of surprise. You're also very young, right? 17. I see. You probably are the most talented person that I met in my years, but sometimes this is not enough. Mihawk puts a fighting stance again. Let me teach you a harsh lesson. His face grows incredibly serious. It looks like he is going for the kill. The people close all sent a chill down their spine. But in his mind, he already decided to spare Siko after a reality check. This is the last chance to use the other swords. He comments, giving a glance to the other 2 swords on her waist. I met a man that uses 3 swords too, some time ago. Siko doesn't back down from his intimidation. I only use one at a time. I'm not looking down on you, but... She caresses the pommel of the swords on her waist. 1 silver and 1 red. One is unfair and the other is only to when I really want to kill the enemy. She comments. Mihawk notices that there's something more but decides to let the matter rest. Without saying anything more, Mihawk attacks. He disappears from his spot. Siko is already raising her sword, blocking the diagonal slash. No, halfway she decides that will be better to redirect the slash. She rotates her wrist to make Mohawk's sword go way above their heads. She grabs the chance and enters his personal space to stab him. The situation looks perfect to her. The big and heavy sword will surely take time to bring back and be used to defend. She is also aiming at his waist, a point where it will be hard for him to move on from his actual stance. But Mihawk is Mihawk. He blurs again and suddenly is 2 feet away from her, the perfect distance for Yura to simply go down and cleave her in 2. And he is already swinging down. Siko raises her own sword horizontally to block. Hockey coating not only her sword, but her arms to her shoulder. Even so, she is forced to one knee by the blow. Ugh. He can see much farther in the future. And he moves that thing like it weighs nothing. It would very well be a rapier from how he moves. She thinks while she finally starts using some trump cards. The Demon Slayer mark covers from her neck to her cheek. The sudden burst of strength is enough to catch Mihawk unprepared and Siko gets off from the perilous situation. With a clank they separate themselves again. This exchange happened in a split of a second and the battle only gets faster from now on. To a bystander, they can only see the green and purple flash of their attacks. Siko tries techniques of the mist-breathing style, and some of her own creations, practically dancing around Mihawk while he stays in the same spot. Defending and counterattacking. Even if he is the one surrounded by the flurry of attacks, he is the only one pressuring the other party. To Siko it's frustrating, and equally exhilarating, seeing the difference in strength and techniques. She is still not using any power, but even so, she will not give excuses. On one side, seeing Mihawk's superior swordsmanship shows that the path ahead is still long and she will enjoy trailing it. But for another, even with Hector's help, she is still weaker and less skilled than another swordsman. The rational part of her brain that would argue about her not using metapowers, or the difference in ages, is now quiet. Being pushed to the backseat to her desire of getting stronger. Stronger to stay by Hector's side. Stronger to not be a burden. She received so much from him, she can't let it all be a waste. She exhales. A breath of hot air, in this icy field made by Akiji, escapes her mouth. Her eyes focused like never before, but there was something weird with them. They look blank. It's a weird dichotomy. Like she has laser focus on the opponent in front of her and at the same time she is looking at something else. Beyond. Mihawk, different from Zoro, is not her final destination. She will reach much farther. She is looking at it. At her true objective. At her finish line. Her movements get frantic. Her blows faster and stronger. She is seeing the future much better than before. Her strength is greater than before. Her haki and aura flow faster than before. But that is not the most incredible change. Mihawk's future sight starts diverging. Something is wrong. He thinks while going to block a strike from Siko only to notice that she never attacked at that place. Mihawk is surprised by the second time by Siko. Her sword is already approaching his neck. His eyes grow even more serious and he doesn't hold back in the next instant. He moves to intercept and counterattack. The future shows that he will succeed. Siko noticed that too. She feels her defeat closing around her. No. Just a little more. A little more. She feels like she used everything at that instant and she presses forward. Mihawk feels like his neck has been cut. Clank. A loud metallic sound is heard during the exchange and the two combatants separated themselves from each other. Many people around the battlefields turned to pay attention to the conclusion of the fight, especially after what they felt at that instant. The world goes still for a moment before Siko holds the side of her stomach. Between her hip and ribs blood suddenly splurts like a fountain. I lost. She says weakly. Hyper-regeneration starts to kick in, closing the wound. And to think that she wanted to refuse this power from Hector, saying that would dull her blade. In the end, she depended on it to live. Mihawk is unscathed and slowly turns to look at her. So you also have it. Conqueror's Haki. Mihawk comments. Exactly, what brought the attention of many people at this last bout was Siko suddenly emitting her Conqueror's Haki. It was nothing grandiose like Luffy's one, but there's no doubt. In the moment of her attack, she unconsciously exerted that. On the other side of the battlefield, Hector suddenly laughs and jokingly says, all according to Kikaku. Yes, Siko's awakening of Conqueror's Haki was on Hector's plans. One of the objectives for this trip to the One Piece world is to put Siko in situations that can make her potential as a swordswoman flourish. And as a side note, awaken her Conqueror's Haki. Anyone that is accompanying the manga of One Piece knows how important Conqueror's Haki is now. It's the dividing line between the top fighters to the rest. Something so useful that will kick up a notch the fighting capabilities of anyone that have it. And obviously, Hector wants Siko to have it. She loves to fight, so Hector would do everything in his power to help her. The problem lies that Conqueror's Haki can't be learned. It's something innate in the individual. Reserved for the ones with great ambitions in the world of One Piece. And Siko is a modern JK, Japanese high school student. The chances of her having the potential to awaken Conqueror's Haki is low to none. The literal translation of Haki is ambition. This meaning is more accentuated on the most important type of Haki. The Haki of the Supreme Ruler. The ones that had a predisposition to do anything to reach the top of the world on their own path. Conqueror's Haki is ambition, intention, desire. It's not for nothing that this power awakens in moments when the user wants something very badly. Save someone, surpass their limits. Hector predicted that if something could ignite the spark of ambition and desire to get even stronger in Siko, would be a little spar with the strongest swordsman in this world. But all this plan would rely on the fact that she would have the predisposition to be a supreme ruler. If not, would be for nothing. But there's always a way to cheat, Hector. And the answer is the assimilation process. Hector waited for the last gacha to make this trip for many reasons, and one of them was him hoping for a strong-willed battle maniac character to give to Siko. Anyone would work. And the gacha gave. Miyamoto Musashi from Baki. It is simply perfect. Kakushibo was plan B, by the way. Now, even if Siko doesn't have Conqueror's Haki innately, there's a higher chance of Miyamoto having the latent potential to awaken it. And thus, Siko gained it. Hector himself doesn't know if he has it or if his Conqueror's Haki came from his assimilated characters. In Baki, Miyamoto even has an iconic move called Imitation Cut, where his opponents feel like they had been cut by him without him even doing anything. Attacked only by his intention. That's why Mihawk was feeling that he has been cut, even though he was not. Siko's intention and desire to cut him overflowed, putting her on the stage as the king candidates. When, and not if, she masters the advanced form of Conqueror's Haki, her strength will increase several-fold. Mihawk's eyes stop on the panting Siko before he looks down at his hand. There, a cut piece of his collar. If he was a little slower, his neck would have been cut. It's interesting to note that if Siko used Overclock or her other powers at that moment, she would have won this fight. But she would not be satisfied. Exploring an opening that way. She can accept that she is weaker in swordsmanship than this man. Mihawk suddenly looks up and frowns. Bright yellow light illuminated this section of the battlefield. Oh, there's another little monster here. Kizaru comments a little high in the air. His finger pointed at Siko before he shoot a laser beam at her head. Mihawk moves fast. With a wave of his sword, the air in the trajectory of the laser is affected and the attack was redirected and dispersed. Who gave permission to you interfere in my fight? Mihawk asks flatly, sword in hand. Oi, but here I thought that the fight already ended. I can end her for you, if you are feeling tired, Hawkeye, Kizaru says while acting clueless and inoffensive. If I were you I would worry about your own fight. Mihawk says without moving a muscle. But when his word leaves his mouth the space trembles. What are you thinking you're trying to do? Firefly. Hector spats, his voice cutting the battlefield. A great amount of bloodlust assaults Kizaru, making him pause and turn to the source. Still standing on top of Sengoku, Hector stares at Kizaru with an icy face. From his palm, a 2-meter stony spike started to be formed. Mess with someone from your size. Hector grabs the spike and makes a throw stance, King Crimson. He mutters under his breath. The world changes from his perspective. The spike leaves his hand at high speed, heading straight toward Kizaru. During the erase time of King Crimson, Hector can't hurt anyone. It is one of the weaknesses of this power. But to compensate for it, everyone's awareness is reduced. It's like they're on autopilot. Like when Bukiarati continued to punch the space where Diablo is even after the King Crimson user already moved out of the way during the erase time. Hector theorizes that only someone with a high level of spiritual awareness, cosmic sense, or something like that, would be capable of being fully aware of what is happening during King Crimson. Unfortunately, observation hockey can't help completely. Hector can simply erase the future that Kizaru saw. Hector watches the spike fly. To use this power at 100% you need to have good timing. The world goes back to normal, and when Kizaru centers himself the spike is already stuck on his shoulder. Not losing momentum, the spike carries him to a building, nailing him at it. Sea stone. Kizaru feels his strength waning. His mind was confused. How could he had not seen that coming? An unavoidable attack. That's a complete mockery to all fighters out there. Kizaru tries to free himself from the sea stone spike stuck on his shoulder when he feels weight being put on it. He looks up to see Hector's tiptoes landing on the spike, balancing himself on only one leg, while the other is pulled behind him in an iconic pre-kick pose. I noticed that you like to go around beating the people weaker than you. But did you ever have been kicked at the speed of light yourself? Hector looks down on him before his leg blurs and the point of his foot is buried on Kizaru's face. Like it has been cut by a sword, the building where Kizaru is stuck is divided in two. A clear horizontal line starting from where the back of Kizaru's head touched the building emerges before the upper part of the building is thrown into the air in smaller parts, like debris and dust. Hector removes his foot from Kizaru's face, analyzing the men. People here are really durable here. He comments. If Hector didn't purposefully disperse a huge part of the impact of the attack in the building, Kizaru would be dead. Alas, Hector still wants the Pika Pika no Mi. But the damage that Kizaru suffered is still smaller than what Hector predicted. He really wanted to cripple the guy permanently. But he will recover. His face will be forever destroyed, the brain and retina suffered some damage, will be hard to breathe. But he will not be a vegetable like Hector wanted. Whatever. Consider yourself lucky. Hector shrugs before commanding Mr. Blue Sky to grab Kizaru's head and start copying his power. Slowly Hector turns his head to the now incredibly silent battlefield. His eyes prying over his shoulder, all the playfulness that the people already affiliated with him gone. Then the greatest conqueror's hockey display shown today, maybe from the whole history of the One Piece world, is exuded from Hector. The clouds are practically shoved kilometers away from Marineford before they are sucked back into a vortex, darkening the sky. The sea also goes still for a moment before suddenly becoming turbulent. The group of unaffiliated pirates that are only watching the war from a distance fell into trouble with the huge waves, almost as much as Whitebeard uses devil fruit. Interestingly enough, no one fell unconscious. Such fine control that Hector pressured everyone differently with his hockey, but even if they aren't knocked down, that doesn't mean that they are unscathed. My neck. Arg. A captain from the Marines clutches his neck while he falls to his knees. Arg. Another one covers his eye. Another crouches down like it has been hit in the stomach. All around Marineford, people experience similar circumstances, except for a select few. See, Seiko. You can do things like that too with conquerors. Filter down the challengers. It's not anyone that can meet a Supreme King head-on after all. Hector explains slowly, even from the distance his voice reaches her. This stage is only for those with enough determination and willpower. Hector didn't knock anyone unconscious. He did something different. He fused his battle intent with his bloodlust. Such overwhelming is his hockey that people had hallucinations of Hector killing/defeating them. For an instant, they saw him cut their neck, slap their head out of their bodies, carve their hearts out, and another 1,000 scenarios. All of them show what would happen if they stand in front of this man for a fight. Hector showed the result, without the need to go through the process. And this defeated them. Most of the victims stay on the ground with a blank stare, all the will to fight left their bodies. Oda was once asked why rarely people die on One Piece. Most of the villains that Luffy fought are still alive and very good. Wouldn't this be a problem? Oda answered that is unnecessary because they already lost the battle of wills. In this world, this is tremendously important. Gecko Moria is a prime example of what can happen to someone that lost their will. It will be difficult to recover. And if they recover? Then you fight again, because you can only reach the top after facing these challenges properly. Another reason why Kaido didn't kill Luffy and Kid and tried to break their will. If he succeeds, he will never have to worry about them again. If not, he will have another challenge to get closer to the top. And even if he dies because he spared them, well, it's his objective anyway. Ending his path one way or another. Hector scoffs seeing the result of his attack. That was the first time that he tried something like this on a large scale. He only used that to scare criminals before. Defenders of justice, they said. You guys are remembering me of the heroes that just want to be famous and have no backbone. He comments. It can't blame them after all. The guy is simply ridiculously off the charts. I ease the way to the pirates even more now. He comments on seeing the evacuation process. The low-level marines that are fighting against the pirates escaping gave up, only the high-ranked get their bearing and continue the fight. But they are being stopped by the strong pirates, thus leaving the path open to the vast majority of the low-level crooks to escape. If not for Sengoku's plans to trap the pirates and the pacifistas, all of Whitebeard's pirates would have escaped after this show of hockey. Let's speed up a little. He thinks before pointing to the ocean with his index and middle finger. Then he rotates his wrist, making his fingers point to the sky. Accompanying his movements, a huge pillar of water shoots from the ocean and unnaturally starts heading to Marine Ford. It's at least some kilometers wide and is rotating at a high speed. This. Someone gasps. Controlling the sea. Another one shouts in surprise. Is this guy really the devil? Being this strong, having strange abilities, controlling the sea, making sea stone of his body. It is not a surprise that people would think that Hector is some sort of evil deity. This is on his calculations when he appeared. He even presented himself like that to Akainu. Sometimes knowing things incompletely is more confusing than knowing nothing at all. It's a good strategy to confuse the people of this world. Let them guess and fail. At this moment, Akiji jumps high in the air, and uses his powers to freeze the pillar of water. A sigh is heard at his side while he is falling again to the ground. I knew that you would be the one to stop it. Come on man, this is too easy. Hector appears out of thin air, his hand already stretched at Akiji. Akiji reacted fast. With a wave of his hand, the icy mist is released in Hector's general direction in an AoE cone attack. After a second, when a gust of wind removes the icy mist, a huge iceberg with a frozen Hector on the tip was revealed. Akiji narrows his eyes before he shows an expression of surprise. A sea stone spike is already stuck on his shoulder. Thank you for the statue, it's very cool. He hears Hector's voice behind him, I know that you like sleeping so. And then he felt pressure on his head and finally darkness. 2 moves. All 3 admirals from the marine are defeated in 2 moves each. Hector lets himself fall to the ground, holding Akiji by the neck. He calmly looks around the battlefield, the people nearby practically are scared witless by his presence. Whitebeard is engaged in a fierce fight with Sengoku and Garp. They really want to keep the guy here to make all this fiasco worth something. Whitebeard practically split the island in half to block people to pursue his crew. He really is planning on staying behind. Hector looks at his actions for a second before he sighs, people here are blockheads. With this I took all high-ups from the Marines that I can. Should I go for the lower ranks now? Smoker is there. He thinks to himself, nope, not a priority. The priority now is. His head turns to a certain position and he disappears again. In a somewhat hidden corner of the battlefield, obstructed by all the destruction and smoke, 3 Shichibukais are present. Doflamingo, you bastard. Gecko Moria groans while sprawled on the ground. Pinned by 2 pacifistas and being looked down on by other 2 fellow Shichibukai, his situation is precarious. Fufuhi, don't blame me. You're far too weak to be part of one of the Shichibukai. Doflamingo says while crouched down on the roof of a building. Bartholomew Cumin, now turned a cyborg, stays impassive closely. Accept your epithet, fell into battle. Much better than, executed by the government, right? Fufufu, Doflamingo chuckles. Who set you up in doing this? Moria was gonna ask before being interrupted by the sudden arrival of Hector. Still holding Admiral Akiji like a ragdoll, Hector looks around. Oh, are you guys doing some kinky shit here on the corner? Don't mind me. Hector says lightly. But the mood of the other 2 dampened instantly seeing him. Doflaming face shows a rare serious expression. And Moria, puff. He simply exchanged place with his shadow and went away. Hector raises his eyebrow seeing even Moria's shadow scared of him and slowly creeping away. Joke's on you, you're already registered on the search database. Hector turns to the other Shichibukai. I'm gonna take Kuma away. Are you gonna stop me? Hector declares casually. Fufufu, Doflamingo shows some surprise before chuckling. He then raises his hand in the air in a sign of surrender. Fufu. Do whatever you want. Doflamingo decided to stay out of the way. No need to antagonize the guy that can defeat the admirals like they are children. He is alone on this battlefield after all, without his people. Hector eyes him for an instant before looking at Kuma and starts walking at him calmly. Be careful, he is programmed to defend himself. Phew phew. Doflamingo warns, good-naturedly. Hector doesn't comment, keeping his eyes on Kuma. When he reaches close enough, Kuma adopts a sumo stance, one hand ahead of the other, head to strike. Doflamingo pay attention at the confrontation. When Hector gives step too close to the giant man, he and Kuma disappear from their respective spots. And Hector reappears a split second later, some meters ahead. A green marble between his fingers. If someone paid attention enough, it would be possible to see a mini Kuma there. Success. I was afraid that he would touch himself and teleport away. Hector thinks before turning his head slowly to Doflamingo. Some 10 seconds go by before Hector looks away and disappears. Doflamingo releases a huge breath and cleans some sweat from his forehead. He was spared because Hector still hadn't decided how much he will interfere. And him being an underworld broker, maybe if Hector gives him some time he can acquire more devil fruits. He is different from Blackbeard. Teach didn't establish any power, killing him now makes no waves in the world. Dealing with Doflamingo does. It needs to be done properly. So he will continue to prance around, for now. Hector now is casually dismantling a pacifista. He tossed Akiji aside after copying his power. He likes the guy, but now they're enemies, so no need to treat him in a special way. That was his choice. When you open some doors, others are closed. Now he is an enemy of the Marines and the world government. He understands what his actions can bring. It's almost over. He comments while crouched down on a pacifista chest. The fight between Whitebeard and the rest is waning down. The two parties are very tired. Hector then looks down at the open robot. Vegapunk is not so bad. A little too much steampunk, heh. No pun intended. But he is really a genius. I would say some steps below Reed, more than Stark. Considering what he has to work, Hector analyzes another scientist's work, pretty accurately. This here is a little similar to those automatons on the moon. So he has the technology of the Void Century. I see. Lacks a reliable energy source of energy, and those lasers are based on the Pika Pika no Mi. He is working with what he has on his hands, which means he has some deep work on the devil fruits. Hector continues to reverse engineer the pacifista. If this guy is evil, this world is doomed. Vegapunk is one of the great mysteries of One Piece that Oda keeps close to his chest. As how Hector couldn't read beyond Wano, he can only guess what type of man Vegapunk is. He is dangerous. It's his conclusion. He can fuse devil fruits with inanimate objects, copy properties of some fruits like the lasers, and even replicate some powers. With time this world is his. Would not be a stretch to say that he can probably give himself devil fruit powers. Hector frowns. Maybe he is more than a scientist and is in truth super strong. I will be careful when I approach him. Or her. I would not put beyond Oda to make the character a woman. He likes to subvert expectations. Hector is hit by a strong gust of wind and turns to pay attention to the main stage of this war. In the middle of Marineford, Whitebeard pants while he supports himself on his Naginata. After a huge breath, he straightens himself at full height again and stares at his opponents. He can't even use Haki anymore, his mind and body are drained. If not for Hector, direct and indirect, help, he wouldn't have lasted this longer against Sengoku and Garp, that are in a much better shape than him. And at this moment of unavoidable defeat, Whitebeard smiles. Gurara. He is satisfied. His family, it's already all evacuated. From a distance, he can hear shouts pleading to him to come too. Some trying to rush to help him, but these are being held by others of the crew. I'm sorry, my sons. That's where I left you all. Without me, you all can go and become the ones that you meant to be. He thinks resignedly. A large tree can protect someone but also take away their spot under the sun. No parent should outlive their children. Whitebeard smiles again. Sengoku. You look very desperate to keep me here. Don't worry, I will not run. He declares strongly. Sengoku eyes the men cautiously. Are you so afraid of that, Sengoku? Whitebeard smirks, of that era that Roger predicted. Gurara. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth that I still get caught on that bastard rhythm, but so be it. Whitebeard continues to smirk. You can't kill everyone in the world, Sengoku. While people live they will crave the truth. Seek freedom. Sengoku eyes start to widen. You bastard. Stop. He starts moving, but he is also exhausted. Whitebeard took a huge breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. The One Piece. Everyone pauses to listen to him. Is this good enough, Roger? Is real. His voice cuts the whole battlefield, silencing everyone that is witnessing this moment. Can we get much higher, everyone except one? Music cuts the silence, so high, ooh ooh ooh. Slowly people turn to look at the source of the sound. Finding Hector with a huge speaker blasting this song. The thing is 5 meters tall at least. Everyone from the lowest Marine to Whitebeard and Sengoku looks at him a little speechless. Even Siko that was approaching him, looks at him weirdly before moving away a little, like she doesn't want to be associated with him. But smiling fondly at his antics. Hector pauses like he is a child that was caught doing something bad. His eyes move around and then he turns abruptly and explodes the speakers brutally, smashing them to bits. He even is panting slightly when he turns around, passing his fingers through his hair. Sorry, I would never forgive myself if I lost the timing. Ahem, he coughs in his hand in embarrassment. In my head, would be funnier. You guys can continue. He tries to play it off. But the mood was already destroyed. Damn, but I had chills when he said the line. Brrr, Hector trembles a little. Whitebeard sighs, he is used to weird people. He slowly closes his eyes and starts reminiscing about the past. Looking back, he has no regrets regarding his journey and his ending. I'm sorry, my sons. He was thinking before being interrupted. Oi, old man. Are you gonna die now? Hector's voice is heard from below him. A vein almost pops off Whitebeard's forehead. Brat, what do you want? I decided to take you out here. Hector says. Whitebeard's lips purse, annoyance colors his mien. Didn't I already declared my final say? Whitebeard hits his naginata on the ground to emphasize that he is angry. Hector doesn't flinch in front of the fury of the strongest man in this world. Yep. And I thought about that. Hector crosses his arm around his chest, and I decided to ignore your decision. He acts almost petulantly. This time Whitebeard's eyebrows twitch. If he has the strength he would punch Hector's face with his devil fruit. Hector at this moment looks really like Roger to Whitebeard. Okay, old man. You had your grand finale as a pirate. Be happy. I'm taking you away. Hector then whistles with 2 fingers in his mouth. The space above Marineford shifts and something big gets off camouflage. A pirate ship is flying in the air above them. Even if still keeps the pirate style, is highly technological. Without sails, mostly black with some details of white and gold. In gold and bold letters it can be read on the side of the ship, forward unto dawn, with the word dawn being emphasized. This is Dawn version 0.4. An all-purpose spaceship created by Hector utilizing as a base Cortana blueprints and shield helicarrier. It was created by Hector exclusively for this world, mostly to show off. The real Forward Unto Dawn, Hector's personal spaceship, is a little more impressive. And is in the hangar of the Zeta space station in the Marvel world. All around people are flabbergasted seeing the flying spaceship, some have a thought passing through their minds. There's the legend of the ancient weapons. One of them is a ship capable of destroying an entire island. Could this be? Heavy ho. Hector grabs Whitebeard telekinetically and starts floating to the ship. Siko starts jumping in the air till she reaches the top of Dawn. Makia. Wait till I call you. Hector shouts at Makia. A huge portal appears close to the 2 giant men and Makia starts to drag Ors Jr. away with him. What you are thinking you are doing, brat? Whitebeard asks angrily from his position of being manhandled. Relax, I will respect your wishes. Somewhat. I'm not gonna save you. Hector rolls his eyes. I know how bothersome it is to try to save someone that doesn't want to be saved. Hector says. Today is the day that the pirate Whitebeard dies. He dies in a pretty cool way. Standing against powerful foes, protecting his crew, his last words reignited the flames of the pirate era. The perfect end for him. But. Hector pauses. I will give you a proper ending, old man. A fitting end to the men, Edward Newgate. Whitebeard scoffs. What a brat that doesn't even have hair on his chest know about me. Well, a lot really. Hector says flatly, but I think that a man that values family more than treasures or the throne of Pirate King would be happy to die differently. Hector concludes, in his bed, surrounded by his children. You have some cool last words to the world. Didn't you have none to your children, old man? Hector side glances him. You have your pride. That never running away shit. Sorry if I'm making you go against your own beliefs, but I think that in the face of truly important things, your pride is the first thing you should discard. Whitebeard sighs. You're not gonna listen to anything I say, right? He is convinced. Nope, Toretto. Nothing is more important than the family. Hector doesn't hesitate to answer. They finally landed on the ship's deck. Hector looks down on Marineford. By Sengoku. Relax, Whitebeard is dead. You guys didn't leave empty-handed. Behave, if not I will come back. Tell you gods that the devil is around, ready to punish some unruly children. Hector waves at them like old friends saying goodbye. At this point, most of the pirates are already leaving the port of Marineford. Dawn then moves fast at the port. Hector looks over the edge of the ship at the other pirates below. I meet you guys some kilometers northwest. Bye, suckers. Hector shouts at Marco and the others. And then Dawn goes at hypersonic speed and disappears on the horizon. He really brought it only to show off. The war has ended. This war that will be known as the War of the Best, or the prelude of the Dawn of the Devil, ended with a clear loser. The pirates are now escaping, not only the bunch that participated in the war, but also those that come to watch this from a distance to witness this historic event. Many pirate ships disperse at the four winds. The Marines can't follow them. And high in the air, one Hector slowly floats looking down at these ships with a predatory gaze. He focused on the hard-to-get high-ups of the Marines' powers, now he can go around catching these headless chickens. Surrounded by their weakness. Simply too easy. His smirk widened before he starts the hunt. Shank's ship arrives on Marineford sometime later. But the war is already over. So, what did we miss? Yassip looks around, checking that has no battle with his good vision. Hector looks at their ship from a distance, boring. He breathes out. He has no interest in these guys. Whom should I go for Kaido now? Nah, I have time. In an unsuspecting small ship. Hector is standing above the defeated passengers. This ship was stolen by some prisoners from Impel Down, and the main guy leading this band of criminals is now glaring at Hector that is holding his last subordinate by the neck. This power of turning his body into blades will be a good gift to Siko. Hector thinks while he copies Dazbone's devil fruit. He then finally turns at Crocodile. Don't worry, I don't feel like killing you, Sir Crocodile. Hector smiles at him, I have a very important question. The prideful Crocodile doesn't deign to talk with him. Are you, by any case, Luffy's mom? Hector tilts his head and asks seriously. In another part of the sea. Captain, that guy is out there. I know. Trafalgar Law groans while his submarine continues to go deeper into the ocean the fastest possible. They are starting to back down after the war ended when the main actor of the whole thing appears floating above them with an innocent smile on his face. They dip down the fastest they could. Now they're safe, here on the ocean. It's what they think. Suddenly the whole submarine yanks and stops brusquely. What is happening? Beepo, the polar bear mink, shouts in alarm. Then the submarine starts to go up. We will emerge. The guy on the controls shout. All power to go down. Law orders but is too late. Grabbed telekinetically like a toy, the submarine emerges on the surface and doesn't stop. It continues to float in the air. Knock knock. If you don't appear I will open it myself. Everyone hears Hector's voice outside. Silence reigns inside the submarine for some time. I will go out there. Law finally says, if he enters in my range. Your power will not work in me, I have hockey. Hector's voice interrupts him, just come out to have a little talk. The hatch of the submarine is open and Law's upper body appears. Hector smiles seeing him. Here it is. One of the main reasons for him to come to this world. No need to be so on guard, I'm a doctor too. Hector comments and slowly floats to the submarine. He crouches on the surface and pats Law on the shoulder. I will be direct. I like you. And I plan to deal with Doflamingo in some time. So it doesn't sound right taking away your revenge, Hector says, making Law's eyes widen. How could he know? So here is the deal. 1 month training with me and I can guarantee that you can at least take a piece of him before I finish the rest and you owe me a favor. Hector smiles wide and slowly extends his hand at Law. Law is too cautious to accept like that. Come on. If you go to the New World right now you are fucked. You don't even know hockey. You must know about hockey, right? You're smart. The second part of the Grand Line is mostly controlled by the Yonkos, no matter what route you take you will meet them too early and be humbled. Hector explains. Don't you want to avenge Corazon? Doesn't feel like every day Doflamingo is breathing an insult to his memory. Are you gonna let him win? Hector smiles, doesn't falter even when Law doesn't move. 1 month in hell and I can make you strong. A deal with the devil, huh? Law looks at him with narrowed eyes. Exactly. Hector chuckles, but there's no catch. The hand still outstretched. Law doesn't trust him, not even a little. But they are at his mercy right now. The men can kill him and his crew at any time. What's the use of some trick? Law shakes his hand. Well. If isn't Captain Eustace Kidd. Hector comments while crouching on the mast of Kidd's ship, looking down on them. The pirate crew is sweating at his presence. You know. I never liked you. Hector comments, so let me humble you a little, before I go in my way. Suddenly many metallic objects start floating in Kidd's direction, forming a huge arm. Well, at least you have balls. Hector says while watching the men in question jump to attack him. His vice-captain followed him. Well, a second later the two are defeated and sprawled on the ground. Hector standing above them, Mr. Blue Sky copying Kidd's magnetic powers. The rest of the crew stays paralyzed in fear. Only good in bullying innocents, huh? Hector's eyes bore onto them, making them flinch. After taking what he come to get, Hector slowly started to float away, without looking back. Treating Kid like trash. He has no interest in even annoying the guy. It's not because he didn't like the guy that he will kill him. And he doesn't know if this guy will have a redemption arc. It's possible considering that he is a good guy in the manga. So he will be spared. Hector then suddenly stops, but there's a difference between bravery and recklessness. He says and slowly turns around to see Kid standing up slowly. Once again, metallic objects float at him. This time to form a large weapon. A railgun. Interesting. Hector stays still and lets him finish his big move. Few things are more scary than a guy that can take your best shot and remains unfazed. He plans to crush Kid's spirit a little. If the guy never bounces back, well, that's his problem. But then Hector frowns when the railgun fails. It appears the Kid hasn't perfected this power. Well, that's anticlimactic. Hector scratches his cheek, betting in powers that you can't control. You lost your best then. Hector suddenly disappears. He reappears again in the same spot, this time he is holding something. If you like acting like a pirate, I will help you look the part. He says holding Kid's right leg in his hand. Kid falls on the ground with a low shout. Hector finally starts to go away. In Kid's ship, the supernova remains sprawled on the ground, being tended by his crew. Hey, what is that? One crewman suddenly asks, pointing at Kid's chest. There, a blue point of light appears. Everyone looks at it confused. The point starts to expand in size, and in some seconds is already covering Kid's whole body. And doesn't stop on that, the circle of blue light takes over most of the deck. They feel their hair standing up and then, boom. A blue laser fall from the sky, destroying the ship in smithereens. Hector stays in the air looking at it with an impassive face. Thor sounds wrong. He comments. Maybe heavenly tribulation. Another Hector appears at his side. The one that used Enel's iconic move on Kid's ship. He just arrived from the moon. Smite doesn't sound bad either. Hector comments while looking at the shipwrecks. The other Hector fuses back with him. I didn't go all out, but people here are really resilient. Hector comments, feeling that Kid is still alive. Barely, but alive. Whatever. Oh, Capone Beach is here too. I like his power. Hector goes away without giving Kid another look. The difference in treatment between Kid and Law is obvious. The guy has his favorites. Sabaody Archipelago. The situation is a little tense right now. Facing Cassandra and Tsukasa, a Tenryubito and his entourage. What you're thinking you're doing? Just come crawling at me right now, girl. I want you. St. Charlos, the same guy that was punched by Luffy, appears to not have learned his lesson and is shouting petulantly at the duo. To give context, Cassandra and Tsukasa are minding their own business in a little market filled with food stalls in the groove close to the plaza where the execution is being live-streamed. When suddenly they noticed that the mood suddenly shifted. People around them grew eerily silent and they all fell to their knees. Cassandra noticed the reason fast and pulled Tsukasa away to hide behind a food stall. Then he finally notices the bizarre scene. An ugly and fat man with strange clothes and a bubble helmet is mounting another man that is crawling on all fours. Guards, like they are part of some secret service, surround them. So these are the annoying people that Hector-san talked about. He mutters in a low voice. He is not one to judge people fast. But it's obvious that this guy is a bastard. Everything is going without a problem before the man in question suddenly exclaims like a child and points to the crowd kneeling. That woman. She will be my new wife. He declares like it's only natural for the world to follow his wishes. The people tremble. The women slowly raise their heads, afraid of being the one that he's referring to. I got rid of a bunch of my wives recently. I need replacements. She is pretty young, and will last more. St. Charlos exclaims like he had a great idea. The woman in question finally noticed that is with her. She looks like she is Tsukasa's age, and tears start forming in her eyes. And she looks at the side slowly. It appears that the middle-aged man standing beside her is her father, but he is only looking down while trembling. His fist balled and he is biting his lips to the point of blood gushing out. The girl despairs even more seeing that. She has no hope. Two guards start moving at the girl and professionally grab her arm to drag her. They didn't ask for permission, they didn't even say a word. That's awful. Tsukasa frowns seeing the scene. But he is powerless, he can only later report to Hector, so that he can save the girl. Paw. Suddenly two loud slap-like sounds are heard and the guards are sent flying. Tsukasa's mouth slowly goes open seeing Cassandra standing in front of the girl and glaring at the world noble and his guards. The rest of the people are even more surprised than Tsukasa. They remember some days ago when the pirate Straw Hat punched a Tenryubito. It's something similar going to happen now. St. Charlos grow furious, things are going bad for him these last days. It appears the world is going crazy. What are you doing, scum? You dare challenge a world noble? He shouts at her, then he stops. His angry expression shifts to one of contemplation. Oh. Aren't you better than the other girl? And exotic too. I decided. I want this girl. He says, his mood happy again. Cassandra tilts her head to the side, only someone really observant would notice how angry she is right now. Tsukasa slowly moves to Cassandra's side without saying a word. Who are you? Her boyfriend. It's your honor that I liked her. Kill him so that she won't have any regrets about being mine. St. Charlos says like is the most natural thing in the world. Another group of guards starts to advance toward the duo. St. Charlos is not even paying attention, his mind drifting about the fun things he will do when he gets home. And he is pulled back from reality when his guards are sent flying over his shoulder. And now, back to the present. What you're thinking you're doing? Just come crawling at me right now, girl. I want you. He shouts. People are still watching with bated breaths the confrontation, and some start slowly moving away. I ask myself if it's fate. A clear and deep voice is heard and Hector suddenly stepped out of thin air. If the D is really pushed to be the enemy of the world nobles, the atmosphere gets even heavier. Oi oi. Isn't that? Some people gulp seeing his face. The guy on the war. But. How could he be here so fast? Some were smart enough to predict the right conclusion of this confrontation in their minds. This world noble is gonna die. They think. The world nobles are the descendants of the founders of the world government, the people that molded the known world. They're untouchable. If someone hurts them, an admiral will appear to capture or kill the culprit. This threat alone is a deterrent to anything bad that can happen to a world noble no matter how annoying they are. This is an absolute truth that lasted 800 years. People are used to that. This is how it is. But now. Hector defeated the 3 admirals by himself. Does he even care about a world noble? From Hector's side, he is looking down on St. Charlos with scrutiny. He recognizes the men instantly. He is on the list of people to punch. Hector's face shows disgust looking at this creature. Theoretically, these people are descendants of the great people that defeated Joy Boy and the ancient kingdom. A kingdom with great technology. How can their descendants be these scum? In this world where strength is inherited. Betrayal. A voice whispers in his ear. He narrows his eyes and sighs about the spoilers. I miss really growing these guys like cattle. He side glances the situation, he can understand clearly with one look. Good job, Cassandra. By the way, I said to avoid them only because I don't want to dirt your eyes. These people are ants. Hector pats her head before she thinks she did something bad. Why aren't you all kneeling? St. Charlos screams in frustration, stomping his foot like a kid. Hector slowly turns to look at him again and then he laughs. Ha 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 ha. He guffaws freely, even covering his face with a hand. Oh God, ha 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 ha, this is so pathetic that is funny. He wipes a tear from his eye. People are looking at him like he is crazy. Some people know that he is. World noble. Hector starts talking after controlling his breath. Tenryubito. Celestial dragon. He chuckles again. Gods. Buffed. I've never seen someone so underserving of their titles. He guffaws again. It's the truth that everyone thinks but no one is brave enough to say. At least, right here and right now. All right, all right. Hector controls himself again, so. God. I'm the devil. A smirk starts growing on his face, so. He trails off. He slowly raises his finger. Time to shock the world even more. No one even killed a Tenryubito in the story. Surpassing Luffy's achievement doesn't sound bad. Hector muses. But he is the one that is shocked in the next second. While he is theatrically ready to make the men feel fear, preparing himself to bang his ear to make him understand that he is not a god and is simply a fragile person, then killing afterward. Cassandra moves faster than him, arriving in front of the Tenryubito, and punching his guts. The world noble's eyes almost fly off their sockets. Hector's eyebrows shot up to his forehead seeing this scene. KS. He jokes in his mind. Yes, this punch will kill Charlos in the next 10 seconds. It literally turned his insides to a pulp, he is trashing on the ground in great pain, but at least will be fast. Cassandra stands beside the men in silence, watching him die without blinking. Hector walks to her side and takes a close look at her. This is a huge event. Cassandra that hesitated in killing Sim that time on Limbo. Cassandra that can feel what people feel because of her training and because of her observation. Hockey killed someone on her own initiative. Hector put a hand on her shoulder reassuringly. If you have to start from somewhere, few are better than this guy. Hector comments, how are you feeling? He asks worried. She looks up at him before turning her face around, I can take it. She says. Hector is surprised once again. A full sentence. Trying to act like an adult. His eyes widen in realization. Is she mad because I let her out of the war? He asks himself. So now she is showing that she doesn't need to be pampered. Okay. Hector says slowly. He was simply worried about her empathic sensitivity. In the canon, Kobe suffered a lot with his hockey during the war. Cassandra slowly moves away to stay beside the green-faced Tsukasa, holding himself from puking. He is not used to seeing people dying like that. Hector watches Cassandra back, they grow up so fast, sniff. He then turns to the shocked guards of the Charlos. Tell your master that they have been naughty kids. The devil is out there to punish them, don't leave you little land. Hector then stomps the ground, creating a huge spike of earth that impales St. Charlos, raising high in the air for everyone to see. The world will know now. Gods bleed. He smirks. New world. Moby Dick ship, sea. The mood is heavy and sad on the iconic whale ship of the Whitebeard pirates. In the deck, a huge bed accommodates the strongest men in this world. He is surrounded by his closest sons. The rest of the fleet is also around the Moby Dick ship. Dawn is close too. It's okay, Marco. It's my time. Whitebeard says slowly to the efforts of the first commander. Marco is doing everything he can to keep the old men alive. Oi Hector. Can't you help Oyaji, like you helped me? Ace shouts frantically at Hector that is standing close to them. Hector eyes his begging expression, sighs, and decides to lie. No can do. Stopping an unnatural death is easy. The old man reached the end of his life expectancy. Let him rest. Hector says heavily. People around him look down with balled fists, tears in their eyes. Whitebeard and Hector's eyes meet for an instant and the old man nods at him. Pa Hector slaps Ace's head. Don't make such a sad face, idiot. He will not die that easily. Hector says to Ace. The fire user looks up to him while you remember him on your mind and carry his will and teaching on your heart. He will live. He will live forever. Hector says. He understands Whitebeard a little. He has so many sons and daughters. He will really live forever. Send him to his rest with a smile. Hector says before turning around to give space to this family. He reaches the corner of the deck, at Seiko's side, and leans on the edge. Luffy is close too, keeping a respectful distance from the Whitebeard pirates together with Jim. A rare serious look on his face looking at the sad scene. I will tell them that Sabo is alive later. Hector decides. He knows from personal experience that good news while you're in a sad mood doesn't brighten you as you expect. It only creates conflicting feelings. He will let them pour out their sadness first. After some minutes, Edward Newgate closes his eyes from the last time. A heart-wrenched scream was heard from Ace. Others also are crying silently. The scream from Ace is enough for people on the other ships who know of the bad news. Slowly, a wave of sadness spreads on all ships. People don't die when they're killed. They die when they're forgotten. Hector quotes while looking at the sky. He is thinking about a lot of things right now. If it's like that Eidolon is immortal and Hector is as fragile as anyone. Hector reaches this conclusion. As Eidolon, he touched so many lives. He remembers a cool comic where the one above all one time showed Peter everyone that he saved as Spider-Man. Eidolon is an immortal symbol, but Hector. He shakes his head. Hector, life looks so small. He gazes at the sad scene of the Whitebeard pirates crying their eyes out around the old man. His eyes are unfocused. Not for the first time he feels like there's an invisible screen between him and other people. Hector had a normal life. With his parents. They're his world. Then when he came to Marvel. These pillars of normalcy are taken out from him. It's difficult to conciliate. Even if so many things are similar in his two lives, it looks completely different. He lost more than his parents that day. He lost his entire normal life. And the path was closed forever. And it's not easy it seems to adopt this new one. He doesn't integrate himself. He created a new life. New people, new Hector. No. Eidolon. He slowly extends his hand at the scene, at these people. It feels like he can't touch them. Characters. A fictional world where I'm a god. He sighs, when you become untouchable you become unable to touch. Since he arrived at Marvel his strongest emotions are only related to his family. The family he had before. The normal constant in his life. Remnants of his other life. His true life. He feels sadness seeing Whitebeard dying and everyone grieving. But he was feeling this sadness with them. Or this sadness is exactly like when he watched it through a screen of a TV. He asks himself if he is destined to never have a true and strong connection with anyone in these fictional worlds. Every power has a price. And this is my cross. He turns to look at Siko. She is respectfully standing there, silently making a prayer for the old man. When Kizara threatened her, he felt anger. In his mind, she knows that she was never in real life threatening danger. But that anger was irrational. Like it should be. He extends his arm and grabs her hand on his own. She opens her eyes and looks at him. Her head tilted, asking a question. Just let me hold you for some time, he says slowly and in a low voice. Her face blanks for a little before she smiles and nods, without asking a reason. His eyes close and he focuses on her small hand on his grasp. Her warmth. She is real. He thinks the obvious, but he still repeats to himself. With his senses, he can feel everyone nearby. The thousand of people grieving for Edward Newgate. Their heartbeat, their sadness. They are all real. He repeats the obvious again. That invisible screen separating him from the world shows cracks that existed for a long time but he never noticed. And the cracks are only increasing. Ahoy. Being a god in a world where you know that was fictional can go over your head. He didn't reincarnate as a baby and spent his life acclimating himself to his new reality. Our guys is in Marvel for like 6 months. He tries to not see the world as a game, but that thought is always on the back of his mind. The main character syndrome. I believe everyone in the same situation would pass for something similar. I know that I would. And I bet you guys too. Like a predisposition in liking or disliking someone. Ahem. Maybe we would close many doors because of that. Anyway, let me ask you guys a question. This chapter has some strong emotions, funny scenes. I hope you guys liked it. So, didn't it look more gratifying reading this after the last chapters of angsty and pessimism? Didn't the build-up pay off? At least made this a little better, don't agree? The One Piece world is full of strong emotions that will be good for our MC. That's why I choose it. By the way, I read in some comments that some of the readers didn't read One Piece and are a little lost. Well, there isn't much I can do about that. I even went to an arc that happens 10 years ago, damn, I'm old. After this arc, I will make a big recap showing everything he gained, did and etc. To the non-readers of One Piece. I will try to explain things a little more in detail. If other readers can be kind souls and put images of the characters, will help. There's a lot. I'm lazy. Beyond that, I can only recommend reading the manga. It's good. I reread it in 1 week to write this arc. Someone asked if staying 3 months isn't too long. Well, will be explained the reason in the next chapter. But I can say the main one right now. He acquired a lot of powers recently. As a control freak, he wants time and freedom to train. There's magic too. And about Luffy's devil fruit. Yes, he will copy it. He is smart enough to figure out there's something more about it. And Luffy's powers are slightly different from normal people's elasticity. Like from Reed and Helena Parr. Now I just need to decide. Who will be the victim of the debut of Toon Force Eidolon? Anyway, till next time. Bye. Chapter 65, World of Pirates, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Very little is needed to make a happy life, it is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. The art of being happy lies in the power of extracting happiness from common things. Henry Ward Beecher. Recap, in the last chapter Hector participated in the Marineford War, making a name to himself as he defeated the 3 admirals and even killing a Tenryubito afterward. He copied many powers and in the end helped Whitebeard in having a tranquil ending, different from his conturbed life as a pirate. The world awoke with mixed feelings after the day of the battle in Marineford. The news of the events on the Marine headquarters arrived at all corners of the world. To the world, pirates are the absolute evil, so the death of one of the 4 emperors of the sea is something worth a celebration. But at the same time, an even more terrifying figure appeared. And the little information that is known about this individual left almost everyone with a feeling of uneasiness. The news is not all pleasant to the world. A man appeared out of nowhere and shocked the world. This man defeated the high powers of the Navy, the Admiracles one by one. He saved Fire Fist Ace from certain death with mysterious healing abilities. Captured 2 warlords of the sea. Fought to a stalemate with Fleet Admiral. Controlled the sea. Apparently has in his power one of the Omniscient weapons. and has powerful subordinates that ignore the combined power of various platoons of the Marines, fought against the best swordmen in the world, and killed a world noble. This made this man who only appeared for a day have the record of the highest first bounty in the history of this world. The probable new Emperor of the Sea after the passing of Whitebeard, Oak the Devil Hector, bounty, 1.500.000.000b. Sword Princess Seiko, bounty, 500.000.000b. The Mountain That Moves, Gigantomachia, bounty, 500.000.000b. God Killer Cassandra, bounty, 500.000.000b. No one knows where he comes from or what his motivations, and this only make him more terrifying. World Economy News, Morgans. Onigashima. In a dark big room, a clashing sound reverberates. Pieces of a broken giant jug of sake fall on some men's heads. That damn Whitebeard. How could he die like that? Wah. Kaido, of the 100 Beasts and one of the Yonkos, cries like a baby while covering his eyes with his forearm. Then suddenly his mood shifts and he is angry. Lucky bastard. How can he die like that? He shouts to the ceiling and the whole Onigashima trembles. The nearby beast pirates all tremble and try to look as small as possible to not attract the attention of their captain. They are already used to his mood swings. The best course of action is to do nothing. That red hair too. If he didn't get in my way, I would have so much fuyuan. Kaido's fists meet the ground in fury, making Onigashima tremble again. He keeps his fists buried on the ground for some time, his face a scowl and his eyes obscured by his anger. All beast pirates hold their breath, waiting for another outburst. Then, he finally exhales a laugh. Ptwororo. He makes a silly face while laughing in a good mood. He looks at the newspaper again, and at the bounty poster attached to it. The devil, huh? Wurororo. A strong guy like that will be fun. Then he looks like a maiden in love, with dreamy eyes, looking at the horizon waiting for her beloved's return, even disgustingly blinking his eyes cutely. I can't wait for him to come. He says with his fingers interlaced behind his chin. Are you sure that he will come? A voice that is not afraid to break Kaido from his reverie cuts the silence. King. Kaido greets his right-hand man with a more normal expression. The giant man clad in black leather and with huge black wings on his back walks close to the king of the beasts. We don't know much about him. Maybe he will never come. If you want to fight him, the best option would go find him yourself. King suggests. Wurororo. He will come. Kaido releases a big grin. The path to the top is narrow. And anyone with the ambition will have to come to Wano eventually. Wurororo. Kaido says with certain. Whole Cake Island. So Newgate finally kicked the bucket. Took him long enough. Mamama. Another Yonko, Charlotte Lin, also known as Big Mom, comments to her eldest son. Parolin. Yes, it was confirmed by many of our people inside the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. Perispero answers while licking a huge lollipop. You know what to do, Perispero. Big Mom says while a big hand goes to grab some sweets. Yes, Mama. But what about this new guy? Big Mom's eyes go to the posters of Hector's group. The devil. Mamama. What a pretentious title to this brat. But if he really fought with Sengoku, he is really not weak. Let's wait and see for now. Maybe we can bring him to the family. Mamama. Big Mom laughs. Perispero keeps himself in silence at this. He is the one who makes the plans for Big Mom's crazy ideas. If she really went forward with this, he would need to think in which of his sisters to arrange a marriage. But I am more interested in this one. Big Mom grabs a poster, Gigantomachia. A giant. But his appearance is different. Could he be a hybrid of a giant and with a fishman? And he has a fruit to increase his size too. Mamama. Maybe we should push forward our plans to the Vinsmoke family. Judge can't be so much behind Vegapunk, right? Mamama. She continues with her eyes shining in anticipation. Perispero stays in silence, thinking about the heavy work he will need to do. Hector POV. Some island in the new world. Acho, I sneeze loudly. Ha, this anime world. Someone is talking about me. I comment. I know that I'm probably famous now, but I don't want to spend my days sneezing. Should happen only in relaxed moments anyway. I continue to walk to the enormous ceremony with Seiko, Cassandra, Tsukasa, and Makia at my side. We are here to the funeral of Whitebeard. There's a huge crowd of people on this cliff with a good view of the sea, all here to pay their respects to the old man. After waiting for everyone who knows the guy better than me, I walk to pay my respects too. Seiko decides to follow me while the others wait by the side. I stop in front of his tombstone. His famous Naginata is stuck on the stone, white his flag on the pole and holding his coat that he used on the Marineford War. Exactly like I remember in the anime and manga. Well, at least this time Ace's tombstone is not here too. I really didn't want you to die, old man. I say while taking 2 bottles of sake from my inventory. I even prepared a lot of good sake from my world to have a good talk with you. I say while pouring the Junmai Danjio and the Dasai on the ground. Edward Newgate taught me a lesson. I had plans. Talk with the guy, cure him, bring him to avenge Odin. Would be cool as heck. But plans can go downhill as fast as you create them. I'm very good in pulling strings, and knowing the people and their motivations, desires, and traumas is easy to get my way in most of the things. But people are not characters that will follow the script that I wrote. I will keep that in mind. I turn to give space to the rest who want to pay their respects. This reminds me of the banana myth. I comment sighing at the sky, do you know it, Siko? I think I heard somewhere. She turns to me and frowns, trying to remember. Then I decided to refresh her memory. It's the myth to explain the short lifespan of the humans. Long ago, a god appeared to the people and ordered them to choose between a banana and a stone. People choose the banana. It was delicious, will fill their stomach. Much better than some rock. I say. Without waiting for her to say anything I continued, that choice decided our short lifespan. Instead of the perpetual dull life of a rock, we choose to have a short but sweet life. This world made me remember this myth. It really does. Talking about how living a short and fulfilling life sticking to their ideals is better than living without them. Without a dream. Now that I'm thinking about it, it really goes deep. There isn't that theory that Imu, the secret ruler of the world, and the 5 elders are immortal and living since the void century. They are keeping the world stagnated, like a rock. They spoil the Tenryubito because they don't need descendants. They will live forever. In this world, the child inherits the strength and the strong will of their lineage. Luffy speedran the first part of the Grand Line as 17-year-old rookie. That was impressive. St. Charlos, the world noble that Cassandra killed, lasted a lot after his organs turned to mush. And he trashed around, he had a crazy amount of endurance and vitality. And that guy is scum that never trained in his life. They are keeping these guys useless to not be dethroned. Doflamingo is a good example of the crazy potential they have if raised properly. The more I think the more makes sense. So Luffy would be the antithesis to them in ideals. Similar to how he is to Blackbeard. Luffy lives a short and adventurous life. A life worth living. A life of a pirate, a life of free dash. Wait fucking a minute. I side-eye the guy. Monkey D. Luffy. Monkey. Banana. His whole lineage hates the world's nobles. Oda, you bastard. It's on our faces the whole time. Luffy even lost a lot of lifespan recently. Is Luffy gonna die young at the end of the manga? I was taken out of my thoughts by Siko. Oh, in Japan there's an equivalent to this myth. But is a flower, Hana, instead of a banana. She says in sudden realization. Hana. The only person capable of reading the poneglyphs and the key to Laugh Tale 8 the Hana no Mi. Robin. And the whole, I want to die, and, I want to live. I sigh again. This world is full of layers. I'm glad I came here. I look at the horizon waiting for the guy to arrive. Thank you for helping with everything you are. Marco, the phoenix, says to me while we watch the waves. The sky is clear and the day is beautiful, like it doesn't care about the sadness of the people here. A reminder that the world is heartless. We and other important people are reunited here. I copied his power, by the way. His, the diamond power from Jozu and many others for the Whitebeard pirates. That was nothing. The old man deserves. I say with a shrug, by the way, how did you guys will do with the Whitebeard pirates without Whitebeard? If you don't mind me asking. They look at each other in uncertain. We will continue with Oyaji legacy. Marco says after some time. Ace probably will be the new captain in the future. Interesting. Be careful out there. I recommend that you guys group tightly. I say. In the new world, the 4 emperors have their territories. They receive tributes for protection. Kaido has his territories to produce weapons and create strong people. Big Mom has her territory for food mostly. Whitebeard and Shanks apparently are the ones who are not tyrants and really protect the people in this place where the world government doesn't reach. After all, to receive help from the Marines you need to bow to the world nobles. It's not hard to guess why many small countries don't want it even with all the benefits that come with being an ally of the world government. And most can't pay the tributes too. My advice to them is to give up on some of these territories and protect the most important ones. We will see what we will do, you are. Marco scratches his cheek a little sheepishly. They will absolutely not retreat. I sigh at these people. When I get my den mushy we will keep in touch. If Big Mom or Kaido attack you guys, don't hesitate to call me. I say, but then I smirk, but don't worry too much, I plan to level the game a little. I let my words hang in the air. Some shiver when they understand my meaning. I'm still not sure what I will do with these guys. Aren't they important opponents to be surpassed by Luffy? Here we are again. How much of the plot should I change? Meh, I will think about it later. He finally arrived. I comment to them all of a sudden. They look at me in surprise before focusing on the horizon. Something is getting close at high speed. Someone. That is. Marco stares at the person cutting the water swimming. Is shipwreck his trait? Like Zoro getting lost. Maybe all first mates of the Pirates Kings have something like that. Finally, a shirtless old man emerges slowly from the water and walks to us dripping wet like it was a normal occurrence. There's no ship in sight, so he must have swam for a long distance. Oh ho Raylek, huh? I smile seeing the guy. This guy is strong. I commented to Siko that maybe she would be interested in fighting him. From my side eye, I noticed that he paused a little seeing me. Having a flashback, old man. Rayleigh. Marco and the others greet him. Even if they were rivals long ago, it appears that there's no bad blood between them. Funny how Marco is much younger than the guy. Whitebeard really has his crew full of his sons and daughters. He must have carried these dead weight in the beginning. Especially when his crew was compared with Roger's one. I imagined that you guys would be here. Rayleigh comments while he twists his shirt and jacket to extract the water. To save time, I extended my hand and with a motion of my wrist, I use waterbending to pull the water off him. Drying him instantly. I learned that bending, beyond the motions, uses spiritual energy too. And if you have a lot of spiritual energy, fewer motions you need to perform. And I have a lot. If I trained more with it I would be capable of bending with my mind. In your age, it's preferable to keep your bones dry, old man. I say to him after he gives me a look. Thank you. He says slowly. Is he wary of me? In this world, being capable of controlling water is very impressive for obvious reasons. I'm still waiting for the Logia or Mythic Zoan that can do that. Maybe is with Emu. And maybe is because of that he is looking at me strangely. After greeting the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy and others he walks to pay his respects to Whitebeard. I observe the guy. Weird. He doesn't seem close to Ace. Isn't he like his nephew in some way? In truth, he seems to like Luffy more. I narrow my eyes at this. Could be that he sees Roger in Luffy, his charisma. But I smell something more. Maybe he doesn't like the fact that Ace entered in Whitebeard's crew. Like a betrayal of some sort. Well, can't blame Ace on that. The guy is a victim of bad planning and parenting. This world is full of bad parents, huh? Except when they are not the real fathers. Sanji, Chopper. And now that I think about it, to the men only. Nami's stepmother is cool. Robin's mother too. Vivi's father. And Rebecca's father. Shirahoshi father. Now. Yasip. I'm seeing a pattern here, Oda. Absent fathers is an anime cliché after all. I decided to mouth my doubts. After all, I'm not afraid of hurting people's feelings. I would expect you to show up in Marineford, Rayleigh. Like. Your captain child, you know. I say to everyone. He looks at me in silence. The mood gets heavy. But silence will never bother me. I mean. It's not your obligation. I make a face but you know. Whitebeard and Garp treated the boy better than anyone from the Rogers Pirates. Where are the other guys again? I make a pensive expression. Who knows if they have some OP devil fruit, after all. Before I didn't think much about Rayleigh not going to Marineford. But now I have a clear idea of the map of the Grand Line. Sabaody is close. The Red Line and Fishman Island are between the two, but to a guy as strong as him. Luffy was in Amazon Lily and he arrived on time. He continues to stare at me in silence. His face betrays nothing. Sorry buddy, your title as Dark King can't scare me. People around us look a little tense, but I can't feel anger from this guy. Just some sort of resignation. He finally sighs, it's complicated. He says simply. Yep, really there's something more about this. Externally, I shrug and let the matter rest. But I look at him. He is talking with Luffy again. There's something special about the rubber boy. That's blatant favoritism. I also remember that he is guarding Sabaody. The entrance to the new world. It can't be just because he likes the climate, right? This world is really full of little mysteries. Don't worry, the leg was cut clean. No side effects. but he should rest, he lost a lot of blood. While I'm having a little talk with Marco, assuring him that Ors Jr. will be okay after I reattached his leg, Luffy shouts at me. Oh, wavy hair. He comes at me waving his hand. What? I turn to him. Give us a ride, we don't have a boat. He says like it would be obvious for me to help. Okay. I answer instantly. This is a good opportunity. Let's go now. I don't hesitate and start moving to my ship, Dawn. Luffy and Rayleigh follow my group. Not coming, Jim. I ask the fishman. No, I have matters to attend. He answers seriously. I see, if anyone gets too comfortable in Fishman Island you can call me too. Racism is dumb. And I want a peaceful place to go sightseeing with my people. I smile at him and shake his hand. Too bad he is not coming, I want to ask about Fishman Karate. Well, it's not like I will not have another chance. We get on board of Dawn. To where? I ask. Amazon Lily. Rayleigh answers, I have never seen a ship like this before. He comments looking at the deck. There are no sails. It's advanced. Only Vegapunk probably could have something similar. I comment. Amazon Lily, huh? Good. I need to copy Hancock power, better to tag along now. If not I will have to fabricate some conflict later, to have the chance. It's on that direction. I use my powers to locate her. And with the layout of the world that my other body is creating, I deduce that she is already on Amazon Lily. Hold tight, I warn with a huge smirk. The back of the ship opens and a huge propulsor ignites. Boom. And we broke the sound barrier, cutting the ocean at high speed. Oh, it's like the Sunny. Luffy shouts animatedly, an elongated arm grabs a part of the ship. Ah, Luffy. I forgot to tell you an ace. Sabo is alive. I say casually while driving my ship. Luffy pauses for a moment to look at me. WHHAAAAAAAATTT. Oh, is that Enel's face? Rubber powers really morph his body like a cartoon, huh? Later we already disembarked on Amazon Lily. Very nice tropical weather, and those snakes probably are carved by someone really strong. Lily. The name passes over my head. Like a blocked memory. Lily. Amazon Lily. So what? Why is important? Whatever, I shake my head to go back to the present. Right now, we are close to the beach. Luffy is still bawling his eyes out after the reveal that Sabo is alive. For some reason, he didn't doubt my words. But even if tears and snot run over his face, he is still stuffing himself with the food that the Amazons brought to him. Beyond Luffy, Rayleigh, and my group, Hancock, her sisters, that old lady, and a group of Amazons are here too. And the Heart Pirates too, I pulled them half of the way here. Oh, so this is the legendary island of women. So it's real. One of Law's crewmates comments. Only two of them, plus Beepo and Law himself are here. A little away from us. I raise the two crewmates telekinetically with a finger, go swim to clean your thoughts. And I yeet them a kilometer away in the ocean. Law deadpans at me. What? First part of the training. Building endurance. You're like 99% of the fighting force of your crew. This can't go on. I shrug. I will make sure that they don't drown. Law sighs and stands up to go to the beach. Beepo follows him. Anyway, it's funny that you want to follow in Roger's footsteps, Ace's father, and Sabo is following your dad. To be more strange than that only if Ace wanted to become a noble like Sabo's father. I comment to Luffy while eating from the big pile of food at his side. It appears that fathers in this world can be anyone father except for their real son. I don't know. I never met my father. Munch nom nom, but Ace and Sabo don't like their fathers. Munch, Luffy says lightly while stuffing his mouth with food. Your people take too lightly this parenthood thing. I say while reaching for a strawberry the size of an apple. Thud. Something hit my head, I saw it a mile away but decided to let it happen. I move my eyes to look at Hancock who just kicked me. I'm not that down bad to the level that enjoys being stepped by women. Munch, I say while ignoring her. That's was Luffy's food. Boa, Hancock declares pointing at me with anger on her face. Food tastes better when you share. I say, you should be careful when raising your leg with this slit on your skirt. I'm almost seeing it. I comment lightly. Looking at her crotch. You disgusting man-pig. She shouts outraged and starts releasing a flurry of kicks at my head. I dodge all of them by moving only my head while I continue to eat. You had a bad personality. I Siko, signaling her to put the sword away, no one will want to marry you like that. And that makes her freeze. I can almost see the lightning hit her. In the next moment, she is crying in the arms of her sisters. How could you be so mean with Wani-sama? Marigold, the fat sister with orange hair, shouts at me while Sandersonia, the one with green hair, placates Boa Hancock. I just ignore them and continue to eat with Luffy. I'm almost finished copying the Gomu Gomu and me. Tsukasa, try these things. Look, a banana with flakes. It's crunchy. I present the weird fruits to my cook. Not only there's a lot of different things, the fruits are big and natural. I will take samples. It's true that you killed a Tenryubito. The old granny Nyan asks me while she holds the newspaper. Yeah. Oh. Are those the bounties? I take the posters with my telekinesis and make them float in front of us. They cut my d-pft. 5th grade never left me. Your bounty is 400 million now, Luffy. I comment. I think they downgraded my bounty a little. Natural. And they put the same bounty to every one of my crew. They didn't even try. Sword Princess. The mountain that moves. God Killer. Only cool names. Nice. Heh, the devil. I like it. The natural enemy of the gods. Don't take this too lightly, boy. It's a Tenryubito. Elder Nyan says loudly at me. I turn to her calmly. They are only insects. And don't worry, I'm the strongest. She is tongue-tied now. Siko appears at my side and grabs the posters to take a close look. He only made that whole show of being the enemy of these nobles, so that they will be scared of leaving their home and hurt fewer people. She says. I look at her. No need to defend myself or explain my motives. The whole devil thing and scaring the Tenryubitos are something that I thought in the moment. But I think they're too dumb to catch the message. Did you really do it? This time is Hancock that is asking while staring me down seriously. Asterisk munch asterisk, oh yeah, she was enslaved by them, more like a group effort with Cassandra over there. I say pointing at the girl who is stuffing her mouth like a squirrel with the sweets. Okay, now what? Are you going to say thank you? If you want I can solve that. Curse on your back. Get rid of it. I say slowly, being discreet while referring to the slave mark on her back. The other Amazons are nearby. Her eyes widen at my words. You know about it. She says half asking and half accusing. Yep. Want my help or not? I act like it's no big deal. Will be a good opportunity to copy her power. She doesn't answer immediately, only stares at me before going back to her sisters. Who are you really? Rayleigh asks me seriously. Munch, people are really curious about this, huh? Well, it's expected. Out of nowhere an unknown person appears and destroys the top fighters of this world. Normally, people start from the bottom. With some exceptions, like Big Mom that was soloing Elbaf as a 6-year-old. I am. I pause dramatically, and put down the food, Luffy's descendant from the future. I came back to the past to save Ace. Didn't you see the similarities between me, Luffy and Hancock? I say seriously. Everyone's eyes widen at the revelation. I notice they pay a more closer look at me. Black hair, blue eyes like Hancock, the smile. Kaya. Hancock squeals in delight with her hands on her cheeks, my and Luffy descendant. Then we. Is this real? She looks feverish from the fantasies already. No, I'm lying. Munch, I cut her delusions mercilessly. She and everyone, with the exception of Luffy, falls to the ground. I should expected this much. Elder Nyan sighs and shakes her head. You bastard. Give back my dream. Hancock advances at me to try to kick me again. Aiming lower this time, at my torso. But I ignored her and became intangible, while I continued to eat. Alogia. But why I can't hit you with hockey? She asks, seeing her ineffective attack. Sorry, girl. Kitty's power is low-key up. The most I can feel is a tingling sensation where she hits me. The truth is, I came from the past. I reveal, but this time people are not taking me seriously. The cheeky of these people. Let me show how well I can lie. In the past, the ancient kingdom had such good technology that was capable of replicating devil fruit powers in items. One-time use items. I say with a distant look, I don't know if any of you met Toki. From my side eye I notice Rayleigh's eyes widening. She can go to the future with her fruit. I came after her, because she failed. I sigh regretfully, I'm the son of the one that you guys call Joy Boy. The wind moves my hair while I look at the horizon, I'm here to finally accomplish the promises of my father. To the princess. To the rest. I look at Luffy. This straw hat. I don't complete it because I don't even know the full story. The rest have some confused expressions, but Rayleigh is listening to me with extreme focus. Is this? He asks, starting shocked. A lie obviously, munch munch, I complete to him. Everyone falls on their butts again. Even the always chill Rayleigh has a vein popping on his forehead. But he laughs, sighs, and shakes his head. Let it rest, old man. Sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. I say to him more seriously now, if I told you that I came from another universe, where civilization is much more advanced, crossing time and space to have a vacation in this world, would you believe in me? I look at him seriously. How would anyone believe in you now? Hancock snorts at the side and turns her head. But the eye contact between me and Rayleigh continues uninterrupted. He is an experienced old man. He must be having various conflicting thoughts because he can't read me. I finally go back to ignore him and eat and talk with Luffy. I can feel his eyes on me even after the matter is put to rest. Sometime later, Law and the rest returned. But they still keep a respectful distance from the rest. Maybe afraid of me. Maybe afraid of Rayleigh. I'm confused. Do men stretch or not? Margareth, the blonde Amazon with short hair that saved Luffy one time, says while she curiously pulls my ear. After some time, the cautious Amazons are more comfortable with us. I already told you guys that only Luffy could do it because of a thing called devil fruit. Elder Nyan exclaims helplessly. But he is also stretching. Look. Margareth comments from my side, showing it at her. This can't be. Elder Nyan frowns at me, the others also look at me in confusion. Did you also eat the Gomu Gomu no Mi? Luffy asks, just for asking. No. I just have all the powers in the world. I answer. Oh, must be cool. And he continues to eat like it's no big deal. To punctuate my words, I detach my arm to grab some food far away. Oh. Buggy power. Luffy exclaims, only mildly surprised. It's Setsuna Tokage quirk to be exact. It's funny how One Piece has many upgraded versions of the My Hero Academia quirks. Like that Yoshindo guy who can also use vibration like Whitebeard, but only in contact. I will try fusing powers later. This is impossible. There's no two of the same devil fruits in the world. Elder Nyan comments flabbergasted. You're wrong. There are fruits that do the same, but one is superior to the other. And I'm the devil, Granny. How could I be bound by the laws of this world? I say cockily, do you want me to swim too? You would have a heart attack. Rayleigh sighs again, you're not gonna answer seriously if I ask who you are, right? He shakes his head. Obviously I will answer. I say, outraged by the lack of trust in my words. Where did it come from? The list is big, by the way. But I'm a student, a hero, a villain, a scientist, a doctor, a king, pirate king, Hokage/ninja, alien, ogre, samurai, Sith/Jedi, sorcerer/mage, ghost. And the list goes on and on. My diversion tactics to tire them enough to not ask anything works great. Are you a ninja? Luffy's mind tunnel focuses on only one thing. Yes, I answer. Can you katan? Do you say nin at the end of your phrases? He asks excitedly with a twinkle in his eyes. Luffy doesn't believe in him. He is a liar. Hancock shouts, pointing her finger at me, and turning her head high in the air to look down on me extremely. Nice breasts, by the way. Underboobs are always great. But I can't let her slander me like that. Luffy, punch me. I say seriously. Okay. He doesn't even hesitate and delivers a punch at my cheek. Puff. In a small explosion of smoke, a piece of log is in my place. Whoa. Substitution. Luffy exclaims with his eyes shining like the sun. The Corazon pirates are also paying attention with great interest, even Rayleigh has curiosity in his eyes and a smile on his face. I'm here. I say calmly, attracting their attention. He is walking on the tree. One of Law's crewmates exclaims. Ooh. They and Luffy exclaim. I jump and after a backflip in the air, I make a hand sign and 5 more Hectors appear in the air with me. Clone Jutsu. Law exclaims this time. Still, in the air, each clone makes the hand signs and releases a jutsu of all the 5 natures of chakra. Oh. It's Suiton. A katan. Sugoi. That's Doton. So we can see the wind of the futon. The right ton is cooler. The boys admire my show. To finish I spin on myself, releasing a lot of kunai and shurikens. They hit each other in the air, changing the trajectory, and then I pulled a string when some kunais hit a tree. A big cloth with the word shinobi in Japanese is hung by the kunais. I and my clones land in front of it. Each clone does a pose with a hand sign while I do the iconic Jiraiya pose. Ninja. I say in a whisper. Ooh, all the boys clap at me with their eyes still looking like the sun. On the girls' side, it's different. I I really didn't understand. One of the Amazons asks around a little confused. Me neither. Isn't there a lot of useless moves on that? HMPF, women. Only Margareth is clapping together with the men. So Margareth is a tomboy, huh? Nice. Anyway, didn't you have something to say to Luffy, old man? I turned to Rayleigh while showing a Rasengan to the boys. He didn't move. Don't worry, you probably want to train him, right? I will do the same to Law there. He is AD, by the way. I reveal, making Rayleigh take a closer look at Law. Train. Luffy looks at me tilting his head. Yeah, because you're Weahake. You're not ready for the new world. Have you forgotten what happened in Sabaody? I tap his head with my finger to try to put some sense there. At first, he was angry when I called him weak, but the memory of his miserable defeat made him shut up and put on a serious expression. He is not wrong, Luffy. The second part of the Grand Line is a completely different world with another set of rules. People call the first part of the Grand Line a paradise, in comparison with the new world. Rayleigh says from his seat. The first part is a paradise. One of Law's men gulps loudly. There's still order here on paradise. But in the new world is where the law of the jungle rules. Elder Nyan adds. The emperors of the sea rule the new world, dominating vast territories. Not even the admirals can engage in a fight with them in fear of things escalating into an all-out war. Rayleigh says. The recent Marine Ford War was very well planned and took all that the Navy has to offer. They prepared a lot before making that move, so that their losses didn't give an opening to another emperor. Elder Nyan looks at me. The world is in a fragile balance now. Or was. Elder Nyan then sighs and shakes her head. Till now I don't know if the Navy's decision was right, only the future knows the consequences of this war. Without Whitebeard, chaos can engulf the new world. Everyone stares at them seriously. Even Luffy is in silent contemplation. But I know the guy, so I will help. Long story short, at the moment that you enter the new world, you will enter into conflict with the emperors. And you are nowhere strong enough to deal with them. I say. Oh, I see. Luffy nods at me. The guy really only has 2 brain cells and they only connect in special circumstances. Luffy is the extreme version of low IQ but high EQ. I raise 3 fingers to continue my explanation. 3 things can happen if you go to the new world right now. First, if you're lucky you can avoid the emperors at the beginning. Do you want to continue to rely on luck? No. He answers slowly. By the way, if your goal is to find the one piece you can't avoid a confrontation with the emperors forever. I lower 1 finger, you will stumble into the territory of one of the emperors, what's like 90% of the new world, be defeated, and be given a choice or enter they fleet or die. Ace went through that, but he really adopted his new family. I explain. Rayleigh. Do you want to be subordinate to someone? I ask. Of course not. Luffy practically shouts. This is what I thought. Last, I show the last finger, you will be captured by the G5 and have a fate worse than death. Luffy looks confused but Law's group face pales a little. The G5. One of Law's crewmates trembles. I heard that they eat the pirates after roasting them alive. Another one comments. Yes, Luffy. Being sincere, you can't go far with your strength in the new world right now. Rayleigh says, I already told you that your friends are alive and well. The final decision will be yours but. He pauses and fixes his glasses. Staring directly at Luffy to convey how serious he is. Why didn't you train and prepare before continuing your journey? Roger navigated for years before finding the One Piece, you're on it for months. Luffy thinks hard, probably remembering the despair of the time when his strength was insufficient. As a leader, must be crushing. In the end, he obviously accepts and asks about his friends. This is where I enter. I can pass the message. I raise my hand, I can travel fast around the world and I know where they are, I will talk with them before delivering Kuma to the Revolutionary Army. By the way, do you have some message to your father or Sabo? Or to your crew? I grab the opportunity. Now a pro tip. The key to going through an awkward situation is to keep a straight face and act normal. Take off your top. I say to Hancock. Me and the Boa sisters are in her room. Only the 4 of us. In the end, she accepted my help after being clear that she would allow me to help her. Prideful as ever, but I think the fact that I'm an enemy of the world nobles helped her trust me a little. If you are tricking me, I will kill you. She glares while holding her top tightly. You can't even if you try. I scoff, turn around already so that we can begin. I act dismissively. She bit her lips before turning around and letting her upper clothes fall on her pillows. I look seriously at the slave mark, seeing all the details. So they put a special ink on the marker. It's a brand and a tattoo. I comment before extending my hand and touching her back. Okay, let's take it out of my chest already. Right now, I have no interest in Hancock. She likes Luffy, so she is a man for all intents and purposes. I have mixed feelings about her character. Not her person, I don't know her yet. On one side, Hancock embodies everything that I don't like in a woman. Entitled and arrogant. Thinking that she can get away with anything because she is beautiful. This is so exaggerated that becomes a caricature and few people take it seriously, but she is like that. Then, on the other hand, I understand where she came from. It's a defense mechanism because of trauma. Exaggeratedly misandry because she lives on an island where only exist women and her few experiences with men must have been horrible. And then she cares about the people that she likes greatly, like her sisters and Luffy. And when reading or watching One Piece, it's almost impossible to not like her seeing her help Luffy in exchange for nothing. A person can be bad to other people but if treats me well, this person is good to me. It's come to the point where I think she deserves better. Asexual Luffy will never give her what she wants. Well, she accomplished with Goku, so maybe nothing is impossible. If you want to ensnare Luffy, try baiting him with food. I say suddenly. Where did this come from? I shrug my shoulders and don't elaborate. You can see the result already. I comment and the two sisters look over my shoulder. It's disappearing. Marigold says slowly in disbelief. It's slow but is absolutely disappearing. Sandersonia exclaims, watching the edge of the mark slowly fade. Yep, I only need to slowly kill the cells on the skin and help it grow again new. The key word is slowly because I'm copying Hancock Devil Fruit too. As a fee. I can feel their gratefulness even without words. It's wrong to me to think that in the case of me going back here in another timeline, I can do this before she meets Luffy so that I can make her fall for me instead. I mean. Like. She is physically totally my type. Tall, 6 feet 3 inches. 193, and busty Amazon woman with long black hair and blue eyes. I think I thought about that loudly because Cortana comments sarcastically in my mind. Tall Amazon women, redheads, goth, tomboys, villains. What is not your type, master? Okay. I hate how right she is. But it's not about the biotype. Is the whole character. A true man of culture would understand. But I feel that I would spiral into some long talk trying to explain myself, so I will use my Riz to escape. You forgot about blue AIS. I say in my mind. Cortana. / / omega / Third person POV. Now on the Porto of Amazon Lily, people are giving their farewells to the visitors. So you really can swim. Elder Nyan comments after seeing Hector jump into the sea and return with a giant snake in his grip. Yutas are extremely venomous sea serpents that are also used to pull the Kuja pirates' ship through the calm bet. Not only allowing them to travel through the region that has no wind, but also keeping the Sea King's way because of their nature. But why are you grabbing a Yuta? Elder Nyan asks. I'm gonna use it to make sake. Hector answers with a straight face. Pa and receives an attack of her snake cane on the head. Yutas are the guardians beasts of Amazon Lily. Don't use them to make sake. Elder Nyan says fuming. Really? My bad. Hector says and releases the serpent after taking some blood from it. I thought that you don't drink. Siko says at his side. And I don't. I'm only curious. A good habushu can be made from highly venomous serpents. Must be tasty. If the person survives. Could be a good gift too. He says nonchalantly. We are going now. Rayleigh declares, taking Luffy with him in a small boat. They plan to train on an island close by. Bye, Hancock. Wavy hair. Everyone. Luffy I don't know if I can survive far from you, Hancock practically cries seeing the boat getting further from them. Why are you ignoring Rayleigh? He is your savior. Elder Nyan deadpans close. Hector waves at Luffy, I will deliver the messages. He says, maybe seeing the guy for the last time. Well, we are off too. Don't miss me, girls. Hector kisses 2 of his fingers and blows at the Amazons, even at Elder Nyan because he doesn't discriminate. He says goodbye to everyone except Hancock. Good riddance. Hancock huffs before crossing her arms beneath her bosom. Wani-sama, he helped us. Marigold tries to admonish her older sister. Bye, Hector. Sandersonia and the other Amazons are much warm in their goodbyes. Hector copied the 3 devil fruits of the Gorgon sisters. Hector and Hancock are not on good terms on the surface, acting like they hate each other. But they are rude to each other without meaning it. On Hector's side is because he doesn't want to give her the satisfaction of acting like everyone else, and Hancock is too prideful to be the first to act nice. Goodbye, I hope to never see you again. Hector shouts at her with an innocent smile on his face. And I hope you die eaten by a sea king. Hancock shouts back. Hector and his group finally board Dawn. Law's crew joined them because Hector confiscated his submarine. You two are emanating sibling energy. Seiko says with mirth after they take off. Sweet home Alabama. Hector jokes by the way she was pretty strong. Wanna try to fight her? Hector turns to ask. He is a little surprised. Normally, people would forget that Hancock is super strong. Because of her low bounty and how she acts around Luffy. But she was one-shotting pacifistas during the war. Her bounty is low because it was her first and then froze because she became a Shichibukai. She has conqueror's haki. And now that Hector can see firsthand, he can attest that she is probably stronger than Doflamingo. And is trained. While she was kicking his head, even with such a high cut on her skirt, nothing was shown to Hector. She has a good control over her body. Would be good. Seiko comments with a glint in her eyes. Dawn docks at an unpopulated island. On the combat, relatively close to Amazon Lily and where Luffy is training. That should be good enough. Hector comments while disembarking with Makia and Law's crew. It's a summer island, with a huge mountain and forests. This is where I will train you guys. First, run till that mountain, climb it, and come back here. Hector points at the huge mountain in the middle. Climb that. A crewmate of Law asks shocked. Yes, then you will punch this till you can't anymore. Hector says before pulling a giant metal block, 2 meters and 10 meters wide to them. Law stares at him waiting for him to tell that is a joke. This is serious. I want to see your limits. By the way. Hector turns to him and in the next moment, Law is handcuffed by Seastone. The captain of the Heart Pirates can already feel the strength leaving him. Are you serious? Can I really become stronger like that? He asks in doubt. At this moment, the light mood evaporates when Hector clicks his tongue and stares at them with narrowed eyes. You guys complain too much. Everyone trembles seeing Hector without any goofiness. I'm doing you a favor, Law. Hector waves his hand and Law's submarine appears on the shore. You guys can go away if you want. I'm only doing it from the goodness of my heart and because I have time. If I feel that you guys are slacking off and wasting my time, I will go kill Doflamingo in the next instant and you will never have closure. Hector looks down on them, still pressuring the pirate crew with his presence. In 1 month we are gonna speedrun the training. Accomplishing what Rayleigh wants to do with Luffy in 2 years. I can only guarantee that you will not die. But maybe your mind will break. Hector says seriously. Law stares at him more seriously now. Is this gonna make me stronger than Doflamingo? He asks. No way in hell. But will make you one of the top 100 fighters in this world. You will have a chance. Hector comments, I can only give any details alter. Hector doesn't care anymore and turns around. If when he comes back, they are training, he will use his methods to teach Law haki. Before he goes, he gives a huge block of adamantium to Makia to train. Now it's time to meet the Straw Hats. Hector thinks a little giddy. Isn't it like a childhood dream come true? Kurigana Island. This is a dark and gloomy. Dawn floats above the island and Hector, Seiko, and Cassandra go down to meet the first in the list. They stop close to a bloodied fallen man. All around them, baboons are unconscious, and the whole place reeks of a big fight. Oh ho, it's Zoro. Cool, Hector says, this guy uses 3 swords, Seiko. One on his mouth. On his throat. She asks. No. Between his teeth. Hector says, feeling strange by the mental image provided by Seiko. My teeth hurt just by imagining it. Seiko says while looking at the fallen man. You probably could use even more. What? What? The two pause, but suddenly a shout cut the funny moment. Aya. Who are you guys? A feminine voice can be heard nearby. Oh, a gothic Lolita. Hector looks at Perona up and down. The pink-haired woman is floating in the air, surrounded by 2 ghosts created with her powers. When she arrives close to them, she stops and stares at Hector. Suddenly her face morphs into one of terror. She screams like a banshee and tries to fly away. But when she only fled by 20 meters, a hand grabbed her ghostly form by her shin. Like in a horror movie, she slowly turns back to see Hector smiling at her innocently. Why are you going so early? He continues to smile creepily at her, but eventually releases her. So touching her soul doesn't count. Hector sighs after failing to copy her power. When he releases her, he goes back to Zoro. The guy looks worn down, but is awake. Who are you all? Zoro asks, staring at them. He is standing up slowly. Just stay down for now. Hector forces him down telekinetically before slapping a newspaper at his face. Zoro was ready to curse before he noticed Luffy in the newspaper. Hector gives time to him to read. Luffy's brother was captured. Zoro asks more to himself. Yep, nasty thing. The world will pass through some changes, not that it matters to you. Hector leans on a broken wall. Siko is at his side, and Cassandra is poking some fallen baboons on the ground. It appears that I need to thank you for saving my captain. Zoro stares at Hector seriously. Hector waves his hand dismissively, think nothing of it. Only doing what I wanted to do. He comments, now, to business. The plan to reunite in 3 days on Sabaody is off the window obviously, right? Hector says. Originally the Straw Hats had planned to separate to run from Kizaru and then reunite 3 days later. But they didn't count on being separated at this proportion. Each one is being sent to a corner of the planet practically. You must have noticed that your strength is severely lacking. Hector says without a care. Zoro grits his teeth but can't argue. So, following Rayleigh's guidance, Luffy decided that the crew should train for 2 years before you all reunite in Sabaody. Hector raises his hand, showing 2 fingers. 2 years. Zoro murmurs to himself, thinking about something. Kuma was a good guy. Hector comments lightly, he even sent you guys to appropriate places. Zoro keeps himself in silence, he has his personal experience with Kuma. The man spared his life once. After some time, Perona returns with Mihawk in tow. So you're here. Mihawk says looking at Hector. Yes, I'm here. Mihawk gave Hector, Siko, and Cassandra a look before turning to Zoro. Let's talk inside. He invites. Inside the castle. The guy really likes the vampire theme. Hector thinks looking around. Did you think about it thoroughly, Roronoa? Mihawk stares down at the men kneeling on the ground. I thought about that and I need to get stronger. Zoro says determinedly. I saw that you defeated the baboons, but did you give up on surpassing me? Mihawk asks with a hint of disappointment in his voice. No. Zoro says slowly. Question mark. I still want to surpass you, but right now I need to get stronger for my captain. Zoro says, and then I will defeat you. The people look at him strangely. Perona and Cassandra look at him like he is some sort of idiot. Siko looks at him with a little of respect. Mihawk and Hector smile a little. Then Mihawk releases a full-blown laughter, you want me to train you so that you can defeat me? Aren't seeing how ridiculous that sounds? Yes. Zoro answers seriously. Hector chuckles at his response. All right. Mihawk finally answers, in 2 years I will make that you will not be an embarrassment anymore. Hector then raises his hand to interrupt. Well, now that you two are on it. Why don't you let Siko learn with you a little too? Hector says. Mihawk and Siko turn to look at him. This is not a dojo. And on her level would be better for her to find her own path. Mihawk says. Hey, don't be like that. Just let her watch how you two train. With Siko's genius, there's no need for direct guidance. She can catch only by observing them. It's rare to meet people that have the same interest, let her have some fun. Hector says lightly and then pulls a paper sheet, that would be her schedule. I will get her on those days to go sightseeing. It can change in the future. Hector gives the paper at Mihawk. Are you taking me lightly? Mihawk frowns at him. The two stare at each other, Hector with a carefree smile on his lips. Not at all. I respect you, a bit. Don't reject so fast, I haven't talked about the payment. Hector raises his index finger, in the end of her 3-month short training I will give you a fight with me. Hector's smile morphs into a smirk while his eyes become a crescent. Silence falls on the precinct. You're offering a fight with me as a payment? Mihawk asks. More like a spar really, I will limit myself to get interesting. You can learn a lot. Hector says in his carefree way. A pity that Mihawk doesn't understand that he is not mocking him. So you're really mocking me? He says slowly and starts standing up from his seat. A battle is about to happen. I'm not mocking you. Do you want a free sample now? Hector asks and slowly starts to raise his hand, do you mind if I borrow this then? In his hand, Yoru, exclamation point. Words can't describe Mihawk's shock at seeing his prized sword in Hector's hand. Hector took Yoru and Mihawk didn't even see when or how he did it. This is a great blow to any swordsman's pride. These markings. Hey, they're interesting. Hector smiles mysteriously while analyzing Yoru will not be wasted to Siko to do some training here. He turns the handle and presents the sword to Mihawk. The greatest swordsman in the world slowly takes his sword back. So, do we have a deal? Hector asks innocently. Mihawk doesn't answer. He puts his sword behind his back and turns around to leave. When he is far enough, after you heal we will start your training, Roronoa. Busujima go practice with the baboons, defeat them without haki. Mihawk says. Hector smiles seeing that. Men are such weirdos sometimes. Perona comments. So, should I pay my respect to my new master? Seiko asks, genuinely curious. No. You only kneel to me, Seiko. This is only a transaction, Hector answers seriously and then turns at her with a smile. Now you have a place to pass the time while I do boring things like researching. I will come back for you when I have something fun to do. He smiles and pats her head. And this fight against him? Hector scoffs, I will destroy him. But will be good to ignite a fire. You swordspeople get better under the pressure of someone stronger. And he is one of those. Limited by their world. Hector says before saying his goodbyes and taking Cassandra with him. On the sky. Hector is flying alone, his senses working full-time to locate the sky island. Weatheria. Weatheria is an artificial sky island where its inhabitants research the weather. And is also the place where Nami was sent after being separated from the rest of the Straw Hats. This is the trickiest place to find because it's moving, but there's a fixed route. Hector thinks to himself before continuing his search. Sometime later he finally found the island in question. Annoyed by wasting time, he uses his senses to scan the island. Already. Only old people live there, so feeling the young and female form of Nami he instantly teleports to her location with a blink. Appearing at the home where she is, Hector pauses. Okay. I should have seen this coming. He thinks while staring at the nude form of the navigator of the Straw Hats that is taking a bath. Is Yuki Rito making me dumber? Or I am relaxed because of this world? He thinks while Nami finally notices him. Almost everything is exposed, only some bubbles and soap poorly protect Nami's wet and curvy body from Hector's eyes. In an instant, Nami screamed, then tried to shield her body in embarrassment with a towel, and then went to the attack trying to punch Hector in his head. Hector doesn't defend himself. Okay, I deserve that. He says feeling nothing after the punch. Naomi can't hurt him, and he is even considerate enough to make his body softer so that she doesn't hurt her hand too much. Nonetheless, Nami still feels like she punched a car tire. Ouch. Ouch. What you are made for. She shouts while nursing her hand after turning around. I'm just trying to see if the power of anime gag can really hurt me. Hector says confusing her. Ah. Whatever, you saw, right? You owe me 100,000 bellies. She points at him and declares, always trying to profit. Unexpectedly to her, Hector really pulls out a lot of gold bars. The gold shines on her face making the sign of money appear in her eyes. This should be 200,000, so can I see it again? Hector asks with a straight face. No. Nami shrilled at him like a demon with pointed teeth while she bent over to hug the gold bars. I said wrong before, it was exactly this amount. She says shamelessly. Hector doesn't comment and doesn't care, because, when she bends over the pile of gold, she exposed herself even more to him. Hector covers his mouth with his hand. I see. A smooth swimmer style, huh? Makes sense. I thought it would be orange down there too. He comments, feeling the effects of the happiness punch. Nami straightens herself hearing his words, noticing the position she is in. She really turned around and practically went on all fours to him at the sight of money. Embarrassment turns into anger and she goes for another attack, you bastard. She goes for another punch. But this time, Hector is not buying it. He sidesteps, making her lose her balance. Hector grabs her forearm, spins her around and catches her by the waist, holding her form in a somewhat romantic position. Hector clicks his tongue playfully at her while their faces are close. Dear cat burglar, you're good. Stealing my heart like that. He smirks roguishly at her. You. Nami blushes a little. So you can't get angry if I steal a kiss from you now, right? He slowly approaches her face with his. Nami's eyes swirl seeing his actions, but he kisses her cheek. Eh. Seeing her confused face, Hector smiles and pulls her to her feet again, spinning her. Sorry, gorgeous. I'm still figuring out where to draw the line when dealing with other women. Hector says to her, talking about Shago and his harem, when I figure out, maybe I will come back to have my due. He winks at her. Nami's face morphs into one of anger and embarrassment again. After that, and after some fun teasing her, Hector passes the message of the reunion in 2 years and says his goodbyes. Boyne Archipelago. I told you that there's an island like that. Hector comments at Tsukasa while he grabs a corn on the ground. Strangely enough, the corn is already cooked and seasoned and has butter on it for some reason. The whole of Boyne Island is like that. Almost everything is food. Tsukasa looks at the Layman waterfall, there are even some giant boiled eggs on it. I'm really surprised. Tsukasa says while he grabs some grass, that is in truth licorice. The truth is that the whole island is a huge carnivorous plant. The food is to attract people and beasts. Hector explains to the surprised Tsukasa. Oi oi. Did Luffy really tell you that? 2 years, are you serious? The sniper of the Straw Hats asks Hector. Instead of his usual scrawny form, Usopp is as fat as he can get now. Yep, it's time for you to blast on the inspirational remix soundtrack and go in a training montage, Usopp. You need it. Hector says while grabbing the guy's belly and shaking it like a jello. This is muscle. Usopp tries to argue but he can't fool anyone. Whatever. You have 2 years to not be a burden anymore. Luffy and Zoro will become really strong because they are training with Rayleigh and Mihawk. Hector says. His words make Usopp pause. Hector can almost see the engines rolling on his brain while he thinks about how to get stronger. Momoro Island. That's the queer island, led by Ivankov. It's all full of pink, love, and gay men. Hector and Cassandra are staring a little speechless at the next member of the Straw Hats. Sanji broke down under the trauma and is wearing a pink frilly dress and makeup. Sanji snaps of it. Hector says slowly. Hee hee. Snap off what, silly? Sanji acts cute and girly at him. Hector sighs, thankfully he predicted that and came prepared. He slowly removes something from his clothes. A picture. And shows it to Sanji. It was something from his recent memory. Nami is in a towel, with wet hair, sexy even though she doesn't want to be. Sanji paused seeing the photo, it looked like his whole body was electrocuted. In the next instant, his body literally catches fire and he rises in the air like a rocket. Weird. Cassandra says while she'll her eyes to look at the fiery men in the sky. Just go with it. Hector says with a deadpan face. Sanji spins in the air in a wheel of fire, his dress becomes ashes and he goes back to the ground in his black suit. Nami Swayan. He shouts, moving at Hector all wiggly and at high speed. Hey, why do you have a Nami Swan picture like that? He suddenly gets serious and looks at Hector. You bastard. What you did do to Nami Swan? Sanji rages, catching fire again. Hector shuts him up by throwing the picture away, making Sanji throw himself too to catch it before it hits the ground. Don't treat this treasure like that. Sanjo rages. Ito-chan. Hector ignores Sanji when he hears Bon Clay calling from him at a distance. Bon-chan. Hector meets Bon Clay with a matching enthusiasm and hugs the Okama. Oh, if it's not Ito boy. Bon-chan told me about how you helped my Akams in Impel Down. Thank you for that. Eha. Ivankov the queen of the Okamas shouts animatedly. Accompanying Ivankov and Bon Clay is Inazuma. The orange and white Okama that has an interesting devil fruit. It was nothing, but I have a favor to ask. Hector says dismissively while thinking of ways of copying the devil fruits of Ivankov and Inazuma. Hormone and scissors fruits. Oh, and what is that? Let me tell you that a favor of the Okama queen is precious beyond belief. Ivankov says dramatically. First. Luffy sent a message to Sanji. Hector turns to the men worshipping the Nami's image. He explains about the 2-year training period and how Sanji should train with Ivankov. Ivankov chuckles with his hand covering his mouth. Yes, this is a good idea. I can train Sanji boy for these 2 years. Then Ivankov puts his face very close to Hector's. So you're the one that captured Kuma, huh? Kuma and Ivankov are part of the Revolutionary Army. Yes, I will deliver him to Dragon. Hector says nonchalantly. He even silently mouths the place where the Revolutionary Army is hidden. Ivankov retreats in surprise. You know a lot, Ito boy. Oh, I didn't agree to train with these Okamas. Sanji says in rage. Hector kicks him in his shin. Don't be ungrateful and homophobic. They saved your captain. And you can learn a lot with them. Hector beats some sense in Sanji. He then turns to Ivankov. By the way, my favor is to you to train my friend in cooking. Hector says. Oh, but I'm already going to train Sanji boy and Bon-chan. I will have too much on my plate, Ito boy. I don't know if I can do that. He laughs. Hector stares at him for an instant with a deadpan face. Then he pulls Tsukasa from a portal. What a cute boy. Accepted. Ivankov says immediately. All according to Kikaku. Hector whispers, suddenly putting on his glasses and making them shine with his powers. Hector-san, I'm not sure about that. Tsukasa apprehensively looks around at these weirdos. Hector smiles at him and gives him a thumbs up. For your dream, you need to make sacrifices, keep an eye open and your butt cheeks clenched. Hector-san. Hector doesn't answer, he starts to run away at high speed while carrying Cassandra under his arm. Hector-san. Tsukasa tries to shout but he is already being smothered by a lot of Okamas. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Hector cries, tears flying while he can't bear to look back. Fun. Cassandra says expressionless. Do you think? There are weirdos but are good people. Maybe you can train with them sometime. The Nukama Kempo. Hector says. He then remembers something and smirks. Sanji. While you fell here, Luffy fell in Amazon Lily and Usopp on an island full of food. Hector shouts back. The last thing they hear is an anguished scream, full of sorrow, like that of a pig. Torino Kingdom. On this island, the locals cohabited with giants birds. Normally they are in constant dispute, but thanks to Chopper who can speak both human and animal languages they solved their differences and are living in harmony now. Seriously. So everyone is well. That's good. Chopper practically cries in happiness after Hector told him the news. Yes, now the best you can do is train and study so that you all can adventure in the new world prepared. Hector comments while watching Cassandra hugging a giant fluffy bird. Yes. Chopper nods determinedly. Oh. I saw on the news that you saved Ace from certain death. The small reindeer suddenly says. Yes, I'm a doctor too. Hector answers, but I bet that I can learn a lot from someone who studied on the famous Drum Island. Hector compliments. Buffed. You're bastard. Don't think that your words can make me happy. Hee hee. Chopper wiggles around with his eyes and mouth in a silly crescent. Come. Let's talk about medicine. Hee hee. He puts some tea to Hector and cleans a sit at his side. Hector chuckles seeing that and engages in an interesting talk of two doctors. And copying Chopper's human fruit while doing this. Oda once joked about what would happen if a human ate the human fruit. Saying something about enlightened human. Let's see how far this joke goes. Hector thinks. Tequila Wolf. Only Hector comes to rescue Robin from her captors on this huge bridge. Nico Robin the archaeologist of the Straw Hats reads the newspaper given by Hector with rapid attention, trying to update her on the happening of the world. Around her, many guards have fallen on the ground, unconscious. Hector puts a blank over her shoulder and unceremoniously lays on the ground on his side, his hand supporting his head. I heard that you're searching for the Void Century. I know what is. Hector starts with a smile. Robin takes her eyes off the newspapers to look at him. A Void Century will be my life without you, my dear. What about marrying me? He awakens his unused riz and winks at her. Robin chuckles at him, but smiles gently and rejects his offer politely. Foo-foo. Sorry, but we don't know each other very well. Hector clicks his tongue but accepts without insisting. TCH. Your loss. He obviously is not serious but, in his own words. You always need to flirt with the mature women of the anime worlds. It's the law. After assimilating some Playboys characters, he discovered that flirting is a good exercise for self-confidence and self-esteem. The secret is not starting flirting expecting to get in the woman's pants. Expect nothing and you will not be disappointed. He engages in these playful flirting with Aurora and others sometimes. Just for the sake of it. The Revolutionary Army is almost arriving, they will treat you well. Hector says to her, but if not, just shout and I will save you. I thank you for your help. She says. He is only taking his time to copy her power. One of the most sexually creative powers of all fiction. This will be fun. He thinks. By the way, you're good with languages, right? Can you read this? He stands up and delivers her a small paper. Robin looks at the paper curiously, not noticing Hector's evil smirk. Record. She looks at it and reads it out loud, confused. Era. Hector smirks widens. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. He looks like he is breaking the fourth wall. Objective, make a 10-hour, era compilation of anime mature women through the Omniverse. This is only the first step. He shouts before moving quickly to the edge of the bridge and making a swan dive on the water like he is escaping something. Hector's out. Robin stares at him confused, before she bursts into giggles. Being part of the Straw Hat Pirates, she is used to weird people's antics. Karakuri Island. That's the Winter Island. Where the greatest mind of the One Piece world, Dr. Vegapunk, was born. Hector arrived there to find a weird Frankie. Weird because he is acting proper and normal instead of his usual perverted way. Hector then takes some cola from his inventory and chugs it down his throat. And just like he had been electrocuted, Frankie was back to normal. So you appear. He strikes his iconic pose, putting together his forearms. I'm back, baby. Ayo. Hector shakes his head and passes the message. After that, he went around the Vegapunk laboratory. He finds some interesting there, making him even more interested in meeting Vegapunk in person. Yo-ho-ho-ho. That's some good lyrics, Hector-san. Brook laughs while playing on his guitar. Hector by his side, you don't mind if I use them, right? Of course not. Hector smiles after teaching Brook that Never Gonna Give Up song. You need to let me record Binks no Sake, though. Deal. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughs before he starts playing again. After that, I will teach another animated song. It started like that, I put the new Fergies on the Jeep. Hector smiles evilly. AN. Ahoy. After TE action-filled chapter, a calm before the storm. Our MC showing that he can go copying power discreetly, but going big is more effective. Also settling his people in places where they can grow. A small calm before he starts creating chaos again. He realizes some childhood dreams of meeting his favorite characters. I hope you guys get a good laugh of this chapter. It's necessary. Next he will be a little more forceful when taking what he wants from the villains. Chapter 66, World of Pirates, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Inside each of us, there is the seed of both good and evil. It's a constant struggle as to which one will win. And one cannot exist without the other. Eric Burden. Recap, in the last chapter, Hector copied discreetly many powers, took law under his tutelage and went on a little questo to meet the Straw Hats. A little note to clarify some things. Some people mistakenly believe that Hector knows nothing about Wano. Nope, he stopped a little before the rooftop battle. So he knows about Odin. I will make a little list. He doesn't know. Nika no Mi. The Seraphim. Admiral Rokujiu. King being a Lunarian, but he can guess. He wouldn't know about Advanced Conqueror's Haki either, but he assimilated Roger and Odin, so he learned from them. Vegapunk. Sanji upgrade, if not he would go to Germa earlier. The fact that the dragon fruit that Momonosuke ate is not defective, if not he would go retrieve it. And everything after that like Mother Flame, Nefertari D, Lily etc. Now to the chapter, enjoy. Third-person POV, that's what we do with a drunken sailor. Early in the morning. Hector and Brooke end their duet with a big laugh. Hector takes a breath and stands up. Well, the company is good, but I have things to do, Brooke. By the way, what are your thoughts on going to see Laboon right now? Hector eyes the skeleton. Brooke pauses his fingers that are playing on the chords of the guitar. I can make it happen and bring you back here. Hector adds. I'm grateful for the offer, Hector-san. Brooke says seriously after a long pause, but I promised that I would meet him after going around the world. If you asked me while I was alone in the Florian Triangle, I would have accepted. Another pause, and then Brooke looks up at Hector and says with a tone that shows that he is smiling even if his skull face has no lips, but now I have good friends that will help me accomplish my promise. Heh. I expected that much. Hector chuckles. Don't worry that I plan to visit the Twin Cape, so I will pass the news that you're alive to Laboon and Crocus. I will check Laboon's health too. So don't worry and focus on your travel. Hector gives Brooke a thumbs up. Yo ho ho. I would appreciate it very much, Hector-san. Brooke laughs happily. Hector then turns to the other three people close by. I hope you all take good care of my pal here. Are we understood? Hector glares at the three members of the Long-Arm tribe. They are the ones that helped Brooke become the famous Singer Soul King, but are only after profit, after all, so Hector needs to put them in their places. After they all shakily nod while hugging each other, too scared of his reputation to even speak, Hector relaxes and gives them a disarming smile. Now, the start of anything is always the hardest part, so let me fund you guys a little. He pulls a sack of gold from his storage and drops it in front of them. The three long-armed people's eyes go wide seeing that development. Hector remembers in some cover story from the manga, Brooke singing in the rain as a street performer. This much money can afford some good clothes and travel. Maybe even the recording of a disc if they are smart. He doesn't want Brooke to go hungry. Are discs here? Maybe vinyl. Hector thinks. After one last thank you from Brooke, Hector goes away. Sea floor. Finally found you. Hector thinks when he finally spots the last Straw Hat to visit, going Mary. He needed to calculate the ocean currents to find Mary's sheep figurehead. Your spirit should be on the sunny, but let me preserve your a little. Hector says in his mind. Using his powers he creates a makeshift shrine where Mary can rest. He even uses Crazy Diamond power to restore any damage on the figurehead. With effort, maybe he can even restore the ship from cinders. But now he knows that some endings shouldn't be touched. Hector gives Mary a last complicated look before going away. Baltigo, Revolutionary Army Base. I wish I could trust people like you trust this top. Hector comments on Bello Betty's attire. Right now the situation in the Revolutionary Army hideout is a little tense. Hector, who is now disputing with Monkey D. Dragon the title of most dangerous man in the world, and Cassandra are sitting lazily and relaxed at a table in this office. Around him, Dragon, Sabo, Koala, Bello Betty, and many other people from the Revolutionary Army are looking at him cautiously. Iva told me that you would come. Dragon is the one that broke the silence from the other party. Hector eyes the men. He has a non-friendly face, very different from Garp and Luffy. But he is not antagonizing me, he is just like that normally. Hector thinks while trying to feel if Dragon has a devil fruit. Hector raises his hand and throws something, a green marble that shines, and suddenly Bartholomew Kuma is there, kneeling on the ground. Tied by some metal bindings in a way that gives him no free movement. Kuma-san. Sabo, Koala, and some others shout and approach the huge guy. Dragon, different from the others, doesn't move from his spot. Instead, he frowns and looks at Hector. You just put us at great risk. Hector once again raises his hand, I'm the last person that you need to talk about this. He lets the broken pieces of a tracker fall on the ground, I'm very cautious. Obviously, he checked Kuma through and through before. I couldn't help but notice that his transformation into a cyborg was very unusual. Hector stares at Dragon's eyes, do you guys know or have ties with Vegapunk? He asks. Dragon keeps his silence. Hector snorts, sorry if I messed with some of your plans. And it appears Kuma will stay as a cyborg with no free will for some time. He comments more to himself. I will visit Vegapunk sooner than later. Hector decided before turning to Sabo, did you recover your memories? The blonde in question turns to him confused. Oh, so you needed the trauma of Ace dying. Makes sense. Ace was famous before after all and it didn't trigger you. Hector smiles predatorily, do you want the manual or the Wi-Fi recovery? He asks out of the blue. What? The Wi-Fi then, I will not be stabbing my finger in your limbic system. Hector's eyes then glare hard at Sabo. Telepathy used. Arg. Sabo clutches his head in pain and falls to his knees. Sabo-kun. Sabo. What did you do? Hector ignores everyone and doesn't move or explain. In the past, I was always annoyed by people that pulls this shit. Why not explain beforehand? For drama. Now I know that is more convenient and fast. And fun too. He smirks. What did you do to him? Hack, a fishman, shouts at him while holding the, now in shock, Sabo. Just recovering his memories. Relax. He will explain it to you all later. I'm lazy. Hector says dismissively with a shooing hand motion, so, Bello Betty. Did you use your power in me? I can feel my spirit rising with your presence. Hector gives her a half-flirtatious smile. Bello Betty pauses, you're weird, you bastard. She says rudely, his flirting with her while Sabo has a breakdown is really weird, but I don't dislike it. She smiles back. Oh ho. So you're the sworn brother of Ace and Luffy. Dragon-san's son. Koala asks, shocked by the twist. Not only her, but pretty much everyone on this base is surprised by the revelation. Sabo is sitting with a somewhat lost expression, his elbows supported on his knees, I almost lost my brother. I would have done nothing. He says while burying his face in his hands, shoulders trembling. You didn't know, Sabo-kun. Koala tries to comfort him while giving pats on his shoulder. That's right, you can't blame yourself. If you knew, you would be there. We too. Hack confirms on his side. Sabo takes a deep breath and raises his head to look at Hector, thank you. Thank you for helping me now and saving my brothers in Marineford. He says seriously and, like Ace, bows his head. So what would be my reward if I bring the head of one of the 5 elders to you, eh? No need. I was doing what I wanted. Hector, who was flirting with Bello Betty while holding her hand, turns him disinterestedly, Luffy will train with Rayleigh for some years, so no use looking for him. But you can go reunite with Ace. Hector says. And I think that I don't need to search for him. We will meet eventually. Sabo says with a smile. Hector gives him a look before shrugging, maybe. Destiny works in mysterious ways here after all. Then he suddenly stands up and talks to Sabo and Koala, we need to go, but what about you two spar with my sidekick here? Hector pulls Cassandra by the back of her neck like a cat, I'm very curious about your dragon fist style and the fishman karate. He smiles. The two have no problem in sparring. Hector observed the 2 fighting styles from the sidelines with great attention, easily engraving them in his mind. It's a spar with only techniques, Cassandra is equalizing her speed. Cassandra won relatively easily against Koala. And against Sabo was a draw, because Hector interrupted. If not, the two would go for a long time learning from each other. Then Hector gives his goodbyes, promising to visit his dear Bello Betty and promising retribution if they hurt Robin in some way while she was in their care. A little friendship to visit them in the future and copy the rest of the devil fruits. Hector plans before disappearing. He still needs to confirm if Dragon really has something like the storm fruit. Bello Betty's devil fruit is very similar to that quirk of that guy on the Meta Liberation Army in the Hero Academia world. He thinks out loud, remembering the guy who can hype people with his voice, but better. It's a trend apparently. I need to work in fusions later. Right now Cassandra is observing a strange scene. After Hector visited Laboon and Crocus at the entrance of the Grand Line, he coincidentally met an interesting character crossing the reverse mountain. So right now he and Cassandra are embarking on their ship. But the strange situation is, Puffed. You. Their biggest fan. Keep dreaming. Hector rolls around the deck, fighting multiple people in a storm of limbs and attacks. Shut up, you bastard. Don't look down on me. Bartolomeo, the Straw Hats fanboy and user of the barrier fruits, answers while he fights against Hector. Cassandra is starting to get used to it. And she doesn't know if it's a good thing. You shut up. I carry on my back the inherited will of millions of fans. You simply can't compare. Hector continues to fight Bartolomeo's crew through the deck. He is not only fooling around. He is copying Bartolomeo's power too. I will eternally thank you for helping Luffy-senpai and Ace-senpai in Marineford. But on this, I will not step back. Bartolomeo shouts while delivering a storm of punches. Enough. Hector stops the fight and makes all of them move away with a telekinetic blast. It appears that I need to get serious. Hector looks down on the Bartos Club crew. Bring it on, you bastard. Bartolomeo shouts while putting on a fight stance. Hector smirks. A smirk full of superiority. The smugness is palpable. To Bartolomeo, his face is very punchable right now. But at the same time, a feeling of uneasiness creeps into Bartolomeo's heart. Hector starts talking. You accompanied the Straw Hats' adventures through the newspapers. But what about their other adventures? Hector asks suddenly. It looks like lightning hit every one of the members of the ship. You are lying. It can't be. You can't possibly know. Bartolomeo shouts, full of uncertainty. Hector crosses his arms and the smug smile widens. So you guys don't know about Skypiea and the Florian Triangle. Well. And you guys call yourselves fans. TSK. Skypiea. Florian Triangle. The crew look at each other. Could it be? One asks with doubt. The Florian Triangle is said to be very mysterious and no one knows what is inside. If they entered there. Maybe. Not even the government would know what they did. A smarter member says his piece. Bartolomeo grits his teeth while looking at Hector's smug expression. Skypiea is a sky island. Hector starts. An island. In the sky. Something like this really exists. Hector chuckles at them. A good part of the people on this part of the Grand Line also doesn't believe in it. So what do you guys think Luffy would do if he caught wind of these news? Hector asks. He would go. He would absolutely go. Bartolomeo looks like he is physically in pain seeing how right Hector can be. Well, taking pity, you guys let me tell the story. Hector starts. Everyone on the crew perks their ears with great attention. In the Florian Triangle there is a warlord, Gecko Moria. Hector starts, using some powers to make hollow images of his memories. Showing the most important points. He wants to make an army of shadow soldiers. Hector explains, showing images. Cassandra observes the crew of Bartolomeo sitting on their knees like obedient children while listening. A minute ago they were trying to kill Hector. You guys still don't know of the new member of the crew, right? Brook. He is a skeleton because. And he goes on explaining. Had his shadow stolen. Then negatives ghosts. Sogekking. Ancient giant ores. Luffy's shadow was stolen. They put a lot of shadows in Luffy's body. Big fight. Just before the dawn. Hector told the story like a professional storyteller. Bartolomeo's crew expression changes with each moment, listening and seeing the scenes without losing anything. Completely transfixed. Then Kuma appears. Another warlord just after defeating Moria. Hector pauses dramatically. No. Then what? How did they escape? The crew asks anxiously. Kuma makes a proposition. Deliver Mugiwara and the rest can go. Hector imitates Kuma's voice. Everyone gasps and shows outraged expressions. But at that moment, instead of even considering it, the crew shows resolve and stands in the way to protect Luffy. Bwah. They cry loudly. Best crew in the world. This is what means to be a Straw Hat. Hector can see their apprehension while he explains how Kuma easily defeats the Straw Hats. At this moment he pauses. The next is one of the best scenes of One Piece, but is something personal to Zoro. I need you guys to promise to never tell anyone about what happened next. Hector looks at them seriously. All of them nod like chickens pecking the ground. Hector slowly and dramatically explains everything. The damage on Luffy. Zoro's certain demise. The tension in the air is palpable. Nothing happened. Hector finishes the story. Silence falls on them before is broken by their boiled emotions. Wawa. Zoro-senpai. You're the coolest. They cry to the sky and in each other's arms. Hector also explains Brook's backstory to the. So that whale, That's why she has those scars and that drawing of the Straw Hat's Jolly Roger. Brooke Senpai had it rough too. At this moment Bartolomeo fell on his knees. Tears and snot streaming down his face. I admit. He starts saying but a hand stops him. He looks up to see Hector on one knee close to him. Bartokuen. Stop it. We are wrong from the start. Fandom fights are awful and unnecessary. No need to petty squabbles. Hector says with a smile while extending his hand. The sun on his back gives him a holy halo. Barto's crew's view of him it's like of a merciful Buddha. Let's enjoy their adventures together. Like friends. Hector says to them, touching their hearts. They can't contain their tears. Hector Senpai. Their eyes blur with tears, they almost can't look at his brilliance directly. In the next moment, they are hugging each other and celebrating. Skypiea is even more epic. Wait till I tell you guys of Mont Blanc Noland. He is like a Roger that comes too early. Hector says while his arm is wrapped around Bartolomeo's shoulder. Everyone cheers together. Cassandra continues to stare at them confused. Her arms crossed around her chest and her head tilted, thinking, boys are weird. She nods to herself like she just realized something big. Somewhere on the combat. A fleet of Marines ships slowly drifted on the still sea. I should have been already in the New World, helping to quench the chaos there. But here I am. Not for the first time, Commodore Smoker complains about his situation. Grumbling and pursing his lips that are holding 3 cigars. Calm down, Commodore. This mission is an easy one and merely a formality so that you can be promoted to the leader of Unit 01 in the G5. Vice Admiral Tsuru comments calmly while sipping some tea. The old lady called Smoker and the other Marine partnering up on this mission to a relaxing tea party. Hina understands the bureaucracy, but Hina also agrees with Smoker-kun that there are more important things to do in these turbulent times. The third person, Hina, seated at the table comments in her characteristic way of talking. The pink-haired Marine looks calmer than Smoker who lets his grievances get out of his mouth unrestrained, but she is also frowning at the decision of the headquarters. If this mission is so easy, only one of us should be enough to complete it. No need to waste so much manpower. Hina says. Around them, subordinates of the 3 high-rank Marines surround the table located on the Tsuru's ship deck. Tashiji, Django, Fullbody, and the many girls who are under Tsuru's tutelage hear the conversation. Tsuru sighs, showing a little tiredness in her elderly face. We all know why so many of us are here. Yes, everyone knows. The reason can be attributed to the existence of a single man. Would be a heavy blow on the Marine's face if something happens to them again. Tsuru completes. Do you think he was serious? Hina asks frowning. Who knows? Tsuru shrugs, but if we lose more credibility, more people will think that we are ineffective. Pirate scum will grow bold and innocent people will suffer. Tsuru explains. Fucking world nobles. Smoker grumbles again. His dislike of the Tenryubito is evident in his voice. Be careful with your mouth, Commodore. You're not Garp. Susu admonishes, making the men grumble to himself again. Do we have any idea of where he is? The devil. Hina asks to change the topic a little. The last was heard, he was with the Whitebeard pirates. Tsuru says. Do you think he will take command of the Whitebeard group? Smoker asks seriously. Hina is thinking that maybe Marineford was for nothing. The pink-haired woman sighs. Maybe, maybe not. But he can be in any place around the world. We all saw his flying ship. Hence the reason why we are here. Tsuru says after a sigh. Is that really Pluton? Hina asks. We don't know. There's no recording that says that Pluton can fly, but we don't know much about the ancient weapons either. Nonetheless, I don't know what option I would prefer. If he has Pluton or if exists something like that, that still is not Pluton. Tsuru says and takes a sip of her tea. Do you know nothing about this guy? Smoker hits the table with his fist frustrated. If you ask nicely, I can answer any doubt. Slurp. Suddenly they hear a voice impossibly close to them. A voice that they can't forget that easily. Speaking of the devil. Hector jokes, amusement evident in his eyes as he smirks at their shocked faces. There he is, sitting at the table with the 3 Marines and already helping himself with some tea. Cassandra standing at his side with her impassive face. The situation was so absurd to these people, who trust so much in their senses, that they were shocked for a full second. Someone really sneaked so close to them. Suddenly all Marines on deck are in a battle-ready stance, and they instinctively attack the intruder. Wait. Tsuru tries to stop them but is too late. Hina arrives first, her arm elongated and whips around Hector, locking his arms and torso together. Oh. Hector acts like he didn't even notice the attack and let it happen. Smoker's fist is already approaching his face at high speed, being launched by his smoke powers. Hector eyes the incoming fist, not in the face, please. And then he sucks some air and blows in the direction of the incoming attack. Much like air cannon, a huge blast of air is exhaled by him, dissipating Smoker's attack into nothingness. Luckily he didn't use hockey, if not Smoker would have lost his arm. See, Cassandra. These Gacha types may look invincible at first glance, but wind was their great weakness. Hector turns to instruct his sidekick without caring about the others, poisonous gas and others, even Isabella's powers that come from mist. All you need is a good blast of wind. She nods silently. Hector turns again to the Marines, especially to Hina. So kinky, huh? If it's you I can let myself be caught for one night, he teases her with a smile. And despite being used to these types of comments in her career, Hina's heart skips a bit, not that she will show in her face. She shakes her head and schools her features even more, frowning at herself and at Hector. Hina will take you in. Don't resist. She says. Hector is not resisting. But Hector can't be captured right now, Hector has things to do. But Hector only wants to talk and not fight. Hector says calmly, he really is not trying to escape from Hina's cuff-like attack. His arms are still locked, so he calmly extends his feet from under the table. His bare feet start to move around with great dexterity, putting more tea to himself and even grabbing a little spoon between his toes and mixing it. Then he grabs the teacup and saucer between the toes of his 2 feet and drinks it like he is using his hands. Asterisk slurp asterisk bloody hell. I'll tell you what though folks, that's bloody nice. That's really, slurp, that's bloody lovely. Hector exclaims in his best British accent, where did you get this tea, mate? One of my people likes tea. The Marines don't know if Hector is messing with them or if he is that weird. Strong people tend to have some quirks in this world. Hector puts the tea set back on the table with his feet, still gracious, and talks. I have to praise you two to have the guts to attack at least, very commendable. Even if futile. This is not empty praise. If one looks closely at the rest of the ship, one would notice the situation of the other Marines. With a few exceptions, every other Marine couldn't even put a proper battle stance. They're trembling nervously and gulping down in fear at Hector's mere presence. All this is because they are exposed to his conqueror's hockey, Ren, and bloodlust during the war in Marineford. They're traumatized. And not everyone is a main character that can bounce back from these setbacks stronger. They subconsciously already accepted Hector's superiority, their broken will never allow them to muster strength or battle intense against the guy. And that's why Hector praised Smoker and Tashigi. A pity the guy became a cannon fodder after the time skip. Hector thinks regrettably. He likes Smoker. I will cheer on you becoming an admiral in the future, Smoker-kun. Gonbear. Hector says. Don't mess with me. A vein in Smoker's forehead pops and his teeth crush his cigars. Believe it or not, I'm not messing with you. Hector is the type of guy that knows how to separate individuals from the group. So Hector can like people like you, Garp, and others and dislike the Navy and the world government. Hector says lightly, still tied by Hina and imitating her. Remembering it when he moves a little, he starts to use her way of talking again. Smoker stays silent at Hector's declaration. It's true that the guy appears to have no intention of attacking them now. Hina doesn't like being mocked. Hina frowns. Hector is not mocking Hina. Hector is the type of guy who likes to experiment with all sorts of things, so Hector thought of trying to speak like Hina. Hector is finding it weirdly enjoyable. He smiles at her innocently. Hina, release him. Tsuru finally intervenes. The headquarters still hasn't decided, but he is practically a Yonku. We can't attack them lightly. She says with a sigh. Smoker and Hina look at her almost incredulously. Oh ho, so Hector is nah imp, ugh. Hector shakes his head, like to dispel something, damn, this way of talk sticks, ahem, so I am an emperor of the sea now. Hector makes fun of the situation while he casually breaks his restraints with a flex of his arms. I always thought that was funny how you guys' job is to arrest pirates, but do nothing against the biggest threats. Society in a nutshell. He smirks while he mixes his tea with a little spoon. Why did you stop here? Tsuru asks, if you're not looking for a fight, you can go away. She huffs. Hector looks at her and smiles mysteriously. I saw you guys here and decided to stop to say hello. Have a little philosophical talk. An enlightening. A philosophical talk. Yep. I heard that your power can wash away people's evil. So I was thinking of giving it a try. Hector extends his hand, go on. Do it. His smirk widens. The Marines look at him strangely, cautious of any trick that he can pull over them. Please. I don't need to resort to trickery. You guys are weak, after all. He continues to smile innocently at them. Even someone as serene as Tsuru gets ticked off by Hector's provocation. All right, you brat. Let's see what you're made of. Tsuru says, removing her gloves and advancing fast to use her devil fruit's powers on him. Now I'm a brat again. You guys need to decide. It's all he can say before he suffers from the attack. Tsuru's wash fruit can make her interact with people and objects like they are clothes, allowing her to wash and hang out to dry them. In the process, she can even wash away the evil of people. A very overpowered ability to use in someone weaker than her, but loses a lot of efficiency in someone strong. Like Law's Op no Mi. She is not expecting it to work properly right now. But it works. Hector doesn't resist when he is engulfed by her powers, his body becomes thin like a tissue. He falls over the table slowly, his head hanging out of it, a silly smile on his face. "Ah, I see, I really lost my will to fight," he comments lightly. The Marines around them can't make heads or tails of the situation. That's it. Is he defeated just like that? As if. Cassandra eyes the situation attentively, her fingers twitching, ready to strike at Tsuru at any moment. High in the air, a clone eyes curiously the situation too. Hector wouldn't test an enemy's power on himself without countermeasure. But is all unnecessary overreaction. His silly and innocent face suddenly frowns in effort and then pop. Using full-body hockey, Hector cancels Tsuru's power and inflates again, and he is back to normal. He slowly sits down, a very scary ability. Taking someone's will to fight, or will from conflict really would make it impossible to use hockey. A power that can one-shot anyone weaker than you. Hector finally sits down. Gulps are heard around the Marines when they see his face. He is now showing a stone-cold expression. Sending chill on their bodies, there's no shadow of his carefree attitude anywhere. Disgusting. He spat, his voice showing visible distaste, washing away someone evil. Truly disgusting. Everyone has at least a little of evil in them. Taking it from them is erasing a part of them. It's maybe worse than erasing someone's memories. Hector comments. He slowly turns his head to the Marines, his face makes even Tsuru give a step back unconsciously. Seeing the effect that he has on these people, Hector does a good job shielding his facial features and smiles relaxedly at them. Sorry for the trouble. I wanted to know how it feel. As someone who crosses the line between good and evil on a daily basis. I was curious. He says and hops off the table. He stretches his back a little in a carefree way, by the way, taking the opportunity that we are talking about evil. His carefree smile turns into a smirk while looking at Tsuru. He stretches his hand at the horizon and makes a grasp and pull motion. This is what you don't want me to see, right, Tsuru? Hector asks. In the horizon something big starts to approach them at a high speed, almost uncontrollably. A humongous ship is being pulled at Hector towards them. With a motion of his hand, the ship suddenly brusquely breaks, and sea waves are raised by the sudden motion. The ship even crashes a little against Tsuru's one, staying half tilted to one side, almost turning but ending up stabilizing itself, raising more waves as it does so. Sorry. I'm still getting the gist of magic. It's harder than telekinesis. Hector says while stopping his control over the ocean. He looks up to the pole of the big ship. Tsuru's face fell, seeing his smirk increasing. Didn't you guys hear my warning? He asks while looking with amusement at the flags of the world government and the Tenryubito on the pole of the ship. That's the worst case scenario. It's what Vice Admiral Tsuru thinks while she watches Hector eye the big ship from the Tenryubito. She doesn't know what is worse. Seeing his toothy grin of a predator ready to play with his victim, or what happened next. Once again his face fell. Going back to an expressionless mask. His eyes narrow while he looks at the ship, almost as if he is seeing through it. Hector raises his palm and lowers it, the ship starts sinking together with his movement. The big Tenryubito ship lowers itself till the deck is on the same level as them. Now is possible to see the people on the deck. Beyond the many guards, Cypherpole agents, and some Marines, there are two people who catch the eyes because of their astronaut-like suits. You know. I'm evil. Hector declares, but even if the world becomes a fucking dystopian anarchy, we need to keep a minimum of humanity. Hector says hard, glaring at the world nobles. People around him have only a vague idea of what made him so angry all of a sudden. He then raises his index finger and slowly traces a line in the air. Zian. With the exception of the two world nobles, everyone else on that huge ship explodes in tiny bit pieces of meat. An ugly rain of gore dirts the deck. Hector is getting used to the powers from his new assimilations. Magic sword aura. Seeing the sudden slaughter, Smoker and Hina can't keep themselves still. Together they attack again. But this time, Hector is not in the mood to play. They didn't even notice when he appeared behind them, grabbed the back of their head, and slammed them on the floor. That's a nice word there, that you two are carrying on your back. Justice, Hector says coldly, I heard that there's many types of justice. Even the admirals represent them. Thorough justice. Lazy justice. Unclear justice. Hey, you guys really like those fancy words. Hector raises them and starts floating. Holding their neck he forces them to look at the world's nobles. But I think all of you guys should just go with convenient justice. He says slowly. The deck of the huge ship explodes, and some people start flying from the interior. Men, women, children. Hector grabbed all of them telekinetically and put them on the marine ship. All of them are in bad condition. Signs of abuse, torture, and rape are evident. Some small children even have bite marks on them. The eyes of the Marines widen seeing that. I thought that you guys were sworn to protect the innocents. But here we are. Not fighting the Yonkos, enabling these little shits. Hector points to the Tenryubito with his face. What type of justice do you guys employ, if not the convenient one? No one can say a thing against what he just did. After being a little forceful in copying Smoker and Hina powers, Hector throws them away. It's so much easier simply antagonize everyone. The evil path is really the easy way, he thinks to himself. His eyes have a laser focus on the Tenryubitos. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Unfortunately, during your mission of retrieving the Tenryubito, you met Hector. You're outclassed and can only watch helplessly while he massacred the noble's ship. Hector says slowly as a matter of fact, no survivors. Tsuru eyes Hector back for a long time. Conflict is visible on her face. It's her duty and mission to stop what is about to happen, but the aura emanating from Hector is saying that he will kill them if she does so much of saying a word in protest. All force away. Move. She says to her crew. Some look at her in disbelief but she only glares at them and shakes her head. Hector and Cassandra jump on the deck of the noble's ship. Tsuru observes his back for a while before deciding that it's better to take care of the slaves, instead of seeing what he is about to do. On the noble's ship, Hector gives Cassandra a fleeting glance, almost telling her to go away for a bit, but decides against it. She has already shown that she is growing. And Hector will not go that far with these shits. His attention turns to the world nobles again. Hi, what are you thinking of doing? Guards. Guards. Kill him. The two Tenryubito can't comprehend the bad situation that they're in and shout for their now useless guards. More of the ship crew starts pouring into the deck, but they barely appear before being grabbed telekinetically and squeezed like a fruit. I always like to talk with different people. Increase experience in life. Acquiring wisdom. Hector says approaching, but I only need one of you guys. Hector raises his hand to the old Tenryubito, Monkey Steal Peaches. He says with an evil laugh. The space above the crotch of the Tenryubito twists and the man screams like a pig. His white astronaut-like suit is stained with blood, piss, and feces while he contorts himself on the ground. He just used the same quirk that a high-end Nomu used to take Mirko's arm in the Hero Academia story. It's too weak to give damage to people that really matters, and he can replicate the same effect with telekinesis. But sometimes it's good to use different powers to stretch them a little. And there's no need to think too much. Even criminals in prison despise rapists and pedophiles. It's the basic dude. Even if you throw away most of your humanity, this much could still last. You guys are an interesting bunch. A prime example of nurturing trumping nature and what decadency does to someone. You guys can't barely comprehend the world around you, like you're a 2-year-old kid. Piaget would love studying you all. He says approaching the fallen old man slowly. Deep down, I know that you guys can have some redemption and become a proper human being. There's an example of that, but I don't have that good of heart and motivation right now. Hector says with a sigh before stepping on the old man's head, making it explode like a watermelon. Not everyone is Otoheim. He then turns to the woman. She crawls backwards seeing his attention on her. Now you. He walks at her, let me ask something. He even uses some powers to force her to speak. As a human being. Most of us are bound to have empathy for our fellow humans. Hector crouches down to talk with her. Didn't you feel anything seeing the fate of those women? They are being raped and all. Like, I would feel a dude's pain if someone kicked his balls. It's the basic. He asks curiously. Why should I feel for them? It's the simple answer. Hector's eyes bore into hers. That's the real and raw answer. That's what she truly feels. Nothing more, nothing less. Damn. Conditioning of a person can be scary. Hector whistles, you're not even seeing us as the same species anymore. He pauses a little to reflect. People are really malleable. Especially from a young age. The man is born good and society corrupts them. No, maybe no one is born good or evil. A blank slate that can be filled by anything. From good morals to the more vile teachings. But there are examples of nature winning against nurturing. Hector turns to look at the closer example. Cassandra. Taught from an early age to be an emotionless killer, but she escaped that fate. What is the rule? What is the exception? Hector reflects. After some time, he turns his focus to the woman Tenryubito again. You know, I'm not one that endorses rape. He starts, but considering that is only another type of torture. May, he shrugs. The woman looks at him without understanding. I mean, I wouldn't do it personally. But I can imagine myself taking vengeance on a particularly evil woman by throwing her in a pit filled with lust-filled animals or demons as a punishment. It would need to be a very evil woman and to really get on my nerves. But I can't exclude the possibility that I will do this in the future. I can go that far. Hector comments while standing up. In truth, don't ever need to be a woman. I can see myself doing the same to a man. A rapist or a pedophile. But I would feel bad, even if I am a man. I had a mom, and a grandma after all. But damn, you feel nothing, huh? Hector asks again. Then he extends his hand and a metal cylinder is formed from his palm. He grabs it with one hand and ignites a blue fire in the other. He heats one end of the cylinder and looks at the female Tenryubito. If I shove this in your pussy right now, would teach you a little of empathy? He asks, while glaring at her. Waving the cylinder close to her face, the heat hurting her eyes. Hi. You can't do that. I'm a world noble. You can't touch me. She shouts and continues to crawl backward. Hector watches her move around the dirt ground of the remains of people that he just killed, and she still hasn't accepted reality. It's almost sad. He shakes his head and says, lucky to you, I recently discovered that I do not enjoy torturing people. And you haven't enraged me enough. He throws the metal cylinder, hitting her in the chest, killing her slowly. He then extends his hand, his palm facing backward. At a distance, Tsuru and the others watch the noble ship be engulfed in a giant explosion. Nothing remains. No survivors. Law's training island. Well, you guys didn't run away at least. Hector comments while watching the Heart Pirates crew gasp for breath on the ground. They are in bad shape, but they follow his instructions even if Hector isn't keeping an eye on them. Now, Law and you too. Follow me. Hector points to the Bepo and a huge man from Law's crew, a previous slave that Law saved in Sabaody. After walking for a bit, Hector sits on a rock, Cassandra at his side, while Law's trio sits close. Let's go directly to the point. Do you all know about hockey? I heard about it. Law answers. Me too. The giant man answers. I know nothing. Bepo says without any shame. Okay. Let me explain briefly the importance of hockey. Hector starts. I, myself, divide this world into 3 areas. He raises 3 fingers. The 4 seas out of the Grand Line, Paradise, the first part of the Grand Line, and the New World, the final part of the Grand Line. On the 4 seas, any devil fruit can help you be a big shot. A powerful devil fruit can help you in Paradise. A Logia can make you invincible, really. But in the New World, if you're aiming to be more than a cannon fodder, you need to know hockey. Hector says seriously. Someone without a devil fruit can beat someone that has it. But someone without hockey can't beat someone that knows it. Well, unless there's a miracle. Hockey gives many advantages in a fight, the most important is the ability to defend and attack the, previously invincible, devil fruits. Someone with a strong hockey will never be cut by your devil fruit powers, Law. Law grows serious hearing that. There's 3 types of hockey, with many variations and advanced ways to use. Hector briefly explains the whole hockey system to them. I didn't make you guys run around in this dangerous forest and punch metal because I am mean. Hector continues after making sure that they understand the basics of hockey. To go through the forest you need to be aware of the many animals ambushing you, and to punch that metal wall, you all are hardening your resolve and will. You haven't noticed, but you guys started using snippets of hockey to complete the task. Hector says to their shock. Continuing like that, by going to these extremes, you 3 can grasp the basics in 6 months more or less. Law appears shocked. 6 months. Don't look down on hockey. People train for years to simply be capable of using in battle. This method of brute forcing your train is what Raylek probably is doing with Luffy right now. Hector says he is the type to learn with his body. I will use my own method to skip this awakening. Shortening these 6 months in 1 night. Exclamation point. How you will do that? Law asks. Hector gives them a toothy grin. I will force myself in your guy's mind. Give you the experience and the feeling of hockey. Hector put his index finger on the side of his skull. Then you will repeat the training of today, running around this dangerous forest and punching metal to hone your mastery of hockey. Then I will heal your body and mind. 30 minutes of sleep should be enough. And repeat. And repeat. And repeat. I will also stimulate your muscle tissues to create artificial muscle memory during your sleep. I will also attack and kill you and restore your body before your soul leaves your body. Over and over again. The death experience will sharpen your mind and strengthen your will. Hector says. That's what you said about our minds breaking? Law asks with a heavy tone. Yes. I can guarantee that you won't die, but this method is not to anyone. The two stare at each other. How strong I will get? Law asks the important question. If you don't break in your month, you should achieve what Luffy will achieve in 2 years. Hector says seriously, but I'm only saying regarding hockey. I will not train your devil fruit, so your mastery should stagnate. But with a strong body and mind, you will find yourself capable of doing more. People have limited time, Law. Rare is the people that master everything. The need to master the 3 types of hockey, a weapon, their devil fruit. You may find a random guy on the new world with an observation hockey stronger than that of a Yonko. Because this Yonko focused in training his devil fruit or something like that. Hector explains. 1 month, huh? Law asks. Yes. 1 month. Will not be enough to defeat Doflamingo. Hector says truthfully, but will be capable of making your powers work in someone like Virgo. Hector says, eyeing him carefully. Virgo is one of the people that Law hates the most in this world. Virgo is a rare armament hockey user that can cover his whole body. Even some Yonko commanders can't do it. He is the definition of a brute. If you hockey can cut him, few people in this world you will not be capable of cutting. Law pauses. If you accept, I will not let you quit even if you beg me. Hector adds. I can't have it in any other way, let's do it. Law says determinedly. Hector smiles, hee now officially, you're my outer disciple. Hector jokes, welcome to hell. He says before making the 3 of them black out. After leaving Cassandra to train on the same island with Gigantomachia, Law, and the others, Hector flies high. Breaking the sound barrier, he arrives at the clouds and starts to look around. This should be good enough. He disappears before reappearing above a vast white field. He lands on the clouds and tests their resistance. These are a special type of solid clouds present in this world. A desert sky island. It's perfect. He comments before taking a huge cube from his inventory. The cube is as big as a trailer and he positions it on the clouds. Then another. And another. And dozens of others. BBC. It's how Hector jokingly calls these big buildings cubes. Like a Lego, each one can connect with the other to make a bigger building or facility. One cube can be a bathroom, another a living room, the generator room and many other sections of a big laboratory. Maybe is more like Minecraft, really. Hector arranges the cubes to recreate a research facility with everything that is needed. He starts walking towards the big building, a door open in the previous smooth wall. I had my fun. Time to work. He cracks his fingers before putting on a lab coat. Hector POV. As I walk in the inside of the BBC, hee. I need to change this name. Better than the BBC inside me. Hee. Damn. The 5th grade never left me. Anyway, I was thinking about Cassandra. The initial plan was to let Cassandra to her own devices. Siko and Tsukasa have good places to train and hone their crafts. Makia can stay in any place. And while I will be here, hold inside this lab. Let Cassandra do her own thing around the world. Stretch the wings, socialize, see good and bad people on her own. But there's a problem. I underestimated, something that rarely happens, the Grand Line climate. It's completely bullshit. The magnetic fields are all over the place, winds change directions and originate from nothing, gravity changes slightly, and temperatures fluctuate without reason. It's like a god is pressing the random climate button all the time. Even I need to go to the stratosphere to check where I'm going sometimes. Mostly because I'm new to this world, but even so. Cassandra little adventure died in the crib. Now, I feel bad. I planned some nice places to visit with her and the others, like Fishman Island, Skypiea, the Florian Triangle, Zanesha. But I really wanted her to go on her own too. TCH, now, what to do? What to do? She didn't have that simple mind of Makia, or great interest in something like Tsukasa and Siko. Maybe let her in Amazon Lily. Or should I let her roam the other 4 seas? They should be interesting enough. But wouldn't have anything new compared with our world. As I enter in the big space full of empty capsules, where I will put the bodies of the future experiments, I have an idea. Maybe give her a pet. This is also something that makes people grow in many ways. I made a test in the past, during my visit to the BNHA/MHA world, to see what would happen if I summoned someone during my travel. Apparently nothing. No problem. When I go back to my own world, the character will be brought with me too. The only downside is that I would be incapable of using a background customization card on the character to Marvel. So the character would be only a drop-in. After all, background cards can only be used at the moment of the summon. So I can't summon someone and leave him, her here to dominate this world or something like that. But I have some summons that don't need a background. I pulled a card from the inventory. So many steps that need to be done, I hope to gain a remote control function soon. Summon, no background. And no gender bend. Without further ado, the card becomes motes of light and slowly forms a huge figure in my front. Hey, you're cool. I smile at him. Woof. Overgrown rover. Relationship loyalty, 0/10. Assimilation. Empty. The huge dragon-level threat monster dog from the One Punch Man world is in my front. He has black fur and 6 ruby-colored eyes that glow slightly in this dim place. Sit. I command and he obeys. Can you get smaller? In the webcomic you can. And he also obeys. Convenient. Then I can't resist. I'm a dog person after all. Who is a good mass destruction weapon? You are. I rub his neck and he rolls over excitedly, presenting his belly. Obviously, I need to rub his belly too. Good boy. Ding. Relationship loyalty, October 10th. Head dogs, right. With a mental nudge of my technopathy, the whole facility lights up and starts for real. Sorry for the wait, Cortana. Must have been suffocating. I say while feeling her connecting with the building. The low technological level of this world suppress her. For some reason, she sighs even without a real body a little. Thankfully I'm connected with your senses, master. She says. I hum in agreement. This world is really strange, especially the Grand Line. Radio waves can't travel far. I remove something from my pocket. A den mushy. I acquired one when I stopped on an island. A hologram of Cortana's torso appears on the armrest of the central chair. I go sit there while holding the little snail. A strange animal. She comments. Indeed. It appears that their whole species, the ones used as telephones really, are connected in a hive mind. The telepathic waves can travel in this crazy atmosphere. I say, and every one of them has a unique frequency. Hence people can call each other. Really interesting. An animal that works as a phone. It almost looks like it's artificially made. Cortana says. Yeah. Will you add this world species to the Noah's Ark? Cortana asks while she adjusts the lab. It's a good idea. Project Neo Noah's Ark is a little something that I thought of some time ago. The name gives away what it's about. It's just me taking samples of every species of animal and plant on Earth and keeping them safe on a moon-shaped satellite somewhere in the solar system. And on my inventory too. In the case of Earth's destruction. Not only animals and plants. Keep records of our history, copies of books, arts, and many other things. Basically downloaded everything on the internet. There's a lot of porn there, by the way. But I need to protect the Earth-34 art. Who knows, right? Maybe Earth will explode like Krypton. But seeing that I can travel to other universes, maybe is not a bad idea to create branches of this project and collect samples of the many species in other worlds. Maybe one day I will make a mega world with them. I will make this a side quest. I decided I have Or's junior ancient giant blood. And there are a lot of other interesting species here. Zunesha. Mink. Three-eyed people. Heck, even the plants here may hold the cure to diseases of my world. I will visit Drum Island, Chopper's home kingdom, later and learn their knowledge. I recline on my chair, caressing Rover's head, and sigh. I fucking need some biokinetic powers. If power manipulation can help me with powers, biokinesis will make me capable of acquiring race physiologies. It's important to a certain project of mine. Overhaul, cell activation, and other powers are holding on, but they can't be compared with real biokinesis. Joshua Foley, Elixir, Panacea, Alex Mercer, Kerrigan. If I couplet them with rogue powers and an osmosion physiology. I wanted their power. I need it. Damn, my power hunger is showing again. If I don't gain any of them on the Gacha and Elixir doesn't awaken till the end of the year, I will visit Wormverse. I say making plans. What you gon' do with us? A filthy man shouts while he and 20 other people are thrown unceremoniously into a white room by me. By the attire, it's obvious that they're pirates. 23 males and 6 females. I doubt that you guys would understand even if I explain. I say while observing them squirm nervously from a glass wall with a high point of view, but you all are guinea pigs. I will poke you guys with needles and stuff like that. I say lightly while pressing a button on the wall. The ceiling of the white room opens, and water starts showering on the prisoners at high pressure. They shout in protest, annoyed by the water before noticing something weird. Kaya. My clothes. A woman crouches down to hide her body when she notices her clothes falling apart. Don't worry, this liquid only compromises the integrity of clothes. And your hair a little. I explain to them. I look at them without pity even while curses fly from the mouths of these guys. I could have gone away and not listened to anything, but I wanted to be there. You monster. You can't do that. The leader of this group shouts at me. I would feel bad if I didn't see you guys pillaging a small town, and you craving your sword in a 3-year-old boy that was throwing small rocks at you to defend his mother and sister from being raped. I say emotionless. My eyes should be very scary, because I can see all of them flinching while looking at me. Not even caring about their modesty, you're all cattle now. I say. Then some start to cry, some start to beg. All sorts of pathetic actions. Pride is the first thing discarded in these situations. TCH. This is giving me concentration camp vibes. I comment in distaste while the sleeping gas axe and my Shadowcon take the prisoners away. That's fucked up in some way. I'm really evil, huh? I comment to myself. If take out the context and other nuances, there's no difference between what I'm doing to what horrible villains do. The only thing I can say in my defense is that everything is relative. And every case is a different case. I do not think you're that bad, Master. Cortana says to me, I think you have a too low opinion of yourself. She wouldn't understand. But even so. Cortana. You are probably the one that is closer to understanding me. We share a lot. And maybe you're the one I trust the most. I say seriously. But even you can't privy in the deepest and darkest corners of my mind. It's not like I enjoy being a ball of angsty. It's just some important self-reflection that I need to do from time to time. Only I know that I can stoop very low. And this can be dangerous. It can't be that bad. She tries to comfort me. I give her a look before opening my mouth again. Once I thought in capturing some thousands of people like that and throwing them in an empty world or universe. I start. I would modify their brain and mind so that only their animalistic instincts remain. Giving them powers and letting them breed like cattle so that I can harvest the new, more complex, and stronger powers of their offspring. I say with a deadpan face. Now I can feel that she is shocked. All right, I understand what you're talking about now. Despite myself, I release a chuckle. It's on the Black Archives, the plan, if you want to check. I would even transform some people in mindless cyborgs with limited versions of power manipulation so that they can harvest the powers for me and keep them in check. Like shepherds. I shake my head, talking it out loud. The absurdity becomes even more evident. In the end I didn't go forward with it for many reasons, but morals and ethics are on the end of the line of these reasons. I confess, it's more like a lack of failsafes in case of something going bad. I'm paranoid after all. Cortana keeps her silence for a time before talking again. Well, the fact that you can police yourself is a good sign. You're better than these one-dimensional villains. That's the thing. I need to police myself like that. A good person wouldn't even have these thoughts. A true hero like Spider-Man, Superman, All Might, and others would do, and be, good naturally. I need to put a conscious effort for God's sake. For the basics. I release a sigh after I notice my voice gaining some heat. Comparison is the thief of joy. It's what she says after a pause. Hey, even she is imitating me in quoting people. Yeah. I know. But it's good to admire some people's traits and aim to surpass them. I say, and relax. I'm learning to like my evil side. She looks at me confused. During this trip, in truth since some time ago, I reached the conclusion that being a little evil is essential to living a good life. My talk with Blackbeard, experiencing Suru's power. It helped me get on terms with it a little. I continue my explanation. It's obvious, but a true good person suffers. I declare, if Peter was a little more, Bully Maguire. Hey. Things would go better for him. You would be surprised how much your life could go better if you act a little like an asshole. My Brazilian grandfather said that a man needs to have some malice. To not be taken advantage and take advantage. I can impact a lot of people in good and bad ways. But I don't want to sacrifice my own happiness doing that. I can go cracked and help people 24/7, don't sleep, have no social life. But that would be bad for me. And I can prioritize myself, go around stealing the powers that I want, antagonizing everyone to achieve my goals. That would be bad for the world. I can't be on the extremes, of prioritizing one over the another. There's a thin line that's between the two. I say, I just need to keep an eye open to not go too far. In any of the sides. That's my path. Some days passed, and my other bodies were copying devil fruit powers out of the grand line, mapping the world and training Law. He. Beyond helping Law, he is also an interesting subject to see if this crazy training method is effective. Law's hellish training. Gah. Law coughs blood when Hector's arm goes through his heart, his eyes bloodshot. Hector then unceremoniously takes off his arm and the hole in Law's chest closes. Cuff, Law pants loudly while clutching his chest, but he has no time to rest. Law's eyes widen. He moves a little out of the way, dodging to the side, but not enough. Hector appeared behind him and chops him down, his arm going through his shoulder till his navel. Dead again. But at least you saw this coming a little. Hector says lightly before removing his arm again. The huge wound closes like it never happened. And this is only him training observation hockey. Back to Hector in his lab. First-person POV. Well, you can't say that he doesn't have willpower. He didn't complain one time. It's fun training people. Now back to my work. I look at the huge medical capsule in front. I check the vitals of the body inside and nod to myself, good enough. Using gold experience really accelerates the process. But with Bonnie's devil fruit will be even faster. I comment, open the capsule Cortana, I order. The golden liquid of the capsule is drained. The capsule moves from its vertical position to a horizontal one, and the body inside is deposited in front of me on a table by robotic arms. Hello, handsome. I say to myself. Yes, myself. This is my clone. A brain-dead clone of mine to be exact. Alive, but soulless. I remove the oxygen mask on his face and check him again. Yep, a perfect clone. The only problem. He is completely normal. No powers, no mutations, nothing. This is me if I never had the essence. I even removed his metagene. Well. I look at his body. This is a very fit for me if I never had the essence. The body is at peak human performance at least. This will be a game changer. I say before taking an item from inventory. The stone mask from JoJo. I put on my clone face, and make a small cut on my palm before smearing the mask with my blood. Ka-cheek. As expected, spikes protrude from the mask immediately and stab my clone skull. The body jerks a little on the table, before going still. I check the vitals on the machines. All normal. Good. I remove the stone mask and put it on my inventory again. Moving the lips away with my finger, I see the fangs of my now vampire clone. Good. I say again and take a step back. And then I propel my soul out of my body. Yes. Dark Danny power. It's not my complete soul, I notice. But is enough to possess a weak-willed target. My own soulless clone then. I delve into him without a problem. I blink. I'm staring at the ceiling. Yes. This is not my body. Well, it is. But not exactly. My senses are different. It's weird to not have that many powers. I sit on the steel bed. I looked at my side and saw my true body resting with his eyes closed. I can feel the connection still. Good. Your soul is inhabiting a new body. Do you want to transfer the character assimilations to this new body? OBS, the assimilation process will restart. You will lose the assimilation progression in any other body. Interesting. I click no. I will look into it in more detail in the future. But apparently, if my body was completely destroyed with only my soul surviving, I could recreate my body again. It's like a game, continue. But losing my progress. I'm playing a Souls game. I have Brook Devil Fruit power too. Heh. I will not die even if I am killed. How are you feeling, Master? Cortana hologram appears and looks at me worriedly. Weak. I say and hop off the metal bed. Ugh. So weak. My legs are wobbling a little. I'm not used to this body. It will take time to get used to it. I say. But it's a success. Cortana smiles. Yes. Now I can create other personas without a problem. I say. I then move my arm, and make some tests. Hockey covers my arm without a problem. So even if I lose my physical powers, I keep my spiritual ones. Well, when Sanji changed bodies with Nami he could have used hockey. This is good too. Now. The last test. Light up. I say to Cortana. Are you sure, Master? She asks unsure. Go for it. Full force. I say and prepare myself. A wall opens and a robotic arm moves close to me. In its edge. A UV lantern. Starting. Cortana warns me. The next second, the UV lights hit my full body. Emise pain. To my credit, I didn't scream even while my body was disintegrated. Master. Master. I open my arms again, I'm back to my body. I'm okay. I say, a little out of it by the death experience but otherwise completely fine. I can hear Cortana sighing in relief while I check my body and spirit. Yep, no damage to my spirit or soul. My stand, hockey, magic. All of it is working at 100%. Yone's soul anchoring works just fine. He 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 he. Ha 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 ha, I allow myself to have a full-blown laugh. I'm becoming even more of a monster. Time for some training. I sat down in the training room. I acquired too many powers recently and didn't test them appropriately. For the first time in a long time, my control is lacking. I always had flawless control over my body and powers. So good that even if I gained a new power, would not impact me too much and I would be capable of using said power expertly right away. But right now, it slipped. Time to fix that. My projects are moving nicely. I had a lot of blank slate bodies ready to receive a certain set of powers and become another persona. Now I can make a street-level anti-hero person without a problem. I can also create bodies of different races. I still had Thor blood. I will not clone him, but maybe I can make Aesir, Hector and see how it goes. Put different builds of powers in different bodies. And there's no need for the body to look like me. Right now, in the capsules, there are bodies with different power sets being developed. A Spider-Man, a ninja that with luck will have Mokutan, after I try to isolate the Senju genes of Tsunade. Trying to force atavism, a totally normal human body but having the Hanma bloodline and developed by the Hercules method of Luther Strode. And this is only the beginning. Even without the essence, I will create the ultimate life form. One day. Cars from JoJo, Cell from Dragon Ball, Meruem from Hunter x Hunter. I will have all. I will start small. I didn't choose the One Piece world casually and only to have fun. I chose this world because it's full of strong races too. A Lunarian, Hector can be cool too. Huh, I really fucking need biokinesis. Well, let's forget about physiologies for now and focus on powers. I close my eyes to take a look at my inner world. As always, I can see the huge pillar of light on the horizon. The sky is full of stars, in different shapes, sizes, and colors. Each one represents a power. My focus is on the new additions. The many stand powers and the many devil fruits powers. I will revise each one of them thoroughly and... A certain star attracts my attention. I willed so, and a purple star floats to my front. Why the Gomu Gomu no Mi is so big? And is pulsing strangely. Every power has different characteristics that only a power manipulator like me could tell. It's a feeling you know. The taste, how it shines, how it feels when I touch it. I can say the category of a power this way. The disgustingly slimy feeling of the master powers, the strong way that brute powers perpetually shine and others. This rubber power is weird. It's pulsing, like it's a purple egg and there's a living thing inside, ready to burst out. I can hear it heartbeat. I saw powers like that. I look around, most of the transformation powers are like that. With the feeling of something alive. Beast Boy's animal transformation, Zoan devil fruits and animal mutations in Marvel and Hero Academia. So Luffy really has a hidden trump card. I inspect the Gomu Gomu no Mi powers, but it's like it has some lock on it. There are conditions to activation. Like Nen. This feeling is a little similar to. I pull a golden star to my hand. Sengoku Buddha devil fruit. Yep. I pull an azure flame too. Yes. The Gomu Gomu no Mi gives the same vibe of the Buddha and the Phoenix powers. It's a fucking mythical Zoan. Oda kept this a secret for all this time. I sent Sengoku and Marco's power to the sky again and kept holding Luffy's power. A mythical Zoan, huh? The worst part is that makes sense. Luffy rubber power doesn't work like how rubber or elastic power should work. Anyone with a little knowledge of physics must understand that Luffy throwing his arm back to punch forward is useless. If in a line, someone made of rubber is at point 0, and throws his arm to the point -10 to hit the point +10, it will not add any force doing that. When the arm passes by the point 0 will lose any momentum again. That's why Elastigirl and Reed only punch forward. Without Luffy's theatrics. I always ignored it, attributing that to Oda's lack of knowledge and because it's cool. But Luffy's power is never rubber. So it should be some sort of body transformation from the mythical Zoan. And I have a guess of what type of mythical Zoan is. Would be cool if it's the Hito Hito no Mi model, Sun Wukong. Everything would make sense. His body stretches like the staff of Sun Wukong. The Gear 4th is like animal transformations. Snakeman, Kong. Sun Wukong can transform himself. Monkey D. Luffy. Oda also was a fan of Dragon Ball. The clear similarities with Goku. Sun Wukong was sealed by Buddha's 5 fingers. 5 elders suppressing the world. He made a journey around the world. The more I think about it, the more makes sense. And damn, that would be cool. Sun Wukong in all media is a menace. There's a Sun Wukong in Marvel. Should be scary. I stop guessing and focus on the power in my hands. It should reach its potential in an awakening. But my power manipulation allows me to notice that there are conditions to it. And if I force, I can force, by the way. Would be a loss and maybe the power will not work properly. What is the condition? The anime cliché says that should be a moment of pure rage. It's a classic. Luffy's rage should be a cool moment to watch. So let it be. It's like my nin power. I can't force it. If I really need it in the future, it should awaken on its own. No problem. I allow the purple power to go back to its place on the night sky. Now I need to focus. There's a little problem with Devil Fruit's powers. The curses, the limitations. Weakness to the sea stone, and the limitation to only one person. It's not a problem for me. My stronger-than-most body and soul, coupled with power manipulation, allows me to bypass these restrictions. But the same can't be said about others, about my subordinates. So now. Time for some modifications. My power manipulation can do much more than steal, copy, and give powers. I can modify it to a certain extent and cultivate these powers. As an example is Bakugo's explosion quirk. It was fairly easy for me to modify a little so that the explosions could be emitted by the sole of my feet too. The idea that I will apply now came when I compared Devil Fruit's powers with quirks. Quirks are basic. Most of them are very unidirectional power. Todoroki and Kaminari can create their respective elements, but only that. They can't control it. Let's use Ace's fire fruit as an example. If I would dissect the power, would be like that. Fire fruit. Fire generation. Fire control. Fire immunity. Fire body transformation. Fire constructs. Weakness to the sea. Weakness to sea stone. One power limitation. That would be a very simplified version. Any of these could be a quirk on its own. So, I would break this power. Unravel it in smaller powers. Like quirks. Remove the weakness and the one devil fruit limitation. That's more of a curse, by the way, and reassemble it. If I accomplish it, I will finally be capable of fusion powers of the same type. Till now, I was just using them together. This is an increase in quality. I could stack Jean's, Emma's, Xavier's, and many other people's telepathy and create an even stronger power. It's possible because every telepathy has a certain frequency and signature. I can't stack 2 Jeans to double the power that easily. I could isolate the power, weakness to the sea, and curse people by giving to them. Hey, imagining myself giving it to Namor makes me chuckle. Now, time to put in some work. I already made many repeated copies of the devil fruits because I can predict that I will destroy a lot of them practicing. This will be an arduous process. But what I don't do for my cute subordinates, right? Marine headquarters. So Big Mom finally made her move. Garp asks Sengoku. Her children did, but they wouldn't move without her orders. Sengoku massages the bridge of his nose. How it is going? Garp asks while eating. The Whitebeard pirates are still fending off their attacks. But Big Mom hasn't made a move personally yet. If she did. Sengoku says. They have no chance unless. Garp trails off. Ugh. The devil steps in. Sengoku groans, we are seeing the beginning of a second warlike marine ford. And I don't know if the world is ready yet. Ahoy. Hector is smart enough to figure out some things about the Goma Goma no Mi, too bad he lacks knowledge. He is wrong in 2 things. It's not Sun Wukong, but an inside world myth, and it does not need a rage moment. Too bad. Meta-knowledge is such a cheat. If the last chapters there a lot about the world around Hector, you guys can notice a certain lack of his POVs, now this chapter we focused on his progress. The multiple body is a big thing and his increased mastery with power manipulation too. I believe this chapter can be enjoyed even if you don't watch One Piece. I will not say much more, there will be even more growth on his means and character on this arc till next time. Chapter 67, World of Pirates, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. I think self-discovery is the greatest achievement in life, because once you discover yourself and accept what you are, then you can fulfill your true potential and be happy. Marco Pierre White. Recap, in the last chapter Hector continues to travel and have a little fun in the One Piece while collecting powers. He finally creates a base to research and starts his project of creating multiple bodies and personas. And decided to work with power manipulation to recreate the devil fruit powers and more convenient tools to his plans. Arg. I give up. I say, falling on my back from my sitting position on the ground. My arms outstretched to each side while I look at the ceiling. Huff, I rub my eyebrows, and my hand comes back a little wet. It has been a long time since I didn't sweat. Rover, who was at my side, turns to me in askance and puts his head on my belly, my hand goes to scratch behind his ear. I'm not really giving up, but I think I reached the limit of what I can do now. I'm almost, succeeding in disassembling the devil fruit's powers. But when I'm on the final step. Puff, everything turns to nothingness. I already lost 86 of the copies that I created to do that. I only have 12 more. I feel that I can do that. You know the feeling when there's a boss on a game that you die a lot, but you have a good feeling and know that next time will be a success. Yep, like that. I'm losing on the details. And I know the reason. I need to fuse again. I say looking at the ceiling. I'm currently divided into 4, thanks to Dark Danny's ghostly biofission. Right now, I'm only with 50% of my original performance. 50% of my mental power, 50% of my concentration, 50% of my dexterity. During all those 86 tries, I believe I discovered the recipe/path to disassemble. Already reverse engineered the whole thing. It was like the last time when I started to create nerfed versions of strong powers. I know I can do it now. But I need to fuse again. Or use power boost cards on my power manipulation. But nah, let's stretch to the limit before using power boost cards again. Maximize growth efficiency. The thing is that my other bodies are doing important things now. And disassembling dozens of devil fruits powers will take time. I slowly stand up from the ground. Rover stands up with me. Well, I can go practice some magic while my other bodies don't arrive. I say to myself while start walking away. I slowly turn around to watch Rover following me. I stop and he stops too. His head tilted to look up at me. I start walking again and he starts following me again. Keeping up with my speed. I stop one more time and he stops too. Question mark. He looks at me confused. I can't resist. In an instant I lowered myself exactly 0.2 centimeters, threatening to run away at high speed. My sudden movement triggers something in the dog. He lowers himself too and starts to run, but he can't get out of the place because of the slippery ground and inertia. His paws and nails make a tack-tack sound on the ground while he makes a good impression of how people run in their dreams. Then, the inertia can't stop him anymore. With a swoosh he zooms away from me, moving dozens of meters in an instant. At some point, he must have noticed that I'm not running behind him because he pauses and tries to turn back, but inertia makes him keep going and he makes a drift and comes back at high speed again. But he doesn't stop, he passes by me at high speed and some dozens of meters away he repeats the drift. This is gonna take a while if I leave him alone. Puffed. Haha, okay, I moved fast and caught him by the sides when he was going to pass by me again. His legs kick the air like he is still running. Be careful when you catch the zoom eyes, you concentrated calamity in a furball. I put him over my shoulders while he pants with his tongue out of his mouth. Walking him in the future will be a challenge. Heh. I will pass this responsibility to Cassandra. At this moment, a piece of information arrives in my mind. One of my other bodies becomes aware of a little dispute between the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom. I can feel a grin being formed on my face. Change of plans, we can do abracadabra later, let's go throw some hands, Rover. I say. Asterisk woof asterisk, he answers animatedly. His eyes glowing eerily, his teeth bare to the world. It's remember me of that Pitbull meme. Maybe I should change your name to Cupcake. Or Princess. I joke, just don't eat the children in the park. Asterisk whine asterisk, he makes a pitiful sound. Third person POV. Beyond the main Hector, that was in the lab on the sky, the other 3 bodies are around the world. 2 of them are covering the huge area of the 4 seas, 1 in each hemisphere. The lack of knowledge about the other oceans beyond the East Blue, the hard connection between countries in this world full of islands, makes it easy for him to overlook something. And he doesn't want to miss a secretly overpowered devil fruit that maybe was eaten by a goon-level pirate for example. I hope we are on the same page, my dear. One of Hector's bodies smiles, gently, at a somewhat beautiful woman with colorful hair. He is on the North Blue, in an underground auction place, holding the woman in charge by the neck. It's not a coincidence that he stopped here. When he was flying over he saw a smiley face with a line cutting it on a wall. The symbol of the Joker, Doflamingo's underworld broker persona. It's expected that the guy has an incredible criminal network around the world. Hector is here to spare effort some effort. The woman looks at Hector in fear. She recognizes him from the newspapers and the wanted posters. Yes, yes. I will do it. PL please don't kill me. The woman nods like a chicken and says with a shaky voice. Good girl. Hector says slowly while entering the woman's mind and stealing information, noticing that the woman also plans to contact Doflamingo about what is happening now. Hector's eyes narrow. I just need you to inform me of anything related to devil fruits and devil fruits users, don't matter how small. Hector releases the woman on the ground. I will do it. No problem. Good. But as a token of your sincerity. Hector lowers himself and his hand goes to the woman's chest. His fingers start to sink on the woman before he slowly pulls. The woman can clearly see how Hector takes off her still beating heart from her chest. The criminal face falls even further, and her mind almost breaks from the scene. Arg. Hector gives the heart a squeeze, making the woman wince in pain. Now. You know to whom your life belongs, right? He stares at the woman dead in the eye. Once again the woman nods fast, her hand over her chest, above the hole of her heart that already disappeared. What bullshit ability. Hector thinks. That will be everything, sir. The woman asks fearfully, but trying to act seductively. Her experience tells that men tend to be merciful to the woman that belongs to them. There's anything more I can do for you? She tries to stick her big chest out, to flaunt her asserts. Hector squeezes her heart again without pity. Arg. She bends over in pain. Is your name Robin, Vivi, or Yamato? Then don't try to make a fool of me. Hector says in a cold tone. She nods again and doesn't dare to open her mouth. 3 months of you giving me information and I will give your heart back. If I dream that our talk here has leaked. Hector squeezes the heart again to punctuate how serious he is. The woman winces again and understands the message. Don't worry, I just want the information. It's not like I'm asking for money. No one will know if you don't tell. Hector smiles good-naturedly and gives the woman a pat on her shoulder. Work hard. He disappears, already flying to the other bases of the Doflamingo underworld criminal empire. After I take their information to myself, I will fuse again. He thinks before accelerating. On a certain deserted island. Such overpowered fruit. In your hands. Another Hector sighs while he crouches down on the rails of a pirate ship. Everyone, including the captain, is passed out after a blast of his hockey. Hector jumps and walks to the fallen devil fruit user. He doesn't even lower himself to copy the power, making Mr. Blue Sky do it for him. The slow fruit. Will make me invincible against brutes. Hector comments, looking down at the waste of such good fruit, Foxy. The Noro no Mi, slow fruit, it's one of the many devil fruits on Hector's list of underrated devil fruits that he needs to remember himself to go after. There are a lot of devil fruit powers that wouldn't be the first option to anyone, like the slow fruit, but now that Hector can have all. There's Alvita slip fruit too. Will make me even more invincible against brutes. I let Buggy go away last time, didn't even copy his power so that he can meet Alvita and the rest of his crew without an intervention of some butterfly effect, so that I can get Alvita's fruit without a problem. Hector says to himself while he checks his list on his mind. With a finger pressed on his temple, he starts floating away, flying over the deserted island, while choosing his next step. That mirror and book fruit are interesting too. But the users are Big Mom's children. So I can take later all at once. Viola's fruit too. But it's the same thing, I can go there when I decide to deal with Doflamingo. There's that door fruit of Blueno. Maybe I should go for the ex-Baroque works and non-important marines now, He plans before something attracts his attention. This Hector is the one tasked with going after people who appeared in canon, especially in the first part of the Grand Line. He is moving from one place to another without stopping and investigating every nook and cranny, but now something made him stop. The sky poison pearl is shining. Because he is acting mostly on the first part of the Grand Line, he is bound to find all types of animals, materials, and plants. So this Hector is collecting them and putting them in the safe environment of the sky poison pearl. Hector never expected that a forgotten feature of the sky poison pearl would show itself now. The pearl can locate and inform the user of any high-quality plant nearby. This was used one time by the main character of Against the Gods to find a rare herb. But it never happened with Hector. He is not in a cultivation world. It's not like he will find precious plants and herbs in New York. But now the pearl is flashing in a green light and directing him to the island. Below him. Could be. Hector eyes the light carefully. A thought passed through his mind. In this world, there's a type of plant of great importance. The devil fruits. In the next instant, Hector's assaults the entire island. His aura scans the whole place, feeling everything. And there it is. Hector teleports and appears under a tree. His eyes move to the strange fruit resting between the roots of the tree. The tree fruits appear to be some sort of orange. The devil fruit is much bigger than a normal orange. Must be the reason that it is on the ground. When the normal orange turned into the devil fruit, its weight made it fall. Beyond being 3 times bigger than a normal orange, it has strange patterns and is brown. Hector grabs it and inspects it. No clue. He can't identify this fruit. It's very unassuming, isn't like some fruits that easily can tell that give fire powers or something like that. Hector puts the fruit away and looks at his left hand. The pearl finally stops flashing in a green light. Convenient synergy. As expected from the essence. He comments, impressed. He mistakenly assumed that only cultivation resources would be registered by the pearl ability. Well, I will not complain. Let's invade some marine base and steal a devil fruit encyclopedia. He says before flying away at high speed. In another part of the Grand Line. Where the fuck is this place? Another Hector shouts to the sky, stopping his flight, his frustration apparent by the release of powers, making even the clouds be dispersed some kilometers away. If the other people from the movies like Douglas Bullet and Burndy World exist here, then there's no reason for the rest to not exist too. He exclaims. He found these people on Impel Down, these guys that are the main antagonists of some One Piece movies, but now he is not finding another antagonist, Guild to Zoro and his casino. Could be only semi-canon characters. There's a distinction to that. He sighs and starts to think. He wants the devil fruits that appeared in that movie, especially the one that steals luck, even if he feels that will not be as useful as he thinks to the gacha. I should have watched that movie. How did the Straw Hats end up in that casino? He flies away, he doesn't know the plot of the movie. He only knows about it because one day he was scrolling through the non-canon Devil Fruits page of the One Piece wiki after reading a fanfic that featured some movie characters. It's like Thriller Bark. A casino ship island. He decided to use the Doflamingo network to confirm if the casino exists here in this world. But suddenly he feels something with his senses, another sky island. Whatever, let's stop by. He changes course and moves to where he is feeling the presence of a lot of living beings in the sky. When he arrives at the place he is surprised yet again. It's not a sky island. It's a floating island. There's a difference. He frowns, his senses scanning the place, and suddenly he busts on laughs. I was looking for gold and I found float. He exclaims before breaking the sound barrier and going directly at his target. Shiki, the Golden Lion. This world timeline is all messed up. Fillers, right. He shouts to announce his presence to his opponent, before starting the duel that he knows that he is gonna win. The men already felt him because of his haki. Haki that Shiki never used in the movie, even if he should have had. Only because he appeared pre-time skip. The famous case of suffering a nerve from appearing too early. Like Crocodile. Hence, Hector's exclamation. Luffy shouldn't have met this guy in this world. His story would end at that moment. Now Hector has a clue to discover how the movies impact this world. New World. There's a small war happening in a certain archipelago between the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. An azure flame zooms from high in the sky, Marco appears amidst the flames and kicks Charlotte Snack directly in the face. One of Big Mom's sweet commanders was defeated just like that, being sent flying through the battlefield. The battlefield in question is incredibly chaotic. Not on the level of Marineford, but on each small island of this archipelago is the stage of a big battle. Skirmishes between low-level members of each crew also happen everywhere, on the beach, on decks of ships, and in minor stretches of land. Marco pants slightly after defeating one of the sweet commanders. He surveys the battlefield, checking the important duels happening. But he doesn't have time to help others because he was not fighting only against Snack, if not he wouldn't be this tired against someone on this level. Officers like Daifuku and others are also ganging up against the actual strongest of the Whitebeard pirates. All over the other archipelagos, the high-level pirates clash too. The swordsman Vista against another sweet commander, Charlotte Smoothie. Diamond Juzo against Cracker in a duel of durability. Ace against Oven, in a heated battle. And many others. Ace shouts while his fire-clad fist meets Oven's heated one. The clash creates a huge shockwave, the air distorts because of the heat, and no one can get closer. But Ace follows with another punch in the gut while Oven is recovering. In the end, his devil fruit and fighting abilities are superior. This last attack makes Oven stumble on his feet and fall to his knees. Ace doesn't waste time and moves around to help another someone. After all, they're fighting to defend Whitebeard's territory and legacy. The small war continues for hours and hours, and with time it becomes clear that the Whitebeard pirates' side is achieving victory. Till they hear a lullaby. Some paused to look where the song was coming from, but the more experienced ones immediately identified the source. Ship, 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 at a distance, a huge ship slowly approaches them. The ship is the one singing. It's alive because the ship is the Queen Mama Chanter, Big Mom's personal ship and a homie created by her powers. This could be Bagua. Marco frowns while trying to check who is on board the ship. That ship only moves when Big Mom orders and few can ride it. In the worst case scenario. Mamama. Newgate's little runts are very loyal, huh? The worst case scenario happens. The iconic laugh is the prelude to the appearance of the woman herself. Big Mom slowly walks to the bow of the ship, her huge figure easily recognized by her pink dress and characteristic pirate hat. Cloud and Sun, all alive and talking with her. Her simple appearance is enough to demoralize a good part of the Whitebeard pirates. Pero, this is a good opportunity, we can end the Whitebeard pirates right now. Paris Barrow comments on Big Mom's side. So not only her came, but another good fighter too. Luckily, it appears that Katakuri was left behind to protect her territory. At least one saving grace. With a show of unexpected agility, considering her huge body, Big Mom leaps from her ship and lands on a small island. Dozens of meters away. Her homies followed closely behind. She lands together with a blast of Conqueror's haki. The pressure and shockwave are enough to filter the weak fighters. Marco himself hurried to meet and stop her. Big Mom. He says seriously, going back to his human form. Marco. Mama. What about you all stop resisting and become part of my crew? I also treat everyone like my sons. She says with a smile. Marco sweats slightly by the pressure, but he doesn't back down. I think I will have to refuse and ask you to leave Oyaji territory. Mamama. Big Mom laughs uproariously. Newgate is dead. The world is for the living. With this, she didn't try to talk anymore. Who is she? She is Big Mom, the strongest woman pirate in the world. She takes what she wants, people need to accommodate to her whims. She pulls her arm and punches Marco suddenly. To stop this attack, Marco turns on his phoenix form and meets it head-on like an azure laser. Boom. The shockwave spread through the battlefield. They compete in strength, seemingly like an equal foot. Mama. Big Mom laughs causally before putting in more strength and finally overwhelming Marco. Marco flies away a little, his phoenix form lacking one wing and a claw. He stabilizes himself and coughs, before the missing limbs slowly start to grow again. Marco. Some of the members of the Whitebeard pirates shout at their division commander. I really don't want to kill you, Marco. Big Mom says while walking toward him. Big Mom still wants to recruit the user of the rare mythical Zoan, but her words are stopped when another flash of light enters her vision. She puts her arm covered with armament haki in front of her face to stop the attack. After enduring the barrage for a while, she opens her arm to dispel the fire. Yes, Ace stops the attack and moves close to Marco using his fruit powers. Are you okay, Marco? Ace asks. Ace. I think we need to retreat. Marco says, looking extremely tired. He fought a lot of opponents and recovering from an attack on Big Mom took a lot of his stamina. We can't. Ace says, not from simple stubbornness. In this situation, they can't retreat without leaving things behind. The territory, their people, crew. That is not a sacrifice that he likes to do. Well, if isn't Roger's brat. Just by looking at you, I'm getting angry. Big Mom says, her eyes glowing dangerously. I only have one father. Whitebeard. Ace shouts before attacking again with a fire fist. Mama. You're years too early, boy. Even your father avoided fighting me when he cowardly sneaked to steal my road poneglyph. Big Mom says with equal parts amusement and resentment. Amusement in seeing Ace's futile efforts and resentment for Roger getting the better of her. She slaps Ace's attack away and punches him. The attack hits him squarely on the chest, nailing him to the ground. Big Mom is rarely a merciful person. She raises her foot to step on Ace. But she stopped her actions by suddenly looking up. Someone is coming. She says, eyeing the cloudy sky. A red light shines far away, like a star. Her eyes widen in surprise and she puts her arms across her chest, barely fast enough to stop the attack that hit her. A ball of energy, almost as big as her, hits her arms covered in armament haki. The impact doesn't hurt her much, but it sends her sliding away a dozen meters and she needs to put a lot of effort into deflecting it away. Oi Ace, why do you always end up fighting people out of your league? A male voice asks beside the fallen fire user, don't you know that you're living through extra time and without plot armor? Hector appears with a TSK and kicks Ace, but restoring him with crazy diamond powers. Hector in casual clothes is now standing between Big Mom and Ace. Rover is in his giant size a few feet away behind him. He came riding the huge monster dog that now has airwalk. He was inspired by those cultivation novels where people have mounts and all that. Oh, if isn't the newest sensation. The problem child of the so-called worst generation. Big Mom says, eyeing Hector up and down. In this world, instead of Blackbeard being the 12th member of the worst generation, Hector took his place. With the rest of his crew completing 15 members. And his ridiculous feats only cemented this group of pirates as the worst and most dangerous rookies in history. And you must be Big Mom. Hector says in the same tone that she used. Mama. Aren't you a cute pie? She says, looking down on him like a grandma would look at her grandchildren. But there's a hint of mockery behind her tone. Well, I pity that I can't say the same. You really let yourself go, huh? Hector shakes his head and, TSKS again, decadency and an unhealthy lifestyle really impact people's appearance in this world. He says with a smirk. Oh, now looking closely, I'm noticing some similarities too. This annoying smile. Are you Roger's son too? 2 Roger's sons must be enough to quell my anger from years ago. She says dangerously. Sorry, I'm not. But you can say that we are related slightly. Hector comments, and why all this anger, old hag? Don't you know that boiled resentment is bad for your health? Hector acts like a worried grandson, but with mockery in his tone too. That damned Roger stole my poneglyph, reached the last island, started this era full of runts like you're running around and died. She says in anger. Jigachad. Hector nods to himself. We are the ones that need to clean his mess. And that bastard doesn't have the balls to fight me head on back then. She says with clenched fists. Hector rubs his chin with his index finger and thumb. That doesn't sound right. What, boy? Him? Running from a fight? Don't sound like him. Hector says, but I know that he really sneaked to steal the red poneglyph. Why didn't he defeat her? Just for fun. He thinks. Hector looks around a little. The two strongest on this battlefield are talking casually like there's no war. Their presence alone stopped all fights, and that was only a small demonstration of the difference in level from Yonkos to all the rest. Then suddenly something clicked in Hector's mind. Maybe it's a part of Roger's memories and intentions, maybe is a theory that was made by his own mind, but when he looked around at all those children of Big Mom he asks. Are you pregnant when Roger stole the poneglyph? Big Mom narrows her eyes hearing that question. Big Mom has 85 sons and daughters. In normal circumstances, this would make a total of almost 64 years only pregnant. Thankfully Big Mom had a lot of quintuplets, and maybe in this world and thanks to her strong constitution, her pregnancies maybe lasted much less than the normal 9 months. But even so, it's expected that she spent some good decades pregnant. So maybe, Roger avoided the fight because he didn't want to fight with a pregnant lady. Are you saying that he looked down on me just because I was carrying a child? But Big Mom doesn't like this new perspective not even a little. She is an extremely prideful individual after all. Well, he was also dying, maybe he doesn't want to waste some time of his life by getting hurt by you. He still needed to find Laugh Tale, after all. Hector says with a shrug. That damn, Roger. Big Mom's eyes turn red in anger. Conqueror's hockey shook the archipelago. Does he think that I'm like any other fragile woman? I would have killed him even while giving birth. Gross. Hector comments while looking at his nails disinterestedly. You really have his talent for getting under people's skin. I was ready to offer an alliance but you wouldn't accept, right boy? Big Mom turns to look down on Hector. Nah. You can't offer me anything that I can't simply take. He says casually. His eyes gain a predatory glint while he looks at Big Mom and her crew. Her fruit is on Hector's top 5 paramecias of priority to get. So it's clear what we're about to do. She starts saying in Napoleon, her pirate hat, jumps from her head and becomes a sword on her hand. Prometheus and Zeus also go into battle mode. How do you wish to die? She asks, trying to intimidate him. Trying to use her devil fruit powers to take his soul away. But Hector is not afraid of her. Well, my second option would die with my head being crushed by a powerful woman's thighs. Hector says with a pensive and serious expression. His casual, but serious reply makes some people look at him strangely. If you're younger, I wouldn't mind giving you the opportunity to try. He smiles roguishly at Big Mom. Pfft, mama. Big Mom guffaws after getting shocked for a second, resting the blade of her sword on her shoulder. Aren't you charming? Mama. Every man riz with grandmas is out of the charts. Hector comments while passing his hand through his hair. He says with a laugh. The two laugh together for some time, boom clank. Before Big Mom attacked him mercilessly with her sword. Obviously, Hector saw that coming seconds ago. High raises his arm and meets her attack with his left fist. The clash shook the whole battlefield. The sky was split in the characteristic way that only the ones in the top of this world can do when they fight each other. Sudden movements can be bad to your back, old hag. Hector smirks at her. Hector decides to give the woman so fright that some trolling is concocted on his mind. While blocking her sword with his left first, he raises his right hand and starts to use twice. Twice quirk allows the user to replicate anyone that he knows the measurements, and it's not limited to self-replication. Hector never used it in a real battle, but if he wants he can replicate other people. Like he is planning to do right now. Bring Roger and Whitebeard to one last stand to defend their children and legacy. To scare the shit out of Big Mom. To create a legend and a new layer of protection for the now Yonko-less crew. A deterrent against enemies. Now, a small explanation about the works of this seemingly overpowered quirk. The main reason that Hector doesn't use to clone people like the Hulk or Thor, it's that he wouldn't have any control over them. If don't use telepathy to brainwash the clones. It's also not that useful when cloning strong people. The clones have low durability and would not even resist their own powerful attacks. The mind of the user is also important in a certain way. Hector needs to always know the actualized measurements of the people that he will clone. If something happens with the person and Hector knows without details, or the person dies, Hector can't clone them. He can't clone people he knows are already dead. Flashback. Months before in the Hero Academia world. Hector finds himself sitting in his secret lab. His upper body was supported by his elbows resting on his knees, his palms turned upwards. His eyes are vacant while a seemingly infinite amount of the mud-like liquid of the twice quirk is emitted by his palms. The ground was already covered a hand deep in mud. I can't. He murmurs to himself while slowly clenching his fists, I can't because I know they're dead. He continues. He can't even pathetically recreate his own parents to a last goodbye with his power. He can't even lie to himself to have some seconds of comfort. To escape reality a little. He opens his right palm again, and this time he succeeds. He creates a perfect duplicate of Nana Shimura. Another duplicate of someone he knows who is dead. The implications run over his mind. Without giving the opportunity to the clone say anything, he destroys it with a swift motion of his hand. He looks at his hands again, that's fucked up. He sighs. Back to the present. That episode is one of the reasons that makes Hector always be careful in keeping in touch with reality. He unconsciously doesn't see the people that he meets as real people, but as characters. And all his powers. Everything he can do. Everything he knows because of the meta-knowledge. He is like a higher being. A reader. Did the character die in this chapter of the manga? Okay, if I read the previous chapter he will be alive again. That's the power of a reader. Every reader has the power to simply turn the page and make the character alive again in his mind. To him and at that time. There's a theory that if the One Above All and the Fulcrum are incarnations of Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, the main creators of the characters of this multiverse Marvel. Maybe the Beyonders are the readers. They can do whatever they want with the comic in their hands. Colorize differently, tear apart, write whatever they want. Even fanfics. Create headcanons. Hector was like that, maybe he still has this higher quality inherent in his being. Useful to bypass these mental blocks and limitations in using some powers. Powers that normally would be hard to people use because they're scared, or whatever reason, Hector can use them easily. The only limits are the ones that he puts on himself. Is Jean afraid of going all out and turning people on vegetables, and because of that she can't tap her full potential? Hector simply chooses to not do it. He can use her power better than her because of that. He is a special existence in his own right. But did he like it? Seeing people as characters banalizes their existence and their value. He thinks is too early. Some things are being taken away from him. Only because he is strong and special like that. A certain fear of never experiencing normal things brews in his heart and keeps him awake at night. One time he even thought by himself if he was incredibly lucky one day and gained something OP like a Dr. Manhattan card he wouldn't assimilate it instantly, even if it was a dumb decision. The way these strong characters, that can see everything at once, go anywhere, go back in time, kill and reassemble people, run away from their mistakes by simply jumping from one reality to another. The way they think and see the world and people around them. It's not something he wants for himself. The growth in strength must be gradual. But he is afraid it is too late. Except that at this moment something happened that changed everything. Hector's eyes widen slowly while he looks at his right hand. It's not forming. He murmurs, shocked. He can't create the duplicates. He is paralyzed seeing his failure. You're distracted. Big Mom shouts, removing her sword from the standoff. Giving a step back, she pulls the sword back and prepares to cleave, the still unmoving Hector in two with a horizontal slash. Ikoku sovereignty. Big Mom exclaims while swinging her sword at Hector. The attack creates an invisible wave of destruction that makes everything in its path disappear. Even Hector is nowhere to be seen. Hector. Ace shouts worriedly at the scene. Everyone thinks that the fight was decided like that. Did you get him? Big Mom hears Hector's voice ask beside her. She looks up to see Hector lying on his side on the flat of her sword. His hand above his eyes, to shield them from the sun, while he looks at the destruction caused by the attack. You. Big Mom starts but doesn't finish before Zeus tries to attack Hector with a bolt of lightning. Hector disappears again in a swift movement, reappearing in front of Big Mom again. A carefree smile on his lips. Ha 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 ha. He simply can't contain his laugh, I'm so happy right now. He laughs at the sky. Big Mom looks at him strangely. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that I would be happy having performance issues. That Rudius card is dangerous. He jokes to himself, making a reference only he knows. Are you crazy? Big Mom asks with a raised eyebrow. Hector, who was laughing while covering his eyes, stops and gives a long sigh, rubbing his eyes to clear some tears. He turns to look at her. Sorry. It's just that. He chuckles again, it's not too late, Big Mom. There's still time for me. He shouts with his arms open to the world. She continues to look at him without understanding a thing. Whatever, you're not the first crazy bastard that I have to deal with in my life. She stops thinking too hard about it. Hey, I'm in such a good mood that I will not even kill you. He smiles at her. Bold words. She smirks at him. It's that so, Hector matches her smirk with a bigger one on his own. Then he slowly moves to make a certain stance. A very familiar stance to all the people present. He separates his feet in a horse stance, he brings his right hand above his left shoulder. Big Mom's eyes widen, and she prepares her sword. Marco and the other pirates of the Whitebeard crew's mouths fall. Is this for real? Their suspicions are confirmed when a semi-transparent sphere covers Hector's fist. Oyaji's power. Hector disappears from his spot. Before even Big Mom could put up a defense, Hector appeared close to her and side punches her midsection. Crack. The air breaks where he punches, and white cracks spread around the two. The shockwave of this attack is unnaturally big. Cracks appear on the ground, the trees are pushed by the wind, and waves suddenly are raised from the sea. After the crash, Big Mom was sent flying, and blood was spilled from the orifices on her head. She hits the ground sometime later, creating a huge crater. Coughing up, she slowly starts standing up. When the wind blows the dust away, she looks up to see Hector floating above her. His two fists are covered by the semi-transparent spheres signaling the tremor fruit. Aren't you a durable old hag? Let me try some of my new powers on you. Hector smiles at her, even Big Mom feels shivers looking at him now. Cortana, Eidolon beats an old lady with dementia. This would be a hot topic in our world. She says sarcastically. Hector almost stumbles on the air hearing her. This is why context is important. He argues. He moves his hand, still covered by the tremor powers, and claps one time in Big Mom direction. The moment the two semi-transparent spheres on his hand meet, a loud sound of breaking glass is heard throughout all the battlefield. Whitebeard never used his power like that. The clap creates a vacuum, the air being pushed in Big Mom's direction. The shockwave hits her like a mini nuke. Boom. Hector observes his groundwork for some time. Disgustingly durable. He laughs while seeing that Big Mom is still alive. Hector looks up to see that Prometheus and Zeus moved around him in unison. The cloud and the sun prepare themselves for a huge attack. A super move. Hector asks casually, I can create them on a whim too. He says before raising his hand. Another semi-transparent sphere appears above his hand. Operation plus darkness. He slowly said. The semi-transparent sphere slowly becomes pitch black, then it expands to cover Hector and the two homies circling him. Dark room. Hector's ominous voice is heard before he locks himself with Prometheus and Zeus. The pitch-black sphere floats in the air, no sound comes out of it, and is impossible to see the insides of the huge sphere. A second later the dark room shrinks and disappears. Hector reappears for everyone to see and people can see the last moments of the two homies. A wisp of cloud and a wisp of fire disappear together into nothingness. Big Mom clutches her chest in pain. Prometheus. Zeus. She shouts, what did you do with them? Simply disperse them. Or the word used should be erased. Hector comments seriously, nullifying your power separates your soul from them, making them a simple cloud and fire again. Hector's eyes change to the all-seeing eyes, and he looks at Big Mom. Well, you lost a little of your soul, but not that much. You're taking it back slowly. I didn't destroy it. He comments. You bastard. Big Mom shouts at him. Look who is talking. Hector rolls his eyes. He drops in an axe kick at Big Mom's head, but she crosses her arms to defend herself. Whoa, you are really durable. Very ridiculous, I would say. Hector comments before spinning to kick her away. Even if he is only at 50% of his power, Big Mom's durability is really incredible. Are you really human? He asks, pointing his finger at her. A piercing white light glows on the tip of his finger and he shoots it at her. The laser literally bounces off her body. Puffed. Ridiculous. Let's see the truth. Hector says, and his eyes change again to the all-seeing eyes of God. He analyzes Big Mom's body while casually fighting her, not going all out to not hurt the people nearby. Some sort of this world variant of the Hercules syndrome. There are muscles there and her metabolism is ridiculous. This would explain why she thinned out in her adult years, when she was more active. And grew fat again when she rarely gets in a fight nowadays. Continued eating the same amount but is not working out anymore. He thinks while dodging some earth-shattering sky-spittling attacks. Well, I need to end this. Big Mom's crew has a lot of devil fruits to copy. Hector murmurs before starting to attack. He meets her attack with his own, changing their course, moving closer before using a dragon claw grip on her forearm. Only one piece to make a fight with a morbidly obese old woman in a pink dress to be epic. He exclaims before he twists, the attack makes huge wounds appear all over Big Mom's arm, gushing blood. Surprise on seeing your blood? These people that are born strong are really different. Hector says before spinning on himself and doing a karate chop on her shoulder, during her moment of negligence. Ugh. Big Mom groans in pain from Hector's attack, but they are not as bad as she expected. Big Mom. I said that I wouldn't kill you, but I can still traumatize you. She hears Hector's voice beside him. But she can't turn fast enough to avoid the punch on her ribs. That should be enough. Hector says to himself after throwing her around a little. Time to learn the truth. Heaven's door. Suddenly, the places where Hector hit pages of a book unfurl. It took some effort. Did hockey work as a protection against Heaven's door ability? Hector frowns while looking at the confused Big Mom. Do you want to know to where Mother Carmel went, Big Mom? Hector asks, attracting her attention. Mother Carmel was the previous user of the soul fruit and Big Mom mother figure after she was abandoned by her biological parents. Big Mom, who was looking at the pages on her body, was suddenly hit on her forehead. Hector makes her lie down and holds her telekinetically. TSK. So accustomed to being the big fish that is not in your muscle memory to dodge. Hector shakes his head looking down at her. You made it too easy with all those years of self-indulgence. Grr. She tries to stand up, but Hector glares back, increasing the pressure on her. Stay still while I rock your world. In a bad way, I mean. He says, also discreetly copying her power. Look at this. He points to a page that is opened on her chest. It shows a picture of Mother Carmel and tells her relationship with Lin, Big Mom. You don't know it, but your dear Mother Carmel orphanage didn't exist because of the goodness of her heart. She sells her children to the world government. Hector says. Lies. Big Mom shouts before being silenced by an invisible punch in her mouth. Mr. Blue Sky makes her mouth a zipper and shuts her up. SH. Hear me out, we didn't even get on the worst part. Oh. Ah yes, you have a whole lot of maternal instinct, huh? Hector eyes her in sudden realization. You probably got that from her. Well, you got that from your idealized version of her. Must be a shock to discover that everything is a lie. Hector shakes her head and lets Big Mom with her thoughts for some time before she continues. All the giants of the Marines came from Mother Carmel. She was a child trafficker. I would kill her if she was alive. Hector looks at Big Mom with a malicious glint, but you already took care of it. Big Mom looks at him confused. Hector gives a big regretful sigh. How do you know, when we are children we can't separate our senses of self from the world. Only at a certain point, do we start to draw the line. This is me, that is the world / another person, . Hector explains, and that's where the problem lies. You're a big kid, huh? Always childish. Hector turns some pages slowly, and slowly. There it is. He says in a happy mood before turning the page to Lin C. A very gory scene, which was even not shown in the manga, is explicitly illustrated on the page. Big Mom's eyes widen seeing that. Hector whistles, damn, Heaven's Door really doesn't censor anything. Well, look at the bright side, this saved you from becoming a Marine. You're totally in your own world, huh? Hector comments, someone that was born as strong as you can go anywhere, do anything. Ah. Hector crouches down to whisper at her, you must have noticed, that's why you have the Sora no Mi. If you eat the heart of a user, it works just like the fruit. The heart is where a good part of our soul stays, you know. And the devil's fruit latches on your soul, that's why only one is allowed. He says conspiratorially, even winking to mock her. He discovered studying Blackbeard. This and many other secrets. MPPHF. Gore. Ugh. Big Mom trashes around mightily, but Hector holds her firmly. She starts crying like a kid, tears running out of her eyes like a river. Hector stares at her without pity, a fitting punishment to her tyranny. He comments, noticing the effects of the truth. He removes his powers from her and hops off. Big Mom doesn't attack him or anything, she simply sits down and continues crying, even suckling on her thumb like a 2-year-old. Another one. What I am. Peter Pan. Hector shakes his head in exasperation after making another villain suffer from mental regression. After some time of silence, people finally reunite the courage to approach the place where the battle between Big Mom and Hector happened. The pirates of the two crews approach together. There's no need to fight, the winner of the duel will decide the winner of this war anyway. Perispero, right? Hector's voice can be heard even before they see the two Yonkos. Everyone tenses, and the winner of the fight is revealed. Why yes. The man in question asks with some trepidation in his voice. There's Hector calmly sitting on a rock, while Big Mom acts like an oblivious kid looking at the sky and suckling on her thumb. I won. Lead me to your poneglyph. Hector says flatly. For some time, no one answers anything. You think we will follow your comm, Ga? Charlotte Cracker starts to act bellicose. Boom. But Hector silences him, by suddenly appearing above him and punching him on a crater on the ground. The person with one of the best durabilities in the world was one-shot just like that. Hector doesn't turn to look at the rest of the pirates. I'm ordering. I really don't want to kill anyone today. He says, killing intent flooding the air around them, his fingers cracking and promising aggression to anyone that the next words are not a, yes, sir. Perispero nods while sweating. You guys must have some questions, but go back first. I'm going sightseeing in Whole Cake Island. Hector says to the Whitebeard pirates before jumping on Big Mom's ship. Don't make me erase you too. He intimidates the ship to follow his orders. Ship. Queen Mama whimpers. What are you? A Pokemon. We are almost arriving. Perispero says in a strange tone to Hector. Is that so? Did you make sure that no one will attack me? Hector asks, his voice muffled from where he is. Yes. Perispero says slowly. Is this really necessary? Charlotte Smoothie asks from her sitting position on the floor, looking down at Hector. To the winners, the spoils. Hector says, his voice muffled by her ties, so you will give me a lap pillow if I want. He says like is obvious. She and her legs are big enough to accommodate his whole body. It's not even a lap pillow anymore, it's a lap mattress. She is more confused than freaked out, but shouldn't you be facing upwards in a lap pillow? She points to the ceiling to illustrate. Hector now is lying on her long and smooth legs without any shame. Nope, this is how they do it in my hometown. He says as a matter of fact. Obviously, he is not, only, being a pervy. He is copying her power and that of many others close by. Strangely, to him, the people around him are taking it too well. Apparently is expected of these strong guys to have strange personalities. And is better for him to be a little goofy than a murderous bastard. His empathic powers don't even feel resentment from Smoothie in practically sexually harassing her. This world's morals are a little lax with this apparently. By the way, I normally don't do this, but seriously. Your power literally is squeezing people dry. I really couldn't waste the opportunity in flirting a little. Hector says like it's an obvious thing again. Smoothie only sighs in exasperation and starts stroking Hector's hair. In truth, when he flirted with her early, she almost became stoned because of the marrow powers of Boa Hancock. Some other female members are not that lucky, but Hector reverted them back after copying the powers. By the way, Perispero. Hector's muffled voice travels to their ears. Yes. Pero. Without Big Mom, you are all in a bad spot. But at the same time is a good opportunity. Try to not be an asshole to everyone in the future. Like killing people for ingredients. He says. You can take care of her or use her as a guard dog. I don't care, I'm a peace-loving guy after all. Hector says. No one believes him. But relax, if Kaido, Shanks, or the Marines attack you guys I will help repel them at least. I like balance. And there's no such thing as eternal enemies, after all. He says. Perispero narrows his eyes at Hector. It's true that he is not that childish to hold resentment over Hector. They fought and he lost. That's it. No one important to him died too. Does he want to slowly swallow the Big Mom pirates like that? He thinks. All right, Pero. We will trust in your kindness. Perispero says politically. Already starts thinking about ways to use Hector. Hector just gives him a thumbs up. Giddy about the new powers that he is about to acquire. Big Mom crew has so many devil fruit users and so many races. It's practically a treasure trove to Hector. Should I give these powers that can produce food to Tsukasa? Maybe a nerfed version. Or that one that can cook anything. He thinks without a care in being on the enemy territory, enjoying Smoothie legs. Hector POV days later after the battle between the Big Mom pirates. I'm really photogenic, and I didn't even assimilate Barney Stinson yet. I comment seeing the newspapers. The main article is about my victory against Big Mom. My bounty doubled, now it is 3 billion. And there's a cool picture of me holding the incredibly heavy red ponglai by the edge with my index finger, equilibrating it like it means nothing. I think they put this to make me a target of Shanks and Kaido. The world government is not stupid. I comment. Making the enemy fight against themselves is an old tactic. Siko says behind me flatly. Right now we are on a sky island, most precisely in Skypiea. Oh, so the Straw Hats came here. Bartokuin shouts at a distance, his crew follows him excitedly like children. Search for a girl named Konis. She helped them. I shout at them. They follow my lead and start running around the city shouting for Konis. Hey, they only have one brain cell. I say while I continue to walk around the city with Siko. The wing people are interesting. I ask myself if those useless wings are a product of evolution because they don't use anymore. I plan to visit this place for a long time, so I brought Bartokuin and his crew to them to hear about the Skypiea arc. I also brought Siko to her to take a break from her training. So, how is the training? I ask. Good. It's fun to talk about people who share an interest in swords. She says in an even tone of voice. I can imagine. I say, I'm really getting some weird stares from these girls. I comment looking around. Most females around are looking at me and blushing. Oh. This is an anime world. It's the Sasuke effect. People here have no restraint in being fangirls. But it's not to this extent, right? I comment after some girls turn away in embarrassment when I look at them. Siko looks at me strangely. What? Are you serious? Do you really are not aware of your own appearance? She asks with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? I conjure a mirror in front of myself, black hair and blue eyes, very generic. I say looking at myself. You're ridiculously handsome, master, Cortana warns me in my mind. Seriously. I look again. I still find myself very generic. Like, I start messing with my hair, making it shorter on the sides. Look at this, I look like Superboy. So generic. I look like every comic book character with these features. If I make my hair white I look like every other edgy anime character. Killua, Toshiro. I just need to comb my hair a little and I can be their perfect cosplayer. If I mess it up a little. Damn, I look like Gojo, but with black hair. Wait a minute, Helltaker glasses are circular too. I take them and put them on my face. Yep, Gojo. But I flex my muscles. With Toji's body. Yes, baby. I say while posing, look at this. So aesthetic. The V shape. The size of these biceps. Size. Sigh. Sigh. Sido chesto. I flex on my best impression of Machio-san. My shirt explodes, revealing my incredibly chiseled body. Siko looks unimpressed. But I hear Dome Kayas at a distance and I look around to see a bunch of girls that turned on stone statues. Oh shit. I go to them to revert them back to normal. It appears that Hancock fruits create an allure aura around the person that work better the more pretty the person is. Like a multiply of the charm stat. I think that's why someone as professional as Hina was flustered with some simple cheesy words. I will keep it deactivated too. After restoring the girls, we continued walking to the sacred city of Shandoria. I want to see the golden bell. Okay, what is? I bite the bullet and ask Siko. What? You're strange today. What happened? Come on, talk. I say, nudging her. She is quieter than usual. Nothing. She says and turns her face away. I roll my eyes at her. Don't nothing me. Go on. Let's hear it. I say. You didn't call me to the battle. She finally says in a quiet voice. I pause. Mad because I didn't get her to kick some ass. Pfft, ha ha ha. I laugh out loud and go to hug her. Is my Siko pouting because I didn't call her to cut some people? I tease her like she is a kid. Stop it. I knew that you would make fun of me. She huffs in my embrace, a pink hue coloring her cheeks. I didn't let her go, moving from my position behind her to get her in a princess carry. Don't be mad, my cute murderous samurai. Next time I will allow you to have your fun. I say while I start walking while carrying her. We are gonna commit some war crimes together. Geneva Convention. More like Geneva Suggestion, am I right? I joke with her. Seeing her chuckle makes me smile. Put me down. I can walk. She says shyly, her voice barely a whisper. Nope. I said, popping the pea. She didn't fight back when I started flying to the place where the golden bell was, carrying her through the night sky. The moon is beautiful, isn't it? I say to her, signaling the full moon in the sky, looking directly into her eyes, a small and relaxed smile on my lips. She looks at me for a moment. Yes. Yes, very beautiful, she agrees while we don't break eye contact. We arrive at the golden bell. Funny how no one is guarding it. Well, it's very inaccessible by normal means. The bell is on a small solid cloud even higher in the sky. It's pretty. Siko says, her mood is much better now. Yes, very nice. And I take some pictures as recordation. Are you gonna take it? Siko asks. She knows that I have the soul of a collector, and I am really tempted to take it. It and the rare swords and other cool things from this world. Like it's some sort of side quest. Hey, this is the cultural propriety of another race. Do you think I would have the face to do something like that? I ask in fake outrage, who do you think I am? The British Museum. She laughs in her hand at my joke. Ha, she is pretty. Siko. I call her, making her look at me. My serious expression made her pay attention. I slowly extend my hand in her direction and smile. I like you. Please go out with me. I say with a straight face. She looks at me shocked before bursting into giggles. Pft, fufufu. Arg. And they said that the worst she can say is no. I shout to the sky and dramatically fall on my back. Fufu. Sorry. Hee but seriously. A standard Japanese confession. She asks, amusement in her eyes. I sit down on the ground and shrug my shoulders. I found it fitting. I say with a smile, so. What is your answer? If you're gonna reject me, please be fast and merciless. Cut my heart like you would do with your sword, I can take it. I say righteously, with a hand covering my heart. Fufu. She giggles and sits down on the solid cloud in front of me in a Seiza position. Please take care of me. She bows her head, accepting my feelings with the standard and cliché answer. I laugh and watch her laugh too, before I pull her over to my lap, and make her sit on it. I rest my chin on the top of her head. Her yelp is cute and I can't help but hug her tightly against my chest. You and I know that there will be some hardships in this complex relationship. I say slowly. Other girls, right? She says, her voice betrays nothing. Right. There are many things I can't promise you, Seiko. I can't give you all of my attention and heart. But I will protect and provide for you with everything I have. I promise seriously. I believe in you. She says softly, when we first met, you promised me to show me wonders. Make me capable of doing things that would be possible only in fantasies. And you kept your word. She turns her head to look at me. It's even better than what I imagined. She says, looking at my eyes, thank you, Hector. For bringing me here. I'm the one that should say thanks. It's great to have you by my side. I smile, seeing you grow makes me very happy and proud. I never thought that I would feel something like that for another person. You presented me with a new side of myself that I didn't know that existed. I say. After this, words aren't necessary anymore. With the clouds as the mattress and the night sky as the covers, I approach my face and kiss her. And much more. 3 days later. I sigh after one of those stretches where your soul leaves your body for some seconds. I already left Seiko to train again yesterday, after our time together. Second harem member get. Hee. It's working just fine for now. During the honeymoon phase. Anyway, let's focus on what is important now. I walk to a training ground and whistle. I can hear it coming from a distance after my calling. I turn my head to spy it flying at high speed to me. Reaching my back, it opens like a pair of wings and settles on my shoulders slowly. Hello, girl. I greet my mantle, which now is alive thanks to the soul fruit. And obviously is a girl. I don't want a male to hug me constantly. Jokes aside, this is my first and only special homie, and probably will stay like this for a long time. I don't plan on splitting my soul a lot. But my mantle is special. I watch it create another cover for my front, making the characteristics 2 front slits that everyone knows. My mantle is made from the shade. Created from some bullshit ancient fey magic where feral, from the Kingkiller Chronicles, sewed the darkest shadows of the deepest part of a magic forest using starlight as a thread. It's super cool. I walk to some training dummies and say to it, show me. At my command, the mantle reaches at 2 dummies and twists their necks, then the edge of one side rolls on itself making a pointy end and stabs another dummy. The other edge becomes flat and slices 3 dummies easily. Oh ho, I laugh. I didn't use only the cloak of levitation as inspiration. Spawn's cape, agony was also in my mind when decided to give life to my mantle. Good job. I praise and it vibrates in happiness. One thing to notice is that my homie, different from Big Mom's one, didn't have the cartoonish faces as a characteristic. I believe that this happened to hers because of her Peter Pan syndrome. I can probably make it, but is not my style. Too childish. And I can communicate with them just fine. Now, the other important part. I didn't use only the soul fruit. I recently gained another interesting power that has a GREEEEAATTT synergy with the soul fruit. The Dauntless Power Shard. Dauntless can charge objects with power, applying certain properties to them. It has a limited number of charges each day, but if I remember well, they said that in Wormverse that his potential is limitless. And now is where things got interesting. Different from Dauntless, I have other powers. Hee. So I can charge them not only with this energy but also with the powers that I have. It's the meta-power equivalent of enchanting items with magic. Imbue my mantle with the barrier fruit power. I can do it. Gigantification so that it can stretch a lot. Can do that too. Imbue with that pocket fruit so that the mantle has an inventory. Yes. Hyper-regeneration for self-repairing. Yes. And much more. Oh boy, the possibilities are infinite. But I need to do some tests too. For example, if I imbue some helmet with telepathy, the helmet will defend the user from telepathy. Or give the power of telepathy to the user. Can I give those powers that can create food like butter, mochi, and candy to a piece of metal and create infinite food? Will a defensive item always have defensive properties? If I make a suit imbued with light fruit powers, did the person wearing it have the same powers as Kizaru? Can I do it with accessories like rings? It's more like a game mechanic. Can an item break if imbued with a too strong power? I'm excited to play with these two powers. After all, there's no such a thing as overgeared. After doing some tests, I sit down on the ground. My mantle slips off me and goes around playing a little. It's a new life, and curious about the world even if has some knowledge imbued in it for being made by me. I think that with practice I can even customize the personality of my creations. But I think the main factor would be the item by itself. A sword should like battles, a cloud would be an airhead and a fire would be hot-headed, or something like that. Anyway, another important thing needs to be addressed. After copying the soul fruit power, I can interact with souls and I finally had a better understanding of my own soul. In the past, I tried to see my own soul using the all-seeing eyes, but nothing looked much different. I mean, I noticed something weird, but externally, nothing. As I'm not crazy enough to try to mess with my own soul, I waited, and with the soul fruit powers, I know what it felt weird before. My soul is unbelievably fucking strong. When I went to separate a small portion of my soul to give life to my mantle is when I noticed it. Even if it looks the same size outwardly, my soul looks more dense. In truth, the soul has mass. 21 grams normally. Mine is much more heavy and dense. Like if a normal soul is a sun and mine is a supernova about to burst. The quality of my soul compared to that of the other people is completely ridiculous. This reminds me of my talk with the Ancient One. Magic comes from the soul. That's why I'm so talented with magic. Now. Why? The obvious explanation is the assimilation process. I do not gain only powers, talents. Hidden things like my soul power should increase with each assimilation. A +1 every time I assimilate a character. But even so, my soul looks like is 100 times stronger. I didn't assimilate that much of characters. The second theory. I'm as special as myself. The whole, a higher being from a higher universe. Everywhere was simply fiction in my previous universe. A 3D character in a 2D world. No, a 4D character in a now 3D world. The third theory combines with the previous one. It's. How did I transmigrate in Marvel? To my perception, I simply woke on Marvel in another version of myself, but now I know that can't be that simple. The Ancient One also explained the intricacy of space-time relativity in different dimensions. How the multiverse moves and how things like time and other concepts act based on how close one dimension is to another. Time in Limbo can pass pretty similar to the time in Marvel if the dimension is close, and vice versa. Now. What if my soul came to Marvel from my previous world traveling? It can't be a simple swap of places, right? To me was only an instant, but to my soul. Maybe. My soul probably traveled across dimensions, multiverses, voids. During uncountable years. During eons. Slowly drifting through the infinity. Challenging cosmic storms, nothingness, being swallowed and spit by outerversal horrors, breaking through dimensional barriers. Slowly passing through all types of environments. Being tempered and strengthened slowly, like a diamond that was created under incredible pressure. Till it reaches my body in Marvel. An incredibly robust soul. The perfect vessel to the essence. That was obviously not natural. Someone guided my soul, protected it. Protected just enough to it not dissipate into nothingness. Someone or something did that. I'm grateful really. But the question is. Why? Ahoy. This chapter has a little of everything. Small character growth, teasing of his origin. Sincerely, this part you can ignore a little for now. It's a big thing to Hector from the future to discover. In a fanfic, the important is the journey, not the ending or how it started. If you guys can enjoy each chapter, I'm happy. Should have been bigger with a little info dump about Hector's understanding of how certain powers work outside their home reality. But I will leave it to the next chapter. There's a reform happening in my home. It's hard to think with all this noise. Finally the second harem member, now I can put the harem tag. Sorry for not having the lemon, same reason as above. Not in the mood to write their important first time. Just imagine that was romantic. We will see them getting kinky anyway in the future. Siko has a kink side. She is from an Eki world after all. Anyway, till next time. Soru Soru no Mi plus Dauntless Shard is op. Bye.